Chapter 1. I'm sorry, Galway, but I no longer require your services. Galway Jatuan holds numerous titles. He is the undefeated, nameless knight of the Black Moon Kingdom, the most formidable dragon-slaying adventurer of the Shrank Adventurer team, known as Thorn, and the continent's most brilliant alchemist, Zack, the true helm of the Mandala Merchant Association, cloaked in the guise of the enigmatic Black Mist. Any one of these identities would inspire awe and reverence in the hearts of ordinary folk, coveted by countless nobles and royals eager to forge connections. Yet, among these illustrious titles, Galway prefers his current role, the guardian knight of Princess Megana. After a vigorous training session, Galway indulged in a refreshing bath. Upon admiring his sculpted physique, he donned his attire and exited the grand bathhouse, only to encounter another prince's attendant, Kane. This servant possessed an exceedingly unremarkable appearance, having recently been elevated to the rank of knight, a type that would hardly stir a ripple in a crowd. A level 1 warrior of Chi, barely managing to qualify. Had it not been for Galway's assistance, he might never have realized the dream of becoming a Chi warrior. Galway, Kane interrupted, his expression betraying hesitation. What is it? Galway inquired with a smile. I bear some unfortunate news. After a moment's deliberation, Kane placed a reassuring hand on Galway's shoulder. Your knighthood may be in jeopardy. A level 5 Chi warrior has arrived in the kingdom, explicitly requesting to serve as Princess Megana's guardian knight. I happened to overhear this from Prince Victor today. Galway furrowed his brow. A level 5 Chi warrior? As a formidable force, just a step away from becoming a level 10 Chi sword saint. A mere level 5 warrior was hardly worthy of his regard. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the world, he was merely a level 2 Chi warrior. Achieving such a rank at the tender age of 20 was commendable, surpassing the majority of his peers. Yet, the chasm between levels 2 and 5 was undeniably vast. However, Galway remained unperturbed. He trusted that Princess Megana would not dismiss him simply because another was stronger. Noticing Galway's silence, Kane added, You need not fret, Galway. While it is indeed regrettable to cease being Princess Megana's guardian knight, your talents and abilities will surely earn you respect as a retainer for any noble lord. Alternatively, you might consider joining the Knight Order, making a name for yourself on the battlefield, securing a fief, and thus ascending to true nobility. Thank you, Kane. Galway maintained his composure, revealing no signs of distress. This reaction surprised Kane, who chose not to press further and turned towards the bathhouse once more. Dressed appropriately, Galway made his way to the prince's study. As her guardian knight, he spent over 10 hours daily in Megana's company. Upon arriving, he meticulously tidied the room, carefully polishing the desk until it gleamed without a speck of dust. Megana possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness, yet harbored a disdain for tidying up herself. The maids could never quite meet her standards. Only Galway's diligent efforts would satisfy her. He arranged all her frequently used items within easy reach, ensuring they appeared both orderly and aesthetically pleasing, despite such duties not being part of a guardian knight's responsibilities. Satisfied with the immaculate study, Galway exhaled deeply. Suddenly, the sound of boots resonated from afar, growing nearer as they scraped against the polished floor. With a click, the door unlocked, revealing Megana's cool visage. Her flowing dress sparkled with glimmering jewels, and her golden hair cascaded in soft waves, framed by twin ponytails. Her azure eyes resembled glistening amber. A stunning princess indeed, yet the words that escaped her lips next sent Galway plummeting into despair. Galway, who permitted you to enter my study? Unlike her usual affectionate address, she sternly questioned his presence. Galway, initially bewildered, soon grasped the underlying tension, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Is it because of that newly arrived Chi knight? He responded, sidestepping her query. As a guardian knight, he was a retainer to Megana and should not question her decisions. Yet, Galway was no ordinary retainer. His prowess would earn him a place of honor anywhere. Out of gratitude for Megana's kindness during their childhood, he willingly accepted the mantle of a humble knight. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he lacked feelings. He had contributed immensely to the Black Moon Kingdom. As Galway stood close, Megana instinctively took a step back. Yet, she quickly retorted, are you questioning me? You are merely a retainer, she proclaimed, her words piercing as if to unearth his very soul. Despite both remaining motionless, Megana felt an insurmountable distance between them. The vibrance in Gao Wei's eyes seemed to recede like the tide, and he performed a formal knightly salute, placing a hand over his heart. I apologize, esteemed princess, for my transgression. Gao Wei's withdrawal ignited an inexplicable turmoil within Megana, as though something vital were being wrenched from her existence. He departed, leaving behind a lingering silhouette. She parted her lips, yearning to articulate something, yet no words emerged. A mere exchange of a few sentences shattered over 2 years of emotional bond, as if it were a landslide. Suppressing her disquiet, Megana reassured herself of the new knight's superior talents, knowing he was favored by her father. Even the unnamed knight who had once rescued the Black Moon Kingdom from peril stood in a teacher-student relationship with Hera fact sufficient to overshadow Gao Wei in her eyes. Gao Wei was admirable, youthful, and gifted. Yet, in the presence of true monstrosities, he did not measure up. For the sake of the Black Moon Kingdom, Megana had no choice but to act thus. Gao Wei, I am sorry. Chapter 2. A decision I will regret for a lifetime. Sir Gao Wei, a voice called from outside, rousing Gao Wei from his contemplative stupor after having tidied up for some time. Upon opening the door, the sight of Gao Wei's handsome and gentle face caused the young maid, Leia, to experience a flutter of excitement in her chest. Leia, is there something you need? It's nothing. I just wanted to check if you would be preparing dinner today, since it's almost mealtime, as Chef instructed me to ask. Gao Wei doted on Megana. Given her discerning palate, the cuisine of the Black Moon Kingdom's chefs rarely met her standards. To ensure Megana enjoyed her meals, Gao Wei had mastered the culinary arts. His talent was so remarkable that even the head chef begrudgingly acknowledged Gao Wei's qualifications surpassed his own. Yet, as a noble knight, he was an entity that ordinary folk could only aspire to admire. Aside from Megana, no one else received such an honor. The kitchen staff and servants were well aware that Gao Wei cooked solely for Megana. Every meal she consumed was prepared by him. Typically, Gao Wei would arrive early, but today his absence prompted Leia to investigate. I will not be cooking, I am leaving, Gao Wei replied softly. With someone else having effortlessly taken his place, he felt little reason to remain. Leia seemed momentarily bewildered, asking, You're leaving? Is there something urgent you must attend to? For over a year, Gao Wei had been unwavering in his commitment to prepare meals for Megana. Today's event struck her as decidedly unusual. Leia sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Gao Wei gently shook his head. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. After a moment of hesitation, Leia finally decided to take her leave. Since Gao Wei would not be preparing dinner for Princess Megana today, there would be much to attend to. She wondered if the chef could manage to create a meal to Megana's liking. Once Leia departed, Gao Wei wasted no time and proceeded directly towards the castle. Numerous attendants and knights brushed past him, yet none offered a greeting. They observed him with peculiar gazes, clearly aware of the unfolding events. Gao Wei's displayed talents were already formidable, placing him among the most powerful of ordinary folk. His role as Megana's knight stemmed merely from a childhood promise. In his early days, having just crossed into this world from a destitute background, survival had consumed all his efforts. An alcoholic father, a frail mother, and a younger sister who did not survive that winter, these were the burdens he carried. His father, a hunter who had broken his leg, lost all will to fight and succumbed to drink, while his mother sold him to a slave trader. Barely escaping the clutches of the slave trader, he was on the brink of starvation when he encountered Megana, who appeared like an angel. She offered him food and expressed a desire to befriend someone of his lowly status. She illuminated his darkest corners, dispelling his humility and fear. They pledged that when he grew up, he would become her guardian knight. As memories surged, he chuckled self-deprecatingly at the sight of the sentinel knight stationed at the door. He should have understood it long ago. A person cannot remain unchanged. The 6-year-old Mitsai and the 20-year-old Mitsai are no longer the same individual. He has done more than enough. He has adhered to the agreement, but he is simply no longer needed. He retrieved a light blue bracelet from his pocket. He ought to return it to her before departing. After the announcement, Gao Wei encountered the reigning King Sadman with little obstruction. In the study, the imposing man was engrossed in the pages of a book, adorned with a crown, his expression meticulously composed. Gao Wei knocked on the door and succinctly expressed his desire to leave. Gao Wei, Wan, your talent is rather commendable. Being a guardian knight seems somewhat beneath you. If you are willing, I can make you a member of the Royal Knight Order. With enough military accomplishments, you could even ascend to nobility. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Majesty, but I no longer wish to be a knight. I desire to lead a tranquil life as an ordinary person. Gao Wei's tone was calm, unmoved by Sadman's enticing propositions. With his abilities and status, he was accustomed to being the one who painted grand visions for others. Had it not been for Mitsai, how could he have come to the Black Moon Kingdom as a mere guardian knight? Even during the overwhelming invasion of beast tribes, he stepped forth bravely. He has repaid his debts of gratitude. Since he is no longer needed, Gao Wei believes it is time to depart. Sadman rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. This young knight possesses considerable potential. If he were to join the Knight Order, he might become a formidable force. Although his daughter Mitsai is undeniably beautiful, why do these promising knights prefer to serve as her guardians? Especially that self-proclaimed nameless knight student, who, despite being a 5th-level battle warrior in his early 30s, insists on being a princess guardian? Sadman was uncertain whether he was indeed a student of the nameless knight. Yet, he did not care even without that title. To reach 5th-level battle warrior status at such a young age was already impressive. Thus, he chose not to delve further. In comparison to Gao Wei before him, his talent was evidently superior. Then, I must rescind your knightly honor. Sadman unleashed his trump card. This young battle warrior had become an esteemed knight in his early 20s. He believed that by revoking the other's title, he would compel him to continue his service. After all, with just a whisper of scandal, he would be unable to serve anyone within the Black Moon Kingdom. And other kingdoms, out of deference to Sadman, would also refuse to harbor Gao Wei. The nameless knight had aided the Black Moon Kingdom once. Who could say whether he would lend assistance a second time? Yet, this trivial matter was something everyone was willing to concede to Sadman. It seemed Gao Wei was left with no choice but to become a lowly adventurer. He felt satisfied with his cunning, convinced that Gao Wei would never accept the disparity of becoming an ordinary adventurer. In the next moment, Gao Wei placed the knight's medal upon the table. Thank you for once bestowing upon me armor and honor. I have returned the armor to the minister, and now I return the knight's medal to you. Sadman paused, taken aback, and asked, Do you know what you were doing? I had thought you to be an astute individual. Gao Wei remained silent for a moment. I wish to live more freely. Then, Sir Battle Warrior, I hope you find your freedom. Sadman felt a surge of anger. He was the king of the Black Moon. This seemingly talented youth was far too ungrateful. If that were the case, then let him go. Would his vast Black Moon Kingdom truly miss a mere battle warrior? Such were Sadman's thoughts. He made a decision he would come to regret for the rest of his life. Chapter 3. She only knew her opportunity had arrived. Princess Mitsai, the night has grown late. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Mitsai nodded, and Nolan turned to depart. Today, Guardian Knight Nolan has been officially bestowed his title, and from this moment forth, he completely assumes Gao Wei's position. The new Guardian Knight is a man of resolute demeanor. Though he is fairly handsome, his stubble appears somewhat sparse, suggesting he does not pay particular attention to grooming. Mitsai is a person who pays great attention to detail. Gao Wei always seemed meticulously put together whenever he came to see her. This is something Mitsai has always greatly admired. In comparison to this new knight, he evidently falls short. Thus, Mitsai consoled herself that at least Nolan's talent is far superior. He is still that student of the nameless knight. Should the Black Moon Kingdom face insurmountable calamity again, perhaps she might once more encounter that valiant nameless knight through this connection. The nameless knight. What a formidable 9th-level battle warrior, just a step away from the 10th-level sword saint. In this land where sword saints are few and far between, his very presence can deter the beast warriors. The image of the nameless knight is etched in the girl's heart, like a seed slowly taking root and sprouting. Upon closing the door, she sank into the soft embrace of the chair, an indescribable sense of loss enveloping her. Instinctively, she reached for the half-studied tome of magic, only to find nothing but emptiness. Where was the book? A surge of unidentifiable anger ignited within her. Fully alert now, she surveyed the disarray of her study. A stark contrast to its usual immaculate state. Dreadful maid, can you not even manage this trivial task? Nabe. Mikana suppressed her simmering fury, yet her voice betrayed a barely contained wrath, as if she yearned to unleash the peculiar vexation brewing within her. The flustered maid hurriedly entered, only to find Mikana's pallid countenance rendering her speechless, for she was utterly unaware of the cause of her mistress's distress. After a prolonged silence, Mikana finally steadied her emotions and spoke with a voice devoid of warmth. Nabe, have you thoroughly cleaned my study? Nabe paused momentarily, recalling that the high-dimensional knight had always tended to the upkeep of Mikana's study. Your Highness, the high-dimensional knight has always been responsible for the cleaning. The mention of the knight's name caused Mikana to falter slightly, as the flames of her frustration diminished significantly. The high-dimensional knight no longer worked here. You must ensure my room is tidied henceforth. Yes, Your Highness. Mikana quelled her anger, rising silently to retrieve the half-read magic book from the shelf. She gazed at it for a considerable time, a hollow feeling wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. Perhaps she was truly exhausted and in need of rest, she mused. As dawn broke, the high-dimensional knight had already risen. Traversing the bustling thoroughfares of the royal city, he was inexplicably filled with melancholy. He had lived here for nearly 3 years. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the hurried footsteps of travelers, adventurers, and merchants. Their conversation transformed into a torrent that engulfed him. Where should he go? Once immersed in the darkest corners, that beam of light illuminated him. He has been striving to grow stronger in hopes of standing by her side one day. He has accompanied Majana for such an extended period, yet it seems she has never truly recognized him. He feels like a fool, diligently adhering to a promise that only he recalls, naively believing that she would genuinely acknowledge him. However, she did not. This absurd game is one in which only he invests an extraordinary amount of seriousness. He had indeed hinted to Megana about certain events from his childhood, yet she always claimed that her recollections of those times had begun to fade. Galway's disappointment accumulated day by day, culminating in today's revelation. Suddenly, Megana declared that she no longer needed him, and he felt akin to a kite severed from its string, destined to soar into the boundless sky, only to eventually descend. Pausing for a moment, Galway took a deep breath. From this day forward, he resolved to embark on a new chapter in his life. He could seize the opportunity to transcend the constraints of the Sword Saint, engage in his cherished alchemical pursuits, or even delve into the study of magic. He glanced back one last time at the towering castle, departing from this place he once cherished without a trace of nostalgia. Was the news reliable? Gazing at the swirling snow outside the castle, his eyes beheld an expanse of unending white. This was the Northern Ridge, a land perpetually cloaked in snow throughout the year. Within the castle resided the Queen of the Far North, Angelica. Your Majesty, the news is indeed reliable. Yesterday, the King of the Black Moon, Sadman, conducted the knighting ceremony for the new knights, and now Princess Megana's guardian knight has been replaced. A glimmer ignited in Angelica's eyes, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Amidst the beautiful snowy landscape, even the relatively attractive female intelligence officer found herself momentarily entranced. Convey my orders. Immediately cease all major trade dealings with the Black Moon Kingdom. Revoke merchant privileges and increase tariffs by 30%. The intelligence officer was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a response from the Queen upon receiving this information. 3 years prior, they had inexplicably established diplomatic relations with the Black Moon Kingdom, and the Queen had granted them numerous favorable policies. Now, inexplicably, Angelica suddenly rescinded all privileges. Akin to the way she had unexpectedly bestowed grace upon the relatively weaker Black Moon Kingdom 3 years ago. As if recalling something, the intelligence officer remembered that for years, Queen Angelica had shown a keen interest in news regarding Princess Megana. Rumors even circulated that Angelica had refrained from seeking a partner because of her infatuation with Megana, who was known to be a lesbian. However, the officer did not question this, wholeheartedly believing that the Queen could lead them to a more glorious future. It was only after the intelligence officer departed that Angelica retrieved a faded medal from her thick clothing. The medal was well preserved, indicating that its owner had taken great care of it. It was circular, adorned with exquisite thorn patterns, with vibrant red vines entwining as smalls, and her initials etched in the lower left corner. The thorn medal had once been the emblem of a dragon-slaying adventurer team that had made waves 7 or 8 years ago. Highway possessed a similar medal. She could not comprehend why Highway felt compelled to journey to the Black Moon Kingdom, despite Angelica's numerous attempts to retain him, all of which had been met with his cold refusals. Thus, upon her return to the royal city and her ascension to the throne, her first decree was to establish relations with the Black Moon Kingdom. She was convinced that with Highway, the Black Moon Kingdom could become the most powerful realm on the continent. However, nearly 3 years had passed, and upon learning that Highway had merely become a lowly guardian knight beside Morgana, she felt lost. She could not fathom why Highway chose this path. With his strength, he could have easily become the captain of the Royal Knights or a core member of the Black Moon Kingdom's council. But now, such considerations were trivial. All she knew was that Highway had left the Black Moon Kingdom. She had another chance. Chapter 4. Boldness. How dare one impersonate a member of the Mandala Trading Association? The fastest mode of transportation across this continent was through flying magical beasts. Typically, these included giant bats, griffins, or dragon-like creatures with the bloodline of lesser dragons. The swiftest among them was undoubtedly the purebred adult dragon, yet dragons were inherently proud and powerful. Only those as formidable as a level 10 sword saint or a level 10 archmage could rival them. Griffins, creatures with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, boasted around level 7 combat prowess in adulthood, placing them among the elite of tameable species. An adult griffin could command a price of 300,000 gold coins, equivalent to the annual head tax of the Black Moon City. Having departed from the Black Moon City, Highway donned the garb of an adventurer, astride a griffin he had just acquired from a trading company. The griffin was impressively large. Even in a crouched position, it resembled a small mountain. Such fierce creatures were notoriously difficult to tame, often adorned with specially designed alchemical collars to prevent rebellion. Yet, this griffin bore no such collar and was more docile than those restrained. Creatures are instinctively drawn to strength, and the griffin was no exception. Positioned atop the food chain, they possess an acute sense of danger. Highway had slain dragons and once bathed in their blood. The magical beasts could sense this aura. The young griffin could feel the terrifying presence emanating from the gentle man before it, aware that any sign of defiance would result in its instantaneous demise. As he rode the griffin, he soared northward. Becoming a sword saint was now his foremost aspiration. To the north resided his sword saint mentor, Delu. Highway had been studying martial energy and swordsmanship under him since he was 6, and by the age of 12, he had already distinguished himself among adventurers as a level 7 martial warrior. Highway's mood was far from joyous. A sense of emptiness enveloped him. Memories of the past flooded his mind. It was not until he entered the northern ridge that he could faintly discern the outline of a town in the distance. His mentor, Delu, was the only sword saint in the far north, renowned for his formidable swordsmanship. He has spent many years in the snowy mountains, and for Galway to locate him would require considerable effort. The far north is indeed a place steeped in memories, as it holds both his mentor and the comrades of his former adventuring party. It is astonishing to realize that the once hot-tempered sorceress, Angelica, has now ascended to the status of a renowned queen. The name of this quaint town is Bilong. The sudden appearance of a griffin has alerted the soldiers guarding the town, who raised their spears with vigilance. It was only upon noticing a figure upon the griffin's back that they exhaled in relief. Galway glanced around and quickly discerned that at least several crossbows were trained upon him. The soldiers remained in a state of heightened readiness. He could only turn over and dismount from the griffin, gently patting the little creature's head to signal it to wait for him. As he observed the man approaching them with increasing proximity, the city guards on duty tightened their grip on their weapons. Upon recognizing the features of Highway, many were taken aback, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. How remarkably youthful he appeared. He arrived riding a griffin. According to the laws of the Thorn Kingdom, no flying magical beast above the 4th level is permitted to enter the town. Please present your identification, otherwise you shall not gain access to the town of Billion. The dark-haired, dark-eyed figure, clearly not characteristic of the inhabitants of the far north, must therefore provide evidence of his identity. He needed to demonstrate that he was not an illegal immigrant or a wanted fugitive. Such evidence could come in the form of a merchant's permit or an adventurer's badge. Galway hesitated for a moment, rummaging through his pocket. Upon finding the thorn badge, he paused briefly. After considering, he ultimately chose to present the Mandric Merchant Association's badge. Both badges were equally striking, yet the thorn badge would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. Although he could sneak into the town, Galway felt it was unnecessary. He is not a fugitive, so why act with such caution? The city guards examined the emblem of the Mandala Merchant Association several times. The exquisite mandala flower was intricately engraved on the badge, appearing almost lifelike. As the most powerful merchant association on the entire continent, this emblem epitomizes absolute integrity and strength. In merely a decade, they established themselves as a renowned commercial guild across the entire continent, with no one daring to impersonate their identity. Even in Bilong City, there exists a mandala guild. The badge adorned with 5 mandala flowers caught the attention of the squad captain of the city guards, who furrowed his brow. Arrest this audacious thief who dares to masquerade as a merchant of the Mandala Guild. The soldiers of the city guard were momentarily taken aback. Why had their captain suddenly issued such a command? Nevertheless, they acted without hesitation, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Galway. Galway frowned, recognizing that even if they all attacked together, they would pose no real threat to him. Their crossbows were ineffective against someone of his caliber, approaching the level of a sword saint. Yet, he could not comprehend why the squad captain had turned hostile so suddenly. I'm not impersonating anyone. This is indeed my badge. To Galway's astonishment, the captain burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That is the finest joke I have heard all year. Foolish thief. Your lies are even worse than the apple pie of old Mrs. Peter next door. Even a 3-year-old knows that the Mandala Guild's badge can only bear a maximum of 3 mandala flowers, and only the acting president possesses 4. Yet you dare to present one with 5 flowers? Galway was left in utter disbelief. He rarely makes use of this item, to the extent that he has almost forgotten about it. Surely, there must be members of the Mandragora Guild in the town of Billion? You might consider asking one of their directors to authenticate this badge. Galway's demeanor was remarkably composed. So much so that it caused the squad leader to regard him with newfound respect. This young man, despite being under the threat of a crossbow, displayed no sign of fear, suggesting a profound confidence in his own abilities. However, given his tender age, his prowess could at most be that of a 3rd-level martial artist. Before reaching level 5, a crossbow retains its lethal potential. Suddenly, an absurd thought emerged in his mind. Could the mandala badge in his hand be genuine? 5 mandala flowers. Could this individual possibly be the elusive president of the legendary Mandala Merchants Guild? However, he appeared far too youthful, a discrepancy that was hard to reconcile. Yet, one does not ascend to the position of captain of the city guards without possessing some intellect. After all, members of the Mandala Merchants Guild resided in the town of Bylan, and he could certainly verify this matter forthwith. It wouldn't consume much of his time. I shall make a quick trip to the city. Please keep an eye on this gentleman and ensure he does not wander off, he declared, turning swiftly towards the city without waiting for the guards to respond. Galway sighed. If he were to present the thorn badge, would they not immediately unleash their crossbows? After all, their queen possessed one as well. They would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that this contraption is genuine, and would assert that the higher dimensions are mocking their king. Chapter 5. This is the Thorned King escort, teeming with Angelica's spies. Augustus is a merchant in his 40s. Having embarked on his commercial journey at the tender age of 10, he has spent nearly 2 decades ascending from a humble street vendor to his current position. He was fortunate enough to join the Mandora Chamber of Commerce during its nascent stages, yet after several years, he remains merely a minor second-tier steward, only slightly better off than those first-tier stewards who have recently joined the Mandora. He is filled with melancholy, having mistakenly aligned himself with the wrong faction during a power struggle, leading to his exclusion. Consequently, he has irrevocably forfeited the opportunity for advancement. Now, arriving in this far northern land, the future looms before him as a palpable expanse of desolation. He let out a slight sigh, regardless of the circumstances. Life must go on. His daughter, who had just commenced her studies at the Magical Academy, required a substantial amount of gold to support her education. His elderly father was far from retirement age. As he opened the ledger to resume his work, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. "My Lord Augustus, the captain of the city guards has urgent matters to discuss with you." A servant approached him. Augustus furrowed his brow. What could the city guards possibly want with him? As the vice president of the Mandala Guild stationed here, he was, after all, a person of considerable stature. Even the local ruler, Baron Rian, treated him with respect. However, considering the enigmatic relationship between the Queen of the Thorn Court and their elusive president, he calmly replied, "Let him enter." The servant nodded, and soon the city guard captain strode in. The captain wore a sycophantic expression, offering an abundance of smiles to his benefactor. "Mr. Augustus, I bring you news of a significant achievement." The captain's beaming countenance momentarily stunned Augustus. What accomplishment? Our city guards have apprehended an individual impersonating a member of the Mandala Guild, and he is likely already confined in the interrogation room. Augustus paused, taken aback. An impersonator of the Mandala Guild? Truly, there were those who dared to tempt fate. He displayed a hint of skepticism, admitting that he found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to impersonate the Mandala Trading Association unless they were truly reckless. How can you be certain that the individual in question is not affiliated with the Mandala Trading Association? Each merchant within our esteemed association possesses their own channels for communication and supply routes, leaving no room for impersonation. Could this merely be a misunderstanding? The squad leader wore an expression of unwavering certainty. I can assure you, for the insignia he presented bore 5 mandala flowers. Everyone knows that the president of the Mandala Trading Association is represented by only 4. Is it not amusing that this fellow attempted to deceive us without even conducting proper research? He feigned a hearty laugh while discreetly observing Augustus's reaction. He certainly did not speak the truth. Today's events were rather peculiar, and thus he wished to observe Augustus's reaction. Upon hearing this, Augustus was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting to one of alarm. You took him to the interrogation room? His face turned ashen, and he could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising to his feet. Well, actually, that fellow is still waiting near the city gate. Noticing the shift in the other's demeanor, the squad leader promptly altered his statement, feeling increasingly certain of his suspicions. He inwardly congratulated himself for not having taken Gao Wei to the interrogation room directly. He handed the mandala badge, which the High Dimension had given him, to Augustus. The chilling touch of the badge instantly set off alarm bells in his mind. This is the real deal. This badge is genuine. Take me there at once. Augustus hastily rose to his feet, discarding the feather quill he had just picked up, allowing the inky liquid to seep into his ledger. However, at that moment, Augustus had no inclination to ponder further. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Damn that fool. The current president is merely an acting one, which is why he only possesses the 4-flower badge. Only the true president of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce is entitled to the 5-flower badge. If it turns out that the president has been intercepted, I might even lose my current status. After merely a few minutes of waiting, he saw the captain of the city guard return. Trailing behind him was a middle-aged man, running out of breath. President, upon seeing High Dimension, Augustus immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor radiating utmost respect and flattery. Why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance? I could have arranged for someone to receive you. Augustus's tone was laden with obsequiousness. He had just witnessed the badge brought by the captain and could ascertain its authenticity. The Mandala Chamber's badge could not be counterfeited, as it was crafted from unique materials. In truth, this was the first time he had encountered the true helmsman of the Mandala Chamber. Typically, all matters, large and small, were handled solely by the acting president. High Dimension waved his hand dismissively. He could sense that the gazes of those around him had shifted. A look he had encountered many times before, a sycophantic regard from the weak directed toward the strong. I hope today's events remain known to but a few. Do you understand my meaning? Augustus nodded hurriedly, the captain of the city guard squadron causing his armor to clank rhythmically. Rest assured, esteemed chairman, my brothers and I will remain tight-lipped. Gao Wei refrained from further comment and gestured towards the griffin not far behind him. As for my little pet, of course, it is your pet, and I trust it shall pose no threat to the townsfolk. The advantages of power manifested vividly in that moment. The law serves to restrain the vulnerable. Thus, Gao Wei beckoned the hefty young griffin, which promptly trotted over eagerly. Its towering height of 3 to 4 meters instilled a considerable sense of intimidation among the city guards, who noted that the creature bore no collar, causing many to feel a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Fear not, my little griffin is quite obedient, Gao Wei casually remarked, to which Augustus promptly replied, I shall see to it that my men make it comfortable. After their departure, a city guard turned to the captain and inquired, Captain, should we truly keep today's events from our superiors? The captain clapped the soldier on the shoulder. This is a truly significant individual, one whose level we may never reach in our lifetimes. Speaking out of turn would only invite disaster. Let us act as if we witnessed nothing today. The guards nodded in agreement. Yet, he withheld a thought. Even if he chose silence, word would soon reach the Queen's ears. This was the Thorn Court, rife with Angelica's eyes and ears. Chapter 6. So where does the problem lie? Esteemed Chairman, this is the magical black tea gathered from the snowy mountains of the west. Do give it a taste. The fragrance of the tea enveloped their senses like an enchanting woman, intoxicating and beguiling. A sip enveloped him in warmth akin to flames, spreading through his mouth and settling in his stomach, only to transform into a refreshing coolness, as if his entire being had undergone a cleansing ritual. This was an undeniable luxury, a mere handful of tea leaves fetching an astronomical price of over 10,000 gold coins. Even among nobles, only those of count rank could savor it occasionally during afternoon tea. For Gao Wei, however, it was not an extraordinary delight. This so-called magical black tea had come about by happenstance during one of his alchemical endeavors, later crafted into a luxury item that served as the Mandragora Guild's initial foothold in the market. Gao Wei merely raised the pristine teacup to his lips, took a sip, and then set it down. Are you the branch leader here? Yes, esteemed chairman, I am the branch leader of the town of Bailan, a second-tier steward. Gao Wei nodded, observing the other's somewhat restrained demeanor, and softly inquired, do you have any news regarding the Sword Saint Dulu? The Sword Saint Dulu? Truly. The chairman is remarkable. Upon arriving in the far north, his first pursuit is such a prominent figure. Esteemed chairman, the Sword Saint's whereabouts are notoriously elusive. I will require some time to investigate. Gao Wei nodded, for the Mandragora Guild, aside from its formidable strength, was also unparalleled in the realm of intelligence. Once the Mandragora unleashed its resources, even if Dulu were meditating atop a distant snow-capped peak, locating him would be a trivial task. Gao Wei rubbed his temples. His mood was still less than satisfactory, though it had improved significantly since departing the Black Moon Kingdom. Mikiana still has tea been eating properly? King sat and furrowed his brow as news regarding Mikiana reached him from his servants, stirring a sense of unease within him. Yes. It seems the princess finds the chief chef's cuisine utterly unsatisfactory, resulting in her minimal consumption these past few days. Why was this not an issue before? The maid faltered momentarily before stammering. Previously, Sir Gao Wei personally prepared meals for Princess Mikiana. However, he has been absent these last few days. Upon hearing Gao Wei's name, Sadman frowned. This impudent lad had declined his invitation, forsaking the honor of knighthood. Could the vast Black Moon Kingdom truly not function without him? Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, instructing the chef to prepare dishes that would satisfy Mikiana. Otherwise, the chef's existence would be rendered moot. The king's authority was unmistakably asserted with those words, and his icy tone sent a chill through the maid. At that moment, she desperately wished to proclaim that they had indeed been striving to master Gao Wei's culinary skills. The maid left, apprehensive, only to be met shortly after by a government official bearing more dire news. Your Majesty, we have a grave situation. The official trembled as he knelt, his back drenched in cold sweat, scarcely daring to breathe. He could hardly fathom how infuriated Sadman would be upon hearing this news. Indeed, Sadman was displeased. What could possibly be more alarming than the beast folk launching another large-scale invasion? What had transpired? The Thorn Court had unilaterally torn apart the treaty with us and raised tariffs by 30%. Upon receiving this news, Sadman's first thoughts surged within him. Had the other side lost their sanity? The Thorn Court had long been a formidable ally of the Black Moon Kingdom. 3 years prior, the powerful Thorn Court had suddenly established diplomatic relations with the Black Moon Kingdom, bestowing numerous favorable policies upon the relatively weaker kingdom, which had allowed it to experience rapid development over the past 3 years. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the Thorn Court that the most powerful Mandragora trading company had been willing to invest more resources in the Black Moon Kingdom. Without the Thorn Court as an ally, it was foreseeable that the Black Moon Kingdom would suffer significant commercial setbacks in a short period. While the impact might not be immediately apparent, over time, issues regarding the sustenance of the legions and population growth would inevitably arise. Sadman sat silently upon his throne, pondering where he might have offended the Thorn Court. It was evident that their recent interactions had not differed significantly from before. Not long ago, he had even extended an invitation to them for the banquet celebrating the new Guardian Knight, Nolan, which of course had been declined. Although the Thorn Court maintained amicable relations with them, they had always been inclined to refuse such gatherings whenever possible. So, where had the problem arisen? After a moment of contemplation, he calmly instructed, "Bring forth the diplomat. I wish to speak with him." After a while, a guard escorted in a middle-aged man, the diplomat of the Black Moon Kingdom. "Retrieve all recent correspondence with the Thorn Court," he commanded. As soon as the diplomat exited, he turned to the official of state affairs and added, "Compile the trade records with the Thorn Court from the past year." It was only after the official departed that he sank into a dejected silence upon his throne. He must unravel the reasons behind the sudden transformation of the Thorn Court. Under no circumstances should the Thorn Court be allowed to sever ties with the Alliance or even venture towards opposition. In his study, Sadman meticulously examined the mountainous pile of parchment scrolls. The letters, as one might expect, were typically composed by diplomatic officials on behalf of the king, articulating the amicable relations between the two nations in formal language. Most of them were devoid of substantial content, except for the final correspondence, which exhibited a drastic shift in the Thorn Court's stance. There were no indications in the preceding letters. It was as if the Thorn Court had abruptly resolved upon this matter. He patiently continued to examine the trade records, noting that everything had been functioning smoothly prior to the incident. They procured a multitude of vital supplies from the Thorn Court, hailing from the frigid lands, while the Thorn Court, in turn, acquired crops and fruits from them. Is there truly no issue at hand? What precisely has gone awry? The Sadman people were left bewildered, as this entire situation unfolded with alarming abruptness, devoid of any forewarning. Suddenly, a somewhat ludicrous notion flashed through his mind. Could it be that Angelica is indeed enamored with women, having allied with the Black Moon Kingdom due to her affection for Meghana? Angelica, a formidable queen with an iron will, had remained without a companion. It was unclear who first propagated the rumor that Angelica's affections lay with women, but the gossip swiftly spread through taverns and the mouths of minstrels. Sadman inhaled deeply. It appeared he must engage in a personal conversation with Angelica. Chapter 7. After his departure, everything seems to have changed. Are you serving swill? This turkey is roasted to the texture of a desiccated corpse. It is so bland and insipid, even worse than what was prepared previously. In a fit of rage, Meghana overturned the plate before her, leaving the head chef and the maids in a state of trepidation. The head chef's complexion turned ashen. Just yesterday, he had exhausted the last remnants of the seasoning left by Hai Wei. This secret blend of spices was known solely to Hai Wei, and now that he was gone, the head chef could no longer recreate Meghana's favorite flavors. Yet, in light of the circumstances, he could only muster the courage to say, "Your Highness, it is because the seasoning has been depleted." Hence, upon hearing this, Meghana's fury intensified. Her chest heaved violently, as if she were desperately trying to suppress her emotions. At some point, her life had devolved into chaos. It seemed that everything had unraveled since Hai Wei's departure. Depleted seasoning? Could it be that the vast Black Moon Kingdom is devoid of even a single spice? Was her father's monthly generous remuneration merely to hear that there were no seasonings left? The head chef gritted his teeth and helplessly replied, "We have utilized the finest spices in the palace for your meals. However, the seasoning previously used was crafted personally by Sir Hai Wei, and we are unaware of that particular recipe." Hai Wei again. At the mere mention of his name, a visage that was always gentle and adorned with a smile materialized in her mind, rendering Meghana momentarily speechless. Did he truly undertake so much for himself? As a knight, there was no necessity for him to personally engage in the culinary arts. Such duties did not fall within the realm of a guardian knight's obligations. Yet, why was Gao Wei so willingly devoted to performing these tasks for her? She found herself engulfed in confusion, a bewilderment that eclipsed her current anger. An inexplicable emotion surged within her heart, as if something vital had been excavated from her very soul. No, it was not taken by another. It was she who had, with her own hands, sent Gao Wei away. Everything stemmed from her actions. From the altered tidiness of the study to the transformation of the meals, Gao Wei had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of her life, becoming an indispensable part of her existence without her even realizing it. This is not to say that the newly arrived knight Nolan performed poorly, but he merely executed the duties expected of a guardian knight. Unless Meghana required to venture outside, Nolan seldom graced her with his presence. What peril could possibly lurk within the palace walls? All he needed to do was ensure the safety of Meghana outside. The actions taken by Gao Wei were entirely beyond the responsibilities of a guardian knight. She instinctively tightened her fingers, a sense of regret swelling within her. Perhaps she should summon Gao Wei back? After all, Gao Wei cherished her deeply, always placing her above all else, treating her as if she were his beloved younger sister. The Meghana of the past would never have contemplated such thoughts. However, after Gao Wei's departure, memories of the past flooded her mind. She seemed to grasp something profound. Gao Wei had undertaken so much, actions that were not the duty of a guardian knight. What could possibly motivate him to invest so much? A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could it be that Gao Wei harbored feelings for her? Yet, due to their disparate statuses, he was too fearful to express his emotions. She had sought a new guardian knight, which might have led him to feel despondent enough to leave the Black Moon Kingdom, the land he adored. Megana felt a sense of satisfaction with her meticulous reasoning. She believed she had uncovered the truth of the matter. As a princess accustomed to a life of luxury and high status, she had developed a rather capricious demeanor. Even the maids and lower-ranked officials regarded her with trepidation. Only in Gao Wei's eyes was there a glimmer of indulgence, as if his gaze could contain only her. What else could that be if not affection? Perhaps he was currently in some corner of the Black Moon Castle, awaiting her change of heart so he might return to her side. Realizing that she could not afford to lose Gao Wei, Megana's expression shifted several times. "Butler, Your Highness, is there something you wish for me to do?" Megana had intended to request that he search for Gao Wei in the royal city, but the words caught in her throat transformed into, "Never mind, it's nothing." She had done nothing wrong. It was merely that her father had chosen the more talented Nolan. What did that have to do with her? Why should Gao Wei be upset? If he truly cared for her, should he not strive to become a renowned and powerful knight, achieving great feats and boldly declaring his love for her? At the very least, he ought to aspire to the rank of a 7th-level warrior, should he not? He could become the youngest duke through his accomplishments, proving himself worthy. Yet, at the age of 20, Gao Wei remained a mere 2nd-level warrior. Absent any extraordinary opportunity, he might never reach the 5th-level knight status in his lifetime. What right did such a person have to stand by her side? It was merely a minor shift in her life, one she believed she could surely overcome. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she ultimately remained silent. Megana rubbed her temples, preparing to return to her quarters for some well-deserved rest when the sound of an argument erupted from outside. "Where's Knight Gao Wei? The time we agreed upon has passed a full 3 days. Why has he not yet arrived at the Royal Knight training camp? Has something urgent occurred?" The voice outside belonged to Sagmo, the captain of the Royal Knights, who, having not seen Gao Wei for an extended period, felt compelled to seek him out personally. The guards attempting to restrain him could only offer bitter smiles. "Esteemed captain, Knight Gao Wei is no longer here." Upon hearing this, Sagmo's voice rose an octave. "Impossible. Everyone knows that Knight Gao Wei cares most for Her Highness the Princess. How could he truly leave? If something unavoidable has happened and he is in distress, please inform me. Perhaps I can assist. After all, the Royal Knights have greatly benefited from his support." The guards were at a loss, wanting to remind him that Megana was present in the room, and their conversation would be overheard. However, before he could speak, Megana had already opened the door. With a frosty expression, she regarded Sagmo and asked, "Sagmo, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Megana, Sagmo was instantly rendered speechless. He seemed to have just uttered something quite remarkable. If this were to reach Megana's ears, Gao Wei might find himself unjustly accused of betrayal. After all, it is evident to everyone that Gao Wei harbors deep affections for Her Highness. "Your Highness, I may have spoken out of turn earlier. I beg you to forgive my indiscretion." Chapter 8. Captain of the Knights, are you sharing a rather novel jest? Esteemed Megana, I did not intend to intrude. It is merely that my comrades have encountered some challenges in their training of combat energy. I believe that if Knight Gao Wei were present, he could assist them in overcoming their obstacles more swiftly. Speaking of which, Your Highness, your discerning eye is commendable. You have indeed found such an exceptionally talented knight to serve as a guardian. Despite Gao Wei being merely a 2nd-tier knight, his understanding of combat energy surpasses that of any member of our order. As Sagmo began to extol Gao Wei's virtues, he could not contain his admiration. Gao Wei has truly been a tremendous aid to them. Though he is but a humble 2nd-tier combat warrior, his insight into combat energy is of a significantly higher caliber. It is precisely because of Gao Wei's presence that the overall proficiency of the Royal Knights has seen a remarkable enhancement. He spoke with earnestness, oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Megana's face. After a lengthy discourse, Sagmo finally sensed something amiss. His extensive conversation in Megana's presence was evidently aimed at elevating Gao Wei's significance before her. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Gao Wei's company, it was clear to any discerning observer that Gao Wei harbored feelings for Princess Megana, despite the insurmountable chasm between their statuses. Sagmo believed that all it took was a single opportunity for the previously unremarkable Gao Wei to achieve greatness, possibly even rivaling the Nameless Knight. As for Princess Megana, she remained silent, lost in thought, until Sagmo's voice broke her reverie. What Gao Wei can accomplish, Norland surely can as well. If there are issues, seek him out. Upon uttering these words, Megana felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. She instinctively questioned whether the leader of the Royal Knights had lost his wits. What insight could a mere 2nd-level warrior possess to advise a 6th-level warrior? After she departed, Sagmo was left bewildered, exchanging perplexed glances with a few guards. Had he spoken out of turn? What if he had inadvertently harmed Gao Wei? Galway had treated them with such kindness. If this misstep backfired, the consequences would be dire. Guilt swelled within Sagmo. However, who was Norlin? One of the guards, seemingly unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. Captain, Galway has departed. As you know, the newly arrived Lord Norlin has taken Galway's place as the new Guardian Knight. Galway is no longer the glorious knight he once was. He may have become an adventurer. Sagmo stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. What? My brother Galway is gone. Just like that, you say he is no longer here? Are the royals truly so foolish? Even I, a 6th-level warrior, recognize Galway's value. How can they not? He pondered if their inbreeding had clouded their judgment. Yet, it was not entirely his fault for being unaware of this development. During Norlin's investiture, he had been preoccupied with absorbing Galway's teachings and thus remained oblivious. I must see His Majesty. Sagmo finally reacted. Regardless of the reasons behind Galway's departure, he could not allow him to leave the Black Moon Kingdom unchallenged. Losing Galway would be akin to the West losing Jerusalem, or the 3D Zone losing Tifa, an unbearable loss for their kingdom. As for Norlin, he dismissed him entirely, firmly believing that no one could comprehend battle aura better than Galway. Even the Sword Saint would pale in comparison. The captain of the Royal Knights, having left Morgana's side, hurried to meet his sovereign. The king, currently irked by diplomatic issues, was somewhat irritated. However, upon seeing his Royal Knight commander, he managed to muster a semblance of good humor. Your Majesty, where is Galway? The captain's urgent inquiry swiftly extinguished the king's fleeting good mood. Seeing the captain in such a frenzy, he had expected a matter of great importance. Yet the first words spoken were regarding a mere 2nd-level warrior? If you have nothing pressing, I suggest you focus on your training instead of wasting time here, the king remarked. Sagmo, I hope you sought me for something of greater significance, not merely to disturb your sovereign over a trivial 2nd-level knight. But your Majesty, Galway is truly exceptional. His presence has strengthened our royal knights beyond measure. We cannot afford to lose him, otherwise you will surely regret it. The king's patience waned. With a stoic expression, he replied, This world continues to turn regardless of who is lost. I fail to comprehend why you would utter such absurdities. What assistance could a 2nd-level warrior possibly provide to a 6th-level one? Are you jesting? Did you not train before Galway's arrival? As the kingdom's sword and shield, I implore you to invest your energy in honing your battle aura rather than squander time on a mere 2nd-level warrior. Moreover, he is no longer the glorious knight of the Black Moon Kingdom. I have stripped him of his title. Furthermore, Knight Norlin is a superior warrior compared to Galway. Should you have any issues, seek him out. I am confident he can achieve what Galway could do, and perhaps even surpass him. The knight commander fell silent, having come to the profound realization that no amount of persuasion would sway the monarch before him. A sense of melancholic sympathy welled up within him, akin to the sorrow felt when a rabbit dies and a fox mourns. Such an exceptional high-dimensional knight could be cast aside as if he were a mere wreck. Those in positions of power within the royal court, having resided in their lofty stations for too long, have grown indifferent even towards remarkable talents. If only a little more time were granted to this high-dimensional knight, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable knight in the entire Black Moon Kingdom. He fell silent for a moment and performed a proper knightly bow before the king before him. Perhaps this was indeed the most favorable outcome for Galway. The diminutive kingdom of the Black Moon had no necessity for his fealty. They are unworthy. Sad man, already overwhelmed with diplomatic affairs concerning the Thorned Kingdom, finally lost what little patience he had left upon hearing that his knight commander sought him out for a mere secondary knight. Were it not for the fact that Sagmo was his most capable knight, he would have been banished long ago. The officials he dispatched have already begun negotiations with the bureaucrats of the Thorn Kingdom, and it is believed that good news will soon follow. Chapter 9. Who does not admire the illustrious Sword Saint, Galway? This was once the humble Galway, seated in a bustling tavern filled with adventurers and city guards seeking leisure. For merely 5 copper coins, one could procure a generous mug of ale. And with just an additional couple of silver coins, a hearty meal of satisfying meat could be enjoyed. Naturally, it is primarily the adventurers and city guards who frequent this establishment, although one might occasionally spot a hunter or a farmer or two. Their expenditures are typically not as extravagant as those of adventurers. Most merely seek to enjoy a pint of ale to unwind from the fatigue of a long day. Galway sat in the corner, by the window, where he could gaze out at the rather unremarkable street. Before him lay a mug of ale and a beautifully roasted rabbit, the entirety costing him over a silver coin. It had been quite some time since Highway had visited such an establishment, yet he found himself rather fond of the ambience. The inebriated adventurers boasted loudly of their exploits, while the bards, caught in a merry spirit, played enchanting melodies. The tavern was suffused with a joyful atmosphere. At that moment, the arrival of a down-and-out sorcerer who could part with 9 copper coins would only enhance the merriment. "Is this seat taken? Would you mind if I joined you?" A gentle voice interrupted Highway's reverie. He snapped back to reality, noticing a woman clad in a flowing gray robe. Although her hood obscured much of her face, the glimpse of her delicate features revealed an undeniable beauty, one that seemed oddly familiar. Highway instinctively glanced at the 2 armored female knights standing beside her, and the once boisterous tavern fell into a hushed silence. Many patrons turned their attention towards him, eager for a spectacle. "Angelica?" Highway softly uttered, quickly recognizing her. With a light laugh, Angelica removed her hood. Her lustrous silver hair cascaded gracefully, the sunlight illuminating her cheeks as she playfully tucked a strand behind her ear, revealing her alabaster neck. In mere moments, it seemed the tavern had completely disregarded the commotion at their table. To avoid undue attention, Angelica cast a subtle cognitive barrier spell upon the onlookers. As an 8th-level archmage, she merely had to part her crimson lips to render those devoid of magic utterly oblivious to their presence. Relishing this rare reunion, Angelica was determined not to let anyone intrude upon their moment. "It has been a long time, Highway. You don't appear surprised to see me here." Highway offered a slight smile, taking a casual sip from his mug of ale. "This is Thorn Kingdom. What could possibly escape the notice of the Thorn Queen? Besides, I had no intention of concealing my whereabouts." Though he was reuniting with an old friend, Highway did not share Angelica's exuberance. "What are your plans moving forward?" she inquired, unfazed by his demeanor. "I suppose I must first seek an opportunity to transcend to the Sword Saint level. I am searching for my mentor, Dilla. Do you have any news of him?" Angelica's expression shifted to one of surprise. When they last parted, Highway was merely an 8th-level warrior. She had not anticipated his rapid advancement towards Sword Saint status. Historically, the youngest to achieve such a rank was at least 40 years of age, while Highway was barely 20 this year. Such prodigious talent and cultivation would undoubtedly leave many in awe. The title of Sword Saint represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this continent, each individual a strategic powerhouse. Currently, the 5 known Sword Saints had tacitly agreed to refrain from engaging in conflicts between nations. They're undeniably formidable. Any one of them could rival a legion of thousands. Armed to the teeth with elite warriors, the Sword Saint Durrell is likely near the Lafii Snow Mountain, and it appears he has recently taken on a new disciple. Naturally, the whereabouts of the Sword Saint are no secret to the Thorn Queen, who straightforwardly disclosed this information to Gao Wei. "Thank you," Gao Wei murmured softly. A gentle hue flickered in Angelica's eyes as she spoke in a soothing tone. "Now that you've departed from the Black Moon Kingdom, I assume you shall not return?" Her words were laced with caution and an air of inquiry. Upon hearing the Queen's deliberately inflected tone, the 2 female knights were taken aback. Is this truly their queen? Who has invaded her body? They wish for the intruder to vacate her form. "No," Gao Wei replied tersely, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Angelica felt a voice within her heart rejoicing. "What are your plans after surpassing the Sword Saint?" "Well, I suppose I will continue with alchemy. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly pressing I wish to pursue." Gao Wei lacked for nothing. He possessed strength, wealth, and abundance, and power was easily within his grasp. If he chose to reveal his strength and identity, he would be a welcome guest in any kingdom. Indeed, should he wish to establish himself as a king, the financial backing of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce could effortlessly support the creation of a realm. However, he had no such aspirations at present. Kingship is a burdensome endeavor, and he preferred to devote more time to alchemy, which aligned more closely with his desires. "Will you remain in the Thorn Court to rule alongside me?" Even as a queen, Angelica expended nearly all her courage to utter these words. With her beauty, strength, and power, it was evident that most men across the continent would bow before her. Yet, it was clear that Gao Wei was not among this majority. The 2 loyal female knights were utterly astonished by their queen's declaration. Typically aloof and unapproachable, how could the queen appear so smitten in front of this man? Together to rule? Is that even a rational notion? They had previously been unaware that their queen harbored such romantic inclinations. Yet, upon reflection, they understood. This man was on the verge of becoming a Sword Saint, a strategic powerhouse capable of enticing any major faction to court his alliance. Gao Wei fell silent, beginning to grasp her sentiments. It seemed that Angelica harbored feelings for him. Angelica was remarkable and had spent considerable time with him, affording her a deep understanding of his character. He had always regarded the other person as a splendid teammate and a dear friend, but never as a romantic interest. More crucially, he had recently emerged from a previous relationship, leaving him uncertain whether this beautiful woman was enamored with his prowess or with him as an individual. Everyone admired the aspiring sword saint, Gao Wei, yet who would cherish the man who once struggled in the slums? Just as a second-tier battle chi warrior like Gao Wei could be effortlessly supplanted by a fifth-tier battle chi warrior like Nolan. Chapter 10, Gao Wei's indifference does not equate to Angelica's. The rabbit meat here is rather delectable. Would you care to try some? Gao Wei's response was tangential, causing Angelica's bright eyes to gradually dim. Her light red gaze lowered, yet she quickly regained her composure. She was not one to surrender easily. If trying was what it took, then she would do just that. With a flourish, Angelica moved the plate in front of Gao Wei to her own side, carefully spearing a small morsel of meat with her iron fork and placing it delicately into her mouth, unperturbed that it had previously been touched by Gao Wei. He was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by Angelica's unexpected gesture. He refrained from uttering another word, and the two idled away the afternoon in the tavern. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two loyal knighesses felt compelled to remind Angelica, "My queen, I believe it is time for us to return. The minister has been waiting for us outside the tavern for 2 hours." As she spoke, she carefully observed Angelica's demeanor, evidently wary of inciting the ire of their lovesick sovereign. A flicker of displeasure crossed Angelica's face but was quickly suppressed. In the Thorn Court, she was an unyielding monarch. However, in the presence of Gao Wei, she wished to conceal such a visage. It was akin to a great gray wolf fearing that it might scare away a little white rabbit. Just a little longer. Although the knight had mentioned that the minister had been waiting for quite some time, the joy of reunion made Angelica desire to linger with Gao Wei. Thus, the knightess turned a plea-filled gaze towards Gao Wei, who, with a hint of resignation, shook his head and said, "Angelica, you are the queen of the Thorn Court. You must hold your subjects in your heart. I shall likely remain in the Thorn Court for the foreseeable future. I believe we still have ample time to reminisce." Indeed. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, Angelica's face lit up with joy. "Then it is settled. We must not break our promise." Like a child who has received a sweet treat, her countenance radiated delight. After casting a lingering glance at Gao Wei, Angelica donned her hood once more and, as she reached the tavern's entrance, turned back to wave at him. The accompanying knightess placed a hand upon her chest and bowed in gratitude for Gao Wei's words, which had curbed their queen's capriciousness. Gao Wei remained silent, his tranquil gaze directed out the window. He seems to lack nothing yet possesses nothing at all. Emerging from the tavern, Angelica appeared to be in relatively good spirits. She turned to the waiting official, who had been lingering for some time, and spoke first. "Go on. What is it that you wish to discuss?" The official, clutching a bundle of parchment, adjusted her glasses and followed Angelica, reporting, "Your Majesty, during your absence, there have been no incidents in the royal city. However, a diplomatic affair requires your personal attention. King Sadman of the Black Moon Kingdom has extended an invitation for a meeting to discuss matters of alliance and tariffs." Upon hearing that Sadman sought her presence, Angelica was not particularly surprised. The Black Moon Kingdom had always been inferior to the Thorn Royal Court in terms of power and territory, and their alliances were typically one-sided, benefiting only the Black Moon. This was a matter known to very few, as Angelica was merely preserving the dignity of the higher realm. Sadman likely believed that his unique charisma had compelled a nation many times stronger than his own to offer assistance, were it not for the existence of the higher realm. The Black Moon Kingdom would not have even merited a glance from Angelica. With the departure of the higher realm, Angelica had no intention of offering any cordiality to them. Moreover, Sadman appeared utterly devoid of intelligence, having spurned the considerable backing of the higher realm in favor of a fifth-tier warrior. To say he was blind to opportunity would be a disservice to the term. This was only the beginning. When the little cat girl from the Mandala Merchant Guild learned of this, she would undoubtedly be furious, rendering any future dealings between the Black Moon Kingdom and the Mandala Merchant Guild impossible. Other merchants, large and small, would also steer clear of the Black Moon Kingdom to avoid incurring the wrath of the Mandala Guild. Additionally, the Alchemy Association would surely exert significant pressure on the Black Moon Kingdom. Should the Beastmen make a resurgence at this time, the Black Moon Kingdom would face the very real risk of annihilation. If only the Wolfmen would come to reap the harvest this winter. Reflecting on this, she calmly addressed the official, "No need to concern yourself with that. By the way, relay a message to the Wolfmen. The Nameless Knight has left the Black Moon Kingdom. The higher realm may feel that all their actions were voluntary and that being abandoned was inconsequential." However, Angelica held a different perspective. Anyone who bullied the higher realm in her presence would have to pay the appropriate price. As the queen of the Thorn Royal Court, She possessed ample means to deal with the Black Moon Kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty, the official replied, swiftly pinning down the instructions on the parchment. Meanwhile, at the Royal Knight training grounds of the Black Moon Kingdom, the day's training had just concluded. Knights gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Is it true that the Nameless Knight has truly left? One expressed disbelief, as if hearing something utterly preposterous. It's absolutely true, not long ago. The newly arrived Nolan Knight completed his knighthood ceremony, and it is said that he was a student of the Nameless Knight. A chuckle escaped another knight. Royalty really is as foolish as ever. Just as he prepared to utter some irreverent remarks, he was silenced by a glare from the captain. He promptly shut his mouth, yet his face still bore an expression of indignation. There was little they could do. Most of these knights had received assistance from the enigmatic High Dimension. With guidance in their combat training, each knight had seen a substantial enhancement in their abilities, elevating their prowess by at least one level. The High Dimension, with a benevolent demeanor, forged camaraderie with them, appearing more like a brother than merely a guardian knight of the princess. Now that High Dimension was being mistreated, they felt utterly powerless, which was profoundly frustrating. This was the nature of the royal court. They readily cast aside those who had devoted themselves to serving the crown in favor of someone perceived as superior. Today it was High Dimension. Tomorrow, would it not be their turn? Who would dare to serve them with unwavering loyalty? Captain Sagmo had remained silent, as he was typically the staunchest supporter of the royal family. After all, the first lesson for a knight is loyalty. However, the plight of High Dimension had shaken his convictions. Eventually, he spoke, suggesting, "Let us all take a day's respite tomorrow, to search for our brother High Dimension in the royal city. I believe he has not yet departed from the kingdom." High Dimension had aided them immensely, thus, it was only fitting that they endeavor to assist him in return. The impetus for seeking High Dimension stemmed from the knight's concern that he might struggle to cope with such a staggering emotional upheaval. Surely, he was feeling despondent at present. This was precisely the moment when a true friend ought to accompany him to a tavern for a drink. Ale has a remarkable way of soothing the spirit, and if one cup was insufficient, then two would surely suffice. Sagmo had already devised a strategy to comfort High Dimension, but after a full day of searching, their efforts yielded naught. It was as if High Dimension had suddenly evaporated from the Black Moon Kingdom. Ultimately, a comrade discovered that High Dimension had visited the Mandala Trading Company to procure a griffin and had since departed the capital. Upon hearing this news, Sagmo felt an immediate sense of relief. High Dimension was not the type to be undone by trivial matters. He knew him to be resilient and kind, a man of integrity possessing a profound understanding of combat. He was destined to become a figure of great renown, perhaps even rivaling the Sword Saint. Leaving the Black Moon City might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events, allowing him to pursue his aspirations. Moreover, the knowledge that High Dimension had acquired a griffin illuminated Sagmo's understanding of him as a complex individual, revealing that the Black Moon Kingdom had missed a significant opportunity. A knight's annual salary barely amounted to a few hundred gold coins, while a griffin commanded a price of 300,000 gold coins. How long must he endure starvation and thirst to acquire a griffin? Unless one hails from a prestigious lineage of higher dimensions, supported by the profound heritage of their family. Such an endeavor is utterly unattainable. Although he was already aware of the extraordinary nature of the higher dimensions, they appear to be even more enigmatic than he had anticipated. This is a staggering sum of 300,000 gold coins. He has envisioned that Gao Wei is actually a prince of a grand kingdom who has stealthily escaped and, upon encountering Princess Majana, has fallen irrevocably in love, thus choosing to remain by her side as a devoted knight. Now that Gao Wei has departed, let us refrain from disturbing him further. The way Gao Wei has treated us is well known, and I trust that today's events will remain sealed within your hearts. Let us not speak of Gao Wei's acquisition of the griffin. As Sagmo's words faded, several knights chimed in. "Chief, did we not just enjoy a meal at the Looming Tavern today? Have you perhaps indulged a bit too much?" Laughter erupted, and Sagmo couldn't help but smile knowingly. He raised his gaze to the sky, silently sighing, hoping that his esteemed brother in the higher dimensions was faring well. For several consecutive days, Sadman had been unable to arrange a meeting with Angelica, which only exacerbated his already frayed nerves. His subordinates and servants were all in a state of trepidation, fearful that their actions might draw the ire of Sadman. Seated upon his throne, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He was troubled by the affairs of the Thorn Court that had turned his hair gray. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there was a glimmer of good news. The announcement that Nolan had ascended to the rank of a 6th-level battle mage was indeed a rare beacon of hope. A 6th-level battle mage was akin to a pillar of strength, and in a nation of merely 10 million souls, Having one was an extraordinary achievement. The more top-tier combatants there were, the greater the kingdom's influence would be. Thus, Sadman summoned the Knight of Guardianship. "Sir Nolan," he began, "I have heard of your successful elevation to the 6th level of battle magic. It brings me great solace." Nolan placed one hand upon his chest. Bowing respectfully in a knightly salute, "This is largely due to your majesty's nurturing and trust." Nolan had come to the Black Moon Kingdom to become a guardian knight, primarily inspired by the tales of the Nameless Knight. Although the Nameless Knight's prowess remained shrouded in mystery, he had single-handedly vanquished 2 8th-level beast warriors in a battle against the orcs, thus earning his renown. Nolan had arrived with the aspiration of learning from such a formidable figure, hoping that even a modicum of guidance would suffice. He is undoubtedly capable of advancing further along the path of a martial warrior. In the future, while reaching the realm of the Nameless Knight may be ambitious, attaining the 7th or even 8th level would greatly benefit him. This is precisely why he falsely claims to be a student of the Nameless Knight, in hopes of attracting the knight's attention. In his understanding, the fact that this Nameless Knight is willing to stand up for the Black Moon Kingdom in its time of peril indicates a profound emotional connection to the realm. Once he arrives in the Black Moon Kingdom, he is certain he will have the opportunity to meet this legendary figure. Otherwise, the kingdom's stature alone would not compel him to offer his allegiance. "Since you have become a level 6 martial warrior, I shall bestow upon you the honor of knighthood and appoint you as the vice-captain of the Royal Knights." Sadman's intention was straightforward. Now that Nolan has attained the status of a level 6 knight, it would be entirely adequate for him to assist in training the knights under his command. This would undoubtedly expedite the enhancement of their combat prowess. In actuality, the overall strength of the Royal Knights has inexplicably surged in recent years. Each member has improved by at least 1 or even 2 levels. Should this trend continue, it is plausible that their nation will soon witness the emergence of numerous formidable warriors at levels 7 and 8. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nolan readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. He had been in this place for some time and had yet to uncover any information regarding the Nameless Knight. Gaining entry into the Royal Knights might indeed lead him to discover some clues about this elusive figure. Through his investigations, he has noticed something peculiar about the knight's sudden rise in strength. Those knights who once displayed mediocre talent have inexplicably received assistance from an unknown source, enabling them to elevate their levels significantly in just a few short years. Nolan was skeptical that such developments were devoid of ulterior motives. Sadman nodded in satisfaction. If given more time, once the strength of his knights has sufficiently increased, he would no longer need to worry about the diplomatic relations with the Thorn Court. In this world, strength is paramount. As long as he possesses formidable power, even the Queen of the Thorn Court would regard them with newfound respect. Although the sudden shift in the Thorn Queen's demeanor was perplexing, he remained confident that with a little more time, he could confront whatever challenges lay ahead. His only concern was the wolves. With winter fast approaching, if they lacked sufficient food to survive the season, they would undoubtedly venture into the vicinity of the Black Moon Kingdom. The Nameless Knight had taught them a harsh lesson, which had tempered their aggression considerably. Without that intervention, the wolves would not be so easily placated. As long as they refrained from any major disruptions, he thought to himself, he could manage. Chapter 12. Whose graduation project is dragon slaying? Grip the sword tightly. Can you not endure after just 2 hours? Reflect on why you are learning swordsmanship. I have repeatedly told you that the hilt is an extension of your body. Your strikes must be as fierce as thunder, even when facing a dragon. You must never release your sword. Amidst a snow-covered mountain range, a red-haired man sternly reprimanded a young swordsman. The young warrior's arms trembled slightly. The biting cold and the prolonged posture of wielding the sword had nearly pushed his body to its limits. He clenched his teeth, the surrounding scenery seemingly transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, and his vision began to blur. A voice deep within urged him not to surrender. He aspired to become the most formidable sword saint in the far north, powerful enough to protect all that he cherished. Uncertain whether it was due to standing for too long, he thought he glimpsed a figure in the snow ahead, slowly approaching them. Yet, it soon became evident that this was no mere illusion, for his master, Dulu, was also fixated on the distant silhouette, exuding an aura that suggested he was facing a formidable adversary. A presence capable of instilling such a sense of dread in Master Dulu? A feeling of absurdity welled up within Mykir. His master was a sword saint, in this continent, apart from the exalted dragons. Only a handful could evoke such intensity from him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted near his ear, and Mykir felt a powerful gust sweep past him. In the blink of an eye, his master Dulu had already appeared 100 meters away. His entire being radiated an aura of battle energy. Resembling a deity bathed in golden light, evoking an instinctive sense of reverence. Thud. The figure opposite him, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of battle energy. Their formidable forms colliding with a force akin to that of divine beings. In an instant, the earth trembled beneath them. The residual waves of their energy unveiled the true visage of the surrounding snowy landscape, as snowflakes danced through the air, and Michael felt as though the apocalypse was nigh. With a swift whoosh, the iron sword that had been embedded in the ground was suddenly lifted, as if endowed with sentience, soaring towards Dulu. In a mere breath, the air crackled with energy, and the two had exchanged numerous strikes. Michael remained bewildered, following his teacher Dulu as he always did, when unexpectedly, a swordsman of equal prowess to Dulu appeared, engaging in an intense battle amidst the snow. He did not lower the sword in his hand. At this moment, the fatigue of his body seemed to have completely faded, leaving only the striking silhouettes of two formidable figures locked in combat. He had already attained the rank of a level 4 warrior, possessing a reasonable comprehension of the art of combat. Yet, during the clash between the two, he found himself unable to discern even the swift movements of their swords. After a brief moment, it seemed he finally grasped the situation. "Teacher, allow me to assist you." Although Mykir was merely a level 4 warrior, as a student of Dulu, he resolutely raised his longsword to strike at the formidable foe, fully aware that he was not meant to intervene in such a battle. Before he could take more than a few steps, an immense force sent him tumbling through the snow. The biting cold of the snowflakes brushed against his bare skin, sending a shiver deep into his being, only to swiftly transform into an even more fervent heat. "Teacher, is this your newly accepted student?" In the next instant, the young man removed his hood, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage, as if the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired had never occurred at all. Mykir stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to comprehend the astonishing events unfolding before him. He heard a voice, one that could contend with Teacher Dulu, calling out, "Teacher?" Indeed, there was a hint of spirited defiance, though it seemed his intellect was somewhat lacking. At that moment, Dulu and Galway stood side by side, observing the disheveled Mykir, whose tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. This child possessed a good heart, seeing his teacher engaged in a conflict with a stranger. He courageously brandished his long sword and rushed forward, displaying some valor. Yet, he failed to consider whether a mere 4th-level knight could truly involve himself in a battle of such magnitude as that of a sword saint. If Galway were indeed his adversary, his approach would be tantamount to delivering himself as a gift. Beyond merely complicating matters for himself, it would serve little purpose. Galway smiled faintly and extended his hand toward the slumped Mykir on the ground. "Junior, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Huh?" Mykir, taken aback, instinctively replied before regaining his senses, only to find himself pulled upright by Galway. This man, seemingly of a similar age, was indeed a student of Teacher Dulu. It appeared he was even a senior. "Galway Gatun, my 3rd student, and a warrior whose prowess is infinitely close to that of a sword saint," Dulu's voice echoed, plunging Mykir into a new state of astonishment. He was indeed aware that his teacher, Dulu, had 3 students, 2 of whom he had already encountered. Both were level 7 and level 8 martial warriors. However, this 3rd senior was someone he was meeting for the first time, though the name was not unfamiliar to him. Each time he fell short of his teacher's expectations during training, the name Galway would invariably surface in the admonitions directed at him. This frequently left Mykir feeling quite indignant. His first thought was one of indignation. Why should this be the case? If the teacher were to reprimand him using the 2 formidable seniors, he would not harbor any resentment. Whenever inquired about the level of this 3rd student, Dulu was always reluctant to elaborate. Now, having finally encountered the person in question, he truly grasped the profound disparity that exists between individuals, a gap even wider than that between man and dog. With a soft sigh, he resigned himself to the reality of having such an immensely powerful senior. Galway, after a period of absence, had evidently made significant strides in his abilities and was nearing a breakthrough to becoming a sword saint. Previously, when he had set off to the kingdom of the Black Moon to serve as a guardian knight, Dulu had worried that this endeavor might hinder his cultivation of battle chi. Now, witnessing his accomplishments, the teacher felt reassured. The 3 gathered around the campfire, where freshly caught rabbits were sizzling on the flames. Galway was Dulu's most esteemed pupil, having started his training in battle chi and swordsmanship at the tender age of 6. By the age of 10, he had already attained the rank of a level 6 battle chi warrior. Such prodigious talent was unprecedented in the annals of the continent's history. Should Galway successfully transcend to the rank of sword saint, he would become the youngest sword saint in the land, a remarkable genius who happened to be Dulu's student. The mere thought filled him with joy. This was far more exhilarating than achieving the same rank himself, and he could hardly wait to boast to his old acquaintances, knowing they would have to bow their heads in humility. This visit to his teacher was also to seek an opportunity to break through to Sword Saint. He sensed that his battle chi had reached an impasse, as if something essential was lacking to facilitate his advancement. Dulla closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He deduced that what he truly needed was a life-and-death battle. One's potential can only be fully realized amidst the throes of life and death. Your talent is remarkable. Arguably the finest battle chi warrior the teacher has ever encountered. While your exceptional gifts enable rapid advancement, they may also deprive you of a deeper understanding of the sword and the nuances of combat. He tore off a rabbit's leg and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before proclaiming, "Go slay a dragon, to serve as your final lesson before graduation." Chapter 13. He had departed. Was this not your choice, idol? After bidding farewell to his mentor, Duru, Gao Wei resumed his journey. The teacher had little left to impart, and with a sense of pride, Dura patted his shoulder, declaring him to be his most esteemed student. He imparted all his swordsmanship and understanding of battle aura throughout his life to Gao Wei, who has now surpassed him in the comprehension of these arts. Presently, Gao Wei merely lacks an opportunity to transcend himself and can thus become the most formidable warrior on this continent. As for dragon slaying, the crunch of his leather boots echoed against the snow as he traversed the boundless expanse of white, leaving behind a long trail of footprints that were quickly buried by the swirling snow and wind. Gao Wei was not devoid of experience in slaying dragons. He had once vanquished an adult red dragon alongside the members of the Thorn Adventurers team. Memories surged forth. The Thorn Adventurers team had consisted of 4 members. He was the captain, Angelica served as the team sorceress, accompanied by a drunken cleric and a catgirl adept in assassination. 3 years ago, feeling weary of the adventurer's life, he disbanded the Thorn team. Now they were scattered across the lands, with the fiery sorceress now reigning as the queen of the Thorn Kingdom, the drunken cleric having ascended to the position of archbishop in the Church of Light, and the catgirl becoming the deputy chairman of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce. They were once the most elite adventurer team on the continent. If the strength of the 4 were to unite, vanquishing a dragon would pose no challenge. Yet now, relying solely on his own capabilities seems somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, Gao Wei is determined to give it a try. Before confronting the formidable dragonkin, he must first acquire a suitable weapon. The scales of dragons are exceedingly tough, rendering ordinary weapons inadequate to withstand their immense fighting spirit. At the very least, the weapon must be crafted from rare metals such as mithril or mountain copper. Perhaps he could return to the Mandala Trading Company to consult with the catgirl. Aside from the Mandala Trading Company, procuring such a weapon would not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Black Moon, the atmosphere has grown rather oppressive. The barrage of ill tidings has left King Sadman feeling particularly cursed by fate. A series of unfortunate events has recently unfolded. First, the Thorn Royal Court inexplicably opposed them, followed by the Mandala Trading Company's rejection of his loan proposal. The Mandala Trading Company, in addition to its commercial endeavors, also engages in some lending activities. Those who can secure loans from the Mandala Trading Company are mostly nobles or members of the royal family, with interest rates that are not negligible. Yet they can indeed alleviate pressing financial woes. This was not the first time he had engaged with the Mandala Trading Company. Previously, every attempt to borrow money from them had encountered no obstacles, but this time he was met with refusal. This left Sadman utterly perplexed. The prowess of the Mandala Trading Company was beyond question. No one dared to borrow their money without the intention of repaying it. The president possessed remarkable influence. Even the surface-level power displayed was sufficient to dissuade those contemplating the role of a defaulter. They possess a merchant guard with a constant strength exceeding 100,000. Among them, more than 100 are 5th-tier chi warriors, and there are 2 sword saints who serve as guest elders of the Mandala Trading Company. Additionally, 2 10th-tier archmages are rumored to have close ties with the Light Church. Who knows what hidden influences they might also harbor? In any case, both adventurer parties and assassin guilds refuse to accept any contracts related to the Mandala Trading Company, regardless of the amount of gold offered. Nonetheless, Sadman has no intention of defaulting on his debts. If the day comes when he cannot repay, he can always offer land and populace as collateral, can he not? Presently, lacking gold, Sadman finds himself unable to procure new equipment to defend against the potential onslaught of lycanthropes. Perhaps he could consider trading some of his collections, those silver and gold artifacts, or the exquisite oil paintings by renowned artists, as well as the various monster materials stored in his warehouse. When cultivating chi, One should circulate it throughout the body. Any blockages indicate areas that require repeated qi reinforcement. When the qi can flow freely and unobstructedly, one may step into a new realm. The Royal Knights are engaged in their daily training, and when Nolan, who had come to impart knowledge, heard Sagmo's remarks, his eyes widened in surprise. Was there truly such a perspective? Previously, he had always believed that a smooth breakthrough would occur only after achieving perfect qi. Never contemplating the notion of using qi to repeatedly wash away blockages, this revelation utterly transformed his understanding of cultivation. Although he was meant to teach, he came with a desire to learn, as these knights belonged to the Black Moon Kingdom and might have been instructed by the Nameless Knight. To advance further, he had entered the Black Moon Kingdom to become a guardian knight. Compared to remaining beside that headstrong princess, Nolan preferred the sensation of navigating the vast ocean of knowledge. After instructing the knights under his command to continue their qi training, Nolan seized the opportunity to approach Sagmo. Captain Sagmo, did this theory of qi cultivation originate from that Nameless Knight? He directly broached the subject, causing Sagmo to furrow his brow. Sagmo harbored no fondness for the man before him. The mere thought that such an individual had supplanted his esteemed brother from a higher dimension left him feeling profoundly unsettled. How could this shabby figure, with his unkempt beard and mere rank of a fifth-level fighter at over 30 years of age, possibly compare to his distinguished brother? Only the blind fools of the royal court would deem such a person superior. Does this have anything to do with you? Or do you possess a more profound understanding of our energy theory? If so, I would be all ears. Sagmo's words were laced with sarcasm, momentarily silencing Nolan, who was accustomed to being treated with deference. Ever since his arrival in this kingdom, even the king had addressed him politely. Yet this knight commander dared to speak in such a sardonic manner. However, considering the potential connection to the Nameless Knight, a degree of irritation seemed reasonable. Surely you jest. Your comprehension of energy theory is the finest I have ever encountered. Since I am fortunate enough to have learned some, I thought it prudent to inquire whether it was created by that esteemed Nameless Knight. After all, only he could possess such an exquisite understanding of energy knowledge. Nolan's tone brimmed with admiration for the Nameless Knight, as if he had fully transformed into a devoted admirer. This is not the creation of the Nameless Knight, but rather a lesson imparted to us by an ordinary knight. Who is he? Since I have learned his techniques, I should express my gratitude. Nolan felt he was drawing ever closer to the truth. It was highly plausible that the ordinary knight he referred to was the elusive Nameless Knight he had been desperately seeking. Who else could possess such extraordinary insights? Sagmo narrowed his eyes, beginning to suspect whether Nolan was intentionally provoking him. Hasn't that man already been ousted by you? Yet, observing his clear gaze, it seemed he was entirely unaware of the matter. That individual was the former guardian knight of Princess Meghena. He departed the Black Moon Kingdom the day after your award ceremony. Nolan was rendered speechless. What? Chapter 14. Higher Dimensions? How are you here? Sagmo's words left him in a state of bewilderment. Although Nolan was a self-taught energy warrior, he had served as a squire to a 7th-level fighter for 2 years before finally earning the privilege to learn about energy. At the tender age of 17, he ascended to the rank of a 1st-level warrior, and subsequently, he soared through the realm of combat energy, achieving the remarkable status of a 5th-level warrior by the mere age of 33. Now, he has successfully advanced to the 6th level, harboring the grand ambition of attaining the 7th level before reaching 50, thus standing on par with his esteemed mentor. The progression in combat energy is far from a mere arithmetic addition. Upon reaching the 6th level, each subsequent elevation resembles a transcendence of life's very essence. Advancing through each level is akin to scaling the heavens, which elucidates the rarity of sword saints. To expedite this journey, both innate talent and relentless effort are indispensable. This knight, previously unknown to him, possesses such profound comprehension of combat energy. This understanding is nearly comparable to that of a sword saint. Could it be that he is indeed the legendary Nameless Knight? He shook his head, swiftly dismissing the somewhat ludicrous notion. If it were truly him, how could the Nameless Knight possibly content himself with merely being a guardian knight? To put it more graciously, one might call him a guardian knight. To put it less delicately, he would simply be a vassal. Given the prowess displayed by the Nameless Knight, it would be entirely sufficient for him to ascend to the position of a knight commander, or even to attain the rank of a duke. He believes that Sodman is willing to pay such a price to win favor. Therefore, it is highly probable that this knight has some connection with the Nameless Knight. Perhaps he is the true disciple of the Nameless Knight. Nolan feels he has finally uncovered the truth. However, The thought that the other party could no longer serve as a guardian knight due to his actions leaves him feeling utterly dejected, like a frostbitten eggplant. It's over. He has driven away this knight, who may be associated with the Nameless Knight. Captain, may I inquire if you know the whereabouts of that guardian knight? His voice trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sajimo sighed. Who knows? He has long since departed. Do not entertain the thought of seeking him out. Now that you have become Prince Megana's guardian knight, devote yourself dutifully to the royal family. Noticing the reluctance of the other party to dwell on the subject, Nolan refrained from pressing further. He silently etched the name Gao Wei into his memory, determined to find him. For this might be his shortcut to becoming a level 7 Aura warrior. Esteemed President, the royal family of the Black Moon Kingdom has arrived, insisting on an audience with you. In the tidy room, a lovely girl with cat ears tended to her green plants. She was tall and enchanting, possessing a youthful figure that suggested maturity beyond her years. Her tail swayed gently with her movements, indicating that her mood was relatively pleasant. Her name was Doyaphis, the current acting president of the Mandala Trading Company. She frowned slightly, expressing her displeasure. I have mentioned many times, please refer to me as acting president. The merchant reporting to her quickly replied with respect, yes, acting president. As for the royal family of the Black Moon Kingdom, Doyaphis sighed and waved her hand, conceding, very well, I shall attend to them. The royal family from the Black Moon Kingdom was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. If not for the potential repercussions of withdrawing from the Black Moon Kingdom on the Mandala Trading Company, she would have left without a second thought. However, the Mandala Trading Company was entrusted to her care by Gao Wei, and she was resolute in her duty to protect it from harm. Before reaching the trading hall, the raucous voices of the Black Moon royalty could already be heard. Is this your hospitality at the Mandala Trading Company? I have stated clearly that I am not here to borrow money, but to sell goods. Does your company not wish to earn gold coins? The loud prince seemed to have completely abandoned his royal decorum. Fortunately, the guards of the Mandala Trading Company were seasoned, and the hall was devoid of anyone but the royal guests. Prince Marshall was keenly aware of this and attempted to raise his voice to draw Doyaphis' attention. If there had been outsiders present, he would have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Sadman stood silently in the center, showing no intent to quell his son's outburst. Had they not known Doyaphis would be present today, they would not have come in full force. In light of their current predicament, the royal family's dignity had long been cast aside. Megana observed her brother's antics with an expressionless face, contemplating the considerable influence of the Mandala Trading Company's president. After all, with wealth and might, the most powerful trading company on the continent faced no doubts about its strength. The Mandala Trading Company was established to conduct business, and Marshall's loud outbursts were certainly unbecoming of nobility, were they not? Doyaphis' voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Her beauty was undeniable, radiating the essence of spring as she stood there, evoking images of blossoming flowers. Even Marshall's eyes widened in admiration, noticing her son's unrefined behavior. Sadman coughed awkwardly. The Mandala Trading Company is quite busy. Securing an audience with you is no easy feat. Doyaphis, for reasons unknown, had been in the Black Moon Kingdom for some time. Otherwise, she would not have been able to visit in person from other realms. As a ruler, having faced several rebuffs, he could not afford to be embarrassed by failing to meet her again. Thus, he allowed his son to disregard the royal family's dignity entirely. What brings you to me, esteemed king of the Black Moon? If it pertains to borrowing, there is no need to elaborate, with winter approaching. The Mandala Trading Company currently lacks the surplus funds to assist you through this hardship. Sadman's lips twitched. The cat girl had effectively closed off his options with her words, displaying a lack of reason. He briefly outlined his intention to sell goods, yet Doyaphis tactfully declined, citing insufficient funds. However, it was clear to all that this was merely an excuse on her part. He was utterly oblivious to when he had offended Doyaphis, especially since other kingdoms engaged in trade with them without issue. Sadman felt a sense of despair. He was left with no choice but to seek cooperation with other trading houses. He could only hope that, due to the Mandala incident, those various trading houses would not shun them like venomous serpents. As he stepped outside, he heard a voice filled with surprise. Gao Wei? Chapter 15. It had been a long time since they last met. Gao Wei paused for a moment. The voice was so familiar that he did not need to turn his gaze to know it belonged to Megana. She was once the beacon of light in his life, yet had cast him aside as if he were worthless. Your Highness, esteemed princess, what brings you here? Gao Wei's tone was laced with distance and tranquility. Upon hearing the title of esteemed princess, Megana felt a sharp pang in her heart. They had once never referred to each other in such a manner. In moments devoid of others, he would tenderly utter her name, as if she were not the princess of the Black Moon Kingdom, but merely the sister of Gao Wei. It seemed as though they once shared an unforgettable past. Now, he addressed himself as Your Highness, the princess. Sadman merely cast a cold glance at Gao Wei, having completely disregarded the former knight. Marshall, on the other hand, felt a sting of embarrassment for being snubbed by Doyafis. How foolish of the commoners not to bow before royalty. Gao Wei's expression turned frigid, while Morgana opened her mouth as if to speak. Yet, upon realizing that Gao Wei had departed from her, her carefully crafted words dissipated into thin air. Perhaps it was time for her brother to teach this ignorant knight a lesson, to make him understand that remaining by her side was truly the best course of action. She entirely cast aside the memory of her abandonment by Gao Wei. In her emotional turmoil, she forgot that, without Gao Wei, she had struggled to eat properly and had grown accustomed to the maids inadvertently misplacing her belongings. Deep down, she wished to keep Gao Wei near. Even if he could not be a knight, could he not serve her instead? If he truly cared, he would not have left her, would he? Thus, his declarations of unwavering support, regardless of circumstances, felt disingenuous. I am no longer a subject of the Black Moon Kingdom. So what does it matter to me if you belong to the royal family? Gao Wei's tone was laced with indifference, harboring no fondness for this brainless and arrogant prince. In the past, for Morgana's sake, he had tolerated certain things, but now that he was no longer her guardian knight, he would accept none of the burdens that should not rightfully fall upon him. Marshall's face flushed crimson, astonished that Gao Wei would speak to him in such a manner. This was not the first encounter he had with Gao Wei. Usually, Gao Wei presented himself with a humble demeanor, leading him to believe that this so-called guardian knight was nothing extraordinary. What did it matter that he was a second-tier warrior? He was a prince of the Black Moon royal family, the elder brother of Morgana. In the end, Gao Wei was merely a lowly commoner who thrived solely due to the patronage of the Black Moon royal family. Yet, at this moment, Gao Wei's tone brimmed with confidence, as if he regarded the nobility before him with utter disdain. You. Sadman furrowed his brow, while the guard beside him had already drawn his sword, seemingly poised to impart a memorable lesson to Gao Wei. Just as tensions escalated, several guards from the Mandala Merchants Association, clad in gleaming armor, stepped forth. The apparent leader of the group raised his voice. What are you doing? No disturbances allowed at the Mandala Merchants Association. Sadman's expression darkened. It was evident that the Mandala Merchants Association held them in complete disregard. However, what could be done? The Mandala Merchants Association lacked no partners eager to collaborate. Even without the Black Moon Kingdom, numerous other kingdoms awaited the chance to ally with the Mandala Merchants Association. No one would refuse a benefactor possessing both influence and martial prowess. This very strength endowed the Mandala Merchants Association with the audacity to disregard the true rulers of the Black Moon Kingdom. A light patter of footsteps echoed from within the association, the sound of Diaphysi's polished boots creaking against the floor. Sadman gestured for his guards to sheath their weapons. He was not yet prepared to irreparably offend the Mandala Merchants Association. If they were to create trouble for Gao Wei at the association's doorstep today, it would only serve to alienate the Mandala Merchants Association further. Until the situation was entirely clarified, Sadman wished to make one last effort. As this farce appeared on the verge of resolution, Morgana's mood suddenly soured. She had hoped her father and brother would teach Gao Wei a lesson, compelling him to seek her out in desperation. At that moment, she could rightfully bestow upon him a minor reprimand, subsequently keeping him close by her side. However, the developments were veering entirely away from her expectations, plunging her into discontent. Today, I shall grant President Diaphysi a favor, boy. Your luck will not be this favorable next time. You had best vacate the Black Moon Kingdom for good, or I will ensure you learn who truly rules this realm. Yet, in the next moment, Diaphysi performed an act that astonished all present. With brisk steps, Diaphysi approached them, prompting Marshall and Sadman to wonder if she had reconsidered her previous stance. However, Morgana felt otherwise. Her woman's intuition alerted her that this cat girl was heading straight for Gao Wei. She came before the group, and Marshall wore a smug expression, declaring, President Diaphysi, it seems you have indeed regretted your earlier decision. His words caught in his throat, for Diaphysi had entwined her arm with Gao Wei's, exuding an unmistakable intimacy. It has been so long since I've seen you, Gao Wei. Why did you not inform me of your arrival? Marshall was instantly petrified. Diaphysi emanated an exquisite fragrance, a subtle hint of jasmine that lingered even from a distance. The mere thought of embracing such a beautiful and capable woman filled Marshall with the anticipation of immense gratification for his masculine vanity. Yet, The fact that this honor had inexplicably befallen a lowly individual in his eyes left him feeling as though the very foundations of his world had crumbled. He even questioned whether he was still dreaming. After all, how could such absurdity occur if it were not a dream? A knight forsaken by the Black Moon Kingdom was now being embraced by the esteemed president of the Mandala Guild, the object of countless men's desires. Morgana instinctively took a step back, for her ominous premonition had indeed come to pass. From earlier, she had noticed Doyafi's gaze fixated upon Gao Wei, and as she approached, she surmised that her intentions were tied to him. Gao Wei rarely displayed a hint of a smile. It had been quite some time since they last met. Doyafis, how have you fared? Chapter 16. An agreement remembered by only one loses its significance. I believe this is not the place for reminiscing. Let us return home to converse. The joy reflected in Doyafis' eyes seemed genuine, akin to a sky filled with stars. Her heart and mind entirely occupied by the visage of Gao Wei. It was not until Doyafis took Gao Wei's arm and departed that sad man and the others awakened from their stupor. What did they witness? The president of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce was surprisingly close to that lowly individual, Gao Wei. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom the reason behind Gao Wei's intimate relationship with Doyafusi. Just moments ago, Doyafusi had expressed her intention to return home with Gao Wei. Was the Mandala Chamber of Commerce truly their home? It was astonishing to see Doyafusi, who appeared so aloof and noble, secretly involved with a commoner. She dismissed the pursuits of numerous royals and nobles, yet found favor with a mere peasant. Marshall's tone was laced with an unmistakable bitterness. It was evident to all that his disparaging remarks were tinged with envy. To be favored by the president, he would gladly become the king of the Black Moon. Yet, regardless of his jealousy or disdain, Gao Wei had indeed transformed from a mere chicken into a phoenix in an instant. As long as he held significant importance in Doyafusi's heart, he need not look down upon them. At the very least, he could stand on equal footing with them. Today's actions of Doyafusi clearly indicated her affectionate attitude towards Gao Wei. Their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Morgana appeared pallid, as if she had lost something profoundly significant after merely encountering him. Gao Wei had smiled so tenderly, just as he used to with her. Yet this suddenly appearing woman seemed to have gained everything. She instinctively clenched her knuckles, biting her lip, desperately trying to suppress her turbulent emotions. On the other hand, Sadman wore a contemplative expression. Doyafusi's behavior had indeed been rather peculiar. As the most powerful chamber on the continent, the Mandala Chamber had risen to prominence in a short span, achieving a dominant position through impeccable credibility and unprecedented goods. Not to mention the Kingdom of Black Moon. Even the renowned militaristic Nox Empire would grant this president ample respect. However, one matter remained perplexing. Doyafusi had consistently claimed to be the acting president, openly stating that another person held the title of president. This information was well known, yet most did not believe it, considering it merely a fade put forth by the Mandala Chamber. But now, it seemed this news might possess a grain of truth. Could it be that Gao Wei shared a remarkably close bond with the legendary president? Sadman felt a sense of satisfaction with his astute reasoning, convinced he had unraveled the truth. If Gao Wei were indeed the son of that mysterious president, then Doyafusi's actions today would make perfect sense. As for the notion that Gao Wei was the president himself, he had never entertained such a thought. How old was Gao Wei? Barely in his 20s, while the Mandala Chamber had been on the rise for nearly a decade. At 10, Gao Wei would have still been playing in the mud. Given such an impressive background, why would he willingly serve as a knight to a princess? Could it be? He instinctively cast a glance at his daughter, Morgana, whose beauty was undeniably remarkable. Having inherited the exquisite features of her mother, he seemed to have finally grasped the essence of the matter. In his mind, a narrative unfolded, a tale of a young man's unspoken affection for a young woman. Sadman stroked his chin thoughtfully. If Gao Wei truly was the son of the Mandala Merchant Guild's president, then perhaps he could entertain the notion of a union between the two. If his daughter were to wed that young man, would the Kingdom of Black Moon ever face a shortage of gold coins again? Contemplating this, his spirits lifted considerably. "Let us depart," he declared, his mood shift leaving the group of guards somewhat perplexed. Today, they had nearly tarnished the reputation of the Black Moon royal family. So why did he appear to be in such good spirits? Had he lost his senses? Yet, while they pondered this internally, their faces betrayed no hint of inappropriate emotions. As they took their leave, Morgana cast several longing glances in the direction of the Mandala Merchant Guild, as if anticipating the appearance of a familiar figure, or perhaps hoping for a miracle. Alas, that familiar visage would not grace the scene again. In the study of Doyafusi, She meticulously brewed a cup of rare magical red tea sourced from the mountains. This was a true delicacy. A mere sip could significantly enhance a typical magician's magical reserves. And just a small quantity of the tea leaves had been driven to astronomical prices. The delicate cup she held in her porcelain-like hands could be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, yet it remained a coveted rarity, with no market to match its value. The West Asian Snow Mountain black tea they introduced is merely an imitation of this black tea. Its efficacy pales in comparison, and it only shares a semblance in flavor. Gao Wei took a small sip before setting it down. Doya Faisai, your tea brewing skills have indeed improved. Is that so? I beg to differ. If your skills were truly so exceptional, how is it that you have remained by that princess's side for 3 years without a glance in my direction? A distinct note of resentment was evident in Doya Faisai's tone, prompting an awkward cough from Gao Wei. He has come to understand Doyafis to some extent. This somewhat cunning catgirl delights in teasing others, and he has been one of her favorite targets in the past. It is my fault for not showing enough concern for my friends. Thank you for your help at the door today. Doyafis waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unconcerned. It was their lack of vision that led them to overlook a 9th-level fighting warrior in favor of a 5th-level one. If they were to discover that you are not only the president of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce, but also the captain of the legendary adventurer Team Thorn, they would likely be unwilling to leave the Mandala Chamber today. Moreover, you possess another identity, the continent's most distinguished alchemist, Zack. As she spoke of these matters, a sparkle appeared in her eyes, and upon noticing Gao Wei's gaze, a mischievous glint flickered within her. Clearly, any one of these 3 identities would earn you adoration from the royal family of the Black Moon Kingdom, so why have you chosen to remain silent about them? There was one thought she withheld. If Gao Wei chose to reveal these identities, there would be no barriers between him and Meghana. The royal family would be delighted at the prospect of their princess marrying such an exceptional and distinguished individual. Yet, at the same time, she felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Gao Wei had not done so. Otherwise, she would have been quite saddened. Gao Wei lowered his gaze, a hint of resignation in his voice. Who knows? Perhaps there is something amiss with my mind. He jestingly remarked that only he remembered the pact with Meghana. A promise is only a promise when 2 individuals recall it. If only one remembers, it loses its significance. Setting aside such thoughts, I genuinely sought your assistance this time. I wish for you to help me find a weapon, one capable of slaying dragons. Chapter 17. Upon my return from this dragon-slaying endeavor, we shall. At the mention of dragon-slaying, Diafusi's lips parted slightly in surprise, only to quickly regain her composure. Slaying a dragon? Why pursue such a perilous quest? Given your prowess, unless it is a pure-blooded dragon, those lesser dragon beasts should pose no challenge to you. Have you encountered some trouble that necessitates my aid? Diafusi pondered, recalling that Hai Wei had been steadfastly by Meghana's side as her guardian knight. It seemed improbable that he had faced any real danger. So, why the sudden desire to confront a dragon? After a moment of silence, Hai Wei replied, this undertaking is also an endeavor to transcend my own limitations. Teacher Dulu mentioned that I lack insight, to breach the realm of the Sword Saint. Perhaps engaging in combat with a pure-blood dragon may allow me to grasp the threshold of that state. But that is a dragon. Such a pursuit is exceedingly reckless. Diafusi's tone grew urgent. Throughout her encounters with the Mandala Chamber of Commerce, she had faced countless challenges, yet never had she exhibited such disarray as today. Certain lesser dragons with sufficiently potent bloodlines could obliterate a small to mid-sized town, while an adult pure-blood dragon epitomizes the pinnacle of power on this continent. Any single one could plunge a large town into devastation. The calamities wrought by these pure-blood dragons are termed dragon disasters, each etched into the annals of history. Before such formidable creatures, even humans endowed with magic and fighting spirit appear as feeble as a leaf adrift in a tempest. Diafusi clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with concern for Hai Wei. Even though his strength ranks among the elite of the continent, a slightly weaker sword saint might not match him. Yet, before a dragon, even if Hai Wei were to attain the title of Sword Saint, he would merely possess an equal share of power. Dragons possess formidable magical resistance, sharp claws, and the ability to wield draconic magic, a subject of study for countless mages across the land, with only the most exceptional scholars achieving breakthroughs in this arcane art. Hai Wei found himself at a loss for words to comfort Diafusi. He merely reached out to caress the silky hair of Doyafis, softly reassuring her. After all we have endured together, do you still not comprehend my strength? Besides, it is merely a dragon. We have faced such foes before. However, Diophis resolutely shook her head, as if she would never relent on this matter. If you are assembling a team of adventurers, allowing me, the Thorn Queen, and the drunken bishop to accompany you, I would raise no objections. Yet even if your power is formidable, the odds against a dragon remain dishearteningly slim. I cannot agree. Gao Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "That is precisely why I sought you out. I require your assistance in locating a weapon of sufficient potency. If I can wield a weapon capable of channeling my fighting spirit, I could triumph even over a pure-blood dragon. As long as it is not one of those ancient-named dragon breeds, I am confident my abilities are adequate to confront them." Gao Wei was not lying. He would not undertake a venture devoid of any assurance. The last dragon hunt, although some time ago, had been hampered primarily by inadequate weaponry. He had shattered no less than 4 swords in that battle alone. Even a longsword infused with precious mithril could not fully withstand the overwhelming force of his fighting spirit. After a considerable pause, Diophis managed to calm her emotions. "Must you go? May I accompany you?" Gao Wei slowly shook his head. "This is my path to becoming a sword saint. It must be traversed alone. Moreover, if you were to depart, what would become of our mandala? We have invested so much effort into it. Could you truly bear to abandon it?" The mandala was Gao Wei's creation, yet Diophis had equally devoted herself to it. This guild resembled a child born of their collaboration, serving as a bond between them. No one understood Gao Wei's character better than she did. Once he resolved to pursue a course of action, nothing could deter him. Just as 3 years prior he had disbanded the Thorn team to become a nameless guardian knight. Today, if Diophis were to refuse, Gao Wei might very well take up any weapon and venture forth regardless. His stubbornness rendered him indifferent to the opinions of others or her feelings. "I understand," she finally acquiesced, a chill settling upon her features as she accepted the reality. "I shall procure the sharpest sword for you, but please grant me a little time." Gao Wei nodded. Observing the hurt in her eyes, he opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. In their friendship, Gao Wei had never wronged anyone. He would willingly bestow the mandala, which he had founded with his own hands, entirely to Diophis. This would grant her control over the largest guild in the continent and untold wealth. Should she desire, she could easily erase Gao Wei's presence from it entirely. Initially, he had envisioned this, contemplating the transfer of the mandala to the little cat girl. He did not possess a particular fondness for gold coins. The initial establishment of this trading guild was merely to fulfill his financial requirements for alchemy and to cover the daily expenses of his team. However, he did not anticipate that the numerous innovations he introduced would swiftly establish a balance of power across the entire continent, subjugating many other trading guilds. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, he believed that he had not wronged either Diophis or Angelica in any significant way. He has unequivocally rejected the confessions of both individuals, candidly expressing that he has already developed feelings for someone else. Thus, he cannot be deemed a scoundrel, can he? Angelica's rise to queenship is undoubtedly aided by his efforts. Yet at that time, his heart and mind were wholly captivated by the image of Megana's frail little hand reaching out to him from the darkness, leaving no room for anyone else. Now, although he has temporarily departed from the Black Moon Kingdom and resolved not to return to Megana's side, his heart feels as if a void has suddenly opened within it. Consequently, he begins a frantic quest for something to fill this emptiness. For instance, he aspires to surpass the Sword Saint and become the most formidable Sword Saint on the continent. Perhaps, once he attains this title, he will finally discover what he truly seeks. He decides to confront the remaining issues only after he has become the Sword Saint and can face all the truths within himself. In the end, observing the somewhat dazed Diophis, he softly utters a word of gratitude. "Thank you." However, Diophis suddenly breaks into a radiant smile. "I do not wish to hear your thanks. Once you succeed in slaying the dragon this time, will you stay by my side?" Gao Wei falls silent for a moment, then smiles gently. "Well, for now, it would not be amiss to remain at the Merchant Guild and study some new alchemical formulas." Chapter 18. The Dwarven race cannot be without strong liquor. Just as the 3D zone cannot. On the continent of miracles, there exists a race exceptionally skilled in the art of forging. The height of adult dwarves does not exceed 1.20 meters, rendering them undeniably diminutive. However, no one dares to underestimate them due to their stature. For the dwarves possess the finest forging techniques on the entire continent. Any extraordinary ironwork or firearms are crafted by their skilled hands. That said, enlisting their services is not a simple task, especially when it comes to those dwarves who truly excel in their craft. Their temperaments are eccentric. favoring fine wines and various exquisite meats to accompany them. Bingen is undoubtedly one of the most formidable blacksmiths of this era. He has surpassed 2 centuries in age, during which he has crafted an innumerable array of weapons. Among them, there are no fewer than a dozen legendary weapons, each renowned in its own right, accompanying their master in the pursuit of great renown. Today, Bogan has just completed the forging of a new weapon and is reclining in his rocking chair, basking in the rare midday sunlight. On the table rests a recently uncorked bottle of fine whiskey, a luxurious spirit hailing from the Mandrake Consortium, which has fetched a staggering price of several thousand gold coins. Nevertheless, the dwarves hold a particular fondness for this potent elixir, captivated by the sensation of flames coursing from their throats to their bellies with each sip. He extended his hand and took a hearty gulp of whiskey, emitting a satisfying sound. His tranquil afternoon was abruptly interrupted by the hurried footsteps of a student. "Master Borgin, someone has specifically requested to see you. She has offered a handsome sum for you to forge a weapon." Borgin narrowed his eyes, withholding an immediate response. Lately, he had little desire to wield his hammer, though he understood that a visit from one of his students must indicate a person of significance from some kingdom. He had turned down countless such individuals. What could these arrogant nobles, filled with foolishness, possibly know about weapons? They merely wished to acquire a showpiece to flaunt, a mere topic of conversation after their indulgent feasts. He had encountered far too many of their ilk. Unless they were truly in dire need of gold, he would not entertain such requests. "Master?" Noticing Borgin's prolonged silence, his student called out again. Borgin muttered to himself, realizing that this student had been by his side for over a decade. Did he not understand that silence implied refusal? He wished for the student to leave. Finally, Borgin, growing impatient, expressed his annoyance. However, after his words fell, he was met with an unsettling silence. Not even the sound of his foolish student departing. "Master, the guests this time are rather special. They claim to be from the Mandala Merchants Guild, and their leader has stated that if you do not meet with her, you will never be able to purchase whiskey again." Borgin, previously composed, instantly sprang to his feet, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Is it a particularly beautiful feline that has come to visit?" Master. "The leader is indeed a striking catfolk lady," his student replied. Hearing this, he leaped off his chair, invigorated, resembling a soldier awaiting inspection from a superior. Then quickly, "Lead the way. Let us not keep our esteemed guest waiting." With brisk steps, Borgin arrived at his grand forge, where the fire burned ceaselessly, the sound of clanging resonating continuously. The dwarves working there, most of them bare-chested, swung hammers the size of a human head with arms as solid as stone. "Esteemed Miss Doiafis, what winds have brought you here? I must believe it is the divine guidance of the god of light that allows us to meet once more." A smile of flattery adorned Borgin's face, while a few perceptive apprentices were accustomed to their master's demeanor. In contrast, those who had recently joined him wore expressions akin to encountering a ghost, as if tasting the abominable apple pie made by Grandma Peter for the first time. Doiafis nodded. "It has indeed been a long time, old dwarf." The new arrivals gasped at the term old dwarf, a phrase laden with insult. Not only would it offend a venerable dwarf like Borgin, but even an ordinary dwarf would be provoked to anger. Yet, Borgin seemed to have heard nothing. It was as if he had only caught the first half of her statement. "Miss Doiafis, do you have any whiskey left from our last transaction? You know how popular it is. I expended considerable effort to procure the small amount I have. If you are willing to sell me more, I will fulfill any request you may have." Borgin blinked his large eyes, a burly dwarf with a scruffy beard attempting to appear endearing. Realization dawned on the dwarves, who had previously been perplexed. "Ah, so she is the seller of whiskey." Everything became clear. For the dwarves, living without strong liquor was akin to a death sentence. As the saying goes, dwarves cannot survive without strong spirits, just as the 3D district cannot exist without. Doiafis clapped her hands, and immediately, a guard brought forth an entire crate of whiskey, placing it before Borgin. Additionally, each of her guards carried a box. "Here is a full crate of whiskey, 24 bottles, as a token of our meeting." As she spoke, Doiafis casually withdrew a bottle of blood-red liquid from one of the guards' arms. The vibrant crimson liquid emanated a thick, blood-like glow within the glass bottle, instantly capturing Borgin's attention. Could it be the legendary super-strong liquor, Dragon's Blood? Borgin instinctively licked his lips. Dragon's Blood was a coveted item from the Mandala Merchants Guild, and since its debut 3 years ago, all who had tasted it sang its praises. It was rumored that even the most seasoned drinker would feel an unparalleled ecstasy from just a small sip. Even a dwarf of Borgin's stature had only sampled it on a few occasions. With such a large bottle, would he not be overwhelmed with delight? He swallowed hard, realizing that today, Doiaphus would likely present him with a formidable challenge. Mr. Borgin, the boxes behind me are filled with whiskey, and within this particular box, there are 3 vials of dragon's blood. If you fulfill my modest request, all of this shall be yours. Upon finishing her statement, Doiaphus casually tossed the bottle of liquor to him, and Borgin instantly felt as if he had struck gold. You tell me what kind of weapon you need. Even if it is a dragon-slaying weapon, I shall procure it for you. Chapter 19. Surely, no one would actually sell information to the Wolfman? Do we truly require a weapon capable of slaying dragons? The dwarf apprentice exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize the impropriety of his words as he caught the disapproving gaze of his master, Borgin. He hurriedly fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, if it were not for the need for such a formidable weapon, I would not have sought you out. This weapon, crafted in the form of a longsword, must be capable of harnessing the Sword Saint's fighting spirit. Doiaphus paid no mind to the dwarf apprentice's demeanor and leisurely sipped her red tea. Borgin closed his eyes, appearing somewhat troubled. Mr. Borgin, as you are well aware, the price of whiskey is a given, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. A single bottle of dragon's blood is valued at over 1,000,000 gold coins, and to be precise, 1,000,000 is quite a modest estimate, as the raw materials require the blood of a pure-blood dragon. Thus, the true cost is considerably higher. Even our Mandala Merchant Association possesses no more than 10 bottles in stock. Offering you 3 bottles at once demonstrates my considerable sincerity. It is indeed true that dragon's blood is exceedingly rare. This potent spirit must be brewed using the essence of an adult pure-blood dragon. The Mandala Merchant Association stock is derived from a dragon they slaughtered years ago. Other merchant associations often claim to possess dragon's blood, but most of it is merely the blood of lesser dragon beasts, resulting in a vastly inferior taste. Even if it is genuine dragon blood, lacking the essence would render the flavor significantly diminished. The dragon's blood from the Mandala Merchant Association is truly a unique item. While there may be around 100 bottles in reserve, we publicly declare that we possess no more than 10. Typically, we would auction off a single bottle only once every few years, making it a genuine rarity. In higher dimensional terms, one might call this a strategy of scarcity marketing. These remnants are all that remain after high dimension once bathed in dragon's blood. Otherwise, the essence of a pure blood dragon could yield a substantial quantity. After contemplating for a while, Borgin finally spoke. No problem, I still have some materials left, but it will require some time to craft. However, I am curious. Since this weapon is intended for the Sword Saint, it must be specifically designed for one, correct? May I inquire which Sword Saint it is for? Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. Each Sword Saint has their own distinct swordsmanship style, and I merely hope to create a weapon that aligns more closely with their preferences. Upon realizing that the weapon was to be forged for a Sword Saint, Borgin felt a dwindling sense of resistance. There are only a few known Sword Saints across the continent, and crafting a weapon for them would indeed be a worthy testament to his craftsmanship. He certainly does not wish for the weapons he forges to become mere playthings for certain nobles. The sword is wielded by a 9th-level warrior, reminiscent of the style of the Sword Saint Durel. Although he has not yet attained the level of Sword Saint, he is tantalizingly close. Upon hearing this news, Borgin stood up abruptly. Could it be that renowned genius swordsman, Thorn? Durel has 4 students. 2 are of the 7th and 8th levels, possessing some fame but with limited potential. The 4th student is hardly worth mentioning, having barely begun his journey and not yet made a name for himself. However, the 3rd was once a legendary swordsman who shook the continent, debuting as a 6th-level warrior and rising to fame at the 8th level by leading his adventurer team to slay a pure-blood dragon, thus becoming a legend of the land. Given that Doiaphus was once a member of that team, Borgin easily deduced the identity of the swordsman. It is astonishing that after 3 years of silence, he is on the verge of breaking through to Sword Saint. If he truly becomes a Sword Saint, he would likely be the youngest in the continent's history. Doiaphus nodded. Rest assured, I will deliver the forged weapons to the Mandala Chamber of Commerce in a month. With that, he decided not to linger any longer. He expressed his gratitude to Mr. Borgin in advance. As winter approached, the streets of Blackmoon City began to be adorned with snowflakes the size of salt grains. The number of pedestrians had dwindled significantly. In such weather, a mere stroll would send shivers down their spines. They would rather huddle by the fireplace, savoring the warmth that was hard to come by. Yet, within the confines of the Grand Castle, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Sadman wore a stern expression. The nobles and ministers below him fell silent. This winter, The Wolfmen had already pillaged nearly 100 villages and launched numerous attacks on our border fortress, Blackstone. Had it not been for the general responsible for guarding Blackstone Fortress relaying this information, would I, as the king, remain in ignorance? Sadman's voice resonated like thunder throughout the palace. Blackstone Fortress is the gateway for the Black Moon Kingdom to fend off the Wolfmen tribes. If it falls, the kingdom would be as exposed as a woman stripped of her modesty. At that point, they would likely come knocking at the city gates. The power dynamics within the Black Moon Kingdom are intricate and convoluted, with the nobility often preoccupied with their own affairs. Sadman never anticipated that while the Wolfmen had begun their siege, he would only just be receiving the news. Several baronial and countly territories along the way had not even dispatched reinforcements. This led him to question whether the nobility's minds were truly filled with folly. How could they remain aloof, thinking they could continue to be high and mighty once the Wolfmen breached the gates? Your Majesty, we must immediately organize a legion to support Blackstone Fortress, spoke the first noble of the hawkish faction, a recently esteemed earl. Thankfully, there were still those in the kingdom who yearned for military glory and land. Otherwise, the plea for help from the front lines might never have reached Sadman's ears. With this earl taking the lead, more nobles stepped forward. While the Wolfmen are indeed formidable, engaging them head-on would inevitably result in bloodshed and sacrifice. Yet, the siege would also present them with ample opportunities for military achievements, and should they gain from it, their ranks might ascend alongside the acquisition of broader territories. With the hawkish nobles vocalizing their support, even those less inclined towards war found themselves echoing sentiments of agreement. Sadman began to calm. Over 50,000 warriors, alongside numerous martial warriors, were stationed at Blackstone Fortress. Being a crucial bulwark against the Wolfmen, he had always prioritized its defense, despite the Wolfmen's recent skirmishes being relatively minor. As long as reinforcements arrived without incident, holding the fortress should not prove overly difficult. This winter was particularly harsh, making the Wolfmen's aggression somewhat understandable. As a nomadic people, it was customary for them to take advantage of the harvest. Once they found themselves unable to conquer this stronghold, they would likely retreat. He thought that even a whisper of the Nameless Knight would surely send those curs scurrying away. Sadman had always operated this way. Even though the Nameless Knight had not been seen since that fateful battle, the mere reputation of the Nameless Knight, who had slain 2 8th-level Wolfmen generals, was sufficient to safeguard the Black Moon Kingdom. Surely, no one would divulge to the Wolfmen that the Nameless Knight had long departed the kingdom. Such a revelation might provoke an all-out assault. Chapter 20. The benevolent god of light would not stand idly by. The Wolfmen's incursions plunged the entire Black Moon Kingdom into a state of panic. Those fortunate enough to escape from the bordering villages narrated harrowing tales of the Wolfmen's brutality. These formidable Wolfmen warriors, clad in half-plate armor, often towered over 2 meters, with some of general rank nearing 3 meters. The populace of the Black Moon Kingdom, averaging around 1.7 meters in height, appeared diminutive in comparison. Coupled with their serrated blades and various battle axes, their overall strength far surpassed that of the kingdom's ordinary soldiers. It would take 2 or 3 soldiers to barely gain the upper hand in a melee. Moreover, due to the war, many able-bodied young men from the Black Moon Kingdom had been conscripted as militia. Those fortunate enough were assigned to transport supplies, while the less fortunate became fodder, thrust to the front lines alongside slave soldiers to confront the Wolfmen. Fortunately, with the crossbows, artillery, and towering walls of Blackstone Fortress, along with the full resistance of mage battalions and martial warriors, the fortress had yet to fall. Otherwise, the entire Black Moon Kingdom would be engulfed in flames of war. Waylon, a squad captain at Blackstone Fortress, originally commanded over 200 fully armed guards. After repelling countless waves of Wolfmen assaults, the remaining combatants numbered fewer than 30. Excluding those 2 injured to fight, this figure represented only his squad's losses. The casualties among other squads were similarly dire. Leaning against the city wall, Waylon removed his bloodied helmet and sat down, a profound sense of despair welling within him. As the elite core of Blackstone Fortress, the intensity of the siege had long since sapped their fighting spirit. Were it not for their faith in the presence of the supervisory army, they might have already fled. Deep within his heart, a spirit of battle still lingered, largely for the sake of his young daughter, who was still learning to speak. Some soldiers wept openly, clutching their heads, uncertain whether they were lamenting their survival or expressing gratitude for it. If only the Nameless Knight were still among them. Had he been present, they would surely not find themselves embroiled in such a dire struggle. A disgruntled member of the city guard muttered a complaint, only to be met with Captain Waylon's sharp rebuke. You are safeguarding the Blackstone Fortress. Behind you lie your beautiful wives, beloved daughters, and mischievous sons. Should this stronghold fall, they will face the brutal axes and knives of those wretched scoundrels. A soldier raised his weary gaze and replied, Captain Waylon, I understand your words. My brothers remain steadfast for these very reasons. Yet, I cannot help but feel that had the Nameless Knight been here, our plight would not be so stifling. His words resonated deeply with more warriors. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if the Nameless Knight were present. Beyond his unparalleled combat prowess, the Nameless Knight possesses unique strategies to deal with these wretches, demonstrating a grasp of the battlefield that surpasses that of any current commander. He is not only a formidable warrior, but also an exceptional commander. It was he, the illustrious knight, who once led them to repel the onslaught of the werewolves. Even after the passage of 2 years, the Nameless Knight continues to be revered by countless frontline soldiers as a symbol of faith. Many believe in their hearts that as long as the Nameless Knight stands with them, they shall surely fend off the werewolf attacks. Waylon rose to his feet as the silhouette of the werewolves re-emerged on the distant horizon. Brothers, grasp your weapons. He called out. I firmly believe that the Nameless Knight will return. Perhaps he is preoccupied with something of great importance and could not appear at once. Our task now is to buy enough time until he leads us in a counterattack. Waylon's words ignited the last flicker of fighting spirit within these warriors. They all gripped their weapons tightly. Indeed, the Nameless Knight harbored a profound love for this realm, and he would surely return once more. Many recalled the words spoken by the Nameless Knight following their victory over the Wurgs. I am called Nameless because I embody countless ordinary warriors. If there comes a day when I no longer appear, I hope that each of you shall become a Nameless Knight. In the heat of battle, someone shouted, Reinforcements. The noble lords of the Black Moon Kingdom have arrived with aid. However, Sadman was not in a favorable mood. The battle at Blackstone Fortress, approaching winter, had reached a stalemate. The war had raged for an entire month, yet the assaults from the Wurgs came like relentless waves, showing no signs of abating. The city guards stationed at Blackstone Fortress had nearly exhausted their strength. Had it not been for the nobles bringing in soldiers, the fortress would have already fallen. They barely held their ground with the aid of the Mage Legion and the martial warriors, but no one understood better than Sadman that if this conflict persisted, the fall of Blackstone Fortress was merely a matter of time. The physical prowess of the Wurgs far surpassed that of the warriors of the Black Moon Kingdom. If the battle continued, the economy, which had taken years to develop, would be utterly shattered. He would become the king of a fallen nation, a pariah in the annals of the Black Moon Kingdom. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the fact that the elite Wurgs had yet to truly engage. Should those renowned as warriors make their appearance, it would herald the true apocalypse. The Wurgs were capable of mastering martial energy as well. The blessings of the divine were not solely bestowed upon humanity. Once they learned to harness martial energy, the Wurg warriors of the same rank would prove insurmountable for their human counterparts, requiring at least a level of superiority to barely suppress them. Rumor had it that the leading Wurg general had already reached the 9th level. Should he take to the field, it was feared that Blackstone Fortress would be utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Sadman was not merely sitting idle in the royal city. He has sent out distress signals to various factions, promising exorbitant rewards. Yet, neither the neighboring kingdoms, large or small, nor the formidable neutral powers have shown the slightest inclination to offer their assistance. In a desperate attempt, he even reached out to the Thorn Court for aid, as if grasping at straws. However, all his messages vanished into the abyss. Damn it! Why have these wolfish marauders gone mad this winter? It is as if they are aware that the Nameless Knight has long since vanished, seizing this opportunity to exact their vengeance. Just as Sadman was sinking into despair, a government official rushed in, breathless. Your Majesty, a bishop from the Church of Light has arrived. Upon hearing that a representative from the Church of Light was present, Sadman instantly perked up. Indeed, the benevolent deity who spreads mercy among all beings would not stand idly by in times of crisis. Clutching onto this final glimmer of hope, he rose to his feet. Quick, take me to see the esteemed bishop. Chapter 21. Steady. We have powerful allies above. Everything is secure. As the earthly representative of the Goddess of Light, the Church of Light has always wielded considerable influence. They wield a power known as healing, which, while lacking the terrifying destructive capabilities of combat energy and magic, commands a profound respect. No one would be foolish enough to offend a priest, for none can guarantee an existence free from injury, especially those intrepid adventurers who frequently traverse various ruins and mountains. As a neutral entity, the clergy of the Church of Light enjoy significant standing in any kingdom they visit. They even publicly maintain 5 legions, referred to as the Guardians of the Church. each comprising over 100,000 members, with leaders who are formidable warriors of combat energy. The hierarchy within the Church of Light is meticulously structured. At the lowest tier are the priests of levels 1 to 3, regarded as novice priests in the nascent force of this power. Upon reaching the rank of level 6, a priest is elevated to the status of a senior priest, marking their emergence as a genuine force to be reckoned with, even in the weaker kingdoms. Presently, the true rulers of the Church of Light are 5 priests who have attained the prestigious level 9, known as bishops, each commanding one of the legions. They are loyal to the current Archbishop Albert, who serves as the acting pope, holding a position comparable to that of the reigning saint. Once the saint comes of age, she will assume the papal office. However, as she is still quite young, Albert remains the true authority of the Church of Light. When Saderman learned of the arrival of a bishop, a flicker of hope ignited within him. The doctrine of the God of Light espouses love and peace, and she would surely abhor the massacre of the Black Moon Kingdom by the Wolfmen, if the legions of the Church of Light were willing to intervene. The troubles of the Black Moon Kingdom would swiftly be resolved. The legions of the Church of Light are indeed elite forces, each clad in complete armor, with even the lower-ranking officers comprised of warriors skilled in martial energy. Upon encountering this bishop, he was found in serene repose, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. 2 beautiful priestesses stood beside him, clad in pristine white robes adorned with 2 stripes, signifying their rank as intermediate priests. Sadman immediately recognized the bishop in their midst, one of the 5 current bishops wielding substantial power and the most senior among them. Bishop Kubo, it is truly a pleasure to see you, Sadman said, steadying his emotions. Despite the dire circumstances, the presence of Kubo indicated a willingness to offer assistance. After all, had they chosen not to come, or to arrive later, what could Sadman have said? King of the Black Moon, I have long admired your reputation. Kubo replied in a tone that lacked any semblance of respect. Not only was the kingdom of Black Moon on the brink of collapse, but even in times of peace, Kubo owed them little courtesy. Given the current influence of the Church of Light across the continent, apart from a handful of empires that warranted some deference, the various kingdoms held no significance worthy of his favor. If it were not for the directive of Archbishop Alabad, he would have had no inclination to attend. After all, the benevolence of the God of Light may be offered freely, yet the healing arts of the priests are far from complimentary. The over 100,000 loyal guardians of the God of Light under his command also require sustenance. Your journey from the cathedral, traversing great distances, suggests that you have received my plea for assistance. Should you aid us in overcoming this dire predicament, I shall erect the grandest statue in honor of the illustrious God of Light within the royal city for all to behold. Kubo furrowed his brow. Indeed, a noble proposition to construct a statue for the God of Light. But what of us? Will gazing upon the statue alone suffice to satisfy our hunger? The Archbishop's directive was to locate a knight named Galway, whose commands even the Black Moon Kingdom would heed. Kubo, naturally, dared not defy the Archbishop's orders, and he was well aware that this knight, Galway, was no ordinary figure. In fact, the Archbishop had once been a humble priest who had adventured alongside this very knight, earning them both considerable renown. Nonetheless, Kubo sought to extract some advantage within the confines of this situation. It would be even more fortuitous if he could cultivate a rapport with the legendary leader of the Thorn Squad. Noticing Kubo's prolonged silence, Saderman seemed to have an epiphany. He signaled to a nearby guard, who soon entered bearing a chest brimming with gold coins. The chest thudded heavily against the ground, the sound of clinking coins resonating in a most intoxicating manner. Only then did Kubo raise his gaze, donning an expression of harmless innocence. Your Majesty of the Black Moon, you are exceedingly gracious. As he spoke, he subtly encouraged the 2 nearby priestesses to accept the box of gold coins. After Kubo received the coins, Sadman let out a sigh of relief. He was fully prepared for substantial bloodshed, yet to his surprise, the other party was merely satisfied with receiving a chest of gold coins. It seems the doctrine of the God of Light and his benevolence is indeed genuine. Unbeknownst to Sadman, due to the Archbishop's instructions, even though Kubo was avaricious, he dared not act excessively disgraceful. So, how many legions have you brought with you this time? The front line is under considerable strain, and your assistance is urgently needed. Of course, I will assist you with the logistical concerns of the legions. However, Kubo slowly shook his head. I have heard that your daughter, Princess Majana, possesses a remarkably powerful guardian knight. The mention of the guardian knight took Sadman by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, Yes, I have recruited a very young yet exceptionally talented guardian knight. Upon hearing this, Kubo immediately rose, his demeanor reflecting a newfound respect. To think that a knight renowned across the continent would serve as a guardian in this humble kingdom. This knight shares a close bond with the Archbishop himself. If he were to speak favorably of me and we were to become acquainted, perhaps my position could be elevated. After all, the Archbishop never stated there could only be one. The current saintess, who is destined to become the future pope, is also the Archbishop's niece, is she not? He does not seek to stand on equal footing with the current Archbishop. He merely desires to surpass the other 4 bishops of his rank. Is he currently within the borders of the Kingdom of Black Moon? Might I have the fortune to meet this esteemed knight? Kubo's tone is exceedingly respectful. Despite his own elevated status, he grants due deference to this individual. Sadman's expression grew even more peculiar, yet inwardly he felt a surge of joy. It seems that the newly appointed guardian knight possesses considerable influence. How reassuring. The matter concerning the Wolfmen will surely be resolved with certainty. Bishop Kubo, I shall promptly send someone to escort the guardian knight here. Chapter 22. Why did you not mention your background sooner? The bewildered Nolan, upon being brought forth, began to comprehend his imminent meeting with a bishop of the Holy Light Church, who had allegedly requested to see him by name. His heart pounded like a drum, leaving him somewhat bewildered as to what had transpired. Why would such a prominent figure seek him out? Could it be that he had uncovered the truth, that he was not truly the student of the Nameless Knight? Was he here to settle the score? Or perhaps the Nameless Knight had learned of his activities here and sent a friend to investigate. Countless thoughts surged within him until the voice of the esteemed librarian echoed. You are indeed the illustrious high-dimensional knight, are you not? Truly, the reality surpassed the reputation. His appearance was remarkably impressive. As he spoke, he eagerly extended his hand, yearning for a handshake with Norin, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Kubo had never encountered a high-dimensional being before, yet from the fleeting words of Archbishop Elibode, he could surmise that this knight possessed remarkable handsomeness. Was it blonde hair or another hue? He found himself struggling to recall the details. Yet, since he was the guardian knight of Mayana, he believed he had not erred in his choice. However, Kuberus' remarks plunged the atmosphere into an eerie silence. What? Higher dimensions? Could it be that this bishop was targeting the higher realms? Sadman instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding with trepidation as unsettling thoughts surged forth in his mind. He envisioned numerous possibilities, such as the newly recruited knight being connected to the Radiant Church, or perhaps this was merely a reinforcement summoned by his enigmatic mentor, the Nameless Knight. Thus, the request to meet him was explicit. In any case, the very fact that the visitors sought an audience with Norin signified that the impending crisis in the Kingdom of Black Moon would be weathered unscathed. However, he could never have imagined that this bishop had come for the sake of Gao Wei. Gao Wei, that insufferable boy who was merely a secondary-level warrior. Aside from the occasional mention by the commander of the Royal Knights, no one else had uttered his name. Not even Sadman could fathom what was transpiring, leaving Norin equally bewildered. He stood his ground, and to avert the awkwardness, he took the initiative to extend his hand. Esteemed Bishop, I am not of a higher dimension. My name is Nolan. I am a current guardian knight. Kuber's smile froze upon his face. He swiftly withdrew his hand, almost as if he were startled, and uncertainly inquired. Are you not a high-dimensional being? Yet you are the guardian knight of Princess Majana, are you not? The realization struck Kubo, and his manner of address subtly transformed. Nolan remained silent for a moment, appearing to recognize that the other had perhaps mistaken him for someone else. This was a matter that could be easily clarified with a simple inquiry, and he certainly did not possess the audacity to impersonate a high-dimensional entity. The high-dimensional knight you mentioned has not been a guardian knight for some time. I believe he is currently serving in the Royal Knights Order. Perhaps even stationed at the front lines now. He is not entirely devoid of intellect. Given the current circumstances, he has already deduced certain matters. Thus, he offered a vague response, deftly returning the ball to Sadman. The implication was unmistakably clear. Today's events bear no relation to him whatsoever. Should any issues arise, he should not be sought out. Oh, Kubo replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement. He pulled out a pristine handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hands before Norin, as if repulsed by the very notion of shaking hands with him. It was not entirely implausible. After all, the Archbishop's information was seldom erroneous. If Gao Wei truly had ventured to the front lines of Blackstone Fortress, it would indeed be reasonable. Nevertheless, he cast his gaze toward the taciturn Sadman, evidently awaiting a response from him. At that moment, Sadman felt as though he were caught in a dilemma. Clearly, this reinforcements had arrived due to Gao Wei, and the astute Norin quickly grasped the situation, deftly returning the ball into Sadman's court. Did he truly intend to fabricate such an egregious lie? If Kubo were to reach the front lines and discover that Gao Wei was absent, he would likely face the full wrath of the Holy See. That scenario could very well prove worse than a full-scale invasion by the Wolfmen. However, he soon steeled himself, calming his emotions to present an unassailable facade. Of course, esteemed Bishop, I can confirm that Knight Gao Wei is indeed at the front lines of Blackstone Fortress. Upon hearing of the Wolfman invasion, Knight Gao Wei resolutely resigned from his position as Guardian Knight, requesting to join the vanguard to resist the encroaching Wolfmen. Kubo smiled faintly, his expression revealing no hints of suspicion. One does not ascend to such heights without possessing a keen intellect, and he would not be swayed by mere hearsay. The truth of Gao Wei's presence at the front lines could be easily ascertained with a modicum of inquiry, regardless of whether the King of Black Moon had spoken falsely. Verification would not prove arduous. Thus, he replied with a smile, "In that case, please allow me some time to organize the Legion. Once assembled, I shall hasten to the front lines of Blackstone Fortress." Sadman opened his mouth, seemingly with more to say. However, the individual before him was a bishop of the Holy See, not a mere vassal of the King of Black Moon. Their support was an embodiment of the doctrine of the light god's benevolence. Even if he chose not to assist him, it could be asserted that the light goddess love similarly extended to the good Wolfmen. Ultimately, the authority to explain lay firmly in his hands. With a resigned sigh, he could only utter, "I hope you can reach the front lines swiftly. Our legion has suffered grievous losses and may not endure much longer. Surely, you would not wish to witness the people of Black Moon slaughtered by the Wolfmen." Kubo refrained from further discourse, merely gesturing to the two female priests beside him, leaving even the chest of gold coins behind. It was true that Kubo was avaricious, yet there were certain things he deemed unworthy of his grasp. The competition among bishops was equally fierce. His ascent from a lowly priest to his current position was attributable to his intellect and caution. Only after Kubo departed did Sadman adopt a stern countenance, as though the sycophant who had just endeavored to please Kubo were not himself. Under the weight of the King of Black Moon's pressure, the guards and servants all bowed their heads. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Norin yearned to escape this den of intrigue. Having been summoned inexplicably and treated with disdain, his own countenance was far from amiable. Even though that bishop's status far surpassed his own, it was he who had extended his hand first, only to wipe it with a handkerchief before him. Such an affront to his dignity was intolerable. Sadman remained silent, merely instructing his guard, "Immediately dispatch individuals to seek traces of Knight Gao Wei within the city of Black Moon. Particularly at the Mandrake Guild, send several to pay a visit. For Knight Gao Wei is most likely to be found there. Upon locating him, ensure that he is afforded ample respect. Mention that I wish to discuss the matter of Megana's marriage with him." Since suspecting Gao Wei's affections for Megana, Sadman had contemplated taking action. Yet, he had intended to proceed with caution. Now, however, time was of the essence. He must swiftly locate the High Dimension. In the grand scheme of the survival of the vast Black Moon Kingdom, Mayana's trivial marital affairs are, naturally, of little concern to him. After all, the marriages of royal offspring have always been mere pawns in his political game. He now genuinely feels a tinge of regret, lamenting why he allowed Gao Wei to depart so easily in the first place. Given Gao Wei's current demeanor, it is evident that he maintains significant ties with both the Mandala Merchant Association and the Radiant Church. Each of these affiliations, when considered independently, would warrant his utmost efforts to cultivate a closer relationship with Gao Wei. Chapter 23. As if a silent storm had descended, the efficiency of the dwarf, Benjen, was remarkable. Within a span of over half a month, he had delivered the longsword capable of harnessing fighting spirit into the hands of Doyafis. Enclosed within an exquisite wooden scabbard lay Benjen's magnum opus, and upon a mere glance, she discerned the sword's extraordinary nature. Its blade gleamed a silvery hue, reflecting a haunting green luminosity under the sun's rays, while the sunlight caressed its surface, imparting an illusion of breath and an unbidden chill that emanated from it. "President Doyafis, I assure you, this is unequivocally the most satisfactory creation of my life thus far," Benjen proclaimed. The sword was forged predominantly from mithril, interwoven with the exceptional sturdiness of mountain copper and the remarkable resilience of deep-sea green gold, easily accommodating the fierce fighting spirit. Even against the toughest dragon scales, it could slice through effortlessly when empowered by that spirit. In comparison, ordinary iron equipment appeared as fragile as butter before it. Doyafis handed the sword's scabbard to Gao Wei. echoing Binjan's sentiments with a similar tone. As he grasped the hilt, he felt its chilling touch and the substantial weight it bore. The long sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. He could almost sense its emotions as he held it. Indeed, it was a fine sword. Gao Wei had encountered many renowned weapons, and this one undoubtedly ranked among the finest he had seen, even surpassing his mentor Duru's famed silver hand. Does it have a name? He pondered, playing with it for a moment before sheathing it on his back. Binjan had named it the Green-Eyed Demon. Gao Wei paused, then murmured, "What a lack of taste. It would be better named the Super Mountain Force Blade." Doyafi circled behind Gao Wei and gently caressed the hilt, suggesting, "Let us call it the Echo of Green." Upon hearing this name, Gao Wei distinctly felt the green sword behind him quiver slightly, evidently responding to Doyafi's thoughts. It seemed to take a liking to this name. Gao Wei chose not to dwell further on this matter. He sensed the young girl behind him was so close that he could perceive the delightful fragrance emanating from her. He instantly froze in place. The air around his neck was infused with a rich floral aroma, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in a gentle embrace, her arms encircling his waist. The tender sensation flickered like a fleeting moment. Had it not been for the lingering warmth, he might have thought it merely a figment of his imagination. Do you recall the expanse of purple blossoms? Those nameless flowers that bloom in your hometown of Guoli, cascading like a violet river when the breeze stirs them. He certainly could not forget. It was on an autumn afternoon when Duyafusi first expressed her feelings towards him. Holding a large bouquet of purple flowers, she wove a crown and placed it upon his head, her eyes shimmering with a vibrant hue of purple, a manifestation of her bashful heart. Those nameless blooms were regarded as symbols of affection in his homeland. Unfortunately, he had never viewed Duyafusi as a romantic interest and thus had turned her down. He would never forget the sorrow that lingered in the depths of Duyafusi's eyes that day. That hollow emptiness gradually merged with her pupils, resembling a silent and unrelenting downpour. His body had become increasingly rigid, for he had once harbored Mayana in his heart, thus both Maiaphys and Angelica were regarded by him as mere acquaintances, kept at a respectful distance. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, yet it seemed as though he had been rendered mute, ultimately failing to articulate a single word. Indeed, the wards appeared to be rather restless of late. "I suspect they have already engaged in skirmishes with the garrison of the Blackstone Fortress and the Kingdom of the Black Moon." Doyafi spoke softly, subtly bypassing the regrets of the past. She certainly harbored her own thoughts, rather than facilitating the return of Gao Wei to Megana. She was more concerned about Gao Wei's potential dragon-slaying endeavors. Gao Wei fell into a moment of silence, reflecting that it no longer pertained to him. The nameless knight had long since perished. What remained was Gao Wei Gatun. Doyafi's let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Come back safely. I will await your return." She refrained from uttering any further words, perhaps recognizing that any discourse in such a context would be inappropriate. She was merely a friend of Gao Wei, and to do anything beyond that would be to overstep her bounds. Within the castle of the Kingdom of the Black Moon, Kubo had gleaned information regarding Gao Wei from external sources. Upon learning from the Knights of the Royal Knight Order that Gao Wei had been replaced by a knight named Nolan, he nearly spat out the red tea he had just sipped. Was the King of the Black Moon a fool? To disregard an 8th or 9th level warrior in favor of one who had just reached the 6th level? Surely, consanguineous marriages must have impaired their intellect. He pondered this deep within his heart, finding an unexpected tranquility in the face of the deception perpetrated by the Dark Moon King. From the very moment he encountered Gao Wei, he understood that the situation was far from straightforward. The Archbishop had summoned him to assist Gao Wei. And with Gao Wei absent, was there truly any necessity for him to offer his aid? The foolish Dark Moon King even dared to attempt to manipulate him into aiding the Dark Moon Kingdom with such a clumsy fabrication. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Since Gao Wei was no longer present, it was certain that he would not intervene. He had painstakingly secured this opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Archbishop. If the other party were to discover that he was not aiding the esteemed High Dimension but rather the King of the Black Moon, it would likely obliterate the fragile goodwill he had painstakingly built. Yet, this endeavor was not devoid of potential for maneuvering. Another archbishop resided near the Kingdom of the Black Moon, eager to seize this chance to approach the High Dimension and subsequently curry favor with the archbishop. This particular clergyman was not on amicable terms with him, and his intellect was rather lackluster. Were it not for his commendable talent, he would have had little chance of ascending to such a position. He is also a formidable competitor to Kubo. If he could be persuaded to assist the King of the Black Moon, Kubo suddenly smiled, as he could foresee that if the bishop were to aid the Kingdom of the Black Moon this time, his standing with the archbishop would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At that point, Not only would he struggle to advance further, but he might even find his position as bishop in jeopardy. Soon, a plan began to take shape in his mind. He must first convey certain information to the informants of the other party, feigning an air of avarice while appearing utterly disinclined to exert himself. Subsequently, he will inadvertently disclose the location of the King of the Black Moon, the desperate king. In his frantic search for solutions, will surely be eager to confront the other party, in a bid to curry favor with the Grand Bishop. He will promptly command his legions to advance to the front lines to assist the King of the Black Moon. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his cunning. Albeit somewhat ignoble, yet, if it could advance his ambitions or even eradicate his rivals, then every action would be justified. Repelling those ravenous wolves could be considered a testament to the goddess's benevolence. As for the consequences, what concern were they of his? Chapter 24. In praise of the great god of light, Sadman was in a rather dismal mood. Although reinforcements had arrived for several days, there seemed to be no inclination to advance to the front lines. Kublai consistently concocted various excuses, the most absurd being that his newly acquired puppy was about to give birth, rendering him temporarily unable to depart. Damn it, even if a birth were to occur. Was it not a male dog he had adopted? Clearly, Kuberer must have been privy to certain information, otherwise, he would not have remained so inert. Over the past few days, he had dispatched several boxes of gold coins, yet the other party showed no signs of movement. The situation at the front had become dire, and the journey from the royal city would take considerable time. It was uncertain how much longer those noble legions could endure. If this stalemate continued, the entire Black Moon Kingdom would face ruin. At present, Sadman had only the remaining city guard and the royal knights at his disposal. Should he deplete these forces by sending them to the front, he would truly be at a dead end. If not for the imminent crisis, he would not have contemplated dispatching his last remnants of power to Blackstone Fortress. He even had reason to believe that if Blackstone fell, this bishop would surely depart without a second thought. Based on his investigations during this period, he had discerned that this bishop named Kuber was one who waited for tangible results before committing. Hence, he had offered such a substantial amount of gold. However, the other party's greed appeared to far exceed his expectations, and if this continued, no amount of gold might provoke them into action. He took a deep breath, expelling the stale air from his chest completely. Beside him, Prince Marshall seemed to perceive his father's unease, displaying a self-assured expression as he said, "Father, you are troubled by the matter of Blackstone Fortress." Sadman did not lift his gaze. He cast a cold glance at his ineffectual son. In essence, he could not be bothered to respond. Wasn't this a matter that was blatantly obvious? Once his throne wobbled, could his son still enjoy the luxury of being a prince? "There is no need for you to worry, father. I have already secured new reinforcements." Upon hearing his son's mention of reinforcements, a hint of color finally graced his dim eyes. Yet, skepticism prevailed. Could this foolish boy possibly devise a solution to a problem that had eluded him as a father? "Go on," he said, his voice still cold despite his inner thoughts. "As you know, this support must have been sanctioned by Archbishop Elabad. Otherwise, Kuber would not have brought the Legion of the Radiant Church here. His prolonged inaction merely stems from his desire to extract further benefits from us. However, we have already bestowed upon him a considerable amount of gold in recent days, yet he shows no inclination to depart. The Holy See comprises 5 bishops, aside from 3 who were stationed at a considerable distance, and the Legion unable to provide timely support. There remains 1 bishop within the borders of the Black Moon Kingdom. Yesterday, I established communication with Bishop Ruff, who expressed his indignation over Bishop Kubo's conduct, declaring that he would immediately march his forces to Blackstone Fortress upon your consent." Upon hearing Marshall's words, Sadman opened his mouth, seemingly taken aback by his own son's astonishment. He rubbed his eyes, as if reassessing his son. It appeared that this offspring of his was not as inept as he had previously imagined. Marshall's words struck him with the force of a revelation. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Is everything you said true?" "Of course, father," came the reply. "You see, there is competition among bishops as well. The mission to aid the Kingdom of Black Moon in spreading the doctrine of the God of Light and universal love was personally endorsed by Archbishop Elabord. While I am uncertain of the connection between Kubo and that so-called higher dimension, I suspect it is merely an excuse devised by Kubo to amass wealth. He must have stumbled upon some information regarding the higher dimension and is now leveraging it to extract more gold from us. However, whether it is Kubo or Ruff, as long as either of them is willing to lead their legion to the front lines, our Blackstone Fortress will face no further troubles. After all, they would bring along a multitude of priests, whose presence is crucial in altering the tide of battle. Now, if you would just send a letter in response, Bishop Ruff would immediately head to the front to assist us in repelling those accursed wolfmen. Suddenly, Sadman sprang to his feet, his shoulders trembling slightly with excitement. This sensation, akin to clouds parting to reveal the light, dispelled the gloom that had shrouded his heart. He hesitated no longer and promptly began to compose a letter beseeching Bishop Ruff for assistance. As long as Ruff could lend his aid to help him navigate this perilous situation, he would still retain his lofty position as the King of the Black Moon once everything was resolved. Although there had been no news from Gao Wei, he could afford to be unconcerned for the moment. Marshall certainly held some opinions regarding Gao Wei, yet the current King of the Black Moon was he. The decisions lay firmly in his hands. While it was indeed necessary to cultivate an alliance with Gao Wei, there was no need for undue haste. The conversation between the father and son was overheard clearly by the guards outside, one of whom remarked to his companion, "George, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to step away for a moment." The guard who eavesdropped relayed the conversation verbatim to Kubo. Upon hearing it, Kubo displayed a satisfied smile, gently raising his staff like a devout worshipper. "Rest assured, Andu, I have already arranged for your daughter to study healing arts within the Holy See. Should you wish, you may leave the kingdom of the Black Moon and become a sacred guardian of the church." Upon receiving this news, Andu's expression brightened, and he respectfully knelt, proclaiming, "I offer my loyalty to the goddess." He was originally just an ordinary guard, enjoying a relatively decent treatment. However, now the kingdom of Black Moon is in turmoil. Recently, Kubo approached him, promising a multitude of benefits. He had never intended to betray, yet the allure presented was simply too overwhelming. In comparison to serving as a mere personal guard in the kingdom of the Black Moon, the prospect of securing his daughter's future and even gaining a position within the Holy See was an opportunity that no fool would overlook. Once the guard departed, Kubo finally revealed a contented expression. He meticulously sealed the letter he had previously composed. Intending to elucidate the matters regarding the absence of high dimensions in the kingdom of Black Moon to the Archbishop, he then mentioned that he had acquired a considerable sum of gold coins from the kingdom of Black Moon, which he planned to utilize for the renovation of a new church. In recent days, he had amassed 7 or 8 chests of gold coins. Thus, he would only need to allocate half for the church's construction, allowing the remainder to flow entirely into his own coffers. Furthermore, one of his political adversaries had unwittingly fallen into a trap he had carefully orchestrated. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his cunning, a subtle smile unconsciously gracing the corners of his lips. He clasped his hands together, gazing devoutly as he proclaimed, "Praise be to the great God of light." Chapter 25. Sister, the kingdom of Nozuka is a diminutive realm, nestled between the kingdom of the Black Moon and the Thorny Court. Godoli is a quaint town that falls under the jurisdiction of the kingdom of Nozuka. The current ruler cannot be deemed an exemplary king, nor can he be labeled as particularly malevolent. Gao Wei's recollections of this kingdom have grown somewhat hazy. The days spent desperately struggling for survival in the slums of his youth seem to belong to a past life. Yet, he distinctly remembers that this is his homeland. He had not seen his lame father for many years, nor his mother who had sold him to a slave trader. The meager emotions coursing through his veins had dwindled to a pitiful extent. He harbored no hatred for either of them. He could only feel pity for his sister, who had not survived that fateful winter years ago. "Noble sir, would you care for some fresh apples?" A single exquisite and sweet apple costs merely a copper coin, while a whole basket is just 10. Highway had arrived not upon a griffin, but on horseback. His steed appeared vibrant and robust, its coat gleaming. A selection made specifically by Do Yufusi for him. Such a horse would be more than adequate even for heavily armored cavalry, coupled with his smooth and splendid attire. He was a stark contrast to the dilapidated little town, leading the apple-selling girl to naturally assume he must be some noble lord. The girl's face was grimy, her clothing rudimentary and patched in several places. Highway could sense the gazes of many around him. The common folk of Jayadali regarded him with a mixture of awe and reverence. Apples. His younger sister seemed to have a fondness for that fruit. The girl bore a resemblance to the sister he remembered, stirring memories within Highway as he casually picked up an apple. The succulent and juicy fruit filled his mouth, reminiscent of his homeland and the journey he had undertaken. While it was not particularly delectable, slightly sour and lacking in texture, he finished it nonetheless. Upon witnessing Highway consume her fruit, the girl's eyes sparkled with surprise, but as she noted his lack of any gesture to pay, her expression shifted to one of concern. She instinctively clutched her hem. If Highway were to refuse her payment, she felt utterly powerless. After all, he appeared so strong. mounted on such a sturdy horse, with a valuable sword strapped to his back. The girl believed him to be a good man, which emboldened her to sell her hard-earned apples. Soon, Highway finished one apple and, glancing at the timid girl, took another from the basket, placing a silver coin within her collection. To Highway, a few silver coins were inconsequential, but for the young girl, it represented a significant fortune. As she noticed the sudden addition of silver coins in her basket, she instinctively rubbed her eyes, confirming they were indeed silver and not copper, before stammering, "Lord, this is too much. These 2 apples only require 2 copper coins." Highway merely reached out and gently patted her head, producing an adventurer's badge from his waist. "As you can see, I am an adventurer from afar, not a noble, so you need not call me Lord." "Then, big brother." The girl hesitated, for a silver coin could feed her for an entire month. It could buy a substantial amount of black bread. "I am new here and not well acquainted with this town. If you don't mind, could you be my guide?" "Well, if that is the case," she replied, nodding. She cautiously used an apple to shield the silver coins, her eyes brightening with joy. Today, she had encountered a kind-hearted big brother, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry through the cold winter. "Big brother, my name is Cynthia." "Thank you." She bowed deeply to Highway, her gratitude evident for this unexpected benefactor. Jayadali was not large. It boasted an adventurer's guild alongside a few inns and taverns. After a decade, it seemed little had changed. Aside from some additional lowly dwellings, everything began to align with his memories of Jayadali. Throughout that afternoon, Cynthia dutifully fulfilled her role as a guide, enthusiastically introducing Highway to all the town had to offer. As they passed a vendor selling skewered meats, Highway treated her to 2 skewers of succulent turkey slices she had never tasted before. Each skewer was priced at several dozen copper coins, nearly half a silver coin's worth. It was her first experience of such delicacies. After savoring the meat, she licked the stick, her expression one of lingering delight. Highway felt a pang of compassion. "Here, take as many as you wish." He offered her 2 more skewers, and Cynthia's dark eyes reflected the warmth of his gentle face, causing her to feel a slight moisture at the corners of her eyes. "May I pack these 2 to take home?" Her voice was tentative, as if fearing he might misinterpret her request as gluttony. "I wish to bring them back for my mother and sister to taste." After a brief moment of contemplation, Highway nodded, watching as she carefully wrapped the skewers in oil paper, placing them into her basket. As the sun began to set, Highway ruffled her hair, saying, "It is getting late. You should head home now so your family won't worry." Cynthia tugged at her hem, cautiously speaking, "Big brother, you are a good person. The inns in town were rather expensive. If you didn't mind," she offered, "you could come to my house. We have an extra bed." In Cynthia's eyes, those few dozen copper coins represented a considerable sum. She unconsciously wished to save Highway some money, for he had been so kind to her. The young girl sought to reciprocate in her own way. Highway glanced around, noticing a few individuals had been shadowing them throughout the afternoon. Allowing Cynthia to return home alone might lead to undesirable consequences. Though he had come to Jayadali with intentions of dragon slaying, having acted as a good person, he saw no harm in continuing to be one. "Thank you, dear sister Cynthia." His tone was soft, as gentle as a spring breeze, seemingly melting the frost on the streets. Cynthia nodded, her cheeks reddening slightly, as she led Highway toward her home. They traversed the sparsely populated streets, turning into several familiar narrow alleys. Eventually, the sight of his former home jolted Highway's spirit. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Cynthia inquired, noticing his prolonged silence and apparent daze. "It's nothing." Galway shook his head, yet his footsteps suddenly felt unusually heavy. This was the outskirts of the slums in the small town, and the wooden cabin had been established by his father during his youth as a hunter. Although it had grown somewhat dilapidated, it held a significant place in Galway's memories. From this vantage point, one could discern the general appearance of the slums, several worn wooden shanties and makeshift shelters cobbled together from wooden frames, barely qualifying as homes. Some individuals leaned against their shelters, gaunt and emaciated from hunger, while others had surrendered to sleep on the streets. The chill of the winter winds in the 12th lunar month suggested that some might never awaken from this winter. A sense of desolation enveloped the scene, devoid of warmth. The vacant gazes of the inhabitants conveyed that merely existing had become their greatest luxury. Xinsha wondered if her elder brother found their home somewhat shabby. But upon observing Gao Wei's arrival, she chose not to dwell on it further. As the wooden door creaked open, a gentle warmth greeted them, emanating from a small bonfire that provided the room with much-needed heat. The air was tinged with a faint mustiness and the scent of burning wood, indicating that the cabin had not been well maintained for years. Numerous drafts seeped through, and even the most rudimentary repairs had proven ineffectual. The cabin was modest in size, lacking separate rooms, and the furnishings were pitifully sparse. A single table and 3 wooden beds, with thin bedding that offered little warmth. There was no fireplace. Instead, stones were piled in the center for a makeshift fire. Aside from the additional bed, the place bore little resemblance to his memories. At first glance, Gao Wei noticed a young girl seated by the bonfire. She wore thin garments, her beautiful silver hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. She languidly lifted her gaze to acknowledge the entering Xinxia, but her attention quickly shifted to Gao Wei. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Gao Wei sensed an ephemeral danger. The girl's eyes were stunning, resembling rubies. Her long lashes were captivating, yet her gaze was frigid, akin to an ancient, unyielding glacier. Her exquisite features seemed to be the work of a divine artisan, making it difficult to fathom such beauty existing in a slum. In this era, attractiveness was not necessarily a blessing. Individuals like her, lacking the means to protect themselves and without a prominent lineage, would inevitably become playthings for the aristocracy. Her presence here was akin to a solitary, proud flower blooming in a desert, an unsettling contrast. As a warrior nearing the level of a sword master, he distinctly sensed a fleeting danger emanating from the girl. This sensation, however, dissipated as quickly as it had arrived, leading Gao Wei to question whether he had merely imagined it. "Big brother, this is my sister, Timmy Lu." Xinxia's voice pulled Gao Wei back to reality. He cast a skeptical glance at the two. Timmy Lu was clearly not from Ghidorah. Most inhabitants of Ghidorah shared his dark hair and eyes. In stark contrast, Timmy Lu's striking silver hair and beautiful crimson eyes suggested she could not possibly be Xinxia's biological sister. "Apologies for the intrusion," Gao Wei said as he settled cross-legged by the bonfire, not inclined to engage in conversation with the silver-haired girl. "Sister, this big brother is a good person." Xinxia recounted her encounter with Gao Wei to Timmy Lu, who listened quietly. Only after Xinxia finished did Timmy Lu slowly respond with a soft, languid voice that carried an air of disinterest. With Xinxia's animated storytelling now silenced, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Xinxia instinctively shivered. Despite sitting by the fire, she felt colder than when she had been outside. She grew increasingly restless, sensing that her sister had been regarding her with hostility since Gao Wei's arrival. Xinxia could not fathom why she felt this way. Her sister usually spoke little but was undeniably gentle. Yet today, her sister's demeanor felt unusually strange. Just as Xinxia pondered whether to find a topic to discuss, a man's loud voice erupted from outside. "Anna, you charged me a few extra copper coins this time. You should really consider my proposal. Honestly, my son and your eldest daughter Timmy Lu would make a splendid match. If you agree to let your daughter marry my son, I promise to arrange a lavish wedding for her, complete with a wild boar as a dowry." The man's words were met with a sharp female retort. "That won't do. My eldest daughter is destined to marry a noble lord. Baron Simon even mentioned wanting to take her as a concubine. Are you trying to compete with Baron Simon for a wife?" The man scoffed. "Well, I won't be giving you extra copper coins next time." The door creaked open, and Anna entered, ignoring the room's occupants as she grumbled and hung her scarf on the wall. "Curse that fool Dudo. He is only bullying us because we lack a man in the house. A hunter's son thinks he can marry my daughter? My Timmy Lu is far too beautiful. She deserves to marry a noble lord and enjoy a life of luxury." Her words faltered as she finally noticed Gao Wei sitting by the fire. He sat calmly, his gaze briefly resting on her before shifting away. Their eyes met, and Anna felt as though she had been struck by lightning. He looked so familiar, too familiar. It was as if the young man before her was her son, lost to her over a decade ago. After so many years. If Gao Wei had remained by her side, he would likely be around this age now. He resembled her son so closely. His gentle black eyes mirrored those of the child she had lost. Mother seeing Anna's gaze linger on Gao Wei, Xinxia's expression darkened. She initially thought her mother was mistaking Gao Wei for a new patron. When new customers arrived, if Anna was absent, they would often come to her house to wait for her. Most of these individuals sought to engage in something more with Anna. Xinxia. This as Anna finally snapped back to reality, reluctantly tearing her gaze away from Gao Wei. He resembled her child so closely that it momentarily distracted her. Her son was long gone. In this wretched world, being lost and being declared dead were one and the same. Most painfully, Gao Wei was the son she had sold. Even if the person before her truly was Gao Wei, what could she say? Could she plead for him to return to her? No. Gao Wei was clad in fine clothing, the expensive fabric she had only seen adorning noblemen. No matter how much he resembled her child, Anna could not dare to associate the young man before her with the frail boy she had once known. She could not, and would not. Chapter 27. The Taste of Memories. "Ah, mother, this is a kind big brother," Xinxia said, her cheeks flushing with realization as she recognized that she had failed to ask Gao Wei's name. Gao Wei merely smiled, unperturbed. "My name is Gao Wei Gachuan." With a clatter, the iron pot that Anna had just picked up fell to the ground, producing a dull sound. It was only at this moment that Gao Wei spoke his name, confirming the uncertain feelings that had lingered in her heart. The young man before her, now grown into a remarkable individual, was indeed the child she had sold to a slave trader many years ago. Cynthia, on the other hand, was completely perplexed by her mother's sudden loss of composure. Her large eyes were filled with confusion as she observed her mother's despondent demeanor. After a while, she seemed to recall something. "Brother, your surname is Gachuan? We once had a family named Gachuan here, although they have long since fallen into decline. It is said that a branch of the Gachuan family still exists in Gadoli, but I have never truly seen them." "Cynthia, I am indeed a member of that family," Gao Wei stated without any intention of concealing his identity, patiently explaining his name to the little girl. The Gachuan surname first rose to prominence 3 centuries ago when a count, having achieved military glory, inherited this land. However, over time, the family gradually fell into decline, and the once grand lineage dwindled until only a drunken hunter remained. "Well, and me," he added. That hunter had broken a leg one winter while trying to catch a reindeer, subsequently drowning his sorrows in alcohol. His daughter had died over a decade prior in winter, and his son had been sold to a slave trader. It is noteworthy that it was not the hunter who sold his son, but rather his wife. I understand her predicament, with a husband who could no longer hunt and burdened by his drinking habit, and with no decent job to sustain the child. She had no choice. As Gao Wei recounted the past, his tone was as calm as if he were narrating a tale heard from a wandering minstrel. Cynthia nodded thoughtfully, quickly recalling a limping uncle who often drank at the tavern where her mother worked. When intoxicated, he would boast of his once glorious family and a fulfilled life. He claimed to have been a hunter, with his greatest achievement being the hunting of a wild boar exceeding 300 kilograms. Gao Wei, could that person be Uncle Ad, who often drinks and runs a tab in town? Cynthia's eyes widened in incredulity. How could the disheveled, limping man be the father of this handsome and poised young man before her? She instinctively shook her head, unable to reconcile the two images. Anna's eyes brimmed with tears. Gao Wei was her son, her only son, yet he was also the child she had sold. No matter how remarkable he had become today, what did it have to do with her, the unworthy mother? The calmness with which her son narrated this tale felt as though he spoke of another story. She could only wonder how much suffering he must have endured to arrive at this moment. Nonetheless, her son had grown up safely, and that alone was enough. She dared not wish for anything more. Is Gao Wei here to find your father? Cynthia's thoughts were simple. Gao Wei, appearing so successful, must have returned to his hometown in search of family. Although his father had passed away, Cynthia still felt genuine happiness for him if he could locate his relatives. For Gao Wei was undoubtedly a good person. Gao Wei remained silent, just as Cynthia's curiosity piqued. She felt a sharp flick to her head and heard her mother Anna's reprimand. Children should not ask so many questions. "Oh," Cynthia replied softly, sensing that her mother's usually sharp tone had softened considerably. Soon, Anna began preparing dinner for the day, showing no further concern for Gao Wei's presence, which surprised Cynthia. Typically, the tavern patrons were not welcomed in such a manner. Her mother would never allow them to linger. Yet, Anna inquired nothing of this stranger, leaving Cynthia bewildered. Perhaps her mother felt that Gao Wei was a good person after all. Indeed, she had never encountered anyone better than him. Dinner was remarkably lavish, featuring ham that would typically only grace the table during winter festivities. The vegetables were abundant, unlike her usual frugality with the occasional tomato. It felt as though this feast might be the last meal of her life, as if it could easily consume a month's wages. Gao Wei, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, instead focusing on the quiet figure of Timalu, who had remained silent. He sensed an incongruity. Timalu appeared to be of similar age to him. Was she the child of Anna and some silver-haired individual? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought, recognizing it was not of significant concern to him. It had been a long time since he had tasted his mother's home-cooked stew. As he savored a few spoonfuls, a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. In the days when his father could still hunt, his favorite meal had been his mother's stew. This hodgepodge truly reflected Anna's culinary style. "Aren't you going to rest, brother?" The night was anything but peaceful, the wooden cabin allowing the distant moans from the slums to penetrate the silence. Timalu and Cynthia shared a bed, while their mother Anna occupied another. "Cynthia, You should get some rest, Gao Wei advised with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He felt little fatigue. After all, for a 9th-level warrior, a few days without sleep would have no significant impact. Cynthia, still a young girl at heart, soon succumbed to slumber after chatting with Highway for a while. Anna, however, continued to gaze at her long-lost son, illuminated by the flickering firelight, until drowsiness overtook her. Footsteps approached. Highway could hear a cacophony of footsteps drawing near the wooden cabin. There were 5, or perhaps 6. One of them appeared to be limping. Highway opened his eyes and rose silently, observing the 3 who had already drifted into a deep sleep, before quietly unfastening the wooden door. The moment he stepped outside, Timilu's eyes fluttered open. Chapter 28. Thank you for providing me with a stable life. Perhaps it is time for you to remarry, Yate. This price we agreed upon cannot be raised any further. You merely sold us a piece of information, while we bear the burden of the dirty work. I haven't complained. I was merely wondering if, apart from this wild boar leg, you could spare me a few silver coins for some wine. Their voices reached Highway's ears with clarity. The leader of the group held a torch, its light dim, yet Highway could discern the faces of each individual. They were all armed with hunting bows and short knives, suggesting they were hunters from the town. Highway listened intently as they engaged in what seemed to be haggling. Eventually, one of the men produced a handful of copper coins from his waist pocket, which brought a noticeable relief to Yates' expression. However, Highway's demeanor turned cold. The group appeared to be making their way toward the cabin where Anna and the others were. What are you planning to do? Highway's voice was low and steady, yet it carried an unusual undertone that was hard to ignore. The lead hunter raised his torch, illuminating Highway's youthful, handsome visage. Who are you, boy? The hunters suddenly felt a sense of urgency. This tall youth was clearly not an ordinary individual. Being seasoned hunters, their hearing was exceptional, enabling them to track prey in the vast forest. Yet, they had not even noticed when he had appeared before them. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is your intent at this late hour. Do you harbor any thoughts regarding the 3 women inside the cabin? The lead hunter furrowed his brow. Although Highway's appearance was somewhat unsettling, they were seasoned hunters, and with their numbers, they certainly held a considerable advantage. He cast a glance at Gao Wei, who possessed a striking appearance with his dark hair and deep-set eyes, complemented by a prominent nose, an archetypal figure of a Jadorian. However, the robust young men in the vicinity were familiar with one another, and it was indeed the first time they had encountered someone as unfamiliar as Gao Wei. Could he possibly be the husband that Anna had arranged for Timilu? A thought began to stir within him. Judging by his stature and appearance, he seemed to be quite an admirable young man, indeed worthy of someone like Timilu. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about him. It was as if he resembled someone he had encountered before, though he could not quite place where. Are you from the town? How is it that I have never seen you before? He continued to pose questions, utterly failing to grasp the essence of higher dimensions. However, scarcely had his words faded away when a fierce gust of wind swept through the surroundings, and the scenery before him began to whirl chaotically. The torch slipped from his grasp. A searing pain surged through him. He found himself sprawled upon the ground, having been swiftly overpowered by the being of higher dimensions, who now held the torch firmly in hand. It all happened too rapidly. He could hardly perceive the movements of Gao Wei, as if Gao Wei could teleport in an instant. Now, it is I who am posing the question. Gao Wei's voice was frigid. He did not strike hard. His biological father stood among the crowd, and he would not resort to lethal force until the reasons were clarified. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence, and several hunters instinctively drew their short knives, attention filling the air. Gao Wei, is that you? Gao Wei, my child. A Terra's voice trembled as he hobbled towards them, his dark eyes fixed upon the young man before him, his lips quivering as if he had countless words to convey. I am Gao Wei, but I am no longer your son. Ater's heartfelt revelation did not elicit any warmth from Gao Wei. His tone remained cold and distant. Upon hearing Gao Wei's response, Ater's gaze dimmed, and he forcibly restrained the urge to extend his hand. Gao Wei's son, the child who had been sold to a slave trader? At the mention of Gao Wei's name, one hunter seemed to recall something. In those days, Ater had been the most formidable hunter in the village, and many had seen the young Gao Wei. The once short child had now grown into a reliable adult. Gao Wei stood there, his posture as erect as a towering pine. One hunter seemed to have an epiphany. They had stealthily approached the wooden cabin at night, which indeed seemed suspicious, and it was only natural for Gao Wei to regard them with hostility. Gao Wei, we mean no harm. Your father asked us to deliver a wild boar leg to Anna. He discovered this boar in the forest, and we are merely fulfilling our promise to bring it to her. As he spoke, He waved the boar leg in his hand, already processed, its charred skin glistening in the light. Then why come at night? Gao Wei's tone softened slightly. The hunters fell silent for a moment, and it was Atair who broke the silence. I owe your mother too much. I can no longer hunt, and I thought it would be quite difficult for her to raise 2 children alone, so I asked for help to send this. As for why they did not come during the day, it was because he had no face to meet her again. Anna had remarried. Cynthia was not his daughter. Their relationship had long since been severed, much like the severed leg of the boar. Due to his limp, he appeared as a frail old man, his unkempt beard giving him a disheveled appearance. Gao Wei remained silent, and the leading hunter finally stood up. Gao Wei, it is truly wonderful that you have returned. This way, Anna will have a man to rely on. Some hunters expressed their joy at Gao Wei's return. Although they lived in a less than favorable era, the innate goodness still flowed through the veins of most common folk. Anna was a strong woman, or so the hunters believed. Few knew of Gao Wei's sale. Those who did assumed it was Atair who had sold him. Atair bore the burden alone. Since you are here, you should deliver this leg to your mother, the hunter said, thrusting the heavy pig leg into Gao Wei's hands, watching with satisfaction as Gao Wei accepted it. This sturdy figure was clearly fit for a hunter. Atair, since the meat has been delivered, we shall take our leave. You likely have matters to discuss with Gao Wei, so we shall not intrude. The hunters departed tactfully, leaving Atair and Gao Wei alone. They stood in silence, neither daring to speak, until Gao Wei tossed a cloth bag into Atair's hands. Regardless, thank you for providing me with several years of relative stability. Remarry, Gao Wei said, turning with a wave of his hand, leaving Atair speechless. A corner of the bag revealed several gleaming gold coins. Chapter 29. Then brother, what about you? Are you going to slay a dragon? Gao Wei. Gao Wei. Awakening from her dream, Anna sat upright as dawn's light crept through the window and the cracks in the walls. Instinctively, she glanced towards the fire pit, now empty save for the remaining embers still radiating warmth. Gao Wei had long since departed, leaving behind a small cloth bag and a wild boar leg hanging high on the wall. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Anna felt a pang of loss and confusion. When Gao Wei had visited, she had dared to imagine the improbable, that he might wish to remain by the side of his inadequate mother. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap. The person who had come was Gao Wei Gatun, not her son. In a daze, she stood and carefully picked up the cloth bag he had left behind, finding within it a handful of glimmering gold coins. Coins, the few she had encountered in her lifetime could be counted on one hand. One coin could afford her a better home. With this money, she could secure a stable life for the remainder of her days. Her son remained as kind-hearted, gentle, and brave as ever, resilient like grass growing in the crevices of stone. When sold, Gao Wei had not screamed like other slaves. He had sat quietly in the cage that bound him, his eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Upon his return, he harbored no malice towards her, even leaving enough coins for them to live well. She embraced the bag that once belonged to Gao Wei as if she were holding her son. Cynthia also awoke, instinctively reaching out beside her, finding nothing. Confusion washed over her, as if she had once had a sister lying beside her. Mother? Seeing her mother clutching something, Cynthia felt puzzled. What is it, Cynthia? Anna's voice was soft, as if she had yet to emerge from the harsh reality of losing her son. The sharpness of her tone had faded, reminiscent of the days long past when her husband still roamed the woods in search of game. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a gentle mother. Cynthia shook her head, feeling a dissonance that she could not quite place. Perhaps it was simply the result of her overindulgence the previous day. She was not surprised by Gao Wei's departure, though his abrupt exit did leave her with a slight sense of displeasure. Jayadali was the last human settlement on the way to the dragon's nest, and Gao Wei knew that in order to find a pure-blood dragon, he must traverse vast snow-capped mountains to reach that legendary place. The dragon's nest was a majestic and imposing range, home to the greatest number of dragons on the continent, which is why Gao Wei chose it as the final challenge on his path to becoming a sword saint. Yet, within these mountains, traces of humanity could still be found. Numerous intrepid adventurers had established various encampments, drawn by the allure of dragon droppings, a highly coveted resource, invaluable for both fertilization and alchemical pursuits. The prospect of discovering shed dragon scales or similar treasures could lead to considerable fortune. As Gao Wei made his way through Jayadali, he sensed that someone was following him. However, there seemed to be no malicious intent. The figure kept a respectful distance behind him. To his surprise, he recognized this person. Before entering the sprawling expanse of the snow-covered mountains, Gao Wei paused to kindle a fire and prepared to roast some jerky and bread. He spoke to the air. Sister Timalu, What is it that compels you to follow me? Upon hearing the voice of Gao Wei, Timilu did not hesitate. She appeared a short distance behind him. Clad in a gray robe, she concealed her petite form entirely. Approaching Gao Wei, her expression was inscrutable. A gentle breeze tousled her silvery locks, and her pale red eyes betrayed no discernible emotions. She squatted silently by the campfire, uttering not a single word. Gao Wei felt a sudden headache. To be honest, it would not have been difficult for him to shake off Timilu, given his stamina. In fact, he had deliberately slowed his pace for her sake, leading the horse along the way. Yet, considering that Timilu was the child of Anna, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of abandoning her. With so many dangers lurking outside, and given Timilu's beauty, it was likely that mercenaries and bandits would be salivating at the sight of her. However, Gao Wei was at a loss as to how to communicate with his half-sister. Had she been a full sister, he would have scolded her sternly by now. "Are you hungry?" Gao Wei asked, placing a piece of jerky atop a toasted golden brown bread, thoughtfully drizzling a bit of wild honey over it. Timilu did not hesitate to accept it, softly murmuring her thanks. "Sister Timilu, could you enlighten me on why you choose to trail behind a stranger like me?" Gao Wei was aware that the individual before him was his half-sister, but Timilu likely remained oblivious to this fact, as Anna had never acknowledged their relationship. "I overheard your conversation last night," Timilu said quietly. "I know you are my brother. Our mother recognized you at first glance. Cynthia is unaware that father and mother were married, but I am aware." "Very well, I suspected as much." Gao Wei sighed inwardly. In this world, he had always felt a profound solitude, a stark absence of familial warmth. He is fundamentally a kind and gentle soul. Despite the harsh treatment from his parents, he harbors no genuine hatred towards them. Their abandonment was not born from malice, but rather a consequence of the wretched world they inhabit, trapped in the depths of society where many circumstances are beyond their control. This is why they left behind a few gold coins. He is uncertain whether he will succeed in his quest to slay the dragon. Perhaps he may meet his demise, which compels him to take one last look at his parents. This explains why, in a land teeming with dragons, he chose to venture towards the lair of the nearest giant dragon. "Timilu, what I am about to undertake is perilous, and you cannot accompany me any longer," he said nonchalantly, poking at the campfire. "How about this? I shall escort you back, and you may consider this a brief respite," he suggested. However, Timilu slowly shook her head. "I do not wish to return, nor do I want to marry a hunter or become a concubine to a noble." He fell silent. Unlike Cynthia, Timilu possesses a stronger will and greater resilience. Apart from a fleeting sense of ominous danger upon their initial meeting, she is no different from any other ordinary girl. She follows him simply because she knows he is her brother. "Brother promises you, if you return, you can pursue your own desires," he said patiently, as if soothing a child. With his capabilities, he could easily send Timilu to the Holy Light Church, the Mandala Merchant Association, the Thorn Kingdom, or even the Alchemy Association, allowing her to embark on a completely new life. Yet Timilu, seemingly oblivious, gazed into his dark eyes and asked, "But brother, you are heading towards the dragon's lair, aren't you? To slay the dragon?" Chapter 30. "Brother, you surely do not wish for your sister to be taken away by another man." He was taken aback, astonished that Timilu had discerned his intentions. However, his expression soon shifted to a frown. There was something peculiar about his sister that he could not quite articulate, a feeling that had lingered since their first encounter. "Could I not simply be going to collect dragon droppings?" He laughed suddenly. Timilu, however, shook her head resolutely. "No, brother, you are strong. I can sense it. You carry the essence of a dragon, and you must have slain a pure-blood dragon and bathed in its blood, which is why your aura is so formidable." His smile froze, genuinely astonished and even somewhat frightened. He gazed into those beautiful crimson eyes for an extended period, yet he could not discern anything he yearned to know from their depths. However, he soon found solace in the thought that Timilu might possess an extraordinary sense of perception. This continent has never been devoid of prodigies. They possess an innate affinity for magical energy, naturally destined to become sorcerers. Such individuals exhibit remarkable talent even before they embark on their magical studies. Gao Wei contemplated a certain type of person, the draconic speaker. This rare and formidable gift is one that might only manifest in 1 out of a million. They possess an innate sensitivity to dragons and formidable creatures, effortlessly acquiring the dragon language magic reserved for the dragonkin. "Timilu, my dear sister, you possess remarkable magical talent. Return home, and I shall ensure your gifts are nurtured." Once you have mastered magic, you will seize control of your own destiny, choosing the path you wish to tread. However, Gao Wei's earnest entreaties failed to resonate with Timoru. Her words rendered him momentarily speechless. I have known of your existence for quite some time. Yet I have never laid eyes upon you, she confessed. At home, I am the elder sister, compelled to undertake many tasks that my younger sister Sincha cannot. It is the duty of an elder sibling to protect the younger. I once yearned for an elder brother to safeguard me, allowing me to revel in the joy of being a cherished sister by his side. Yet even so, when a sister learns that her long-awaited brother is embarking on perilous endeavors, her heart cannot remain untroubled. Brother, are dragons not also children of Mother Earth? Why must we hunt them down? They do not intrude upon human existence, do they? You are already so powerful, having slain a dragon. Why pursue the hunt further? Is it for glory, or perhaps for the precious materials that dragons possess? Gao Wei was taken aback by Timoru's sudden outpouring of emotion, particularly her assertion that dragons, too, were children of the earth. It must be noted that while dragon calamities do occur across the continent, the region of Ghidorah has remained remarkably tranquil. The dragons dwelling in the lairs atop the imposing mountains have never ventured beyond their territory, living in harmonious coexistence with the humans. Were it otherwise, even the most intrepid adventurers would not dare to infiltrate the dragon's den to collect their droppings and scales, for the dragons would effortlessly sense and eliminate any intruders. Gao Wei struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Every being inhabiting this continent strives for survival. Humans, demi-humans, and dragons are not so different. The law of the jungle prevails. Although there have been no recorded dragon attacks in Ghidorah, such occurrences are commonplace in other regions. I am prepared to confront dragons, fully aware of the risk of becoming a victim myself. The true motivation, however, lies in the fact that my fighting spirit has reached an impasse, necessitating a vigorous battle to facilitate my breakthrough. You are correct. Dragons are indeed children of Mother Earth, and I acknowledge my selfishness in this regard, for which I apologize. Timoru fell silent, and the two siblings shared a moment of contemplative quietude. Just as Gao Wei pondered how to escort Timoru back, she spoke once more. I cannot permit my long-lost brother to perish so easily. It would break Mother's heart. Therefore, I shall remain by your side. If you were to die, I would choose not to live either. Gao Wei, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples, sensing that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Timoru's heartfelt declarations ignited within him a fleeting desire to simply knock her out and send her home. Yet, her next statement extinguished that notion entirely. Gao Wei, if you abandon me, I will run away on my own. I am determined to find you. You wouldn't want your sister to be taken away by another man, would you? At this, Gao Wei found himself utterly speechless. Even if he were to return Timoru, he would truly be at a loss should she escape once more. He believed that Timoru could accomplish it. After all, she had been by his side for several days. Timoru's capriciousness lightened Gao Wei's mood somewhat. For a long time, he had been surrounded by many people, yet among all those women, Timoru evoked a sense of genuine sisterhood. This was a feeling that neither Megana nor Angelica could provide. The warmth reminiscent of family coursed through his veins, igniting a comforting sensation within him. Perhaps having a clingy and affectionate sister was not such a bad notion after all. Gao Wei mused. Given the opportunity, I shall procure a few tomes of magic for you. You possess remarkable talent that should not go to waste. In that moment, Gao Wei found himself suddenly reconsidering the significance of surpassing the Sword Saint. It matters not how he fares on his own. He did not wish to place his beloved sister in peril. With that thought, he rose to his feet and patted his horse, inviting her to mount. For the journey ahead promised to be arduous. Now that they had ventured forth, it was best to consider it a respite. Surely, a mere visit to the scattered gathering of adventurers would pose no significant threat, would it? His desire to slay dragons had waned considerably, despite being in his early 20s. He possessed a wealth of experience. Timoru extended her arms, signaling her wish for an embrace. He had no choice but to lift his sister and place her upon the horse's back. Perched atop the steed, Timoru suddenly inquired, "Brother, are you married?" Taken aback by her unexpected question, he paused momentarily before replying, "No. Do you have a girl you like? One you wish to spend your life with?" "There was someone I cherished deeply, but I was not chosen. My feelings have since faded." "Why the gossip? It is not for you to concern yourself with your brother's affairs. Am I not merely expressing concern for your lifelong happiness?" Their conversation meandered through mundane topics, a comforting warmth enveloping them as they found solace in familial bonds. He no longer yearned to slay dragons. He believed that such reckless endeavors were reserved for those unburdened by attachments. Now, he had a sister to watch grow into adulthood. Chapter 31. What happened to the promised tranquility? Finding provisions amidst the sprawling snow-capped mountains was no trivial task. Previously, he had only brought enough rations for one. And with Timilu accompanying him, their supplies were sorely inadequate. Fortunately, the mountains were home to numerous creatures, ensuring Timilu would not go hungry. His grilling skills were commendable. And Timilu always praised him, her face glistening with grease after each meal. After approximately half a month of travel, he finally stumbled upon the first gathering of adventurers. Nestled within a valley, this location resembled a small village more than a mere encampment. It boasted several wooden structures, and from a distance, the rising smoke indicated life within. Some of the buildings even reached multiple stories, a sight that left him quite astounded. While such architecture might be commonplace in human towns, this was the lair of dragons. And even the periphery was considered dragon territory. Timilu, swathed in a heavy cloak, trailed behind him, as the inhabitants of the gathering cast curious glances in their direction. Adventurers accustomed to the dragon's den were not strangers to one another, yet a figure as distinguished and handsome as Hai Wei was indeed a rarity. The noble steed he led and his striking attire marked him as an easy target, yet upon noticing the gleaming scabbard of his long sword, their demeanor shifted to one of caution. To appear here alone, accompanied by a seemingly defenseless girl, was no small feat. Some third and fourth-tier warriors attempted to gauge his strength, only to feel as though they had encountered an immovable mountain. "Sir, would you care for some fresh dragon dung? This is the excrement of an adult pure-blood blue dragon, excellent for alchemy or fertilization." An adventurer enthusiastically pitched his wares at his stall. Presenting the blue dung encased in a layer of solid ice for preservation, devoid of any foul odor. He shook his head. Dragon dung might be a valuable commodity for ordinary people and adventurers alike, but for the affluent Hai Wei, who possessed the wealth of the entire Mandala Guild, it held little worth. He knew without even glancing that the storeroom was likely stocked with a considerable supply. Timilu wore a disdainful expression as she shrank back behind Hai Wei, even discreetly pinching her nose as if a foul odor were truly wafting through the air. It is noteworthy that dragons possess an acute sense of smell. Even excrement encased in solid ice could be detected at such a close range. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, and upon realizing that Hai Wei had no intention of purchasing the dragon dung, she breathed a sigh of relief. After wandering for a while, he found the level of prosperity here somewhat exceeded his expectations. Due to the presence of dragon dung and dragon scales, there was even a small adventurers' guild building, along with a blacksmith and an inn. Although the inn was present, its conditions were far inferior to those of the establishments located in towns. It seemed that profit was indeed the primary driving force of humanity, even in this remote mountain range where few ventured, as long as there was profit to be made. There would be people. Staying for a night cost 3 silver coins, and only one room remained available. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man, was engrossed in a book when Hai Wei and Timilu entered. He merely glanced up and stated the price. The inn was modest, appearing to have no more than 4 or 5 rooms, and Hai Wei had little reason to doubt the innkeeper's words. While 3 silver coins for a night was somewhat steep, it was not a concern for Hai Wei. However, considering Timilu was no longer a child, sharing a room with her half-brother felt somewhat inappropriate. He cast his gaze upon Timilu, who was also looking at him. Her pale red eyes showed no emotion, maintaining a cold expression, yet her earlobes were tinted with a deep crimson. Fortunately, her oversized robe concealed her petite head. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. "Brother." "I am fine." Timilu tugged gently at Hai Wei's garment. Hai Wei nodded in acknowledgement. This gathering place only had one inn. If they did not stay there, they would have to camp outdoors after half a month of roughing it. Hai Wei thought it prudent to find a place to bathe. He could always relinquish the bed for his sister, as it would not affect him to go without sleep for one night. He tossed a gold coin forward, requesting a stay of several days, with daily provisions of hot water and food. "The excess shall serve as a tip for you." Hai Wei's generosity instantly brightened the middle-aged man's demeanor. After confirming the coin's authenticity with a bite, he respectfully assured, "Rest assured, I will prepare everything for you." The innkeeper's attitude transformed dramatically after the payment, such as the allure of gold. Hai Wei was unconcerned about concealing his wealth. As a 9th-tier battle warrior, his prowess was unrivaled across the continent. Should any foolhardy individual arise, he would not hesitate to send them to meet the benevolent god of light. The room was modest, featuring a single bed, a table, and a chair. The innkeeper summoned a carpenter from next door, who quickly assembled a large bathing tub. This gold coin had elevated Hai Wei to a position of honor in the innkeeper's eyes. Hai Wei found himself momentarily dumbfounded, The spacious room lacked any form of privacy. How was he to bathe? Nevertheless, he resolved to endure, deciding he could simply wander outside while his sister bathed. With the hot water prepared, Highway gently patted her shoulder. Timilu, you bathe first. I shall see if there is anything delicious downstairs. Without waiting for her response, he strode purposefully toward the door. Timilu felt a tinge of shyness but did not reject her brother's thoughtful gesture. As her garments fell away, her skin mingled with the warm water. Moments later, it appeared as though delicate white scales emerged upon her skin, only to swiftly fade back into tranquility as if it were merely an illusion. Downstairs, Highway felt a sense of boredom. Girls typically took considerable time to bathe and to avoid any awkward encounters. He deemed it wise to remain downstairs for at least an hour. This gathering place offered little in terms of entertainment, lacking even a bookstore. With that thought in mind, he headed toward the tavern, hoping to enjoy a mug of ale to alleviate his weariness. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warm air infused with the robust sense of alcohol and meat enveloped him. The chatter of patrons filled the air. Have you heard? Several gathering places near the Dragon's Nest have been attacked by dragons. Is that true? Which gathering place? The dragons here have always been quite docile, haven't they? There hasn't been any danger for decades. It's the gathering place closest to the heart of the Dragon's Nest. Those who escaped looked as though they had seen a ghost, claiming a dragon had come. Well, we need not worry too much. We are on the outskirts, so we should be safe. Besides, a sword saint is already on his way here. Highway settled down and ordered himself a mug of ale. Listening to the conversations around him, he furrowed his brow. Hadn't it been said that the dragons of the Dragon's Nest had always been relatively peaceful? What was happening? Suddenly, the tavern door burst open with a loud crash, and several bloodied adventurers collapsed at the entrance. The dragon attacked our gathering place. This sudden scene silenced the tavern patrons. Soon after, one or two men resembling priests stood up and approached the fallen adventurers. A radiant halo appeared in their palms, transforming into a small magical circle. Healing power began to mend the wounds of the injured adventurers. From a distance, Highway observed a grotesque gash across one man's chest, which had torn his body open. Had he not been clad in sturdy armor, he likely would have perished. A faint aura of battle energy flickered around him, sustaining his life. It appeared that he had been struck by a dragon's tail. Had it been a dragon's claw, he would have surely met the god of light by now. Fortunately, the healing powers bestowed by the god of light proved effective, visibly repairing the injuries within moments. What exactly transpired? Speak slowly, the priest requested, appearing fatigued. The energy consumed in such a brief period had nearly drained his divine favor, the source of a priest's healing abilities, which could only be replenished through prayer to the god of light. A dragon has attacked the punk gathering place and is now flying this way. Quickly, spread the word and evacuate. The adventurer weakly exclaimed, leaning against the wall. His complexion resembled that of parchment, and even the ministrations of a cleric's healing arts could not restore him to full vitality. Dragons are formidable beings, occupying the apex of the food chain on this continent. To vanquish a dragon, one must possess the prowess of at least a sword saint or a mage god. Typically, those who congregate in these locales to make a living are adventurers of lesser caliber, predominantly of the third or fourth tier, with scarcely any above the fifth. Such numerous insects, no matter how abundant, merely serve as a feast for the dragon and could never muster the strength to mount a defense. Truly powerful adventurers would never find themselves reduced to scavenging dragon dung and scales for survival. Gao Wei remained silent, rising resolutely and making his way towards the inn. Even if he could contend with the dragon, the aftermath of an actual confrontation would undoubtedly be catastrophic, sending shockwaves through this gathering. Timilu was merely an ordinary girl. She stood no chance of surviving amidst such chaos. Therefore, Gao Wei resolved to take her away. As for the adventurers residing here, he could not concern himself with them for the time being. He is kind-hearted, yet when faced with the choice between an adventurer and his sister, he would invariably choose his sister. What is the matter, brother? The young girl, her cheeks flushed after bathing, had just donned her clothes when she discovered that Highway was already standing at the door. Fortunately, she dressed quickly, otherwise, an awkward situation might have ensued. We must leave. A dragon is approaching, Highway said, grasping Timilu's hand, neglecting to gather any trivial belongings. Timilu was somewhat taken aback, and by the time she regained her senses, she had already been led downstairs by Highway. Hadn't the dragons in the Dragon's Nest always remained quite docile? How could a dragon possibly attack this place? Timilu was genuinely puzzled, yet Highway's demeanor suggested a sense of urgency that was far from jest. However, In the next moment, the sky seemed to plunge into darkness as a vast shadow loomed over the gathering. Adventurers looked up, witnessing a pair of wings that eclipsed the sun as a dragon, its hue reminiscent of volcanic lava, spiraled in the air. The immense wings stirred up a tempest, and the red dragon, akin to a scrutinizing monarch, surveyed the insignificant creatures below. I am the red dragon Lugurl. Today marks the end for you, mere rodents. The shadow loomed larger as the dragon's massive jaws opened, revealing gleaming fangs, and in an instant, a searing flame was conjured. Timolu stood in shock, unable to fathom that a red dragon could appear amidst the snow-capped mountains. This was not a volcanic region. The inhabitants here were predominantly white dragons, with a few blue and black dragons present. It was indeed unusual for a dragon that despises extreme cold to manifest in such a place. The flames surged forth, and the adventurers could only perceive a colossal inferno descending from the sky, many wearing expressions of despair. They even forgot to wield their own fighting spirit and magic. For in the face of absolute power, their insignificant starlight was utterly incapable of making a dent. The high-dimensional being pulled Timur behind him and drew forth the resonance of green with a single hand. The dazzling green light appeared as a solitary boat upon an endless sea of red flames. As his fighting spirit flowed, it coalesced into the blade's edge. The fusion of yellow and green caused the resonance of green to resonate with a thunderous roar, like a hurricane sweeping through. The adventurers suddenly heard a crisp sound of a sword's cry. They then witnessed a scene that could be recounted for generations. A straight beam of green sword energy shot forth from the gathering point. The furious flames of the red dragon met this green sword energy as butter meets a sharp knife, and the flames capable of melting a millennium's worth of ice were completely devoured. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the sharp sword energy shattered all dragon flames and directly severed the horns atop the red dragon's head. Boom. The horns, measuring several meters in length, fell to the ground, producing a dull thud, followed by the heart-wrenching scream of the red dragon. Dragon blood gushed forth as if it were free, splattering onto the earth, where it sizzled upon contact, causing the accumulated snow to be instantly obliterated. The blood of dragons possesses immense corrosive properties, and upon hitting the ground, it created a massive hole. Who could it be? Is there a sword saint among the gathering? Only a sword saint could wield such terrifying destructive power, capable of neutralizing the red dragon's fiery breath with a single sword strike, and even severing its horn. Damned red dragon! A loud voice resonated from the sky, where a middle-aged man clad in black armor stood with his arms crossed. From a distance, he witnessed the red dragon unleashing its flames, initially believing he would arrive too late. To his astonishment, there was indeed a sword saint present at the gathering, who had severely wounded the red dragon with a single blow. The red dragon emitted a piercing roar, its massive eyes scanning the adventurers below, desperately seeking the one who had inflicted such injury upon it. However, the blood streaming into its eyes had already clouded its vision. Now, another human capable of posing a threat had arrived. Remaining here would only lead to its doom. Flee. This was the first thought that flashed through its mind, and it unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards the middle-aged man in the sky. The yellow fighting spirit collided once more with the dragon flames. Yet this sword saint's fighting spirit was evidently not as domineering as that of the high-dimensional being. It did not gain the upper hand in direct confrontation with the dragon flames. By the time he regained his senses, the red dragon had vanished without a trace. Chapter 33, High-Dimensional Being. Do you want a wife? The red dragon retreated, and the sky once again revealed its original blue and white hues. Many of the adventurers, having survived the ordeal, sank to the ground, even though they might boast of being comparable to a sword saint after a few mugs of ale, claiming they could fell a pure blood dragon with a single strike. It was only when the true dragon wreaked havoc above them that they understood the true terror of a dragon's presence. The fearsome red dragon, with its wings spread, could obscure the very sky, and a single breath of its flames could reduce them to ashes. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, they erupted into fervent cheers. For even such a powerful dragon was forced to flee in the wake of their human sword saint strike. The earlier glimpse of fighting spirit that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens ignited a surge of passion within them. This is the pinnacle of fighting spirit. With but a single blow, one could seriously injure the sovereign of the skies. They harbored no doubt that had the sword struck the dragon's neck instead of its horn, the Crimson Beast would undoubtedly have been slain on the spot. It was the illustrious Sword Saint Mundo, one of the legendary sword masters who had just engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon in the skies. Some recognized the knight clad in black armor as one of the 5 renowned sword saints of the continent. In the prime of his youth, Mundo was the youngest among the esteemed swordmasters. But who was the sword saint that had grievously wounded the red dragon in the gathering? That overwhelming aura of sword energy. Imbued with unparalleled destructive power, could it be the sword saint Dulu? Such thoughts were not confined to the surviving adventurers. Even Mundo himself pondered this. Such formidable sword intent could only belong to the one who thrived in the Thorn King escort, whose might was truly unmatched. He descended from the sky and began to search for Dulu's figure among the gathering. After surveying the area, he found no trace of Dulu, which immediately aroused a sense of perplexity within him. He swiftly appeared before Gao Wei, scrutinizing the serene-faced youth from head to toe. Timmy Lu instinctively recoiled behind Gao Wei. The middle-aged man clad in black armor exuded an aura of palpable danger. His formidable fighting spirit was nearing the level of a sword saint. Mundo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Although he had not located Dulu, he had found Gao Wei at the source of the green sword energy. Ordinary adventurers were oblivious to the true essence of Gao Wei. Yet Mundo was no ordinary individual. He discerned the terrifying power concealed within Gao Wei's form, even though Gao Wei had yet to truly tread the threshold of a sword saint. The might displayed in his previous strike unequivocally placed him on par with any existing sword saint on the continent. Furthermore, Gao Wei was remarkably youthful, which piqued Mundo's interest even more. "I am Sword Saint Mundo. Pray tell, which esteemed lineage do you hail from?" Gao Wei met Mundo's gaze with unwavering composure and replied nonchalantly, "Gao Wei, of the Catan clan." Gao Wei? Mundo rapidly pondered whether he recognized such a name. After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "You are the third student of the old man Dulu, the captain of the Thorn Squad who slew a dragon at level 8? In merely 3 years, you are on the brink of breaking through to Sword Saint." Mundo and Dulu were old acquaintances, and Dulu often extolled Gao Wei's virtues in their conversations, proclaiming him his proudest pupil. Mundo's eyes brimmed with admiration for Gao Wei. The youth's talent was astonishingly formidable. Throughout his life, he had encountered many prodigies, yet those prodigies would refer to him as a genius. Had Gao Wei existed in the same era as him, his name would have loomed over Mundo like an insurmountable mountain. Fortuitously, he had been born 20 years earlier. Otherwise, with such a terrifying contemporary, he would genuinely question his confidence in achieving the rank of Sword Saint. "Child, you have saved the inhabitants of this gathering place, as well as my nephew. I owe you my gratitude," Mundo said, gesturing toward a young man in the distance. The golden-haired youth approached timidly, both reverent and fearful in the presence of his sword saint uncle. Having overheard their conversation, he felt a sense of awe upon learning that this youth, who appeared to be his peer, had grievously wounded a red dragon with a single strike. It was as though the figure before him was not a contemporary, but rather an insurmountable mountain throughout his lifetime. This was someone acknowledged by his sword saint uncle. "Thank you, esteemed sir," he expressed gratefully. He bowed respectfully to Gao Wei, who merely waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I happened to be here, and it was merely a matter of convenience." Before engaging in battle with the red dragon, Gao Wei felt uncertain. Having once fought against dragons, he understood their formidable nature. Today, he was driven by a resolute belief in the necessity of protecting Timmy Lu, bolstered by the enhancement of the resonance of nature. The red dragon had not anticipated that such a small gathering could harbor an individual of Sword Saint caliber. While Gao Wei's strength was indeed formidable, luck also played a role in his success. Had the red dragon been prepared, he might not have been able to breach its defenses so effortlessly. The dragon had simply unleashed a few breaths of dragon fire. Had it resorted to dragon language magic, it would undoubtedly have resulted in a fierce confrontation. The intelligence of dragons is comparable to that of humans. Having sustained injuries and now confronted by a sword saint, it chose to flee. Old man Dulu was quite fortunate, having gathered several commendable students, and now he was on the verge of mentoring one who would ascend to the rank of sword saint. Truly enviable. Mondor's tone revealed no attempt to conceal his admiration for Dulu, when suddenly he inquired, "Gao Wei, how old are you this year?" Gao Wei paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected question. 20. "And this young lady beside you is?" "She is my sister." "Ah, that's delightful. Do you have a wife in mind?" "If you express your desire, I shall arrange for one to be brought to you." Gao Wei. He never anticipated that Mondo would suddenly utter such absurd words. "What is the matter? Do you already have a wife? Even if you do, having another wouldn't be an issue, would it?" Mondo laughed heartily, remarking, "My daughter is exceptionally beautiful and renowned as a magical prodigy at the Academy of Magic. Should you too have children, they would undoubtedly inherit your remarkable talents." Gao Wei felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond to this somewhat eccentric and overly familiar sword saint. Meanwhile, Timilu instinctively tightened her grip on Gao Wei's sleeve, only to release it shortly after. "Senior, please refrain from joking with me," she said. However, Mondo appeared oblivious to the refusal evident in Gao Wei's tone. He gently patted Gao Wei's shoulder. "There's nothing to worry about. Young people will naturally develop feelings for one another with time. I truly admire a valiant warrior like you." Gao Wei remained silent, for he had no intention of genuinely getting to know this man's daughter. He decided to let the matter rest. Chapter 34. It is imperative to locate Gao Wei and ensure his stay in the kingdom of Black Moon. While Gao Wei was leisurely exploring the scenic beauty with Timilu, the kingdom of Black Moon was far from tranquil. The legion led by Bishop Ruff had successfully halted the breach at the Blackstone Fortress. The Wurgens had spent much of the winter exhausting their resources. Their offensive was no longer as ferocious as it had been at the outset, and signs of retreat had begun to emerge. If this attrition continued, even the most valiant Wurgens could not withstand such a depletion of strength. Bishop Ruff stood upon the ramparts of the Blackstone Fortress, observing the Wurgens in the distance, his eyes filled with vigilance. Yet beneath that vigilance lay a hint of satisfaction. He has successfully defended the Blackstone Fortress this time, fulfilling the task assigned by Archbishop Elabad. This mission was originally intended for that avaricious old fellow, Kubo. Unfortunately, his eyes are fixated solely on gold coins, completely disregarding the responsibilities entrusted to him by the Archbishop. One can only imagine the severe reprimand awaiting him upon the Archbishop's receipt of this news. At that point, not only will he fail to advance, but he may also lose his position as one of the 5 archbishops. For 2 months, he has been biding his time, waiting for a suitable moment to respond. Reports from his subordinates indicate that Kubo remains in the city of Black Moon, seemingly relishing this comfortable lifestyle. If he can just hold on a little longer, the Wurgen should not pose any further threat. The losses incurred this time were considerable. He commanded a legion of 100,000, with priests constituting 1/3 of that number. Were it not for the priests' presence, the battle would have likely proved far more arduous than he anticipated. However, divine favor is not infinite. The priests must pray at the statue of the God of Light to restore their blessings. Within this modest Blackstone Fortress, there exists only one statue, which cannot accommodate so many priests praying simultaneously. Just as Roof was lost in fantasies of moving to Kubo's position, a somewhat flustered paladin of the church entered the room. "Archbishop Roof, we have received correspondence from the Holy See." He reverently presented the pristine white envelope with both hands, adorned with exquisite gilded floral patterns and bearing the hand-stamped seal of Archbishop Olibode, featuring a symbol of peace in the form of a dove. "Has good news arrived so swiftly?" Ruff instinctively remarked. He initially intended to relay the news from this place only after successfully repelling the onslaught of the werewolves. He had meticulously crafted the rhetoric for impeaching Kubo, intending to depict his recent transgressions as utterly unforgivable. Upon receiving the envelope, he reverently uttered, "Praise be to the great God of Light." Yet, the contents within struck him like a bolt from the blue. Elabad inquired why he had ventured to Blackstone Fortress without permission, questioning why he had so callously disregarded the lives of numerous ecclesiastical guards and priests. The Archbishop commanded him to depart from Blackstone Fortress immediately and return to the cathedral to submit to the judgment of the God of Light. This cannot be right. Rufus slumped into his chair, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Wasn't it the Archbishop who had issued orders to Kubo to provide support to the Black Moon Kingdom? Kubo, neglectful and accepting bribes, should be the one facing punishment, not him. Why, then, was he the one being rebuked? Furthermore, Elabad's letter even urged him to return to the cathedral for the God of Light's judgment, a fate reserved for the guilty. This could jeopardize not only his standing but even his position as bishop. Surely, it was Kubo's machinations at play. He must have done something. Rufus was not devoid of intellect, though he possessed little of it. From the legion and supply convoy led by Kubo, he deduced that the church was serious about this endeavor, and he suspected that such an opportunity might have displeased Kubo. Thus, he led his legion to the Black Moon Kingdom, planning to step in and take charge when Kubo could no longer hold out. However, he had not anticipated that Elabad's true desire might be to prevent any further action in the Black Moon Kingdom. Yet, if it were merely a fade, why send the legion at all, complete with supplies? He felt as though his mind were a tangled mass of confusion. Perhaps he had already fallen into the machinations of others since the moment he received the plea for help from the Black Moon King. He was manipulated like a fool, having once believed he had secured an immense advantage. Yet now, having arrived at this juncture, It appears that retreat is his sole option. If he continues to persist here, he will undoubtedly become a criminal. Perhaps departing from the front line may still offer a glimmer of hope. He rose to his feet, as if all the strength had been siphoned from his entire being. He exerted himself fervently on the front lines, yet became the greatest fool. Suddenly, a resounding cheer akin to a tidal wave erupted from outside. Victory! We have triumphed. Those wretches have finally retreated. The soldiers rejoiced, and Ruff stumbled out. Upon reaching the battlements, he beheld the orderly withdrawal of the dark horde not far away. The stench of blood assailed his senses, and the restless wind carried the essence of war. Corpses lay heaped like a small mountain, comprising both the wolfish foes and the guards of the Blackstone fortress, as well as the defenders of the church. The surviving warriors cheered, celebrating this hard-won victory. Initially, this was a matter of great joy, as Ruff had envisioned. Yet now, a single letter from Olibode had rendered all his accomplishments meaningless, transforming him into a scapegoat. He became the one blamed for the demise of those church defenders and priests. Indeed, it was Olibode who dictated the propagation of the doctrines of the God of light and love. Even if he held the title of bishop, what significance did that hold? It was unfortunate that their saint had yet to reach maturity and had not ascended as the new pontiff. Otherwise, even if Olibode were her uncle, he would have the means to manipulate the saint. The warriors cried tears of joy, as if the battles of the past months had finally borne meaning. The only one who felt discontent was Ruff. The news of victory swiftly spread, and the previously restless citizens of the Black Moon Kingdom found a measure of solace. With the Blackstone fortress intact, their homeland would remain secure. The one most elated was undoubtedly the king of the Black Moon. He preserved his throne along with countless commoners residing in the kingdom of the Black Moon. Moreover, many nobles suffered losses in this conflict, which effectively diminished the power of those who might harbor disloyalty. His royal guard and the knightly order encountered no trouble whatsoever. With the retreat of the Wurgs, new challenges arose in quick succession. The Archbishop of the Church of Light came only out of respect for Gao Wei, and he is but a despicable opportunist taking advantage of the information gap. Now that the Wurgs have withdrawn, it is likely he will face judgment from the Church of Light. The only means of securing his safety appears to be singular: finding Gao Wei. As long as he can locate Gao Wei and firmly bind him to the kingdom of Black Moon, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 35. If only you had mentioned you were a sword saint sooner. Recently, numerous events have transpired, yet only two have captured the attention of the tavern's regular patrons. One is the successful repulsion of the Wurgs attacking the kingdom of Black Moon, primarily by the valiant guardians of the Church of Light. The citizens led by the kingdom of Black Moon extol the virtues of the benevolent song of the Light God. After all, had the Church of Light not intervened at a critical moment, the ordinary citizens of the kingdom would have surely faced a bloody massacre, at the very least ending in enslavement. The other piece of news is the emergence of a new sword saint within the Dragon's Nest. The sword saint, known as Gao Wei, severed the horns of the red dragon with a mere stroke of sword energy, causing the beast to flee in disgrace. Bards have even composed songs about this event, singing them in the tavern during their leisure hours. "Brother, you have truly become famous now," Timmy Lou remarked, tilting her head back, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. Her beautiful silver hair flowed like a shimmering galaxy, gently swaying in the breeze that wafted into the tavern. However, Gao Wei himself felt little significance in fame. It had long since lost its allure for him. He has held numerous identities, each one renowned across the continent. However, these were merely code names or aliases. This time, it is the true name of Gao Wei Jiatuan. All of these are insignificant titles, devoid of real importance. In truth, I do not possess the confidence to claim victory over the Crimson Dragon. Gao Wei is not being modest. It would indeed be quite challenging for him to wield that sword again. At that moment, he had drawn upon extraordinary skill only to protect Timmy Lou. The two enjoyed each other's company for a while, seemingly uplifted by the experience. After Timmy Lou finished her lunch, Gao Wei inquired, "Timmy Lou, having been out for such a long time, do you wish to return home?" "No," Timmy Lou replied decisively. "What is it that you wish to do then?" Gao Wei held a deep affection for his sister. Having lacked familial warmth throughout his childhood, he genuinely felt the embrace of family in Timmy Lou. "And what of you, brother? Is there something you long to do?" Gao Wei paused for a moment, realizing he did not have any particular desires. He had promised to Eufusi that if he were to slay a dragon, he would return to the Mandala Merchant Guild for alchemical studies. Yet, he had not fulfilled that promise. "I, too, have no pressing ambitions. How about this? To ensure that your magical talents are not hindered, I shall escort you to the Magic Academy for your studies. Timmy Lou asserted that she was already 14 years old. Observing that those affluent nobles often sent their children to magic or martial academies at the tender age of 4 or 5, regardless of their innate abilities. Families would support them in their academic pursuits. As for the common folk and the impoverished, even those with genuine magical potential struggled merely to survive, with little left over to pay for exorbitant tuition fees. Some individuals may never encounter the lofty wizards. This is how the noble class emerges. Gao Wei has always felt that despite his misfortunes, he has also been remarkably fortunate. Had he not encountered the Sword Saint Dulu, who recognized his potential, his exceptional martial talents might have remained undiscovered. Dulu has been a mentor to him, akin to a foster father. Now, having grown strong, he wishes to protect his sister. Must I really go? Timmy Lou pouted, making it difficult for Gao Wei to resist her charm. Yet, each person excels in different domains. Gao Wei has invested an immense amount of effort into the path of martial arts. His magical talent is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to his aptitude for combat. With the notion of slaying dragons now behind him, he finds himself devoid of any particular ambitions at this moment. Perhaps accompanying his sister in her studies would be a delightful alternative. This thought leads him to contemplate his other sister, Cynthia. He must seek an opportunity to enlist the help of a magician to ascertain whether she possesses any magical potential. In a world of the extraordinary, it is only through mastering power that one can seize control of their own destiny. Sadman has been seated upon the throne for an entire day now. He has been living in a state of trepidation these days, to the extent that he feels compelled to keep one eye open while sleeping, fearing that in the depths of slumber, he might be sent to meet the light god by Archbishop Erebord. The bishop who aided him, Bishop Ruff, was summoned back and promptly stripped of his ecclesiastical title, demoted to an ordinary priest. A bishop, no less. Even he, the Black Moon King, would treat such a figure with due respect. Yet, with a mere flick of the archbishop's tongue, he was cast down from the celestial realm to the earthly plane. However, none of this is of paramount importance. The gravest error he has committed in his lifetime looms large. He allowed Norin to replace Hai Wei. The name of Hai Wei Gachuan has haunted him like a relentless nightmare, leaving him utterly drained. Tales of Hai Wei's feats have spread through the taverns. How could he, as the Black Moon King, remain oblivious? A sword saint. A sword saint capable of cleaving the twin horns of a red dragon with a single stroke. Even the mightiest empire on the continent would not necessarily boast a sword saint in its ranks. And yet, this sword saint had worked under his command for a full 3 years, dutifully caring for his daughter, with Hai Wei in service. Not even the minor Wolfkin tribes could threaten him. Even if other beast clans dared to attack, his Black Moon Kingdom would remain unshaken. Regret envelopes him deeply. When Kubo arrived, expressing a desire to meet Hai Wei, he sensed something amiss. He had initially believed Hai Wei to be merely the son of the Mandala Guild leader, only to discover that he was, in fact, a sword saint. A sword saint is entitled to wield such influence. It is no wonder that the Thorn Kingdom, once an ally of the Black Moon Kingdom, has suddenly turned hostile. It is likewise not surprising that his attempts to borrow gold coins from the Mandala Guild were rebuffed. These individuals were not offering him respect. They were extending it to Hai Wei. Speaking of which, the Nameless Knight appeared just as suddenly as he vanished. Could it be that the Nameless Knight is none other than Hai Wei? He took a deep breath. The high-dimensional entity has now dropped its Fade and revealed its true nature, departing from the kingdom of Black Moon. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Sadman tightly gripped his scepter, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Had Gao Wei still been in the Black Moon Kingdom, even as his son-in-law, he would have possessed ample confidence to transform the Black Moon Kingdom into a true empire. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Gao Wei had come from Megana, and from the mouths of the servants and knights, Sadman gleaned much information he had previously dismissed with disdain. In his devotion to Megana, he personally took to the kitchen to prepare meals, actively tidied the study for her, and undertook numerous tasks that accumulated like an insurmountable mountain. It was love that propelled Gao Wei. Having departed from the Black Moon Kingdom for merely half a year, he was convinced that such a fleeting duration was insufficient to diminish his affections. Unable to locate Gao Wei, he resolved to unveil a significant revelation, that Gao Wei and Megana were betrothed. After all, who could ascertain the veracity of this claim? As long as it served his interests, that was all that mattered. Gao Wei's deep affection for Megana, along with his willingness to perform tasks typically reserved for servants, meant that leveraging his reputation would hardly pose an issue. He even envisioned that upon hearing this news, Gao Wei would joyfully return to the Black Moon Kingdom to wed Megana, thereby granting him a son-in-law of legendary prowess. Chapter 36, The Greasy Uncle. brave Machima faces challenges fearlessly. The Grand Cathedral of the Radiant Church is situated within the realm of the Polaris Empire. Renowned as one of the most powerful empires on the continent, the Radiant Church wields an influence here that rivals that of His Majesty Emperor Zaluk of the Polaris Empire. The throne of the Polaris Empire is divinely ordained, and throughout the generations, emperors have sought the endorsement of the Radiant Church to legitimize their claim to the throne. They have established their nation on the principles of benevolence and peace. The cathedral sprawls over an expanse nearly the size of several football fields, its roof forming an inverted triangle, with a magnificent quartz clock suspended in its center. This clock, powered by both magic and machinery, receives regular recharging from dedicated sorcerers each month, renowned for its grandeur. At noon, a resounding chime reverberates through the air, audible even from the distant walls of the city. Following the tolling of the bell, the priests commence their devotions, directing their prayers towards the towering statue of the Goddess of Light, which stands over 30 meters high in the central square. Some seek divine favor, while others aspire for further blessings. Among them are the humble citizens of the North Star, who also join in the supplications. Today's prayers are for peace and the benevolence of the Goddess of Light. Beneath the statue lies a raised platform, where the red-haired Alabad fervently raises the papal staff, a symbol of authority, in his hands. He was in the prime of his life, even younger than several bishops standing beside him. Yet, due to his formidable strength and his status as the uncle of the current saint, he naturally occupied this prominent position. A red-haired maiden, her face veiled in delicate gauze, revealed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Dressed in an oversized priestly robe, she nonetheless displayed her fair, jade-like feet. Although it was winter, she felt no chill, blessed as she was by divine favor. Despite having stood in such circumstances before, the sight of the dense crowd below still stirred a hint of nervousness within her. She struggled with social anxiety, yet this small secret remained unspoken to anyone. As the lengthy blessing ceremony concluded, the statue of the goddess began to emit waves of milky light, a response from the divine to their prayers. The faithful below knelt with even greater reverence, feeling the divine grace enter their beings, their faith growing ever more steadfast. When the prayers came to an end, Uncle Machima began, but Eliboda shook his head. Undeterred, she playfully clung to Eliboda's arm. But I haven't even said what it is yet. Why do you shake your head? The solemnity of Eliboda's grand bishop robe was slightly crumpled by her antics, yet his countenance radiated warmth and affection. Clearly, he was no match for his niece's charm. No, every time you call me uncle, it spells trouble. As the saint of the Radiant Church, you must devote more energy to the divine blessings. In the future, you will be the esteemed pope, tasked with spreading the doctrine of the benevolent radiant God to the faithful. How can you constantly dwell on alchemy? Machima pouted in displeasure. The title of saint was bestowed upon her by her mother, which she did not desire. Her true passion lay in alchemy. Primarily, studying alchemy allowed her to avoid interacting with so many people. My divine favor is already quite high. My level is now on par with yours. I merely wish to take a glance. By the way, you mentioned knowing that renowned alchemist, Zach. You promised I could meet him if I proved myself capable. Eliboda found himself at a loss for words. Of course, he knew Zach. Not long ago, he had dispatched aid to Zach against a pack of gnolls. For reasons unknown, Zach had already departed from the Black Moon Kingdom, and recently, news had surfaced of his impressive feat of severing a dragon's horn. After some time apart, it seemed his captain had grown even more formidable. He blamed himself for speaking too freely while drinking, inadvertently igniting his niece's obsession with alchemy. Machima's fixation had become his responsibility as her uncle. He was quite busy and feared he wouldn't have time to visit the Polaris Empire. Oh, not this excuse again. Oh, I know. Machima's voice trailed off dramatically. You must have gotten tipsy and boasted. Eliboda felt his dignity as an elder slip away, his face flushing slightly before regaining composure. I swear by the benevolent radiant God, Uncle is not deceiving you. I truly know that esteemed alchemist, Zach. Initially doubtful, Machima now appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. The strength and faith of their pastor stem from the divine light of the God of love, making it inconceivable to jest about such matters. Yet, despite the fact that my uncle is acquainted with that legendary alchemist, why does he hesitate to facilitate a meeting? Even if he were an unkempt elder, she would welcome it. Brave Machima fears no adversity. How about this? You need not be overly disheartened. If you manage to complete your project this winter, I shall grant you a 2-month respite, allowing you the opportunity to meet the esteemed alchemist Zach. Machima's expression turned sour. This so-called project is not so easily accomplished. It is a divine oracle bestowed by the god of light, and merely deciphering it demands considerable time. Even a priest of Alabad's caliber needs a year to unravel it. However, unlocking the oracle would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of the Light Church. What say you then? Do you refuse? Humph, I shall disregard you. Just remember, you may not retract your words later. Should you prove untrustworthy again, I might just slip away unnoticed. Surely, you do not wish for the Light Church to be without a saintess, do you, Archbishop? Alabad found himself at a loss for words. There was something peculiar about her statement. Nevertheless, Machima indeed bore a heavy academic burden, and her abilities had reached parity with his own. It was time for her to gain experience. Accompanying Galway might be an excellent choice. Alabad mused that, given Mikana's lack of discernment, it would be fortuitous to draw this wandering sword master into the Light Church. The thought that the former captain might one day refer to him as uncle caused an involuntary smile to curve his lips. Galway's charisma is undeniable. Even though Alabad is over a decade older, he still considers Galway a remarkably dependable captain. It is no wonder that the two girls in their original squad were both enamored with him. Archbishop, Your Highness the Saintess. A priest responsible for relaying messages approached them, respectfully presenting a parchment scroll into Alabad's hands. This was arranged by Alabad specifically to monitor the movements of the Black Moon Kingdom at all times. The audacity of the Black Moon King to exploit his goodwill towards Galway would not be forgiven lightly. As he unfurled the scroll and scanned the few words, a frown creased his brow. What is this? Galway and Mikana are betrothed, and they have invited the Light Church to witness their wedding? Alabad immediately recognized this as a despicable political maneuver by Sadan. He is aware that he has spun a colossal web of deceit, and now he is contemplating the merits of persisting in his folly. Yet, he also feels a twinge of discomfort, for it has been some time since he last encountered Galway. He is left wondering what thoughts Galway harbors toward Mijiana at this moment. If Galway still possesses feelings for Mijiana, what then? He truly must give High Dimension some face. However, his desire to become High Dimension's uncle will likely have to be indefinitely shelved. Chapter 37. She burst into tears, realizing that the little friend who had not kept the promise was none other than herself. Have you heard? That recently emerging Sword Saint is actually the fiancé of Her Highness, Princess Mayana. Your news is a bit outdated. I have even more sensational information. This Sword Saint is not only Princess Mayana's fiancé, but he also spent 3 years as her silent guardian knight. Is that so? TSK. A Sword Saint serving as a guardian knight? It seems our king possesses more cunning than we imagined. To keep such a trump card hidden away is simply unbelievable. Is that truly the case? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. If this rising Sword Saint really is Princess Mayana's fiancé, then why did he not reveal himself during the recent attack on Blackstone Fortress by the Wolfmen? That seems rather unreasonable. Your assertion is flawed. Who knows whether he intervened or not? This time, the Wolfmen mobilized their entire army, yet the true elite did not make a single move. Perhaps it was indeed due to this Sword Saint's influence. Do you remember the Nameless Knight from before? The one powerful enough to slay 2 level 8 Wolfman generals, who remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he is this very Sword Saint. Your words carry a semblance of truth. The tavern was alive with raucous discussions. The patrons relished these juicy tidbits of gossip. In the corner, High Dimension sat in bewilderment. Why does he not remember his engagement with Mayana? Brother, do you truly have an engagement with Miss Mayana? Timalu's tone was calm, yet Galway felt a strange tension in the air. The girl glanced at Galway before shifting her gaze away, feigning indifference. Yet, the more she acted this way, the more peculiar it seemed. Galway suddenly realized that this was rooted in his sister's reluctance to let go. He surmised that when Xinxia and Timalu found boys they fancied in the future, they might feel similarly. However, in a bid to reassure his sister, Galway replied, "No, I do not have an engagement with Mayana." "Oh, I see. Brother, you did not deny having acted as Miss Mayana's knight," Timalu remarked, leading her to believe that the matter was indeed true. Galway nodded. "So, this Miss Mayana is the girl you once held dear?" He nodded again. "Stupid brother, why do you only nod?" Galway shook his head. Timalu felt as though her punch had landed softly on cotton. Yet, upon learning that Mayana was not truly engaged to her brother, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though she could not quite grasp why. "Now that we have returned to the Black Moon Kingdom, do you plan to go back to Miss Mayana? Since the King of the Black Moon has publicly acknowledged your engagement to Mayana, I believe that if you return, you will surely marry the girl you once loved most." "I will not return. What they need is not Gao Wei, but a sword saint. Gao Wei shrugged, speaking in a relaxed tone. Not to mention that I am not a true sword saint. Even if I were, I still would not return. Timala stood up, her delicate hand suddenly grasping Gao Wei's. To me, you are first and foremost my brother, and only then a powerful warrior. I do not care whether you are a warrior or not. Even if you possess no abilities, I will support you. Don't be deceived by my appearance. I am quite capable, she added playfully, eliciting laughter from Gao Wei. The Timalu he encountered now was entirely different from the aloof girl he had first met. She had transformed into a charming and lively little sister. This warmth was precisely what Gao Wei yearned for in a true family. All right, brother promised to accompany you to the Magic Academy. So do not dwell on it too much. Releasing his sister's warm hand, Gao Wei speared a piece of rabbit meat on his fork and brought it to his mouth. Regarding magical resources, the most renowned place was Anzu, known as the hometown of mages. Following closely was the Polaris Empire. Anzu produced the highest number of magic deities on the continent, and while Polaris had its fair share, it still paled in comparison. After all, Polaris was the territory of the Church of Light, where many chose to become priests. Gao Wei had visited the Anzu Empire, where the reputation of Master Zack, the alchemist, had spread. Well, there was no use in overthinking it. He decided to take his time, starting with a visit to old friends. Maiana had begun to grow accustomed to life without Gao Wei, despite feeling uncomfortable immediately after his departure. Gradually, she adapted to the pristine room he had left behind and the meals he had prepared. She had lost some weight, yet appeared even more beautiful. Without Gao Wei, the maid often faltered in her duties, prompting Maiana to insist that the maid leave her belongings untouched, opting to tidy up herself instead. Lately, news of Gao Wei had frequently reached her ears, and Maiana worked diligently to maintain her composure. Even upon hearing that he had become a sword saint-level warrior, she stifled her tears. Gao Wei had once cared for her with meticulous attention, treating her as his everything, performing tasks that a guardian knight should not have to undertake. The new guardian knight was adequate, ensuring her safety, but he lacked the personal touch Gao Wei had provided. Yet, why did Gao Wei say nothing? If he simply declared himself a sword saint, he could remain by her side openly. She was averse to politically motivated unions, which was why she maintained a spoiled and willful demeanor to keep the aristocrats at bay, who still remembered her as the carefree child she once was. Perhaps no one did. She reflected melancholically, feeling a void in her heart since Gao Wei's departure, and with time, this emptiness seemed to expand. A heavy sensation weighed upon her chest, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. The discomfort had been apparent even during Gao Wei's absence. When she learned of his status as a sword saint, she was not surprised, as if it were only natural. In her troubled state, she began to methodically tidy her study to distract herself from thoughts of Gao Wei. A loud clatter echoed as a book fell from the shelf, landing with a dull thud. In her distraction, she had inadvertently knocked a book to the ground. It was an old tome, with her name, Maiana, written in crooked letters. Alongside it fell a light blue bracelet. How curious to find a bracelet here. A diary? She once had a habit of keeping a diary. Memories flooded back, allowing her to momentarily forget everything related to Gao Wei. She opened the diary, filled with various entries, stories about her mother, her brothers, and her mischievous antics, such as pulling at her father's beard or sneakily placing insects in her brother's beds. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Was this not the life she had desired? It seemed she had once possessed it. She crouched down, continuing to flip through the pages until she stumbled upon an entry about her visit to the Nozuka Kingdom. Today, I came to the Nozuka Kingdom with my mother. It is a beautiful kingdom, yet I still find the Black Moon Kingdom more grand, with our castle towering higher. The food here is not particularly good. I met a small, dirty boy who seemed to have gone a long time without a proper meal. I offered him my bread, but he instinctively took a step back. This little rascal is quite cautious, but as the princess of the Black Moon Kingdom, how could I bully a filthy little boy? After cleaning up, he turned out to be rather handsome. He introduced himself as Gao Wei Gachuan. Who would have thought that a dirty child like him would possess a surname? Was he once a noble? I found myself quite fond of him. As we parted ways, I gifted him a blue bracelet, for I liked him quite a lot. Compared to his peers, he seemed much more mature. And I adored the gentle look in his dark eyes, which sparkled like black diamonds. It was not because Gao Wei was crying, merely sand had gotten into his eyes. He too was reluctant to part, promising to be my guardian knight when we grew up, to protect me until I no longer needed him. You must take good care of this bracelet. If you lose it, I will be very angry. At that time, do not expect me to be your guardian knight. Majana was taken aback. Gao Wei, it turned out he. The hazy memories that had long faded were finally awakened with the opening of this diary. As if the little girl from years ago had merged with herself. In an instant, she lost all her strength and collapsed onto the ground, crying out loud. Chapter 38. The bad woman radar beeps this winter. The snowfall seemed particularly abundant. The path that had been cleared just a quarter of an hour ago was once again blanketed in snow. Yet, the maids dared not pause for even a moment. Diligently sweeping the path leading to the Thorn Kingdom, some loyal female knights joined the snow removal competition with great enthusiasm, as if they wished to scrape the ground bare. The castle was eerily silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The two female knights stationed at the castle gate kept signaling to their comrades. But the knights with brooms hastily fled. With darkened expressions, they felt utterly helpless. Normally, it would be one thing, but now they had no desire to guard the entrance. Queen Angelica of the Thorn Kingdom had fallen into a state of utter dismay ever since hearing a certain announcement. It was just because the boastful king of the Black Moon had claimed that Gao Wei Gatun was betrothed to Majana. Most onlookers, unaware of the intricacies, thought that having a sword saint as the son-in-law of the king of the Black Moon would indeed have some impact on the Thorn Kingdom, though perhaps not too significant. After all, their queen had allies. Not to mention, the overall strength of the Thorn Kingdom far exceeded that of the Black Moon Kingdom. A small number of individuals privy to insider information dared not speak out. After all, Gao Wei was known to be the unattainable white moonlight of their queen. Now, that white moonlight was to become someone else's husband. Could this lonely woman contain her fury? She might even skip over ovulation and plunge straight into menopause. A female knight who had just returned from outside hurried in, seemingly with urgent news to report. A companion, busy sweeping snow, grabbed her arm and whispered, "What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" The queen is in a foul mood right now. The detained knight looked perplexed. "I have something very important to tell Her Majesty right now." The snow-sweeping knight mourned silently for her messenger companion for 3 seconds. If it was indeed urgent, she should hurry, but caution was advised. "Do not worry. The news I bring will surely delight the queen." The snow-sweeping knight was taken aback. What could possibly bring joy to the queen at this moment? Could it be the discovery of a mithril mine within their territory? Even if they found a mithril mine, it would be of little use unless Gao Wei was present. Only he had the capability to turn such a discovery into something valuable. Watching the messenger knight disappear from her view, she silently continued her sweeping, hoping not to get splashed by any snow. Outside, the cold was biting. For the snow was falling heavily, and the castle was not particularly warm, despite the grand fireplace burning continuously. Yet, the knights standing in the corridor preferred the outside chill. Angelica's stern expression sent shivers down their spines. Seeing a valiant figure approach Angelica, many closed their eyes, as if anticipating a tragedy to unfold. "My queen, a distinguished guest has arrived." Sitting on her throne, Angelica did not immediately respond, maintaining her icy demeanor. "My queen, a guest has arrived." Thinking Angelica might not have heard, the knight repeated herself. "Who has arrived?" Her voice was frigid, as if a cold wind had swept through. "It is Mr. Gao Wei." Angelica thought she might have misheard. "I said, Mr. Gao Wei has arrived." Confirming that she had not been mistaken, Angelica immediately rose to her feet. The royal cloak fluttered with her movement, her alluring figure apparent even beneath the heavy garments. She said nothing but strode purposefully toward the castle's entrance. As if she had lost all patience awaiting the knight's announcement, she intended to reprimand these knights. After all, who was Gao Wei? He could come whenever he wished without needing an announcement. Upon reaching outside, the biting wind brought Angelica back to her senses, but she did not cease her advance, continuing until she entered the reception room and finally beheld Gao Wei. "Angelica, it has been a long time." Gao Wei greeted her with a smile. A faint smile adorned his face, a smile that spoke of the joy found in the reunion of old friends. Anglika felt her inner turmoil calm instantaneously. As the burdens of the past few days began to dissipate, akin to being enveloped in a sea of spring blossoms. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they last met. "What brings you here so suddenly, without any prior notice?" "Well, I simply thought of you and decided to come see you," he replied. "We are old friends, so why the formalities? Allow me to introduce my sister, Timalu." Rising from her seat at her brother's introduction, Timalu curtsied, unable to muster a smile, yet she greeted Anglika politely. "Greetings, esteemed Queen Anglika." "Sister?" Anglika was taken aback. She was aware of some aspects of Gao Wei's past. He indeed had a sister, but she should have. The Timalu before her, with white hair and red eyes, appeared to belong to an entirely different lineage. Confusion washed over her. "Yes, she is my sister." though we share the same mother but different fathers. Understanding dawned on Anglika. That made sense. Galway had been sold away, but being a kind-hearted individual, he likely could not bear to see his sister trapped in such circumstances, prompting him to rescue her. With this realization, Anglika's perspective subtly shifted. Did this mean she had a sister-in-law now? Her expression softened with warmth. Dear Sister Timelu, there is no need for such formality. Your brother and I are old friends. You may call me Sister Anglika instead of Queen. Anglika's change in demeanor piqued Timelu's interest, igniting a sense of suspicion within her. A cunning female. Her gaze towards her brother was almost piercing. Another woman coveting her brother. Her instincts flared to life. An exceptional brother was not always a blessing. Peculiar women seemed to appear out of nowhere, drawn to him. Being a queen, what sort of man could she not have? Why covet her brother? It was utterly vexing. Perhaps it is best to still address you as your majesty, Timelu replied, though Anglika dismissed it, attributing it to her sister's shyness. No matter, once we become familiar, we will all be family, and there's nothing to be shy about. As they settled in, an observant maid approached with the finest red tea, pouring it into pristine white cups that released an inviting aroma. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since we last met. I thought you had forgotten about your old friend, Anglika said, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. The memory of the man before her, who had once spurned her affections, amplified her wistfulness. Well, I've been a bit preoccupied lately, Galway admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Not long ago, someone claimed they would remain at the Thorn King's court for a spell, yet in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Galway felt at a loss for words. He had merely spoken out of courtesy, typical banter among friends. Why had Anglika taken it to heart? By the way, regarding the recent rumors about the Black Moon King, specifically your engagement to Morgana, what are your thoughts on that? Anglika broached the subject casually. Though her keen, beautiful eyes were silently scrutinizing Galway's reaction, she surmised she understood the situation. This was merely a political maneuver by the Black Moon King. However, the notion of a beloved being utilized as a political pawn stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She had witnessed the depth of Galway's affection for Morgana. He had even disbanded the Thorn Squad for her sake, willingly becoming a humble guardian knight. He devoted so much to Morgana, yet disheartened by the lack of reciprocation, he departed. Once again, his former beloved extended an invitation to him, though she herself was uncertain whether Galway would be stirred by it. What can I think? Galway replied with an air of unspoken ease. Do you not intend to return to Morgana? Certainly not. My past kindness towards Morgana was entirely voluntary, stemming from affection as well as gratitude for her past benevolence towards my younger self. However, I have since repaid that debt. Look at the snowflakes drifting outside. They fall year after year, yet any snowfall or even a single flake, once melted, merges with the earth and does not return to this land. At present, I harbor no other thoughts, only a desire to watch Timelu diligently study magic, empowering her to shape her own destiny. That suffices for me. Angelica silently sighed within, concluding that as long as Galway could lead a good life, that was enough. Brother, do you prefer this type of girl? After leaving the Thorn King's court, the two embarked on their journey to the Polaris Empire. This time, Galway chose the swifter griffin for travel. During a brief respite, Timelu suddenly spoke up. Galway was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Timelu seemed overly concerned about his romantic affairs. Angelica is merely my friend. He found the need to explain rather exhausting. Angelica bore a striking resemblance to Timelu, both possessing silvery hair and crimson eyes. Though Angelica's were a shade redder and her figure more voluptuous, their temperaments were starkly different. One boasted commendable attributes, while the other was merely slightly superior to a mere airport. Yet Timelu, being still young, had a promising future ahead. So, does that mean you don't like this type? A hint of disappointment tinged her tone. Of course not, on the contrary. Both Angelica and Timelu are significant to me. One is a dear friend, the other is cherished family. Family, indeed. If Timelu were aware of a certain inside joke, she would undoubtedly exclaim it without hesitation. How dull. Galway playfully tapped her forehead. What thoughts occupy that little head of yours? Can't you be a bit more innocent? The atmosphere throughout their journey remained jovial until Galway finally arrived at the Polaris Empire. In the distance, the imposing walls of the Polaris Empire and the most prominent structures within the royal city came into view. The eternal castle belonging to the emperor and the renowned Cathedral of Light. As he entered the city, his tall griffin attracted considerable attention from the guards stationed at the gates. However, their glances were merely fleeting. As members of the Polaris Empire's guard, they had encountered griffins before, albeit infrequently. Please present your identification. Galway casually handed over the emblem of the Mandragora Merchant Guild. Upon seeing the 3 exquisite Mandragora flowers, the guard quickly returned it with respect. Following an incident in a nearby town, Galway had requested Doyafusi to prepare a 3-flower emblem for him. No problem. As a member of the Mandragora Merchant Guild, you are exempt from the entrance fee. Upon hearing the guard's words, many cast envious glances in his direction. After all, he was a representative of the Mandragora Merchant Guild, the most powerful merchant organization across the continent, welcomed as esteemed guests in any kingdom, Polaris included. Galway nodded and rode his griffin into the city amidst numerous admiring stares. Typically, entering such a grand city incurs a head tax, varying according to the identity presented. The Polaris Empire mandates that commoners pay a copper coin to enter the royal city, while priests and members of the Mandragora Merchant Guild enjoy complete exemption. Even esteemed alchemists and mages must pay when entering or exiting. Without proper identification, one cannot enter the city, thus ensuring the tranquility of the royal city and preventing the mingling of vagrants. Compared to the Black Moon Kingdom and Thorn King Escort, the royal city of Polaris exuded much more vibrancy. The outermost areas were lined with 2- to 3-story brick houses as one ventured inward. The architecture grew increasingly splendid and luxurious. The roads were paved with bluestone slabs, leading smoothly to the castle at the city's end. The dwellings here were predominantly white, as the stones used for construction were mostly of that hue, creating an appearance both solemn and beautiful, a fitting reflection of the public's impression of the god of light, pure and immaculate. The streets bustled with activity, filled with small traders leading their draft horses and residents chatting amiably at their doorsteps. Upon seeing Galway ride his griffin, curious glances were cast in his direction. Galway acutely experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. The locals seemed utterly unperturbed by the imposing griffin, a testament to the unique lifestyle of those residing in the royal city. After a short while, a procession of priests approached, led by a senior priest, prompting the milling civilians to make way. Galway, cradling Timalu, dismounted from the griffin, preparing to lead it aside to allow them passage. Before he could take further action, he noticed the priestly entourage striding purposefully toward him. He approached Galway, surveying him with a polite demeanor, and inquired, "Are you Mr. Galway Gatchuin?" Galway nodded. "What brings you here? I trust one have not breached any taboos." A hint of confusion crossed Galway's face. The senior priest displayed a joyful expression. Bowing slightly in a gesture of respect, "You have certainly done nothing wrong. The Archbishop has sent me to welcome you." Chapter 40. The Arena of Carnage awaits. Galway was taken aback. How did Eli Bode know of his arrival? Despite his bewilderment, he followed the priest's entourage. Upon reaching the cathedral, a kind priestess assisted him in dismounting from his griffin. This was not Galway's first visit to the cathedral, yet each time he was invariably struck by its grandeur. Devout civilians and earnest priests held in their hands a tome dedicated to the salvation of souls, inscribed with the compassion and benevolence of the God of Light. Timalu, embodying a curious spirit, was visiting such a place for the first time, and the expansive cathedral left her in awe. Her gaze was fixated on the enormous clock, as she envisioned how breathtaking it would be to soar to its heights. Shortly thereafter, Eli Bode arrived, adorned in the imposing robes of an archbishop, extending his arms for an embrace with Galway. "It has been too long, Captain." "Indeed, it has been a while." The sight of his former companions brought back memories of their shared adventures. Eli Bode, the eldest among them, possessed a temperament that harmonized well with the group. After completing tasks or during moments of respite, he enjoyed indulging in spirits. Were it not for his distinctly Arctic Empire appearance and towering height exceeding 2 meters, Galway might have suspected that their priest was merely a dwarf in disguise. Yet, one must ponder, could there truly be a dwarf soul residing within him? Such thoughts were merely stereotypes. The current Eli Bode had shed any remnants of his former drunken persona, exuding vitality and poise. His attire and hair were impeccably groomed, radiating an unintentional aura of authority. "Uncle, who is this handsome young man?" A playful voice chimed in, drawing Galway's attention to the red-haired girl trailing behind Eli Bode. He instinctively directed his gaze towards the girl's delicate feet, only to quickly withdraw it. Her long, fiery hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and although she was veiled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes were irresistibly captivating. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a charming little red fox, freshly emerged from the thicket. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Timalu, who had been observing the grand clock from a distance, swiftly darted to Galway's side. The moment she laid eyes on Machima, she sensed her bad woman radar activating. Pouting like a puffed-up pufferfish, she acknowledged, This is Galway Gatun, the one who recently severed the dragon's horns with a single stroke. And he is also the alchemist you've been yearning for, Zack. Michima's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a long-dormant predator discovering its prey. The living sword saint. How dashing he is. Moreover, he is the alchemist uncle she has long cherished in her thoughts. Despite the stark contrast with her imagined image of Zack, Michima felt that the current Galway aligned far more with her preferences. With that thought, she stepped closer to Galway, inquiring, Galway, could you tell me how you managed to sever the dragon's horns? Why didn't you slay it in a single stroke, but instead allowed it to escape? Are you truly Mr. Zack? I've heard that your alchemical skills are extraordinary. I genuinely admire you. Indeed, I am that Zack. But this is a secret. Please don't mention it to anyone, Galway replied, somewhat bewildered, uncertain as to why Eli Bode had immediately referenced his identity as Zack. Yet, observing the girl's enthusiasm for alchemy, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Michima's friendliness only served to irk Timolu further. Hey, I'm still right here. Is it necessary to be so disrespectful towards the dragon? Why must my brother kill that red dragon? It was only then that Michima turned her attention to the silver-haired girl beside her, seemingly just realizing her presence. Oh, I didn't notice there was such a lovely sister here. You call him Galway. Are you his biological sister? Galway gently ruffled Timolu's silver hair, attempting to soothe her emotions while subtly distancing himself from Michima. However, she quickly closed the gap once more. Of course, we are family. Galway felt somewhat overwhelmed. He was at a loss regarding how to handle such a forward girl. Receiving Galway's affirmative response, a sly smile crept onto Michima's lips, akin to a mischievous kitten successfully completing a task. You still haven't answered my question, impolite little fox. Unlike the many bad women he had encountered previously, who exhibited at least a modicum of restraint, this brazen little fox disregarded all conventions, presenting a stark contrast to those women. This left Timola feeling an unprecedented sense of urgency. Her instincts warned her that this girl might pose the greatest threat to her. Dragons are inherently malevolent. Why not slay it? Did it not actively attack a human settlement? Timola paused for a moment. Perhaps the red dragon was indeed evil, but not all dragons were. Just as not all humans could be deemed virtuous. What you say makes sense, but what else with the little fox moniker? It displeases me, sister. You might not even be older than me. Perhaps I am the elder sister here. Timola huffed, tightening her embrace around Galway's arm. Galway was unsure of their ages, but it was clear that Michima had the upper hand in that regard. Meanwhile, Eli Bode, standing to the side, felt a throbbing headache coming on. He was aware of his niece's eccentric personality, yet he did not anticipate that she would display such a whimsical demeanor in front of Galway today. He distinctly recalls that his niece was never particularly loquacious. Could alchemy possess such formidable enchantment? She experiences social anxiety, yet it seems to manifest predominantly in crowded settings. However, her impression of Galway appears to be quite favorable. If an opportunity arises to deepen their connection, it would not be unwise. After all, Michima is destined to marry. With her brother no longer present, it falls upon him, as her uncle, to seek a suitable match for her. Galway excels in both appearance and prowess, and his character is commendable. Hence, upon their initial encounter, he deliberately mentioned Galway's esteemed status as a master alchemist, fearing that the socially anxious Michima might hesitate to engage with him. While the objective has indeed been achieved, there remains an unsettling sense of incongruity. The outcome seems almost too favorable. He is indeed pleased with the outcome. However, he remains uncertain about Galway's true stance towards Mijina. In recent days, he had been rather inactive, merely awaiting news of Galway's arrival. He decided to ascertain the true meaning of Galway before determining whether to impose sanctions on the Black Moon Kingdom. In Chapter 41, he is portrayed as a seductive demon. Captain, I have long harbored a question that I wish to ask you, said the priestess as she served them steaming hot tea. Galway had just taken a sip when Alabode suddenly adopted a serious expression. Your Grace, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Your Grace is what others call me. You may continue to address me as Alabode, as you always have. Very well, Alabode, what is it you wish to inquire? Alabode instinctively glanced at the seemingly obedient Michima sitting nearby before cautiously asking, what are your current thoughts regarding the Black Moon Kingdom? What do you think? I have no particular opinion. At this juncture, I no longer wish to conceal the truth from you. Recently, I heard of the Wolfman's attacks on the Black Moon Kingdom. I thought you might require my assistance. Thus I dispatched a bishop and a legion to aid you in fending off the Wolfmen. However, I later learned that you had already departed from the Black Moon Kingdom. Do you truly harbor no feelings for that realm? Alabod's words were laden with implication. Here, the Black Moon Kingdom likely symbolizes not merely the territory, but rather a special individual, someone who once held immense significance for Galway. A smile suddenly illuminated Galway's face. Alabod, as you know, I have never been one to dwell on the past. Memories can indeed be a form of punishment, but they only torment those who remain ensnared by them. I have a clear conscience and shall not linger in one place indefinitely. Galway's dark eyes shimmered with resolve, and Alabod chuckled softly. From the moment they had teamed up, he recognized Galway as an exceptional person, perhaps due to a harsh upbringing. Galway exhibited greater attentiveness and tenderness, showing concern for the emotions of his companions. Thus, Alabod firmly believed that Galway was the best match for his niece, Machima. Seeing Galway troubled by feelings for the Black Moon Kingdom pained Alabod, yet he felt a genuine admiration for Galway's devotion and selfless spirit. If he were in Galway's position, he would not have clung to a baseless promise from his childhood, sacrificing 3 whole years for it. With Galway's prowess and influence, there was little on this continent beyond his reach. Should the Black Moon Kingdom exploit the compassion of the God of Light, I shall not show mercy. Galway did not respond, but merely smiled faintly. The probing had concluded, and Alabod shifted the conversation to reminisce about past tales. The 2 young women listened intently, especially during the more perilous moments, each silently gripping their hearts in suspense. Before they knew it, the sun dipped below the horizon, and time slipped away quietly. I have arranged accommodations for you. You shall rest here tonight. Captain, you do not have any pressing matters, do you? Galway shook his head. It was his first night in the cathedral, and he noticed Timalu's eager demeanor, deciding to indulge her. After all, the upcoming studies at the Magic Academy would be quite arduous. Only after Galway departed did Machima reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Timalu had been shadowing Galway, seemingly intent on obstructing her view, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. Stop staring, he's already left. Her uncle's voice caused Machima's cheeks to flush. I wasn't looking. She huffed. Oh, is that so? I recall someone working diligently on a project just a few days ago, although the project remains unfinished. Your wish has been realized ahead of time. How do you feel having met the renowned alchemist, Zack? Care to share your acceptance speech? Faced with her uncle's teasing, Machima's bravado crumbled. She indeed harbored favorable feelings for Galway, who possessed an inherent gentle charm that seemed incongruous for an S-rank adventurer. Due to her divine heritage, she could easily perceive the malice and desires of others. Those who had committed numerous atrocities appeared before her shrouded in dark energy, as if countless souls tormented by injustice surrounded them. Yet, Galway was an anomaly. She could discern nothing malevolent about him, only an aura that instinctively drew her closer. He resembled a charming demon. Regardless, her first impression was undeniably positive. Given Zack's legendary status, his alchemical skills were undoubtedly formidable. She hoped Galway would linger a few more days at the cathedral, allowing her to pose numerous questions about alchemy and to deepen her understanding of him. Alabod observed his niece's rapt attention, sensing that words were unnecessary. Perhaps allowing things to unfold naturally was the wisest choice. When his niece required assistance, he would fulfill his role as an uncle then. As the last rays of sunlight faded, torches flickered to life atop the city walls, casting a line of lights that danced like spirits in the night, swaying in the chilly breeze. At the cathedral, the statue of the goddess radiated a celestial glow, illuminating the darkness as if it were daytime. This was the divine power of faith flowing forth. Standing near the statue, Alabod grasped a meter-long papal staff, gazing up at the moon, with Bishop Kubo at his back. Your Grace, you summoned me at this late hour for a reason? Look at the moon. Tonight it is unshrouded by clouds, Alabod replied enigmatically. Kubo furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind the archbishop's words. He indeed made a considerable fortune in the Black Moon Kingdom. However, half of it was devoted to the construction of a church, which, even if discovered by the archbishop, would likely bear little consequence. The moon may occasionally be obscured by clouds, yet such obscuration is merely transient, akin to the notion that crystal-clear waters harbor no fish. Is there nothing you wish to share with me regarding your endeavors in the Black Moon Kingdom? Huberton was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of thoughts. His journey to this point had not been without its trials. The invitation from Alabord today was certainly not a mere indulgence in moon-gazing. It soon dawned upon him that this was likely due to his exploit of the information gap to eliminate that fool, Ruff. Now, Alabord was preparing to deliver a reprimand. Archbishop, I acknowledge my misstep. I should not have, in the Black Moon, He had not finished speaking when Alibode placed his hand on his shoulder. As I previously mentioned, purity begets no fish. Your actions are not only under my scrutiny, but also that of the God of benevolence. As a sacred priest, you ought to devote more energy to divine matters. Chapter 42. After becoming the prey of two empires, the king of the Black Moon finally comprehended his folly. I understand now. I shall certainly focus more on divine affairs in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Archbishop. Alibode nodded. Archbishop, it seems our warehouse has fallen into disrepair. I have always felt that leaving the rubble beside the cathedral unused is quite wasteful. I am willing to contribute gold coins to construct a new warehouse for our church. Alibode's expression remained unchanged, yet he murmured, Indeed, our warehouse has become rather dilapidated. Mr. Angelo, who manages it, has voiced his complaints more than once. Kubo's face brightened. It is my honor to assist the Archbishop. You are mistaken. You are not alleviating my burden. Everything we do is for the God of benevolence. You are right. Kubo calculated that even building a new warehouse on the adjacent rubble would not require excessive gold coins. In fact, he might still have some surplus from the resources he obtained from the King of the Black Moon. This way, he not only garnered Alibode's favor, but also managed to sidestep the matter of deceiving his colleague. Speaking of which, the King of the Black Moon has exploited our God's benevolence. You have done well to refrain from actively engaging in the war. However, the dignity of the Church of Light is not something to be trifled with. You must negotiate with Sadman and ensure he pays for this exploitation. Upon hearing the Archbishop mention the King of the Black Moon, a chill ran down his spine. Now, after being reprimanded, he must continue to serve the Archbishop. Yes, Archbishop. Gauge your approach wisely. He must receive a profound lesson. After bidding farewell to Alibode, Kubo pondered the Archbishop's words. Striking the right balance is not straightforward. The other party must suffer significant consequences without the common folk perceiving the Church of Light as oppressive, for such a view would tarnish their reputation. The war's participants understand that the Kingdom of the Black Moon has manipulated them. Yet outsiders merely see their involvement as a means to propagate the God of Light's doctrine of benevolence. Although the losses are considerable, they have also gained a substantial number of followers from the Kingdom of the Black Moon, which cannot be deemed a total loss. For the Church of Light, followers are paramount, thus reputation holds immense significance. Perhaps he could leverage a more formidable power to impart a lesson, distancing the Church of Light from direct involvement. Tomorrow, he could confer with the royalty of Polaris and also reach out to some of the more powerful kingdoms near the Kingdom of the Black Moon. Upon returning to his chamber, he exhaled in relief, yet his respect for Alibode deepened. The Archbishop's intelligence is truly remarkable. As the current Archbishop, he wields unparalleled authority within the Church of Light. It is likely that among any 10 priests, 9.5 would heed the Archbishop's commands. Countless eyes are fixed on his position, and to avoid being undermined, he must remain vigilant. Recently, a person of stature has arrived at the cathedral. Although he yearns to draw closer, he has refrained from taking action, fearing it may displease Alibode. Alas, he is a sword saint. It is a pity not to make his acquaintance. Sadman felt that the situation had never been so dire. The announcement of a betrothal between Gao Wei and Megana did not yield a more favorable situation for him. In fact, Gao Wei himself never appeared in the Kingdom of Black Moon, let alone sought out Megana there. Meanwhile, their daughter Megana seemed to have lost her spirit during this time. Perpetually distracted and preoccupied, he sat in the leather chair of his study, surrounded by a pile of letters from the three kingdoms. He had already perused the correspondence from the Thorned Royal Court, which announced a complete severance of ties, utterly cutting off any interaction, including commerce, between the two kingdoms. Among the three letters, surprisingly, two were from the formidable empire. One was from the royal house of Polaris, which condemned Sadman for his actions, asserting that he had desecrated the sacred beliefs of the Polaris royalty, exploiting the benevolence of the God of Light to instigate war. They demanded a payment of 20 million gold coins as recompense for utilizing the Light Pontiff to safeguard their territory. Furthermore, they insisted on the marriage of a princess into the royal house of Polaris, and that he, as the king, must personally present an apology, kneeling before the statue of the God of Light in the cathedral to acknowledge his transgressions. Failure to comply would result in the Polaris Empire declaring war on the Black Moon Kingdom. The demand for gold was one matter, but the latter two requests were a clear humiliation imposed upon the Black Moon Kingdom. The only eligible princess of the Black Moon Kingdom was Majana, and the implications were unmistakable. The actions of the royal house of Polaris were evidently reflective of the stance of the Light Pontiff. It was abundantly clear that they had completely forsaken them, with not a trace of nostalgia remaining. His final vestige of hope has ultimately been shattered, and with trembling hands, he picked up another letter. It was a correspondence from Nox. As the most aggressive empire on this continent, they exalt blood and warfare, venerating the god of battle, embodying an empire where might reigns supreme. He had an ominous premonition that the impact of this letter would be no less profound than that wrought by the kingdom of Polaris. Submission or death. Indeed. Nox scorned to utter more than a mere succinct phrase. Once this winter had passed, should he fail to surrender voluntarily, Nox would unleash a war upon them, determined to annihilate the kingdom of the Black Moon. If the empire of Polaris merely sought his gold and to trample upon his dignity, Nox, on the other hand, desired nothing less than the entirety of the Black Moon Kingdom. He slumped in his chair, feeling that the situation was far worse than an invasion by werewolves. Being targeted by so many formidable powers at once was overwhelming. Even if the Black Moon Kingdom had just emerged from a war, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding these two colossal entities, regardless of whether any turmoil had occurred within its borders. The reparations from the Polaris Empire did not imply that they would offer protection to the Black Moon Kingdom. They were merely there to demand compensation. They are still compelled to confront the conquest of Nox. Should they fail to provide an explanation to the Polaris Empire, the Black Moon Kingdom will instantaneously become prey to both empires. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Sadman forcefully pushed aside the letter, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged lion. These wretched beasts desire nothing less than his demise. The guards outside, upon hearing the commotion, trembled in fear. They had never witnessed the king in such a state of fury. After venting his pent-up frustrations, he found himself deflated. It was all his fault. If he does not replace Galway, with such a formidable sword saint by his side, how could the mere Nox dare to extend its fangs towards them? Perhaps even the Polaris Empire would become his ally. How infuriating. Yet, Galway was the one he had personally dismissed. Chapter 43. Oh, how touching. I shall not hide Uncle's wine next time. Majana, are you there? Seated in the study, Majana heard the weary voice of her father, Sadman. She rose and opened the door for him. Father, what troubles you? Though Sadman was still in the prime of his life, a single night had aged him considerably, as if he had grown a decade older overnight. His temples had also grayed. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. It was evident that Sadman had something on his mind to discuss. Majana felt an unsettling premonition rising within her. Father, you have something to say to me. Do you not? I will do whatever lies within my power. As the years progressed, the communication between father and daughter had indeed diminished. Yet the warmth preserved in her memories glimmered like polished shells washed ashore, still shining brightly in her recollections. She had never witnessed her father in such a state. Since her earliest memories, he had always exuded pride, his words imbued with the confidence and authority of a king. It was impossible to reconcile this frail old man with a slightly bent back, with the figure she had always known. His father seemed to have aged in an instant. Sadman remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Majana, you must leave the kingdom and seek your own life. As if taken aback by her father's sudden declaration, she instinctively replied, Father, what do you mean? Sadman turned to face his daughter, observing the concern etched on her face, and with a hint of melancholy, he stated, The Black Moon Kingdom is no more. In the face of two formidable empires, the Black Moon Kingdom stands no chance of survival. I acknowledge that I have not been a competent father, yet at this critical juncture, I still wish for my children to find their own happiness and the lives they desire. I have prepared gold coins for you and your siblings. Take them and forge your own path. After uttering these words, Sadman seemed to be drained of the last vestiges of his strength. He could not fathom why the kingdom of Black Moon had descended into such chaos. Perhaps he was indeed mistaken. Father, what has transpired? Mikana inquired anxiously. For they had clearly repelled the Wolfmen. Why then had they found themselves in yet another crisis? With winter behind them, the kingdom of Black Moon ought to have been poised for revival. Sadman briefly recounted the events that had unfolded in the kingdom. Initially, it was understandable that the kingdom of Polaris was furious, but if marrying her off to them could secure peace, she had steeled herself for that possibility. Yet, it seemed that Nox was truly beyond redemption. That valiant and battle-hardened empire would not cease its expansion unless defeated head-on. As the largest empire on the continent, the renown of Nox had long since permeated the hearts of many. Was there truly no solution? Mikana murmured to herself. Suddenly, a gentle-eyed man appeared in her thoughts. Had he still been present, no matter what befell the kingdom of Black Moon, he would have undoubtedly stepped forth to defend it. With his prowess, even the sword saint of Nox might not prove effective. Sadman spoke with profound regret. Mikana, I must admit my wrongdoing. Had Galway remained, I believe the kingdom of Black Moon would have been safe. He was a newly appointed sword saint and had excellent relations with both the Mandala Mercantile and the Church of Light. If he were still in the kingdom, perhaps we would not find ourselves in this dire situation today. But I understand. Galway has suffered too much. He likely will not return. The calamity we face is my fault as the king. Seek your own happiness. There is nothing more I can do for you. My only wish is for your happiness. Sadman seemed to gather the last vestiges of his strength, realizing that marrying his daughter to the Empire of Polaris would not yield a favorable outcome. It was better to allow her to choose the life she desired. Mikana had lingered here for far too long. As a father, he ought to let her go. No. Father, the kingdom of Black Moon will not perish like this. I will find Galway and bring him back, by any means necessary. A resolute light sparked in Mikana's eyes. She would locate Galway. Even if he ultimately chose not to aid her, it mattered not. At the very least, she wished to apologize, thus alleviating her own guilt. In the end, she would rest eternally in her homeland, like a valiant warrior. The morning bells of the cathedral chimed, heralding the rise of the priests, many of whom were already busy clearing the snow that had fallen overnight. After a night of rest, Galway stretched. For today he would bid farewell to Elibode and escort Timolu to the Magic Academy in Anzu. Captain, you appear quite well today, Elibode remarked with a smile as he completed his morning prayers. Indeed, but I shall be departing today. Elibode, unfazed by Galway's impending departure, glanced at the girl behind him, Machima, and inquired, Where are you headed, Captain? Well, Timolu possesses considerable magical talent, so I intend to take her to the Grand Magic Academy in Anzu for her studies. Oh, I see. Just then, Machima interjected, Brother Galway, want you stay a while longer? I have so many questions I wish to ask you. About alchemy. Although she had initially presented herself as quirky upon meeting Galway, at heart, she was still a shy child. Upon hearing the news of his departure, she felt an undeniable sense of loss. Though she longed to accompany him, she had promised her uncle to complete her project, which remained unfinished. However, the next words from her uncle brought her unexpected joy. Captain, would you mind taking my little niece with you? While her magical aptitude is not exceptional, she genuinely loves alchemy, and I hope she can learn from you. This, of course, was merely a pretext from Elibode. He merely wished for Machima to cultivate some feelings alongside Galway. Given Machima's striking beauty, he found it hard to believe that Galway remained completely unmoved. As for the defeated Angelica and the elegant Yafus, that was solely because Galway's heart had been occupied by Megana at the time. However, things have changed. Megana no longer holds a place in Galway's heart, and theoretically, the passage of time should foster affection between them. He remained quite confident in this regard. Machima was on the verge of tears, touched by his words. Uncle truly understands me. I won't hide his wine next time. Chapter 44. Surrender or perish this. Galway found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't Machima the saintess of the Holy See? Was she not destined to become a pope, a role that necessitated the study of alchemy? Yet, Elibode smiled faintly. Machima's divine favor was exceedingly high, even surpassing his own. She had already become the most formidable priestess on the continent. Although she possessed great strength as a priestess, remaining within the cathedral would hinder her growth. I sincerely hope she can explore the beauty of the outside world, as it would greatly contribute to her development. Moreover, this child has been mischievous and unruly since childhood. Should she not accompany you, she might very well sneak out. If she stays by your side, I would feel at ease. I implore you, Captain, consider this a humble request from a comrade. Elibode's tone was earnest, his grip on Galway's hand firm. His eyes filled with sincerity. Galway let out a slight sigh, memories of their past adventures together flooding his mind. As the priest of their former team, Elibode had played a pivotal role in their escapades, rescuing him countless times from peril. On several occasions when he sustained severe injuries, it was Elibode who dedicated himself to his healing. Galway had always remembered these debts of gratitude. Now nearing 40 without a family of his own, Machima likely held a place in Elibode's heart akin to that of a daughter. He turned to the silent yet expectant Machima beside him and said, Miss Machima, accompanying me to Anzu is not without its dangers. If your sole interest lies in my alchemical knowledge, I would be more than willing to pin my lifetime of learning into a tome for you. At that moment, Machima's enchanting eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze reddening as if she might weep at any moment. Do you perceive me as a burden, Brother Galway? Fear not, for I am quite obedient and shall not be a nuisance. I merely wish to stay by your side and broaden my horizons. Is that not permissible? Machima was certainly no burden. Even Ilibode acknowledged her prowess as a priestess, indicating that no one stronger existed on this continent. Having such a formidable and captivating priestess nearby undoubtedly enhanced one's security while providing a feast for the eyes. Very well, after all. It is merely a journey to Anzu to study magic. It should pose no significant issue. Having a companion for my sister Timala seems rather agreeable. It is comforting to have a familiar presence in such an unfamiliar environment. So be it. Aliboda, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall guarantee Machima's safety. Iliboda nodded in satisfaction. Galway, as the Sword Saint, represented the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent. Even against a dragon, he could effortlessly prevail. Remaining by Galway's side would be even safer than residing in the cathedral. Most importantly, this arrangement would foster a bond between his niece and Galway. As time neared its due, it was time to rouse Timalu from her slumber. Brother, why must this wretched fox accompany us? Timalu, still groggy from sleep, questioned in confusion. She had merely taken a short nap. How had that wicked woman managed to sidle up to her brother? This felt like an affront to her dragon heritage. What's wrong, Sister Timalu? Do you not wish to join me? I am quite eager to learn magic alongside you at the academy. The image of powerful mages wielding spells capable of leveling mountains with a mere flick of their wrists danced in her mind. I have no desire to accompany you. And let it be known, I am the elder sister. In truth, given her actual age, it would be more fitting for her to be a mother than a sister. Yet, before Galway, she could not reveal her true nature. However, relative to human years, she was indeed a mere child in the context of dragon longevity. Now, Timalu, Sister Machima is our companion. You must learn to coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing Galway's words, Timalu's irritation dissipated, especially as she caught Machima making a silly face at her, leaving her utterly powerless to respond. Sighing inwardly, she contemplated how her brother was admirable in many ways. Yet his kindness was excessive. Was it truly wise to keep such a perilous little fox by their side? Would they one day find themselves completely consumed without even realizing it? The mere presence of such a dangerous female made her feel uneasy, even for a fleeting moment. In the thorned royal court, Angelica sat upon the throne, lost in thought about Galway. A sudden hurried footfall disrupted her reverie. Your Majesty, we have a grave situation. The herald knelt before her, his clothes drenched in sweat, not daring to delay for even a moment. What troubles you? Angelica's voice was frosty. She had just been contemplating the prospect of bearing children with Galway when her thoughts were abruptly interrupted, leaving her mood soured. Nox has sent a message. Nox. Angelica rose from her seat. In this empire brimming with martial strength, no kingdom would welcome a letter from him with joy. Nox's reputation across this continent had plummeted to an abysmal low. He has never forged alliances with any kingdom or empire. The mere arrival of a missive from Nox signifies impending war. The letter delivered by the herald bore the image of a soaring eagle, its crimson seal emblematic of the majesty of the Nox royal family. Submit or perish. Indeed, it was a declaration of war. Winter was on the cusp of passing, and Nox was poised to initiate a new conflict. As the most devout follower of the god of war, this empire had absorbed countless smaller kingdoms. Although she anticipated that the conflict would eventually reach her, the war came swifter than she had envisioned. The queen of the Thorned Court, she was. Yet this realm had also been nurtured with the efforts of Highway. She safeguarded this vast territory for the day when Highway would weary of the adventurer's life and seek a refuge. Now, an audacious empire dared to covet the sanctity of her land and Highway's. Angelica felt an unquenchable rage surging from within, as if it would consume her entirely. Reply to me. Let these wretches come forth. I shall personally sever the head of their emperor. Her tone was laced with a chilling intent, her gaze colder than the swirling snow outside. The herald stood dumbfounded. After all, it was Nox, renowned across the continent for its aggression. This super empire boasted a standing army of over 1 million elite armored troops, alongside numerous legions of martial warriors and mages. For the Thorn Court to confront them head-on seemed nearly impossible. Should she respond thus, it would spell doom for all civilians when Nox inevitably breached the gates of the Thorn Court. Yet, Queen Angelica's command was absolute. If she declared war, they would fight to the bitter end. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 45. He harbored a deep disdain for 3 types of individuals, and Highway encompassed them all. Anzu was indeed the most prolific producer of mages. It is known that over 80% of the continent's mages have trained here. The most illustrious of all is the Mage Tower, where it is said that any mage fortunate enough to enter must be at least of the 7th level. This sacred place is the dream of countless aspiring mages. The domed brick houses are the architectural hallmark of the region from a distance. The stacked domes resemble a profusion of mushrooms sprouting after rain. Even the royal castle of the Anzu Empire is domed, appearing from afar as an enormous mushroom. Timurutan felt her eyes widen in wonder. Markima was not far behind. Both maidens were captivated by the exotic architecture, drawing the curious glances of many passers-by. The streets were alive with vendors, offering various delicacies, but the most abundant were the dazzling array of spellbooks and an assortment of low-level wands. Although mages can wield magic without wands, their effectiveness is significantly enhanced when a wand is employed. Soon, Highway led the two inquisitive girls to the Magic Academy. The imposing institution was encircled by tall walls and grand iron gates, and even before entering, they could hear the incantations of mages resonating within. Intermittent explosions and peculiar sounds echoed from inside. Halt! This is the Anzu Magic Academy. Please present your student identification. A knight in armor extended a hand to bar Highway's passage. Highway retrieved several silver coins from his pocket and placed them in the knight's hand. Smiling as he said, "Esteemed knight, we are not students of the academy. We have come to seek knowledge here." Highway's smile, imbued with an ethereal grace, enveloped the gatekeeper in a refreshing warmth. Feeling the sudden weight of the coins in his palm, the knight beneath the armor smiled in delight. He is hardly a knight. Rather, he is merely a well-equipped gatekeeper. The majority of visitors here are nobles and various types of sorcerers, individuals who regard others with disdain, looking down their noses at those they consider mere watchdogs. Galway possesses an extraordinary appearance, adorned in fine fabrics that unmistakably signal his status as someone of distinction. He even parades with two lovely young ladies, and no one dares to trouble him, further reinforcing his belief in his own capabilities. The fact that a seemingly competent individual treats him with such courtesy undoubtedly satiates his vanity. His demeanor improves considerably. "Sir, you are exceedingly gracious." He gestures towards the adjacent building. "Do you see that house? To enroll, you must proceed there to complete the necessary formalities." Galway nods, beckoning the two young ladies behind him, and the trio makes their way toward the diminutive mushroom-like structure. Inside, the space is surprisingly spacious, with several bookshelves housing a smattering of tomes, while a young man clad in a white mage's robe is bent over a desk, engrossed in the study of a spellbook. His expression was intensely focused, so much so that he was oblivious to when Galway and the others had entered. It was not until Galway's voice resonated that he seemed to awaken from a dream. "Excuse me, sir, is this where the enrollment procedures are handled?" The young man lifted his gaze and beheld a face of such striking handsomeness that it left him momentarily taken aback, causing his countenance to darken. In his lifetime, he harbors a profound disdain for three types of individuals: those who possess greater charm than he does, those who surpass him in physical allure, and once again, those who are more handsome than he. Being surrounded by such high-dimensional competition leaves him feeling exceedingly displeased. As he was about to express a few words, his gaze was abruptly drawn to two enchanting young maidens, their beauty captivating him like a magnet. Exquisite, indeed, two of them. A sigh escaped him, searching the entire Mage Academy. He could scarcely find anyone to rival them, save for the daughter of the legendary sword Saint Mondo, who could only be compared with difficulty. How infuriating! What extraordinary fortune had this insufferable brat stumbled upon? To enroll, one required a wizard's recommendation along with a testing fee of 10 gold coins. Should one lack the aptitude for magic, the fee would be non-refundable. Highway appeared no ordinary individual, being an outsider amidst this setting. He possessed a keen sense of awareness. Despite any inner displeasure, he maintained a composed exterior. The mere testing fee of 10 gold coins alone was sufficient to deter those aspiring to learn magic, yet lacking the necessary funds. Truly, the vocation of a wizard was a costly pursuit. An entrance fee of 10 gold coins, with subsequent expenses escalating even further. Learning martial arts bore a resemblance. As without a guiding instructor, the fees at a formal martial arts academy would be similarly steep, though Highway had no personal experience to draw from. A wizard's recommendation? Highway furrowed his brow. Indeed, he possessed none. However, Machima approached him, slipping a letter into his hand. "Brother Highway, this is from my uncle. He mentioned it would prove useful upon our arrival." It was indeed a letter of recommendation, signed by Angolo. Highway handed the recommendation to the wizard, simultaneously retrieving 30 gleaming gold coins from his weighty pocket and placing them upon the table. The wizard accepted Highway's letter, casting a cursory glance at it before nearly dropping his eyes in astonishment upon recognizing the signature. A recommendation from a level 7 wizard. The seal of the wizard was affixed thereon, and as a level 7 wizard, Angolo was a figure deserving of royal respect in Enzu. He conjectured that the origins of the high-dimensional being might be significant, yet this was excessively immense. The possibility of forged recommendation letters may exist, but he could scarcely believe that anyone would dare to replicate a letter from a 7th-level sorcerer. Instantly, his gaze towards the high-dimensional entity was imbued with a newfound reverence. "Esteemed sir, there are no issues with the recommendation letter, nor with your coins. We shall commence the assessment now. Please clear your mind and place your hands upon this crystal orb. The more radiant the light emitted by the orb, the greater the innate talent. Should the orb fail to illuminate, it signifies the absence of magical aptitude." The high-dimensional being nodded and addressed the nearby Timaru. "Come forth, Sister Timaru." Timaru's delicate, pale hands rested upon the cool surface of the crystal orb, and soon a dazzling radiance erupted from it, enveloping the entire room and causing all present to squint against the brilliance. Could it be a maximum-level magical aptitude? The young sorcerer instinctively swallowed hard. He has stood vigil here for several years, yet this is the first time he has witnessed a fully developed talent. Timalu has released her grip. Yet the crystal orb continues to emit a soft, radiant glow, as if it has just undergone a thorough recharging. Timalu furrows her brow, pondering whether this signifies something remarkable. However, as a pure blood dragon, her kind has always possessed formidable prowess and magic. As the queen of the white dragons, her capabilities are, of course, unparalleled. "Please, wait a moment, allow me to summon a master-level sorcerer." The astonished sorcerer finally regained his composure. He understood that such a prodigy must be reported to the academy without delay. Chapter 46, Promise to recruit students. Only to encounter 3 equally matched opponents, the sorcerer's response was swift. Highway had merely stood still for a few minutes when he felt a chill breeze sweep past him. Upon regaining his senses, an elderly man appeared before them. Adorned with a high sorcerer's hat and cloaked in a gray robe, his beard entirely white. The old man's beard was so long it nearly reached halfway down his torso, his frame slightly stooped, yet his eyes shimmered with extraordinary brightness. He first approached the crystal orb, picking it up to examine it for a while. As he gazed, he murmured to himself, "Its luster is rich and persistent. Indeed, a remarkable specimen endowed with great potential." After placing the crystal orb down, his gaze swept over the 3 individuals. His benevolent expression was rigid upon his face. An unsettling sight. A divine aura enveloped him, unmistakably blessed by the deity of light. His restrained, yet formidable magical power resembled a towering bonfire, akin to the morning star in the darkness of night. Could this truly be the extent of one's magical prowess? Surely, it must be that of a dragon. The man standing at the forefront was even more astonishing. His abundant fighting spirit was alarmingly close to that of a sword saint. Thus, the question arises, what of the genius? Where, one might wonder, is the genius he has been so preoccupied with? Upon the arrival of the elderly gentleman, he stood momentarily stunned, raising his hand in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed master." Ahem. At this juncture, Gandalf regained his senses, having been momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 individuals present, none were ordinary. While one's eyes may deceive, the perception of a being at the level of a mage god cannot be fooled. "Greetings. I am Gandalf, the headmaster of the Anzu Academy of Magic." Galway's prowess was nearing that of a sword saint, though martial and magical energies were distinct. It did not imply that he was oblivious to the depth of the other's strength. Moreover, the density of Galway's fighting spirit surpassed that of any sword saint he had encountered, which, despite not reaching the level of a sword saint, was nonetheless astonishing. At such proximity, should Galway suddenly unleash his full might, Gandalf might scarcely have time to react before being vanquished. Thus, his tone was one of camaraderie, acknowledging their equality, for even as a mage god, he dared not overestimate himself. "It is indeed an honor to meet you, esteemed headmaster. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as a revered wizard. It is a privilege to finally encounter you in person." The adage holds true. Flattery seldom fails to please. Galway's words found favor with him, assuring him that their intentions were not malevolent. Observing that the initially present young mage had prudently excused himself, even closing the door behind him, Gandalf nodded in satisfaction. "My dear friend, you flatter me excessively. Such are merely hollow titles. In comparison to my years spent merely brushing against the threshold of mage godhood, you, at such a tender age, have already approached the might of a sword saint. You are the true prodigy here." He spoke while gesturing with his thumb. Galway felt somewhat awkward, as he suspected that the other party might see through his true abilities. It was indeed somewhat perplexing for him, a practitioner of combat energy, to arrive at a magical academy, Please do not mock me. I truly came here to pursue knowledge, alongside my two younger sisters. Oh. Of course, the doors of our academy are open to every seeker of wisdom who harbors an interest in magic. Your sister must be the one who just underwent the talent assessment, correct? Gandalf cast a glance at Timoru, and the implication was unmistakable. As a sorceress deity, he could instantly discern the surging magical energy emanating from Timoru, a force that was 30 times greater than his own. He has lived for over 80 years. And such terrifying magical power surpasses even that of pure blood dragons. Only those of a legendary caliber, or perhaps a dragon king, could possess it. Frankly, he harbors some doubts about whether the seemingly harmless girl before him is indeed human. If she truly is human, it is likely that she would become the most formidable sorceress in human history. The superlative and forbidden magics she could wield with effortless grace. Yes, indeed. My sister possesses an extraordinary talent for magic, and due to certain familial circumstances, she has only recently arrived at the academy to pursue her studies. Her magical aptitude is exceptional. I suspect she may be a dragon speaker. Galway succinctly articulated his thoughts. A dragon speaker? Well, that seems a reasonably plausible explanation. Yet, he had encountered dragon speakers before, no matter how gifted. It was inconceivable that anyone could inherently possess such formidable magical power from the outset, could it? You see. Can the three of us truly gain admission to the Magical Academy? As Galway spoke, he lifted the crystal ball. The orb emitted a light that, while not blinding, reached approximately 2/3 of its potential. This talent can be considered commendable. With diligent meditation and study, one might even attain the level of an 8th-tier mage. My goodness. He swallowed hard. Not only was he a genius brimming with defiance, but he also possessed considerable talent in the realm of magic. Could he be the illegitimate offspring of a deity? A thought surfaced within him. With your remarkable talent, you are undoubtedly qualified to study at the Academy of Magic. Gandalf succinctly offered his assessment. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he saw no reason to decline their presence. It would indeed be advantageous for a warrior of nearly sword saint caliber to establish a rapport with the Academy of Magic. Now it is my turn. Makima curiously took the crystal ball from Galway's hands, eager to try it out. As the light illuminated, Makima's magical perception proved to be on par with Galway's. Yet another promising candidate. The exceptional talents that had arrived that day could easily surpass the students of the past year. Your qualifications are undoubtedly sufficient for admission to the Academy of Magic. May I inquire your names? Galway. Gatun. Oh, Galway. Wait a moment. Gandalf felt as though he was beginning to connect the dots. The name Galway sounded strangely familiar. He suddenly seemed to recall something. Are you not the esteemed sword saint who, with a single stroke, severed the horn of the red dragon in the lair of the great dragon? That would be me, but I am not yet a sword saint. He replied. Galway had not anticipated that he had gained such renown. His fame had even reached the ears of this esteemed director. And who might you be? I am Makima Fulren. Gandalf pondered. Why does this name bear the same resonance as that of the saintess of the Radiant Church? He cast his gaze towards Timolu, who had remained silent all this while. At this moment, he felt that whatever name Timolu might utter would not astonish him. Timolu. I have not heard of it. Gandalf expressed his confusion. With such formidable magical power, it could not belong to an unknown individual. Thus, only one possibility remained. This name was Amir Faade. However, he exhibited little inclination for inquiry. I understand. I shall ensure that your enrollment procedures are properly handled. The Anzu Academy of Magic warmly welcomes your arrival. Gandalf forced a somewhat strained smile. He hurried over to collect his students, but was met with 3 equally formidable opponents, causing his initial thoughts to dissipate. Chapter 47, The Sword Saint with Two Hearts, The Sword of the Lionheart King. Dear Queen Angelica, it has been a considerable time since we last met. The voice of the young girl elicited an eye roll from Angelica. Indeed, it has been a long while, and your helipad still appears as pristine as ever. The expression on Doyafi's face darkened immediately. Although she possessed her own airport at such a young age, it was hardly a commendable feat in the realm of the beautiful. However, none of this was of utmost importance. What truly mattered was which design High Dimension preferred. After all, the users of the airport had never included her. I thought that Nox had declared war on you. You should be overwhelmed with work and unable to sleep at night. What is there to fear? If Nox dares to lay a hand on my kingdom, I shall ensure they pay dearly for it. Enough, my queen. Do not be so defiant. The standing army of Nox exceeds 1 million, not to mention the numerous battalions of combat warriors and magicians. What is your combat strength? Does your standing army surpass 150,000? And how many combat warriors and magicians do you truly have? Apart from the 15,000 elite guards, the Thorn Court has not maintained a larger force. After all, they are not like Nox, a kingdom that thrives on war and plunder to expand its military might. In contrast to the feudal system of the Black Moon Kingdom, the Thorn Court operates under a centralized monarchy. The numerous towns under her rule lack the large nobility that could help share the burdens. When the Wolfmen invaded the Black Moon Kingdom, the various nobles exerted considerable effort, despite the varying quality of the armies they maintained. Yet now, as the Thorn Court faces its own challenges, she can rely solely on herself. Even if I stand alone, I shall protect this kingdom. Angelica's voice softened. Here lay her beloved subjects, and countless memories of high dimension resided within. This was her sanctuary with him, and she would remain vigilant, refusing to allow any atrocities to unfold. I shall assist you, whether it be with legions or gold. Doiafis's expression grew serious. Although Angelica was her rival, she was also her dearest sister. After all, they were both defeated, and it seemed only natural for kindred spirits to resonate. Angelica felt a twinge of emotion. You need not worry too much. Even if Nox boasts 1,000,000 soldiers, my Mandala Chamber of Commerce is no pushover. If necessary, we have the forces of the Holy Sea of Light from Elabad as well. I have already disseminated the news and believe that soon the Royal Table of Nox will receive my message. If we can avert conflict, that would be ideal. But if not, we must prepare for the worst. Indeed, Angelica responded softly. Despite her declarations of safeguarding the Thorn Court and preparing for a fierce battle with Nox, she remained a queen, guiding her people toward a brighter era. When the crisis arose, an imposing figure involuntarily surfaced in Angelica's mind. The man who had stood at the forefront of their adventures countless times, wielding only his shield and sword, becoming an impregnable wall against the beasts. If High Dimension were by her side, she would fear nothing. Yet, she hesitated to share the unfolding events with him. The situation was perilous, even though High Dimension, as the Sword Saint, could drive away the Crimson Dragon. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Once his energy was depleted, he would merely be a capable warrior. She could not bear to place her beloved in such a dangerous predicament. Father, here is a letter for you. The resplendent castle exuded a cool ambience, a reflection of the overall demeanor of Nox. The speaker was a young man with golden hair, the first Prince Yulisuk. Seated upon the throne crafted of pure gold was the brown-haired and authoritative man, Edward, the current emperor of Nox, known as the Lionheart King. My letter? From a subordinate kingdom? It seems not. It is from the Holy Sea of Light. Ah, it is the Holy Sea, propagators of weak ideals. Those who worship the God of Light. President Yulisuk respectfully handed the letter adorned with a peace stuff to his father. This missive was personally penned by Elabad, urging Nox to cease its aggression and remain content within its northern continent. The southern continent required no interference from them. They demanded an end to the invasion of the Thorn Court, or else a war of faith would ensue. With the Polaris Empire and the Holy See offering their full support to the Thorn Court, Lionheart King Edward closed his eyes. He pondered whether, should a full-scale war erupt with the Polaris Empire, they could truly emerge victorious. The Marshal Nox had always prided himself on blood and glory in his eyes. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was an undeniable truth, while the benevolence and peace propagated by the God of Light appeared to him as mere nonsense. Yet, even he could not dismiss the Polaris Empire of the southern continent as an adversary to be taken lightly. His ultimate goal is to conquer the entire continent, including the Polaris Empire. However, engaging the Polaris Empire head-on at this moment may not guarantee victory. The royal family of the Polaris Empire commands an army of over 200,000, supplemented by 500,000 paladins from the Holy See, which indeed poses a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, difficulties have never shackled the hands and feet of the Lionheart King. He opened his mouth wide, laughing heartily to the point of tears. A confrontation is indeed necessary. I shall plant the banner of our empire in every corner of the continent. However, the Polaris Empire does present certain challenges. If they were to force an alliance with the Anzu Empire, even we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. But what does that matter? The great God of War guides our steps, and the unification of the entire continent is merely a matter of time. Listening to his father's words, Yulius conceived a brilliant idea. My dear father, since we must engage in battle, we should first devise a strategy to eliminate the enemy's foremost warriors. Currently, the southern continent boasts 3 Sword Saints, along with a newly acclaimed Sword Saint, totaling 4. Why not issue a challenge for them to duel our Sword Saints? I am confident that Uncle Light possesses the strength to vanquish them all. Even among Sword Saints, their skills vary greatly. Light's prowess as a sword saint far exceeds that of the typical ones, with a fighting spirit twice as potent, owing to his two hearts. He is known as the Sword of the Lionheart King. Chapter 48. Such a grand scheme of deception hardly seems the work of the Lionheart King. Edward closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. After a while, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. Indeed, the Nox forces are formidable, and they rank among the finest on the continent, both in martial and magical prowess. However, if those sword saints were to unleash their full might, they could pose significant trouble. If we could find a way to eliminate those sword saints in advance, it would be most advantageous. Without the sword saints leading the charge, dispatching those mages would become much simpler. But what rationale could compel those sword saints to present themselves willingly? While Light is undeniably strong, can he truly defeat 4 sword saints in a single encounter? Julius smiled mysteriously. Father, we can disseminate a message, declaring a sacred duel. Whoever can defeat Uncle Light in single combat shall ensure that we never set foot on the southern continent again. The sacred duel is an absolute tradition in the martial culture of Nox. It serves as the ultimate means to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. Lionheart King Edward harbors unwavering confidence in his brother Light, not only due to the depth of his fighting spirit, but also because his two hearts empower him to unleash a fighting spirit that ordinary sword saints cannot withstand. In a one-on-one confrontation, Light would undoubtedly be invincible, and those sword saints would be easily dispatched like mere chickens. However, a sacred duel demands that one stakes their life. It cannot conclude without a casualty on the glorious dueling platform. At that point, our army could invade with significantly reduced losses. As for the possibility of defeat, that thought never even crossed his mind. A war of attrition would be impossible, as it contradicts the rules of sacred dueling. Such a duel can only commence when both parties are in peak condition. A splendid idea indeed. Let us respond promptly to those wretches of the Holy See. Edward gestured impatiently, yet within, he felt a surge of excitement. It was as if his grand plan to unify the continent could be realized within his lifetime. He envisioned himself as an emperor who would create an empire where the sun never sets, surpassing the achievements of any predecessor. Merely contemplating this filled Edward's entire being with a delightful resonance. Upon receiving the reply, Alabode's expression was far from pleasant. He had believed that the influence of the Holy See and the Polaris Empire would instill a sense of trepidation in Nox. Perhaps there existed a chance to momentarily halt the advance of this war beast. Should all attempts to deter it fail, he could still openly ally with the Empire of Anzu to resist this tyrannical monster. However, he could never have anticipated that King Edward of the Lionheart would employ such a stratagem. This was a blatant display of ambition. To engage in a sacred confrontation on the territory of Nox, how audacious of the Lionheart King. Setting aside the question of whether Nox possesses any sense of contractual obligation or might resort to underhanded tactics, even if we were to concede that Nox would remain passive, the mere presence of the sword saint named Light would be enough to cause them considerable distress. Light is one of the 5 sword saints of the continent and is also the most formidable among them. His current record is truly formidable. Upon his debut, he vanquished a long-established swordmaster. Subsequently, he severed the heads of both a blue dragon and a black dragon, which now serve as trophies adorning the walls of Nox's castle. Such a remarkable achievement is sufficient to overshadow any existing swordmaster. He had encountered the Nox Empire, initially intending to spread the teachings of the goddess of compassion there. However, after a brief interaction, he realized that such an endeavor was utterly impossible. This was due to the fact that the Nox people revered the god of war, with both the feudal nobility and the common populace adhering to the unyielding law of survival of the fittest. The unique system of military meritocracy in their realm allows even the most humble soldiers the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the nobility. Such prospects are unthinkable in any kingdom other than Nox. To attain the status of a high-ranking noble, one must possess exceptional political acumen, as well as a lineage steeped in prestige and influence. In the kingdom of Polaris, an ordinary individual without connections can only aspire to the title of Viscount through military achievements, requiring years of development to gradually establish themselves within the noble class. However, in Nox, with sufficient military accomplishments, one can make a remarkable leap from a commoner to the esteemed titles of Duke or even Prince. He relinquished his efforts to educate Nox, fully aware that this terrifying behemoth, upon unifying the northern continent, would undoubtedly unleash the flames of war upon their realm. However, he never anticipated that such an eventuality would arrive so swiftly. At this moment, the calamity had transcended the borders of the Thorned Kingdom. becoming a catastrophe that threatened the very existence of every kingdom in the southern continent. Should they fail to conquer Nox, the conflagration of war would engulf every corner of the southern continent. Alas, he let out a sigh and gazed up at the azure sky. What a splendid expanse it is! Once the fires of war ignite, countless souls may never again behold this beautiful blue heavens. Yet, there are still reasons for joy. If a swordmaster truly manages to triumph over light, at least we need not worry about the specter of war looming over us. Though the god of war is indeed belligerent, he is equally a keeper of promises. Under his watchful eye, his will shall be fulfilled. But is there truly a swordmaster capable of defeating light? He instinctively thought of Gao Wei, the remarkably dependable captain. Although young, Gao Wei's strength and potential are beyond doubt. Even before reaching the level of Sword Saint, he managed to make a Crimson Dragon flee in disarray. Once he ascends to the rank of Sword Saint, his prowess will undoubtedly be even greater. Given a little more time, it is possible that Gao Wei could indeed transcend the limits of the Sword Saint, becoming the most formidable Sword Saint in the continent. However, it seems that time is no longer on their side. He let out a weary sigh. The Lionheart King had issued a challenge to the Sword Saints across the continent, effectively placing the decision-making power in their hands. Although the Anzu Empire was formidable, it lacked the presence of a Sword Saint, despite having an abundance of war mages. Thus, Anzu was fated to remain uninvolved in this battle, and in truth, they were inclined to see the strength of other empires diminished. From Anzu's perspective, the death of any Sword Saint would be greatly advantageous. If the Lionheart King were to be defeated, it would mean the preservation of the current order on the continent. The defeat of the North Star Empire or any other Sword Saint would be even less impactful on them. Perhaps Anzu's influence could even be further elevated. When the conflict truly ignites, Anzu would emerge as a leader in the southern continent, and in the ensuing war, they could reap greater rewards. This was a brilliantly crafted scheme, hardly the sort of strategy one would expect from the Lionheart King, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of slaughter and conquest. Leica, please convey a message to the Thorn Kingdom for me. He called upon the nearby priest, contemplated for a moment, and then remarked, "Forget it. I shall personally pay a visit." Chapter 49. Unbeatable, I cannot comprehend. Michael, there is little left for me to impart to you. On a sunlit afternoon, Duru concluded a day's training with his student, Michael. In his serene eyes, there resided a profound sense of satisfaction at his disciple's accomplishments. Michael had just ascended to the rank of a 5th-level warrior, his talent among his 4 students not the most exceptional, yet certainly not the least. His most proud student, of course, is Gao Wei, who graduated many years ago. Now, the entire continent is on the verge of igniting the flames of war once more. He could not bear to witness countless ordinary lives entangled in the ravages of war and has made a resolute decision. As the Sword Saint, he must contribute his share of strength. Just as he has imparted wisdom to his students, it is now time for him, as their teacher, to lead by example. Teacher? Michael felt a twinge of confusion. The snow had melted significantly, and the temperature was now even colder than when it had first fallen. He felt little chill, as the abundant fighting spirit within him allowed him to withstand the cold even without attire. He casually donned the garments he had cast aside, exhaling a puff of white breath. His rapid progress was undoubtedly linked to the meticulous guidance of his mentor. Most importantly, since that fateful day when he encountered Gao Wei, he had ceased to take pride in his youthful achievements, for there existed a senior who surpassed him. "Do you harbor any concerns?" He called out several times, only to be met with silence from Duru, leaving Michael perplexed. Duru was typically exceedingly rigorous with him, particularly during training, where he was always vigilant about the flow of his fighting spirit, rarely allowing for distractions. However, ever since Duru received some news a few days prior, he had changed remarkably. "Oh, I'm fine," Duru replied, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. "So when you said there is nothing left to teach me, does that mean I have faltered in some way?" Michael inquired, his brow furrowing. Duru slowly shook his head. "No, you are performing admirably. Your diligence and effort have not gone unnoticed. Yet, akin to a fledgling hawk, one cannot soar across the vast sky while remaining confined to the nest. You are already a seasoned swordsman. It is time to explore the world beyond and grow through experience. Your seniors have all traversed this path." Duru's words stirred a sense of reluctance within Michael. Nonetheless, he recognized the truth in Duru's counsel. He had indeed acquired a wealth of sword techniques and knowledge of fighting spirit under his mentor's tutelage. To advance further, he must venture out to hone his skills. Merely accumulating fighting spirit would ultimately render him a mere fade. Despite acknowledging this, after following Duru for several years, Michael had come to regard him as a paternal figure. He wished to articulate something, yet it seemed to be lodged in his throat. Reminiscent of a child about to leave home, hesitant to speak for fear of incurring the wrath of parents who harbor lofty aspirations. Duralu appeared to penetrate Maikir's thoughts. He offered a warm smile and gently patted Maikir's shoulder. My dear child, you have already excelled. Do not bear any psychological burden. Rather than aspiring to become a legendary sword master, I would prefer that you lead a life of peace, accompanied by a beloved woman. Maikir bowed deeply, suppressing the sting in his eyes. Teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Genius. Timaru, your talent is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. The ponytailed mentor exclaimed in admiration. Truly, you are the prodigy renowned for possessing unparalleled magical aptitude. It is a privilege to be your mentor. Her praise was heartfelt, as this newly admitted talent to the Magical Academy was destined for fame across the continent. In the future, when Timaru's name is mentioned, she could proudly claim that Timaru was once her student. Since her enrollment in the academy, such accolades had never waned. From rudimentary spells like Fireball and Water Arrow to intermediate magic such as Earth Wall and Flame Lance. She only needed to observe her mentor's demonstration to wield them with mastery. Regardless of the elemental attribute, she handled them effortlessly, leaving her classmates and teachers in awe. Even the speed at which she uttered incantations was astonishing. The mentors barely caught the syllables before the magic was unleashed. Brother, am I impressive? Timaru was indifferent to the praise from others. Her sole concern was her brother, Galway's, opinion. The magic of humanity seemed overly simplistic for the magnificent dragon race. Incantations were unnecessary. With but a thought, magic could emanate from her fingertips. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, she feigned the recitation of spells. Not wishing to burden Galway with unnecessary complications, Galway reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, My sister Timaru is the most remarkable. Like a child receiving candy. Timaru's eyes squinted in delight at the compliment. The warm sunlight enveloped her, yet it could not compare to the warmth of Galway's gentle hand. Observing Timaru's demeanor, Galway felt a peculiar illusion arise, akin to a cat he had nurtured for many years, familiar with his movements and scent. However, Machima, interjecting at an inopportune moment, remarked, Brother Galway, I have also learned many spells. One tea you commend me? Machima, you are quite impressive too, Galway stammered. Both Machima and Timaru were well-behaved individually, yet together, they seemed to have an abundance of words to share. Is it not said that 3 women create a play? It seems the formula has been upgraded. 2 suffice now. Timaru clenched her teeth, gazing at Machima, who resembled a little fox, feeling an inexplicable mix of anger and helplessness. If only she could resolve this in the way dragons do. If 2 female dragons coveted the same male, they would engage in battle to determine their rightful mate. Male dragons operated under the same principle, as their kind was innately drawn to strength. The one with the greater power held sway. Yet the human realm appeared far more complex. Mutual affection was requisite for a union, and if one party held no affection, the relationship often faltered. Were Galway privy to their thoughts, he would assert that they had simply not observed long enough. Humans, too, are drawn to strength, albeit with more varied representations of power, such as prowess, gold, or influence. As the warm sunlight graced Galway's cheek, he extended his hand as if to caress the gentle rays of the evening sun. The dappled light filtered through the branches of the great trees, instilling a profound sense of relaxation throughout his being. Such moments felt quite splendid, serene and pleasant. As if all worries had dissipated, Galway mused inwardly. Chapter 50. Without a daughter, but with a 2-year-old granddaughter, should Galway be kept waiting a while longer? The renowned sword saint Duralu, before embarking on his journey to Nox, summoned his old friends. They gathered at the largest tavern in the Thorn King's domain, the Candasta. The establishment was vast, with a mug of ale priced at 3 copper coins. Duralu indulged in rare extravagance, reserving the entire venue for 5 gold coins. Please bring out your finest dishes, 5 servings. He spoke to the tavern keeper, who had seen more than half a century. The tavern keeper raised his gaze, only to hear the clinking sound of several gold coins cascading onto the counter. As he opened the door, he encountered such a distinguished guest. Although Dulu appeared to be of advanced age, he exuded a sharp and formidable presence, akin to a sword unsheathed and poised to draw blood. He displayed a sycophantic expression, saying, Please take a moment to wait at your seat. Today, Candangsta is at your exclusive service. He added, I have friends who will be joining shortly. Naturally, he promised to extend the finest service to his companions as well. The tavern's daily revenue amounted to merely a few dozen silver coins. And with Dulu generously tossing a few gold coins, the proprietor was keen to provide exceptional service. After sitting idly for a while, a frothy mug of beer was swiftly brought to him. He lifted the large beer mug and downed it in one go, closing his eyes to savor this fleeting moment of bliss, letting out a satisfied burp. Soon, the tavern door swung open, and like a gust of wind, the sword Saint Mondo made his grand entrance. He burst into laughter, instantly spotting Duru seated in the tavern. Striding towards him with a thunderous laugh, he exclaimed, "Duru, you old rascal, it has been far too long since you treated me to a drink. Today, I shall make sure to indulge myself." With that, he unceremoniously took a seat and downed a glass of beer from the table in one swift motion. Duru chuckled, "Go ahead. Today is a rare occasion for old friends to gather." As Mondo seemed to reflect on something, he slowly set his glass down and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Indeed, it is not often we find the time to meet. Speaking of which, you have taken on quite an impressive student. I must confess, I envy you. A young swordsman barely in his 20s, the Sword Saint. How remarkable. I recall reaching the level of Sword Saint only when I was nearly 40. Ah. While Highway possesses great talent, it is equally a testament to his own diligence. I merely imparted some techniques of combat to him," Duru replied. "I do not wish to hear that," Mondo retorted as their conversation continued. Just then, another figure entered. Pushing the door open, it was none other than the Starry Sky Sword Saint, Ilros. He is the eldest among us, having reached the age of 68 this year. However, he appears more like a middle-aged man, with only a touch of gray in his hair. Iros took a seat and coldly spoke, "Duru, Magio cannot come. He was injured while battling a dragon." Upon hearing Iros's words, Mondo scoffed disdainfully. Is that old fellow truly injured from fighting a dragon? Perhaps he simply lacks the courage to show up. Iros had no intention of engaging in an argument with Mondo and maintained his icy demeanor. "I know nothing of Magio's situation. I am merely relaying his message." Mondo continued, I have long harbored disdain for that old man. I shall eventually confront him." Observing the two engaged in their banter, Duru suddenly chuckled. It was a joyous reunion among old friends, and he felt quite pleased. "It's a rare occasion that we gather. You both still possess such eloquence. Is it not merely about a favored woman being taken away? After all, neither of you is truly chosen by her." Duru's words instantly silenced the two sword masters, as if someone had pressed the mute button on them. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Dulu, their eyes seemingly ready to devour him. "What do you mean? This happened so many years ago, and you still bring it up." "Indeed, I had almost forgotten about it. Furthermore, although I did not win her heart back then, I now have my own family and a remarkably beautiful daughter. By the way, her magical talents are quite impressive. Do you know Minglisa? She is the most formidable magical prodigy of Enzu, having attained the status of a level 7 mage at just 20 years of age." Speaking of my daughter, Mondor, the Sword Saint, felt a surge of confidence returning to him. A 20-year-old level 7 mage, such a super genius would be hard to find even across the entire continent. Dulu clapped his hands. "Well said, but my student is Galway." Mondor was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to boast about his son, who possessed commendable alchemical talents, but his expression darkened. It felt as though, regardless of what they said, whenever Dulu spoke, proclaiming, "My student is Galway," they were rendered speechless. A Sword Saint at 20, what does that even signify? Moreover, he severed the twin horns of a red dragon with a single strike. How could Dulu, that old rascal, be so fortunate as to discover such a treasure? After a moment of silence, Mondor, seemingly filled with pride, remarked, "It's all right. He is your student, after all. I actually quite like that lad. If he were to become my son-in-law, I would certainly welcome it. My daughter Minglisa is so beautiful. Securing Galway would be a piece of cake." Mondor held a strong conviction regarding Minglisa's beauty, for she had inherited her mother's splendid genes. Who among us was not a dashing youth in their time? Now, Galway calls you teacher, but in the future, he may very well call me father. You are utterly insignificant. Alaston interjected, feeling entirely out of the conversation. He has only one son, who is also married. Is a 2-year-old granddaughter acceptable? Should we ask Galway to wait a bit longer? As they indulged in drinks, Dulu raised his glass, and the three quickly clinked their cups in joyous revelry. After savoring some roasted rabbit, Mondo took a deep breath. "Dulu, have you made up your mind?" Ilos remained silent. In truth, Dulu's purpose for summoning them had become quite evident. As formidable sword saints, they too had that which they must protect. Their loved ones reside on this continent, along with the cherished homeland and land they hold dear. They shall never permit the iron heel of Nox to tread upon this ground. Indeed, let me be the first to venture forth. I am quite eager to witness whether the so-called mightiest sword saint, Light, truly possesses such formidable strength. After all, he has merely slain 2 dragons and vanquished 1 sword saint. Am I to be intimidated by him? Should he dare to extend his claws into our territory, I shall ensure they pay dearly for it. Dilu's voice brooked no dissent, and an aura of burgeoning power enveloped him as his emotions surged. A pale yellow glow of fighting spirit began to radiate from his skin. Very well, then you shall go first. Should you fail, I shall follow, Mondo declared, clinking his cup against Dilu's. Ilos, however, remained silent, merely raising his goblet. Should his 2 companions falter, he would be the third to take up the challenge. Chapter 51. Highway would not allow such things to transpire, have you heard? The Sword Saint Light of Nox has issued a challenge to all Sword Saints across the continent. Should Light be defeated, Nox vows that their legion shall not set foot upon the southern continent. But what if Sword Saint Light emerges victorious? What are you pondering? This is Nox's most sacred duel, inviting the great god of war to arbitrate the outcome. Should they lose, one must prepare for grand consequences. The murmurs of several apprentice mages reached the ears of Highway, who basked in the sun. He furrowed his brow and rose to approach the group of apprentice mages. Pray tell, what were you discussing just now? He inquired with a smile, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept through. Upon recognizing him, many were instantly aware of his identity. He had recently garnered quite the reputation as the brother of a top-tier magical prodigy, possessing commendable talent himself. Numerous individuals sought to ingratiate themselves with him, eager to gain proximity to Timaru and Machima. Yet, those who attempted to approach him were met with cold shoulders. Apart from those who fancied their own abilities, many members of the Polaris royal family had also made their way to him. Now that Highway had taken the initiative to engage them in conversation, their eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at him as if he were their esteemed uncle. They eagerly divulged everything they knew, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Highway listened intently, but soon his brow furrowed once more. The sacred duel instigated by Nox, and taking place within Nox's domain, if they failed to comply, would it indeed lead to war between the 2 continents? He quickly comprehended that this was likely a conspiracy aimed at the remaining Sword Saints. Nox not only possessed formidable strength, but was also exceptionally adept at employing cunning tactics. Their singular ambition is to unify the entire continent and subsequently conquer the Ashen Sea at its fringes, ensuring that the banner of Nox permeates every corner of the world. However, Highway's expression suddenly darkened. If Master Dilu were to hear this news, he would undoubtedly hasten to Nox without a moment's hesitation. The Master would never permit the flames of war to engulf the land he holds dear. Highway had certainly heard of Light's formidable reputation. The man hailed as the mightiest sword saint of the continent. This cannot be. The Master would perish. Highway would never allow such a calamity to unfold. After years of nurturing and meticulous instruction, Dilla has become a father figure to him. Noticing the increasingly grave look on Highway's face, several chattering apprentices of magic fell abruptly silent. They remain oblivious to the exact nature of their missteps that have led to such a transformation in High Dimension. With a strained smile, High Dimension muttered an apology before making his way towards the dormitory. The group of magic apprentices scarcely had time to react before he vanished from their sight, akin to a tempestuous gust of wind. They exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. Could a human possess such speed? Are you not a magician? If a magician had employed teleportation, they would surely have sensed the surge of magical energy. Yet, there had been none, as Gao Wei simply vanished before their eyes. It was as if the strength of his physical form had ascended to that of a sword saint. Brother? Timalu was still blissfully indulging in her afternoon nap when she suddenly caught a whiff of Gao Wei's essence in the air. Instantly, she flipped over to see Gao Wei, who had just picked up the green resonance. He reached out to affectionately ruffle her hair. I need to step out for a moment. You must diligently study magic at the academy and not let pride take root. Understood? Where are you going, brother? I want to go too. I must attend to some matters in the northern continent. You have finally secured the opportunity to study magic at the academy, so do not accompany me. I promise to return as swiftly as I can. Timalu furrowed her brow. Gao Wei exhibited no signs of unease, behaving as he always did. Yet, she sensed something amiss, though she could not articulate it. Just as she was lost in thought, Gao Wei playfully flicked her smooth forehead with a finger. Ouch, brother, Why did you do that? That is a punishment for disobedient little ones. Though it stung, it was not painful, and oddly enough, it felt somewhat delightful. Being playfully chastised by her brother was rather amusing. All right, no more mischief. While I'm away, please keep an eye on little Machima. It is my request, all right? Initially reluctant, Timilu felt a surge of responsibility upon hearing Gao Wei regard her as an elder sister. Brother says I am the elder sister. I knew that little fox should call me sister. Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of Machima. You must return quickly. Gao Wei nodded, slinging the green resonance onto his back. Even when facing the continent's mightiest sword saint, he would not retreat an inch, even if this journey could be his last. As he took to the skies on a griffin heading towards Nox, he passed by Megana, who sat in a carriage, her mind swirling with complex emotions as she arrived at the entrance of Anzu Magic Academy. Before her stood the imposing iron gates, behind which resided someone she dared not face. Gao Wei, brother Gao Wei. She clutched a delicate light blue bracelet tightly in her hand, almost as if it were her last secret weapon. Unsure if Gao Wei would forgive her, she was determined to offer a sincere apology, even if forgiveness eluded her. It mattered not. She had forgotten their shared past, despite Gao Wei often reminiscing about their childhood. Without that diary, she feared those memories would fade until they vanished entirely. If Gao Wei could assist the Black Moon Kingdom through this crisis, she would be immensely grateful. She would comply with any request he made. If he were unwilling, then perhaps that would seal the fate of the Black Moon Kingdom. Perhaps that would be for the best, for she would perish in her homeland regardless. Who were you looking for? A knight stationed at the entrance inquired as he observed her elegant carriage. I am searching for someone named Gao Wei Gatun. He should be a student here. On her way to Anzu, Megana had learned much about Gao Wei. Oh, you are looking for Mr. Gao Wei. May I ask your relation to him? I am his friend. As she uttered the word friend, a bittersweet sensation welled up within her. It was a title that should have encompassed so much more. Then you should hurry to find him. The first building to your left is where Mr. Gao Wei resides. Upon learning she was a friend of Gao Wei, the knight's demeanor softened, revealing a rare kindness. Gao Wei had previously bestowed upon him a generous sum of coins. And with his exceptional talent and a remarkably gifted sister, Gao Wei's reputation had already spread throughout Anzu Magic Academy. Chapter 52. Is this the elusive white moonlight? How peculiar. Let me take another look. An unfamiliar scent wafted through the air, and Timilu, having just seen Gao Wei off, was evidently in a foul mood. A female. Another female. She must be after my brother. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Timilu, her face darkened, opened the door. Who are you? Her voice was icy, and her gaze towards Megana was laden with hostility. Megana instinctively took a half-step back, feeling uncomfortable under Timilu's piercing stare, as if she were being scrutinized by a great dragon, ready to tear her apart at the slightest movement. I am Megana. May I ask if Gao Wei resides here? Despite the formidable presence before her, Megana summoned her courage. She had come to apologize and could not let a mere girl's glare intimidate her. Megana? Timilu frowned slightly. That name sounds familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Oh, you are brother's former love interest. Having spent time with Gao Wei, she had learned of Megana's name and some details about her past. Upon closer inspection, Timilu found Megana to be rather ordinary in appearance. What was so exceptional about her? The twin ponytails? Her own dragon horns were far more appealing. She resolved to find a way to have her brother touch them. It must feel delightful. Yet, it was fortunate that Megana had not chosen Gao Wei, for this allowed Gao Wei and her to meet. In light of this, perhaps this female was not so bad after all. She might even be a good person. Timilu felt clarity wash over her. Miss Megana, you are a good person. Megana was taken aback, bewildered that this girl would label her a good person upon their first encounter. This was quite unexpected. Timilu, ever generous, swung the door wide open, revealing Machima, who had only just arrived after Gao Wei's departure, casting a curious glance at the newcomer. Timilu, who is this? Machima had come shortly after Gao Wei's sudden exit. Although she was unaware of where he had gone, it was evident that being in Gao Wei's room was quite delightful. This is Miss Megana. Timilu had not heard the previous exchange at the door, but that mattered little. Her keen intellect allowed her to discern that this twin-tailed girl was the white moonlight Gao Wei had longed for. Megana, however, paid no mind to the scrutiny, assuming that Timilu had overheard her introduction at the door. As she stepped into the room, the door clicked shut behind her. Is this not Gao Wei's room? She asked instinctively. Indeed, this is Gao Wei's room. Machima took the initiative to speak, casting a glance at Timiru that conveyed a message of silence. Although Timiru felt a twinge of annoyance, She refrained from voicing her discontent. How could you possibly? As if recalling something. Morgana was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange pang of sorrow. Oh, we are all fiancés of the higher dimensional being. So is it not natural for us to be here? It was rather unfortunate that the higher dimensional being had just departed. Machima spoke with a slyness reminiscent of a cunning fox, displaying a hint of arrogance and nonchalance, akin to a lofty mistress who regarded her enemy with utter disdain. However, upon hearing the little fox refer to herself as a fiancée of the higher dimensional being, Timiru felt a flicker of irritation, considering she was referring to two individuals. Timiru decided to let it slide for the time being. This was the composure of an elder sister, indeed. Morgana bit her lip, striving to maintain control over her emotions. Hearing the two claim to be fiancés of the higher dimensional being caused her to feel a sense of panic. She had never truly acknowledged the sacrifices made by the higher dimensional being, and only upon realization did she feel as though her own existence had been torn asunder in his absence. The trivial matters that had piled up like a long-accumulated mound suddenly collapsed, burying her soul beneath their weight. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her lips trembling as if to voice something profound. Yet, she found her throat constricted, rendering her incapable of producing even a syllable. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, convincing herself that since the higher dimensional being had departed, it was quite normal for him to have one or two beautiful fiancées. Could you, esteemed ladies, inform me of the whereabouts of the higher dimensional being? I have committed many wrongs, and I wish to apologize to him face to face. He doesn't need your apology, Timiru retorted almost instinctively. Machima's eyes widened in surprise, regarding Timiru with a look akin to that of a spectator observing a pig. Internally, she lamented, "You are utterly hopeless." Meanwhile, Morgana clung to this revelation like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. The girl who had just opened the door had referred to the higher dimensional being as brother? Surely they must be siblings. Fiancés do not address each other in such a manner. Perhaps the higher dimensional being had confided in his sister, explaining why they seemed to know so much about her. Considering Timiru's earlier peculiar glance, it must have been a gentle warning from the sister to the future sister-in-law. All right, I am back on track, Morgana composed herself. After all, she could easily inquire about these matters without further entangling herself in trivialities. Could you tell me where the higher dimensional being has gone? Timiru scoffed. How would I know? Wherever my brother goes, it has nothing to do with you, right? Though you may be a good person, that does not absolve you of the wrongs you have committed against my brother. Timiru continued to refer to Morgana as a good person, leaving Morgana completely bewildered by the illogical reasoning. If she was aware of her unforgivable actions against the higher dimensional being, why would she address her as a good person? Shouldn't a sister despise someone who had harmed her brother? Machima chose not to interject, recognizing that her ally was hopelessly inept and opted for silence. With a sense of defeat, Morgana exited the higher dimensional being's room and made her way to the area where the magicians were studying magic. There, she encountered the apprentices who had previously relayed messages to the higher dimensional being. You're asking about the higher dimensional being? I don't know. He hurriedly left after I informed him about some matters concerning Nox. It seemed rather urgent. As I recall, he left the academy not long ago. I just saw him depart. Morgana stood frozen in place, a surge of conflicting emotions washing over her. Did the higher dimensional being rush to Nox upon receiving the news? Surely it was for the sake of the Black Moon Kingdom. Perhaps it was because of her? A strange misunderstanding began to form, as Morgana completely misconstrued the situation. This peculiar misinterpretation unleashed a torrent of emotions within her, akin to a dam bursting forth. The bright sunlight enveloped her, and she had never felt such warmth. Chapter 53. The Sword Saint of Light will prevail. Nox will prevail. The West Sea. This was the first time in his life that Dulu set foot on the land of Nox. He was clad in a thick fur coat, with a long sword at his waist, the silver hilt gleaming. The jolting of the carriage failed to shift his form in the slightest, as if he were firmly nailed to the vehicle. Sir, ahead lies the royal city of Astodon in Nox, the driver informed Duru, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. With eyes previously closed, Duru suddenly opened them and tossed a gold coin to the driver. Initially, he had traveled on a griffin, but upon nearing the town of Nox, he opted for the carriage, driven by a desire to behold the splendor of Nox. He rolled off the carriage, the towering city walls looming before him. The town appeared as if forged from steel, the cold atmosphere causing Dulu to squint. Although each kingdom possesses its own distinct characteristics, he had never encountered a realm as oppressive as Nox. It felt as though even a wild blade of grass must learn to invade the homes of others in order to survive in this place. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards wielding long spears obstructed his path. "Halt. Please present your identification." In response, a flash of swordlight answered him. Several guards barely perceived how Dullah had drawn his weapon. They only felt a sudden lightness in their hands and a chilling sensation across their chests. He instinctively glanced at his palm, only to discover that his long spear had been smoothly severed, clattering to the ground. Even his breastplate had been neatly cleaved, revealing a robust chest beneath. Remarkably, this soldier bore not a single injury. The soldiers of the Noxian city guard stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the extraordinary swordsmanship displayed before them. "Go tell your emperor, Dulu has arrived," he proclaimed, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. In that moment, he ceased to conceal his aura. The overwhelming presence of his sword Saint's fighting spirit radiated outward. The immense pressure compelled the city guards to retreat several steps, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Dulu. It was indeed a sword saint in their midst. These guards were already aware of the sacred duels, having been warned by their superiors to remain vigilant against the sudden appearance of a sword saint, no matter how heavily armed. They understood they could not possibly thwart a fully empowered sword saint. Dulu's arrival served as a stark reminder that even the strongest defenses, clad in mithril, could be effortlessly bisected. Fortunately, Dulu had shown restraint. "Please, follow me," one guard said, no longer daring to maintain a facade of authority, merely gesturing for him to proceed. Their current task was to escort Dulu to the sacred Colosseum. A procession of city guards marched robustly, drawing the attention of numerous Noxian civilians. Some regarded Dulu with curious eyes, as if speculating about his identity. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Sword Saint Dulu." The crowd erupted in fervor, their voices rising in unison. "Victory for Sword Saint Light! Victory for the Noxian Empire!" Westsea. The terrifying wave of humanity surged like a cacophony of chaotic sound. They extended their hands in a gesture of assured triumph. It was as if Nox had entirely assimilated its people, their eyes fixated solely on conquest and slaughter. Dulu felt an overwhelming tremor within him. What a terrifying display of cohesion and public sentiment. Even though their doctrine was flawed and unjust, it was resolutely upheld. Was this the reason behind the Noxian Legion's countless victories? Dulu closed his eyes. He no longer pondered these questions. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the Grand Colosseum of Nox. The magnificent arena loomed before him, resembling a colossal beehive structure, as if a giant lay in eternal slumber beneath its vast expanse. Its scale could rival that of the cathedrals in the Polaris Empire. Upon entering the Colosseum, the open-air breeze swept over him, and the tiered seating, akin to a honeycomb, stretched infinitely. The venue was nearly filled to capacity, and as soon as someone entered, a cacophony of discussions erupted around them. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of combat surged forth, rippling through the air like successive waves. The previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. Before him appeared Light, clad in resplendent golden armor. Each step he took left a firm imprint on the hard earth and ground, his tousled chestnut hair cascading in thick curls, reminiscent of a lion's mane. His posture was impeccably straight, and his stride seemed to stir the very air around him. "You are the Sword Saint Duralu, are you not?" Light, towering over 2 meters, appeared as a giant gazing down upon his opponent, who stood at approximately 1.70 meters. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of utmost politeness, even addressing him with the honorific "you." "Indeed, you must be the legendary Sword Saint, the most formidable in the continent, Mr. Light," he continued. Light erupted into hearty laughter, neither affirming nor denying the title of the strongest Sword Saint. It was as if such an acknowledgement was a matter of course, devoid of flattery. "Sword Saint Duralu, would you mind if my mages conjured a few magical shields? After all, the destructive potential of a battle at the Sword Saint level can be quite terrifying. While this place may be sufficiently spacious, there remains a possibility of inadvertently harming others." He casually pointed to the most advantageous position, where a bright red carpet spread out lavishly, appearing exceptionally striking. It seemed as though the seats were crafted entirely from gold. And in the center sat an individual adorned with a crown, his countenance exuding authority. A mere glance into his eyes revealed the latent ferocity of a poised lion. He is none other than the current Emperor of Nox, King Edward the Lionheart. Beside him sits the Empire's sole prince, Julius. In addition to the prince, there is a demure young lady with chestnut hair seated gracefully. Her eyes are also brown, her hair elegantly coiled, and her skin is as white as snow. She is the Empire's princess, Sika. Dullah said nothing, merely gesturing for them to proceed. He dared to come alone, undoubtedly prepared to face the possibility of death in battle. However, he did not anticipate the presence of the entire royal family of the Nox Empire. He was momentarily uncertain whether the other person was exceptionally confident or simply believed in their character, trusting that they would not commit any excessive acts. However, he quickly grasped the source of their assurance. Suddenly, 8 magical circles ascended from the seating area, their immense magical power surging forth like colossal waves. The magic circles illuminated, casting a soft, pearlescent glow. This was the defensive barrier unleashed by 8 divine mages working in unison. Dulu was astonished by the depth of the other's power. Yet a sense of exhilaration welled up within him. Was this the treatment afforded to the Sword Saint? Indeed, it was rather impressive. A total of 8 divine mages, despite the fact that divine mages far outnumbered Sword Saints. There would not be more than 100 across the entire continent. And here, 8 had appeared at once. It was truly an eye-opening experience for him. Dulu, Sword Saint, may I inquire about something before we commence our duel? After a moment of silence, Dulu replied, ask away. Have you truly nurtured a 20-year-old Sword Saint? Dulu slowly shook his head. Are you suggesting that the Sword Saint in the Dragon's Lair is merely a rumor, not a reality? Dulu shook his head again. Light's expression darkened slightly, pondering whether the elder was jesting with him. Although Gao Wei had severed the dragon's horn with a single strike, his prowess had not yet reached the level of a Sword Saint. Thus, he was not a Sword Saint, yet the rumors held some truth. There was one thing Dulu had not articulated. Gao Wei was undoubtedly talented, yet his swordsmanship lacked the most crucial element, the understanding of why he wielded his sword. To send him to confront a dragon in a life-and-death battle was less about the duel itself and more about discovering the meaning behind his swordplay. He needed to comprehend the purpose behind his longsword's movement and the motivation to unleash his fighting spirit. Oh, I understand now. Nevertheless, possessing a 9th-level peak fighter as a student is already a point of pride. If he can break through before the age of 30, he will surely make a name for himself across the continent. Such a person is remarkable. In fact, I have a very beautiful niece. Do you see her? She is the one sitting beside my brother. Your student is probably still unmarried. If he wishes to join the Nox Empire, I can assure you that he will marry the most beautiful woman in all of Nox and become a prince of this empire. Light spoke with a smile. In fact, I believe today's battle is unnecessary. I do not wish for the future husband of my niece to perish at my hands. Let me be candid. You cannot defeat me. Light's tone brimmed with confidence. He possesses an astute perception of others, discerning the formidable nature of Dulu at a mere glance. However, Dulu still has some distance to cover before attaining true strength. Should he unleash his full power in this battle, Dulu would undoubtedly meet his demise. Nonetheless, there exists a certain admiration for Dulu within him. How could one attain the status of a Sword Saint without possessing intellect? Even if they sought excuses to abstain from combat, as exemplified by the Sword Saint Magier, who spread rumors of his injuries, they still commanded respect. Yet, Dulu chose to confront the challenge head-on, boldly standing alone in the sacred arena. Such a person evokes a sense of kinship and light. Dulu caressed the silver hand he held, a steadfast companion for decades. If I were to perish, could you ensure that this sword is entrusted to my disciple, Gao Wei? Dulu's response veered from the question, but Light comprehended the essence of his words. He nodded slightly. If you perish, I shall deliver this sword into the hands of the higher dimensions. As his words faded, an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit erupted. A thunderous roar resounded as deep yellow energy surged forth like a fiercely blazing bonfire. In the blink of an eye, Duras had unleashed his first strike. The arrogant and unrestrained sword aura swept towards Light with an unstoppable force. The ground began to fracture, the energy cleaving the earth open with a gaping wound. Light felt his heart within his chest begin to pound violently. The rapid rhythm of 2 hearts heightened both his speed and strength. In his perception, the sword aura appeared to slow down, as if unfolding in slow motion. He burst into hearty laughter, and in the blink of an eye, a remarkably broad sword materialized in his hand. To call it a sword would be an understatement. It resembled more of a colossal shield. The Lion's Fang. With a thunderous roar, a dense aura surged forth, thick enough to seem as if it might drip from the air. As he stepped forward, the ground beneath him erupted like it had been struck by a cannonball, soil flying in all directions. Veins bulged on his arms, and he held nothing back. Faced with an adversary of such caliber, he deemed it only fitting to unleash the entirety of his strength as a testament to his courage. Bang! A resounding boom. The 2 auras collided, emitting a blinding white light that burst forth like a flashbang exploding before the eyes of the onlookers. The barrier, meticulously crafted by 8 archmages, trembled under the weight of this terrifying force, radiating waves of brilliance. Fortunately, it remained sufficiently robust. Otherwise, none present would have emerged unscathed. Even though it was not the first time Edward had witnessed his brother light in action, he instinctively swallowed hard. Was this the power of the Sword Saint? Even without being directly affected, he felt an unsettling tingling in his seat, as if he had just endured a violent earthquake. Yulus' face drained of color. When the aura had surged toward them, he believed he was facing certain death. As a prince of the empire, it was the first time he had ever experienced the emotion known as fear. Was this the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent? No wonder even dragons, creatures at the apex of the food chain, could be slain. In stark contrast to Yulus, Sika's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her first glimpse of a duel involving the Sword Saint. Was this the might of the Sword Saint? How she wished to possess such power. Her future husband must be equally formidable, at the very least not weaker than Uncle Light. Moments later, the brilliance faded. The barrier formed by the 8 archmages remained intact. The audience, unable to contain their anticipation, fixed their gaze upon the arena, where not a single patch of unscathed earth remained. Instead, a terrifying chasm marred the ground. Clad in golden armor, Light held his shield and sword aloft, the earth beneath him preserved in pristine condition, even amidst such cataclysmic collision of auras. He had not budged an inch. Turning his gaze toward Dulu, he saw Dula bloodied, kneeling on one knee, head bowed, with his silvery hand embedded in the ground. Blood pooled, forming a small stream that dripped from his arm to the earth with a soft patter. He is lost. Dula felt a haze enveloping his consciousness. With just a single strike, his opponent made it abundantly clear why he had been able to slay a Sword Saint upon his debut, and why he had vanquished 2 adult pure-blood dragons. Such prowess was beyond his capacity to contend with alone, even with Mondo by his side. They would stand no chance of triumph. What manner of monster is this? Yet gradually, he found solace. He has reached his limits in getting this far. Although he cannot prevent the outbreak of war, he has no regrets. If only he had a little more time. If Gao Wei discovers his own reason for wielding the sword, he will undoubtedly surpass what he has accomplished. When did it come to this? He no longer recalls that his most exceptional student indeed had a valid reason for wielding a sword. Yet, that reason has suddenly vanished. Otherwise, he would have long since transcended to the realm of the swordmaster. He felt his eyelids growing heavy, and the stubbornness began to slowly detach from his being. In a daze, he seemed to perceive a crack forming in the invincible barrier of the mage. Just moments ago, such intense collisions had failed to breach the shield. Yet now, a familiar emerald sword intent emerged. Teacher, is it merely an illusion? He felt as though he had heard a voice from a higher dimension. This was the last thought that crossed Dulu's mind before he lost consciousness. Chapter 55. I do not wish to hear anything from you at present. The sudden change rendered the people of Nox in attendance utterly silent. Gao Wei, clad in a silver-gray mink coat, with his dark hair billowing in the wind, cast a sharp gaze over the crowd. Everyone, including the royal family of Nox, sensed a terrifying pressure wash over them. It was as if they were not merely being regarded by a young man wielding a sword, but were instead facing a colossal dragon, its jaws agape, revealing its fearsome fangs. After a moment, Gao Wei began to search for Du Lu's figure amidst the ground that had been shattered by the aura of battle. In the pitch-black chasm lay Du Lu, his silver-white hand protruding from the earth, unconscious and unaware of his fate. A tremor coursed through Gao Wei's heart as he resolutely advanced towards Du Lu's direction, elegantly disregarding the presence of the Sword Saint, Light. Light merely squinted, his 2 hearts thundering like engines at full throttle. The recent emerald green sword Light had once again made him acutely aware of the threat of death. He can no longer recall how long it has been since he last experienced such feelings. Ever since the day he ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, his innate talent has propelled him forward relentlessly on the path of martial energy. He has encountered numerous prodigies, yet invariably, these so-called geniuses appear as mere ants in the presence of his own talent. They all proclaim themselves as geniuses. Yet today, in this young man, he perceives an aura known as invincibility. It is as if the higher dimensions truly house the genuine genius. He stands at the pinnacle of combat energy, resembling a merciless emperor seated upon his throne, disdainfully gazing upon all who dare to challenge him. He stood there, watching as Gao Wei approached the fallen Dr. Dulu. Lying in a pool of blood, step by step, Gao Wei's voice was profoundly somber, and the sorrow in his eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Observing Dr. Dulu, who resembled a father figure to him, lying there, an unnamed fury surged within him, as if it sought to consume him entirely. He cradled Dulu in his arms, allowing the blood to stain his silvery gray coat, as if a beautiful crimson flower were blooming upon it. The flower blossomed. Yet he felt as if the emotions within his heart had withered entirely. There remained a few breaths, but no trace of fighting spirit flowed through his body any longer. He swiftly retrieved a vial of emerald green elixir from his coat pocket and poured it into Dulu's mouth. This was his alchemical creation, capable of stabilizing the life of one on the brink of death. Tears streamed down his face as he murmured, "Teacher, you must not die. You cannot leave us." Miraculously, the emerald potion seemed to take effect, as Dulu's previously feeble heartbeat gradually steadied. With the teacher's life preserved, Gao Wei lifted him in his arms. And the priest? Gao Wei's voice was cold, yet carried an unmistakable undertone of menace. It was as if a reaper had returned from the depths of hell, causing Light to squint slightly. Light extended his robust arm and gestured towards the distance, and soon, several individuals resembling doctors hurried over. "We do not worship the god of light. Hence we lack a priest. However, I assure you that the Sword Saint Dulu will receive the finest medical attention. Our physicians are renowned throughout the continent." Only after Dulu was carried away by the doctors did Light reveal a look of intrigued contemplation, stating, "You have disrupted this sacred duel. In our Nox Empire, sacred duels are inviolable. I am Light of the Holy Nox Empire. Might I inquire your name?" Light's voice remained calm, yet within him, his two hearts raced as if he had finally encountered something of utmost significance in his life, an opponent of absolute power, capable of rivaling him. He had vaguely deduced the identity of Gao Wei, yet his brown eyes remained fixed intently on the other man. Gao Wei. Gachuan. The tone of Gao Wei was chillingly indifferent, though he understood deep down that this was all a choice made by his mentor, Duru. Nevertheless, it was indeed this very individual who had gravely injured his teacher. "I should thank you for sparing my teacher's life." Light suddenly chuckled, his brown, wavy hair swaying dramatically as his lips curled into a grin. "You need not thank me. I did not hold back. Your teacher is a warrior worthy of respect. In our Nox Empire, the honor of a warrior is sacred and inviolable. It was his years of honing his swordsmanship and his formidable physical prowess that saved him. In the face of such bravery and a resolve to face death, only a full strike could demonstrate my respect for him. You are formidable. I sense a powerful fighting spirit within you. You are the most exceptional and talented warrior I have ever encountered. Although you have yet to truly transcend to the Sword Saint level, your combat prowess already surpasses that of any current Sword Saint." Light proposed. His gaze filled with intrigue as he awaited Gao Wei's response. "I am unaware of what you wish to propose, but I have no interest. You have injured my teacher, and I now intend to exert all my strength in a duel against you. If you manage to defeat me, then you may say whatever you wish." Gao Wei's deep black eyes revealed no glimmer, yet an emotion known as anger blazed within his pupils. The man before him had severely harmed his mentor. And due to this confrontation, it was possible that Duru would never again wield fighting spirit in his lifetime. As Duru's student, he had a duty he must fulfill. Oh? Light found himself increasingly admiring the swordsman before him. It was that very gaze, cold and disdainful of all, that foretold his ascent to the pinnacle of greatness. He felt akin to a mature lion, confronted by a young and powerful challenger entering his territory, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. "I accept your challenge, young swordsman. Brandish your sword and let me witness your resolve as a warrior." No sooner had he spoken than Gao Wei raised his weapon, the Echo of the Green. Yellow fighting spirit intertwined with the Echo of the Green, the surging power distorting the air around them. Gao Wei sensed an endless stream of energy coursing through his limbs, this force transferring from his being to the Echo of the Green. As if responding to Gao Wei's determination, the Echo of the Green resonated with a low hum, gathering an increasingly terrifying power at its tip. "Quickly, employ the transcendent magic, Eternal Defense." Before Light could react, the standing sorcerers were the first to respond. They could perceive the terrifying destructive force of that strike. If the young man were to swing his sword, the shield they had collectively forged would not merely sustain a small breach. The god of war was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he did not dare to slacken his incantation for even a moment. This single stroke could potentially cleave the very arena of combat itself. He pondered this thought with certainty. Chapter 56. My niece is truly beautiful. Would you consider marrying her? Remarkable. This young man has yet to attain the realm of a sword saint. Yet the sword he unleashed with all his might bore the most formidable aura of combat he had ever witnessed in his life. Light's gaze gradually turned frenzied. He had always stood at the pinnacle of this continent, overlooking everyone. Suddenly, a man of equal stature appeared, issuing him a challenge. No, this was not merely a challenge. It felt more like an enchanting maiden extending an invitation to dance with him. He stood firmly in place, abruptly retreating his right foot, which immediately carved a deep pit into the ground beside him. He clenched his jaw, so tightly that his gums bled. like the fangs of a lion. With a thunderous roar, all the fighting spirit coalesced at the tip of his sword. A fan-shaped surge of energy burst forth, and two immensely terrifying forces collided in the air. Compared to his previous strike against Dural, although it was merely another blow, this clash of energy made everyone feel as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had swept ominously above their heads. With a resounding bang, the superlative magic, Eternal Defense, unleashed by a divine mage, shattered instantaneously. The residual force from the clash obliterated the superior magic cast by a wizard. Another bang resonated. The Eternal Defense released by a second divine mage also crumbled. In a continuous chain, 7 layers of Eternal Defense were breached before the residual energy finally began to wane. Only the last layer of divine protection remained, desperately holding on. Yet soon, cracks began to appear in this final bastion as well. Many civilians displayed expressions of sheer terror. Even Edward, seated upon the throne, widened his eyes in disbelief. The sheer force of the battle had shattered 7 layers of defense. Even with his extensive experience, he felt as if the apocalypse was upon them. With their physical capabilities, a mere brush with this terrifying force would mean instant annihilation, leaving no trace of a body behind. Urus's complexion turned pale, regret flooding his mind for having chosen to witness this confrontation. Who could have anticipated that a supermonster would suddenly emerge on the scene? Contrarily, Princess Sika exhibited no signs of fear. Her eyes sparkled with fascination, undiminished even by the blinding light of the battle. She yearned to gaze once more at the young man amidst the fray. This was a true warrior, a hero who genuinely stirred her heart. At this moment, even the thought of death was cast aside. She fervently wished for Galway to triumph, for she had watched her uncle Light stand atop the mountain for far too long. Such a position should not belong exclusively to any one individual. It was meant for a formidable warrior to shatter. With a final, deafening crash, the last barrier finally shattered, and fortunately, the energy from the clash was entirely absorbed afterward. Edward felt as though a gentle breeze had brushed across his face. When he regained his senses, a portion of his beard had drifted into the air, and small wounds began to appear on his face, seeping bright red blood. The protective magical artifact he carried shattered with a resounding crack, having fulfilled its final purpose. Had it not been for this magical safeguard, the blinding radiance so close at hand could have rendered them temporarily or even permanently sightless. Is everything well? The sensation of having survived such calamity nearly caused Edward to collapse upon his throne. Despite having ascended to this position through countless life and death moments, it was only when death approached once more, without warning, that he realized he was no longer the fearless individual he once was. He is terrified of death. Even though he is the supreme emperor of the Nox Empire, 8 divine sorcerers, breathless, kneel on the ground, having nearly exhausted their magical power from exerting their utmost in casting transcendent spells. The more swiftly such high-level magic is unleashed, the greater the toll on one's magical energy. Now, the sorcerers no longer exhibit their initial composure. Each one appears pallid and drained. Meanwhile, most commoners have suffered from the blinding spectacle, their vision stripped of color, opening their eyes only to avoid. Warm liquid streams down as blood inexplicably seeps from their eyes. After a considerable time, some individuals' sight gradually returns to normal. Eagerly, they turn their gaze to the center of the arena, where the once even battleground has transformed into a vast pit. 2 figures stand amidst the remnants. Light retains his sword-wielding stance, a maniacal grin still lingering on his face. Did Light not lose? A thought flickers in the minds of some, but they soon realize their error. Light, like a tower reaching its limit, collapses to the ground with a thunderous crash as a gentle breeze sweeps past him. Galway casually sheathes the resonance of green upon his back. Even with his profound fighting spirit, the strike has drained nearly 2/3 of his energy. He has acquired a formidable power, one that is gradually merging with his very being. The long-accumulated barrier has finally been breached, and a novel force fills his body. Is this the sensation of a sword saint? Galway feels a significant enhancement in his fighting spirit. Even the rate of its recovery has more than doubled. Yet, he finds little inclination to savor this transformation. Observing Light sprawled on the ground nearby, he strides toward him. Upon reaching Light, he notices the smile still adorning his face. A smile that seems to convey a sense of fulfillment, as if he has resolved some lingering regret. His left chest had been completely pierced, and it seemed that not a fragment of his heart remained, leading Galway to ponder that surely death was inevitable. As he crouched down to pay his respects to this honorable adversary, he was taken aback upon making contact with the body. Light was still alive. Though his breath was exceedingly faint, Galway could indeed sense that he had not succumbed. He could even hear the faint rhythm of a heartbeat, slow yet steady. Was this individual Eshart situated on the right side? Galway was somewhat astonished, but since the man was still alive, he promptly retrieved a vial of the same potion from his coat. The emerald liquid swiftly flowed into Light's mouth, stabilizing his injuries. Light opened his eyes, feeling a surge of vitality preserved within him. Instead of a glorious death in battle, he had miraculously survived. His physical condition is far superior to that of Du Lu. And with a feeble voice, he intermittently inquired, "Can you listen to what I have to say now?" Galway felt a sense of admiration for him. He had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, the other party still wished to communicate. "What do you wish to convey?" Galway mused silently, a hint of respect blossoming within him. "I wish to express, my niece Zika is truly beautiful. You, my friend, are quite admirable. Would you consider marrying her?" Chapter 57. Is it not delightful to have a sweet and tender girl? Galway found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could not fathom why Wright would speak in such a manner. Just a moment ago, were they not adversaries? Was it truly appropriate to utter such words at this juncture? As Galway remained silent, uncertain of how to respond to the inquiry, a voice filled with terror pierced through the air. "Uncle Wright." The girl descended from the stands, seizing the moment when the guards were momentarily unresponsive, and hurriedly approached Wright and Galway. Zika possessed a tall and slender figure, her proportions exquisitely balanced, exuding an ineffable golden beauty. Every inch of her form seemed perfectly sculpted, neither excess flesh nor deficiency, for an additional ounce would render her too plump, while a slight reduction would make her appear diminutive. At that moment, her brown eyes brimmed with sorrow upon witnessing her uncle, lying in a pool of blood, her heart sinking to the nadir of despair. As she stumbled to their side, she was struck by the sight of a massive wound adorning her uncle's chest. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the bleeding had ceased, and it appeared that Uncle Wright had not succumbed to death. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt beside him, lifting his head gently. "Uncle Wright, are you all right?" His brown hair lay disheveled, reminiscent of a lion in the twilight of its years, and the sparkle in his eyes had dimmed. I am fine," Wright replied weakly. "Thanks to this gentleman before you, I was given a potent elixir, so I should not perish just yet." She carefully assessed Uncle Wright's pulse. Though it was considerably weakened, it remained steady. Yet, the gaping wound on his chest was a sight too grim to behold. Zika then covertly cast her gaze toward Galway, as if wishing to etch the image of this handsome and formidable man into her memory. Human nature, it seems, is invariably intricate. She knew for certain that Uncle Wright held immense significance in her heart, nearly rivaling that of her father. While she admired Galway's strength, should he truly be responsible for her uncle's demise, as his niece, she could never harbor affection for him. Now, witnessing her uncle's survival, her previously dormant thoughts began to stir once more. At that moment, Galway also rose to his feet. He raised the echo of the green triumphantly, his voice resonating with an unparalleled intensity. "Is anyone else coming? I await your arrival." At that moment, it was as if the crowd had awakened from a deep slumber. The recent extraordinary battle had rendered a select few permanently blind, while the majority's vision had returned to normal. Apart from those weeping in despair, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Who would dare to challenge? Just moments ago, he had vanquished the mightiest sword saint of the entire continent, the one celebrated as the Sword of the Lionheart, Light. The prowess of Light was indisputable. In their initial clash, he had effortlessly defeated Sword Saint Dula with a single strike. Even without the intervention of the higher dimension, Dula would have perished. Yet, this formidable Light had been dispatched in an instant by the higher dimension in a similar fashion. The collective consciousness of the onlookers had been utterly overturned. Soon, the spectators began to raise their right hands, fervently chanting the name of the higher dimension. Their voices surged like a tide, nearly engulfing him. Higher dimension! Higher dimension! They acknowledged the prowess of the high dimension. In the militaristic realm of Nox, as long as one possesses formidable strength, respect from all is assured, even if one is not a native of Nox. As the largest empire on this continent, Nox has assimilated countless kingdoms, completely integrating them into its fold. Simultaneously, it stands as the most ethnically diverse empire, exhibiting a remarkable capacity for tolerance. They even chant the name of the high dimension, seemingly disregarding the presence of the royal family. The high dimension, however, finds the experience somewhat surreal. Sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping the gathering, he instinctively glanced towards the area of the red carpet. Observing that the expressions on the faces of the royal Nox family had not changed significantly. At this moment, King Edward, known as the Lionheart, had entirely regained his former composure, as if the earlier moment of disarray had merely been an illusion. His brief display of embarrassment was but a fleeting instance. a natural response to the sudden confrontation with mortality. Had he been adequately prepared, he would have faced it without issue. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice. His gaze incessantly scrutinized Gao Wei, seemingly indifferent to the fact that Zika had already descended. Indeed, he mused, a commendable young man. How delightful it would be if he could become a citizen of the Nox Empire. Edward pondered this, contemplating how to win Gao Wei over. Such a youthful yet formidable individual, he was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a son-in-law in Edward's eyes. Now, it was Gao Wei who fell into silence. Having traveled a great distance, nearly exhausting even the Griffin, he was already prepared for a fierce battle. He arrived with a resolute belief in his impending demise. Yet he found that circumstances unfolded in ways beyond his expectations. He triumphed over the sword Saint of Nox on the lands of Nox, yet received the admiration of the Nox populace. The resilience of high-dimensional light is nothing short of astonishing, even with the potent restorative alchemical potions from the high dimensions. His recovery rate is remarkably swift. Just moments ago, he appeared on the brink of death, and now he is already seated. His brown eyes regained a flicker of brilliance as he gazed at Hai Wei with a hint of anticipation. I mentioned that my niece is exceptionally beautiful. Allow me to introduce you to my niece, Zika. What do you think? Do you like her? I assure you, there is not a woman in all of Nox who surpasses her in beauty. Mr. Light's unabashed words caused Zika's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet, she refrained from retorting and boldly met Hai Wei's gaze, her amber-hued eyes reflecting his visage, brimming with fervent admiration. A myriad of emotions intertwined within her, an ardent love, a reverence for strength, and an eager anticipation for his response. Mr. Light, I must apologize. This young lady is indeed stunning. But rather than squander time on matters of the heart, I would prefer to devote myself to honing my swordsmanship. What a commendable aspiration. As a man, one ought to diligently refine his skills, ensuring he remains at the pinnacle of this continent. Mr. Light appeared to hold Hai Wei in even greater esteem. However, the pursuit of mastery in swordplay need not preclude the possibility of romance, does it? Zika, ever so demure, would not disrupt your life. After all, having a gentle, fragrant girl by your side at night is hardly a misfortune, is it? And who knows, you might even have a couple of well-behaved children calling you father one day. Hai Wei. He couldn't shake the feeling that the other's reasoning held a certain weight. Yet, it seemed he was not particularly in one of a gentle, fragrant girl. If he truly wished to embark on a new romantic journey, he pondered for a moment. Perhaps he would first consider Angelica or Diophis. Chapter 58. Sigma men shall never fall into the trap set by women. Mr. Wright, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request. At present, I have no thoughts in that direction. The response from Hai Wei somewhat disappointed Wright. Nevertheless, he did not intend to pressure Hai Wei. Thank you for your willingness to save me. Regardless of who had nearly brought about his demise, the fact remained that Hai Wei had indeed saved his life. From the moment one stands in the sacred arena, the victor possesses the right to deal with the vanquished. Whether to slay or to spare rests solely in Hai Wei's discretion. The duel has concluded. May I invite you to stay in Nox for a few days? Allow me to extend my hospitality. Very well, Hai Wei acquiesced this time without hesitation. Although the castle of Nox was adorned in cool hues, it exuded an exquisite opulence. The understatedly luxurious silver carpet, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy, extended between the thrones, while guards, armed with long-handled axes, stood sentinel at the entrance. Positioned at either end of the carpet, every piece of furniture was crafted from rare woods, and the marble columns bore intricate engravings, stretching endlessly into the distance. Clad in a red robe symbolizing the mightiest of warriors, which Wright had personally draped over him upon his departure from the arena, Hai Wei walked upon the soft carpet, with each step eliciting a salute from the guards who placed one hand on their chests. Upon finally reaching the thrones, Edward, seated majestically, had been awaiting him for some time. Hai Wei inclined his body slightly. Greetings, esteemed Emperor of Nox. Edward rose to his feet, demonstrating his respect for Hai Wei by approaching him, despite his status as emperor. Truly, he was the youngest and most formidable sword saint in the entire continent. Strikingly handsome and imposing. According to the agreement made with the Church of Light, having vanquished Sword Saint Wright, as long as I remain in power, I shall never direct my military might toward the southern continent. From this day forth, unless you choose to rescind this agreement, I swear upon the honor of the Lionheart King that I shall never contravene it. As his words fell, a guard approached, bearing a tray adorned with two exquisite yet substantial goblets, each vessel brimmed with a white liquid, the rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. Edward lifted one of the goblets and downed its contents in one swift motion, then gestured towards Hai Wei with the emptied cup, the implication unmistakable. Wei, without a hint of pretense, mirrored the action and drained the other goblet. He bore no fear regarding the possibility of poison lurking within the drink. As a renowned alchemist of the continent, he could discern any adulteration with a mere whiff. Excellent. Quite commendable. You possess both strength and audacity. Are you not concerned that I might have tampered with the wine? Edward's tone was laced with playful mockery. Wei merely chuckled in response. I have unwavering faith in the character of the Lionheart King, and I trust that one who ascends to such a grand empire's throne would not stoop to such vile deeds. Wei's words provoked a hearty laughter from Edward. He increasingly found Gao Wei to be quite agreeable. What is your opinion on the Nox Empire? The fiery liquor coursed down Edward's throat, bringing a faint flush to his cheeks, yet his tone remained remarkably earnest. The Nox Empire is splendid. During my earlier days as an adventurer, I traversed numerous kingdoms, and I can assert that there is no place on the continent more united than Nox. The success of the Nox Empire is no mere coincidence. I believe it is a testament to your adept governance. I did not expect that you possess not only formidable strength but also the ability to utter words that bring me joy. If the Nox Empire is indeed so wonderful, would you be willing to join such an empire? Upon finishing his statement, Edward fixed his gaze intently on Gao Wei's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul through those obsidian orbs. Having come to know Gao Wei to some extent, Edward found himself increasingly wishing that he would remain. He would even go so far as to entrust the Nox Empire to him, provided he was willing to wed his daughter, Zika, and name their offspring as the next heir to the throne. Compared to his own ineffectual son, Julius, he deemed Gao Wei to be utterly satisfactory in every regard. My homeland is a diminutive kingdom. Prior to becoming a sword saint, I endured a period of profound hardship. During that time, I often pondered that if only Ghidorah were to explode, my suffering would cease. Yet, even upon returning to that place, a sense of tranquility surged within me. I believe this is the reason I have come here, not solely for my mentor, Dolu, but also to ensure that my homeland remains in relative peace. Ghidorah, indeed, it is a town within a small kingdom. I am surprised that you hail from such a modest locale. Now, what if I were to offer you my daughter as hand in marriage, thus making you a prince of Nox? I could select any parcel of land as your fief, and should you desire, everything in that small kingdom could be yours, including your homeland of Ghidorah. You know, the legions of Nox can accomplish this. Gao Wei shook his head. I'm afraid not. He did not specify the reasons. There are certain matters that one simply does not wish to engage in, and no justification is required. Although he has already become the most formidable sword saint on the continent, neither the role of lord nor that of emperor appeals to him. Managing a territory demands an immense amount of energy. He does not believe he is capable of achieving it. What a pity. Will you not reconsider? Edward expressed a hint of regret. Gao Wei shook his head. Very well. I respect your choice. However, should you change your mind one day, Nox would always welcome your return. The mightiest warrior of the continent. Gao Wei bid farewell to Edward, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within him. With strength, power becomes effortlessly attainable. Yet, he harbored no aspirations of ruling a territory or even a kingdom at this moment. Otherwise, he could have done so many years ago. Angelica had mentioned her desire to rule the Thorned Kingdom alongside him. Even now, if he were to express his wish, Angelica would undoubtedly agree. Coupled with the Mandala Consortium managed by Doiafis, he could easily summon a considerable force. As he reached the doorway, a charming figure approached him. Gao Wei. She softly called out his name. Is there something you need, Miss Zika? Her delicate face was flushed, as if she had mustered considerable courage. I like you very much. Would you marry me? The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet Gao Wei heard it distinctly. A gentle breeze caressed his ears, reminiscent of a splendid concert. In that moment, he recalled Doiafi shyly presenting him a handmade wreath of nameless flowers. Such a familiar sight. I'm sorry, Miss Zika. You are truly remarkable, and I have no doubt you will encounter someone even better. He continued, but at present, I must prepare to practice my swordsmanship. Princess Zika admired the formidable Gao Wei, the sword saint he had become. Yet, what Gao Wei sought was never this. Thus he could not acquiesce to her request. Little Timalu must be waiting anxiously, and I could return to Kadoli, perhaps bringing Sister Cynthia along. They could both learn magic and live the lives they desire. Chapter 59. Happiness must be earned, teacher. Are you all right? Before leaving, Gao Wei checked on Dolu, who still lay in bed. Dolu was wrapped in white bandages, resembling a white mummy. I am fine, Dolu replied weakly, though he appeared significantly better than the lifeless state he had been in earlier. It's just that these doctors make me feel some pain during treatment. I sometimes wonder if they are truly doctors or alchemists. Gao Wei chuckled softly. Compared to doctors, priests are far superior. Doctors can only employ the most basic methods for treatment, such as alcohol and various medications, especially when dealing with wounds, which can be quite excruciating. Priests, on the other hand, not only achieve results swiftly, but also employ gentler healing methods, alleviating pain more effectively. The only downside is that it can be rather expensive. After all, the blessings of the light god are free, yet the priest's healing arts are not. After a moment, Dula sighed deeply, a sound tinged with both contentment and lament. I never expected my student to become a sword saint, even triumphing over the mightiest sword saint, Light, of the entire continent. If you had not been willing to teach me swordsmanship and combat energy, I believe I would have perished long ago. I owe you my present success. Gao Wei's words came from the heart. He was genuinely grateful to Duru. Duru smiled with a sense of comfort, yet his expression turned serious as he said, I have taught you the art of swordsmanship and the essence of combat, but I have not instilled in you the virtue of recklessness. That is the mightiest sword saint in all the continent. How dare you venture forth alone when you have yet to attain such a level? If you were to fall in battle because of this, I fear I would never forgive myself. Rather than becoming a renowned sword saint, I would much prefer that you prioritize your safety. Promise me you will not engage in such folly again. Gao Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Dura sighed, understanding Gao Wei's nature. It was likely that his words had not truly resonated with him. Nevertheless, given Gao Wei's current abilities, as long as he did not provoke the renowned ancient dragons, he should be relatively safe. He did not witness the earth-shattering sword strike from Gao Wei. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have altered his inner thoughts. Now that you have transcended to the sword saint level, what do you perceive? I mean, do you sense the possibility of further advancement? When Dulu suddenly broached this topic, Gao Wei was momentarily taken aback. His time as a sword saint was brief, yet his fighting spirit grew steadily each day. The sword saint represents the zenith of human achievement. If the fighting spirit of an 8th or 9th level warrior resembles a mighty river, upon reaching the sword saint level, it transforms entirely into an infinite ocean. The daily increment in fighting spirit is akin to droplets being added to this vast sea. Such changes are so subtle that one might fail to perceive them without careful attention. Nevertheless, it is indeed a process of becoming stronger, for even among sword saints, there exists a staggering discrepancy in combat prowess and available fighting spirit. I cannot say for certain, but I do feel myself growing stronger each day, he remarked. Du Lu sighed. To illustrate with magic, although both are forms of extraordinary power, fighting spirit emphasizes holistic enhancement, whereas a mage merely needs to meditate to refine their mind. This extraordinary force purifies our bodies, rendering us increasingly robust, yet not everyone possesses the innate talent or opportunity to reach such heights. Otherwise, there would not be so few sword saints on this continent. Perhaps there exist even greater powers beyond the sword saint level. But the path to discover them lies solely with you. I am too old to aspire to higher realms, but you are still young, and your innate gifts far surpass mine. You must cultivate diligently and not squander your potential. It is precisely because fighting spirit is more challenging to master that the number of archmages on this continent far exceeds that of sword saints. I understand, teacher. Focus on your recovery. Upon my return, I will request the Holy See to send a priest to assist in your recuperation. However, Du Lu shook his head. Occasionally lying here and allowing my mind to wander is quite pleasant. There is no need to trouble anyone. Gao Wei paused in silence, then nodded. His teacher had devoted his life to swordsmanship and fighting spirit. Perhaps a little leisure time for rest was indeed warranted. Zika's mood was rather low, her beautiful brown eyes glistening with recent tears. The Lionheart King, concerned for his child's emotions, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that anything he might say would be ill-timed. Light merely stood beside them in silence, his own spirits not much brighter. He indeed holds a profound admiration for Gao Wei. However, it is regrettable that Gao Wei does not harbor affection for Zika, nor has he chosen to remain in the kingdom of Nox. Were he to have a wife, it is likely he would find solace in her embrace during times of distress. At present, the most composed among them is King Edward the Lionheart. Father, am I not handsome? Zika has always been aware of her striking beauty. As the princess of the kingdom of Nox, her mother was once regarded as the most beautiful woman in Nox, and her father, in his youth, was famously a handsome man, though time has taken its toll. King Edward the Lionheart paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating how to respond to his daughter Zika's inquiry. Zika, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in all of Nox, and your status is among the highest in the kingdom. Have not the noblemen under my command already demonstrated through their actions the extent of your allure? However, Gao Wei is somewhat unique. Unlike others, he possesses formidable strength, enabling him to thrive independently of any faction. At such a tender age, his formidable strength can be attributed not only to innate talent, but also to his relentless dedication. Perhaps his time has been wholly devoted to training, rendering him somewhat inexperienced in matters of romance. Edward, in truth, finds himself at a loss on how to console Sika, as he had never contemplated the possibility that any man could overlook his daughter. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Yet, the existence of Gao Wei itself is a phenomenon that defies reason. Before encountering him, Edward had never imagined that anyone could surpass his brother, Light. To not only surpass, but to do so at such a young age, defeating Light with a single move, is truly remarkable. Father, you once told me that you would help me achieve whatever I desired. Edward finds himself momentarily speechless, recalling that he indeed uttered those words. But what can Gao Wei do? Even a titan like Edward, the Lionheart, who commands nearly a quarter of the continent's territories, faces limitations. Sika, for her part, feels a brief moment of despondency, yet it seems she has finally grasped what she truly desires. Father, I shall not surrender so easily. My happiness is something I must fight for myself. Her eyes rekindle with vibrant hues, as if clarity has dawned upon her. As long as Gao Wei remains unmarried, she will not relent. Besides, even marriage can be dissolved, cannot it? She merely seeks to pursue her own happiness. What fault is there in that? Chapter 60. As a sister. She must safeguard Gao Wei's belongings. It has been some time since Gao Wei departed from Anzu Magic Academy. Timalu's initial reluctance has morphed into irritation, and now she finds herself on the brink of madness. Her mood is visibly deteriorating. Even the lingering scent of Gao Wei in the room has begun to fade, leading Timalu, who secretly sneaks into his bed each night, to feel as though the apocalypse is nigh. As if this weren't enough, that insufferable little fox has taken to invading this space, mingling its scent with that of Machima, which drives Timalu, particularly sensitive to odors, nearly to the point of consuming the female fox raw. On a bright afternoon, after concluding her daily lessons, Timalu prepares to sneak into Gao Wei's room, as usual, when suddenly, the air is permeated with the scent of her kin. A frequency, audible only to her, resonates in her ears, a call from her own kind. Wrinkling her adorable little nose, she vanishes in an instant. Beyond the walls of Anzu King's city lies a vast forest, from whence the scent emanates. Upon her arrival in the forest, she perceives a commotion nearby, and a man adorned with dragon horns and clad in animal skin suddenly emerges. The moment he lays eyes on Timalu, he drops to the ground, pledging his loyalty. O great lord of wind, snow, and mountains, noble king of the white dragons, your most loyal subordinate offers you his fealty. Ryan, what brings you here? Timalu's voice is devoid of emotion. Ryan, a male dragon, has always been one of her most devoted followers, handling various tasks and serving as a manager to restrain the other dragons in their lair, while also moonlighting as an enforcer. The harmonious coexistence between the dragon lair and humankind owes much to Timalu's efforts. Otherwise, with the prideful nature of dragons, how could they permit mere humans to inhabit their lands, even if those humans subsist on the remnants of their waste and naturally shed scales? Although most dragons fail to comprehend why the White Dragon King would choose such a path, the king's power and commands are absolute. Any dragon that dares to defy would find themselves transformed into smoked dragon meat hanging from Timalu's grill the following day. Respectful king, I have come to beseech you to return to the dragon lair and lead us in repelling the impending calamity. I do not wish to intrude upon your respite, but the situation within the dragon lair is dire. An unexpected horde of dragons has disrupted our lives, seeking to usurp our territory. The Green Dragon King, lord of the swamps and jungles, has brought hundreds of purebred green dragons to invade our lands, capable of unleashing vast amounts of toxins that threaten the icy environment we depend upon. The leading Green Dragon King possesses formidable strength. I beg your forgiveness for my ineptitude. Had we not reached a critical juncture, I would never have dared to disturb you. Ryan's words caused Timalu to furrow her brow. He certainly comprehended Ryan's loyalty. As one of her earliest followers, Ryan possessed exceptional combat prowess and managerial skills. Otherwise, Timalu would not have entrusted him with the oversight of the dragon's nest. The phenomenon of territorial disputes among dragons is hardly novel. Timalu had seized her domain from the previous White Dragon King. As the rightful successor, she inherited the titles of Lord of Winds, Snows, and Mountains. establishing herself as a legitimate titan among dragons. Upon assuming the mantle of White Dragon King, she harbored no ambitions for territorial expansion, never anticipating that the nearby toxic marsh would strike first. It seemed the Green Dragon King could not tolerate the intrusion of those diminutive human beings into their territory, prompting this conflict. This was Ryan's internal contemplation, yet he dared not voice such thoughts in Timilu's presence. To offend this formidable being would be to invite ruin upon himself. Even if 5 more dragons stood by him, Timilu's ascension to White Dragon King was not merely a matter of aesthetic appeal. It stemmed from her formidable allies and her mastery of draconic magic. Had she been a mere facade, she would have long been reduced to a breeding machine for other dragons. I understand. I shall return and lead the dragon horde to victory in this territorial war, Timilu finally replied after a prolonged silence. In her juvenile years, when she was no larger than a lizard, she had received kindness from the Gatchuan family. A benevolent woman had provided her with sustenance. This had profoundly altered the course of her draconic life, allowing her to perceive humanity in a different light, recognizing that these seemingly frail beings possessed redeeming qualities. Over the years, aside from resting in her lair, her favorite pastime became transforming into a human to mingle within the Gatchuan family's domain, observing their every action and word. At times, she would take the form of a beautiful noblewoman, and at others, that of a destitute peasant girl. For her, it was merely a matter of casting a transformative draconic spell. Such a trivial expenditure of magical energy was inconsequential compared to her vast reservoir of power. As for training to grow stronger, did not dragons grow more powerful simply by slumbering? Humans were predominantly selfish. They would fiercely contend for gain and become envious over mates. Yet, they also exhibited kindness, a contradiction that imparted to her the understanding that humans, too, were children of Mother Earth and not merely insignificant rodents. Her most recent encounter occurred at Anna's residence, where she had offered assistance during the decline of the Gatchuan family, though ultimately, it did not alter their fate of downfall. No amount of dragon scales or rare minerals could salvage a fallen being. After that, she refrained from meddling in the Gatchuan family's affairs. Witnessing their increasing decline, she ultimately chose to transform herself into the daughter of a former wife of the Gatchuan family, wishing to bear witness to their demise. It was during this period that she encountered Gao Wei. Regrettably, she was still asleep in her lair when Gao Wei was sold. The moment she beheld him, she recognized that he was an exceptionally powerful human. He bore the scent reminiscent of dragon's blood, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, she adeptly restrained her emotions. Gao Wei exhibited a commendable kindness, showing no malice towards his forsaking parents, even bestowing upon them a generous amount of gold to ensure their comfort. Thus, Timilu developed an interest in this peculiar yet benevolent individual, leading to her decision to accompany Gao Wei. The more time she spent with him, the more she perceived an extraordinary charm emanating from her brother. The formidable Timilu had never encountered such allure in any other male. Yet she felt it for the first time in Gao Wei. Now, with the Green Dragon initiating a territorial war, her previous indifference had vanished. She no longer dismissed the significance of territory or the number of subordinates under her command. Even if she had no land or followers, it seemed inconsequential. However, the situation had changed. Should the Green Dragon occupy her domain, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to Chidori. Chidori was Gao Wei's homeland, a place filled with his memories and loved ones. As a sister, it was her duty to safeguard those cherished aspects. In Chapter 61, what she now possessed was that which Gao Wei had once fervently yearned for. Upon departing from Nox, Gao Wei experienced firsthand what true passion entailed. As he departed from Nox, voices echoed, calling his name and hailing him as the mightiest warrior of the continent. It was as if his leaving was a loss for all the people of Nox. Yet, this was not his homeland. He merely smiled and extended his hand in farewell to these warm-hearted individuals. Thus, he recommenced his journey homeward. The tasks ahead were few, the sole significant one being to escort his sister, Cynthia, to the Anzu Magic Academy for her studies in sorcery. Nevertheless, he rode forth on his griffin, for the scenic beauty along the route could be appreciated at any time. Having momentarily alleviated the burdens of war, he anticipated a spell of leisurely respite. In the distance, the outline of Kadoli town came into view. Guiding the griffin to descend, he dismounted and affectionately patted its neck, instructing it to wait for him here. The griffin nuzzled against his cheek, seemingly acknowledging his words. This magnificent creature had been by his side for some time now, well fed each day. Such a sizable raptor could consume hundreds of pounds of meat in a single meal, making it a challenge for the average person to maintain. Coupled with its fear of his formidable prowess, the griffin had been thoroughly tamed. Entering Kadoli town, the scenery remained largely unchanged. Today, the flow of traveling merchants seemed sparse. Perhaps due to the impending spring festival. The ice and snow had melted significantly, and soon the season of agricultural toil would commence. As he walked down the street, he attracted the attention of many onlookers, including young Kadoli maidens who curiously examined him, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment yet unable to resist stealing glances in his direction. Some bolder souls even approached, inquiring about his origins and marital status. Highway could only respond with an awkward smile, stating that he was already married. Upon hearing this, the young women displayed expressions of disappointment. In comparison to the local youths of Kadoli, Highway, owing to his training in combat energy and naturally handsome features, surpassed them in every conceivable aspect. After much effort in evading the throng, he finally returned to a familiar place. The sight before him momentarily disoriented him, nearly causing him to doubt his arrival. The once dilapidated wooden cottage had been torn down and rebuilt. A splendid new brick house now stood proudly amidst its surroundings. This beautiful two-story structure emitted wisps of smoke from its chimney, indicating that Anna, having received her share of gold, had reconstructed her home. Highway smiled to himself. He did not harbor any resentment towards his mother for selling him to the slave trader all those years ago. Living at the bottom of society, many circumstances are beyond one's control. He could not articulate his feelings. He simply wished for Anna's well-being. Yet, he found himself unable to remain by her side as her son. However, a lingering concern troubled him. The ostentatious construction of a brick house by his mother might attract the attention of those with ill intentions. He believed that Anna should comprehend the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Nevertheless, now that the house was completed, perhaps there was no cause for alarm. He harbored no concerns about Anna's gold coins being discovered and confiscated, nor about them being seized by other means. For he had already caught sight of Cynthia in the newly constructed courtyard of the house. Cynthia, with her back turned towards him, was holding a small watering can, tending to the verdant plants and delicate flowers at the entrance. "Cynthia, my sister," Gao Wei's voice resonated, causing Cynthia, startled, to freeze momentarily. The familiar tone filled her with joy, prompting her to turn around with a radiant smile. "Big brother, it's you." Cynthia felt an abundance of words bubbling within her. Yet after a simple greeting, she found herself momentarily at a loss for speech. It was only after Gao Wei's departure that she learned from her mother that he was indeed her brother, her half-brother. "Thank you, Brother Gao Wei. My mother has already shared everything about you with me." The young girl stammered her gratitude after a brief pause, adjusting her form of address. Her complexion had improved significantly, inheriting Anna's exquisite features, devoid of the previous gauntness. It was evident that her recent circumstances had vastly improved. Gao Wei smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Indeed, it feels somewhat different from patting Timalu's little head, yet it is equally warm. What is there to thank? Since your mother has informed you of everything, you should understand that my kindness towards you is only natural." Gao Wei held no resentment towards his mother, and thus had no reason to harbor ill feelings towards his sister. Having two lovely sisters was, in fact, quite delightful. This was family, the warmth he had always yearned for. Upon hearing Gao Wei refer to Anna as her mother, a flicker of shadow crossed Cynthia's eyes. Although Gao Wei spoke nothing of it, the events of his childhood had evidently left a profound impact on him. Reflecting within herself, she pondered, had she been in Gao Wei's shoes, surviving against the odds and thriving, she would likely never have returned to Kador, let alone provide Anna with sufficient gold coins to secure a decent life and build a new home. Thus, her brother truly was an exceptionally good person. "Brother Gao Wei, mother is still working at the tavern. Let us head inside." She added, "By the way, mother is no longer just a hostess. With her newfound wealth, she has purchased the tavern and is now the legitimate owner." Gao Wei's presence had drawn the attention of several individuals from the impoverished district, and Cynthia, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, grasped Gao Wei's hand and led him home. Gao Wei made no objections, allowing Cynthia to guide him into the brick house. The interior was modestly adorned, revealing a large, new table accompanied by a dozen or so chairs. A grand fireplace blazed brightly, radiating warmth. Nearby, an elegant wooden staircase led to the second floor. Compared to its former dilapidated state, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. "Brother Gao Wei, please take a seat for a moment while I pour you a cup of red tea." Gao Wei was momentarily speechless, observing Cynthia bustling about with joy, which in turn lifted his spirits considerably. The life Cynthia aspired to was precisely what he had yearned for in his own youth. Having endured such painful times, he was determined to assist Anna and Cynthia, ensuring that the latter would not ultimately mirror his own past. He is fortunate to have escaped from the clutches of the slave traders and encountered the benevolent teacher, Duru, which ultimately transformed the course of his life. However, Cynthia is merely a girl, possessing some magical talents but lacking the aptitude for combat. She may not be able to replicate the miraculous feats of Gao Wei. It was not until the aroma of black tea enveloped the entire room that Cynthia took her place beside Gao Wei. Brother Gao Wei, both my mother and I are living quite well now, all thanks to you. She continued, yet it seems that my mother has grown quite close to a captain of the city guard. Is that scruffy old man hoping to become my father? Suddenly, understanding dawned upon Gao Wei. In a small place like Kadoli, having the protection of a city guard captain would indeed ensure their safety. Chapter 62. This is deception and a betrayal of feelings. Gao Wei was indifferent to whether Anna had found a new husband. He has come here today primarily for Cynthia. He brings with him the opportunity to alter fate, yet whether it can be grasped in her own hands ultimately depends on Cynthia's own choices. Though he is Cynthia's brother, if Cynthia expresses her desire to remain here with Anna, Gao Wei would certainly respect her choice. Cynthia, I actually have something important to discuss with you today. Ah, what is it, Brother Gao Wei? She inquired. I will do my utmost for anything within my capability. Gao Wei had provided her and their mother with a warm home, for which Cynthia was profoundly grateful. She speculated that Gao Wei must be an extraordinary individual, otherwise, how could he casually offer her more than a dozen gold coins? Such a remarkable brother, was there truly anything she could assist him with? Yet she was determined to exert herself if Gao Wei articulated a request. Do you wish to learn magic? He asked. I sense you possess considerable magical talent. If you are willing, you may accompany me to the Anzu Magic Academy to study magic. Once you have mastered it and become a distinguished sorceress, you will have the freedom to choose your own path. To alleviate any reservations Cynthia might have, Gao Wei elaborated on the benefits of becoming a magician. A powerful sorcerer commands respect wherever they go. Although he could provide Cynthia with an abundance of gold coins and a superior living environment, he believed in teaching her how to fish rather than simply giving her fish. Magic? Cynthia's eyes widened. Even in a continent where magic and martial arts were commonplace, such abilities felt utterly unattainable for those in the lower strata of society. She was aware of a few low-ranking magicians in her town, those who seemed to spend lavishly as if gold coins were of no concern. Even the seemingly exalted city guards appeared to defer to them, fearful of causing offense. She had often daydreamed about becoming a magician herself, but that was merely a fantasy. She was unaware that studying magic required at least 10 gold coins for the assessment fee. And now her brother was telling her she had the opportunity to become such a person? Cynthia's heart raced. If she could become a magician, would she not be able to pursue whatever her heart desired? Wherever she went, she would earn the respect of the lofty nobles, addressed as Miss Sorceress Cynthia. However, her reverie was fleeting, and doubt crept in. Surely, becoming a magician would entail enormous expenses. What if she failed to meet her brother's expectations? Despite their blood connection, she wished to avoid being a burden to Gao Wei. It seemed Gao Wei had discerned her inner fears. He smiled reassuringly. Cynthia, you need not bear any psychological burdens. Becoming a magician does not require a vast sum of gold. Your talent is remarkable, and I hope for your future to be bright. As for finances, I should have more than enough. His words were imbued with unparalleled confidence. With his current wealth and power, he exemplified the notion of living without want. Really? Is that true? I won't be a burden to you, will I? Cynthia's voice was tinged with caution. Of course not. Your sister, Timalu, is currently studying magic at the Anzu Magic Academy. When you arrive there, you can study alongside her. By the way, she possesses considerable talent. My sister? Cynthia paused, momentarily taken aback. Did she truly have a sister? Gao Wei appeared puzzled. It had not been long. Yet the little girl had forgotten her own sister? Yes, your sister Timala. Cynthia's confusion deepened as she pondered the name Timalu, feeling a strong sense of dissonance that she could not articulate. Observing Gao Wei's earnest demeanor, she cautiously replied, But, Brother Gao Wei, I don't have a sister. Aside from you, I have no other siblings. Gao Wei was momentarily speechless. No? Non-existent? What a jest. Timalu is indeed studying at the Anzu Magic Academy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, cognitive distortion magic. This technique, favored by high-level sorcerers, could influence the perceptions of ordinary individuals and even disrupt the spells of fellow magicians. Had Timilu employed cognitive distortion magic? Gao Wei's heart began to race. Take me to your mother, Anna. I have something of great importance to discuss. Earlier, when he encountered Timilu, he had sensed an ominous feeling, a perception rooted in his identity as a high-ranking warrior. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere paranoia. However, it now appeared there was more to it than he had assumed. Timilu possessed substantial talent, and since she bore him no ill will, Gao Wei had always considered her a younger sister. Yet the current reality suggested he had been manipulated. He realized he might have been toyed with by someone akin to a god-level sorcerer, igniting a surge of unnameable anger within him. Cynthia, though perplexed, noted Gao Wei's sudden change in demeanor and understood that something of great significance must have occurred. Without hesitation, she led him toward Anna's tavern. Upon seeing Gao Wei, Anna dropped her wine glass in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the sight of her son before her. She longed to embrace him, to envelop him in a mother's warmth. Yet the coldness in his gaze halted her impulses. Mother, Cynthia's voice jolted Anna from her reverie. Cynthia, what is it? Cynthia shook her head. I don't know. But Brother Gao Wei seems to have something important to ask you. Gao Wei wasted no time, addressing Anna directly. Madam Anna, do you recall Timilu? At the mention of Timilu's name, Anna shook her head in confusion. Who is Timilu? Gao Wei took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. It was evident that both mother and daughter had been subjected to cognitive distortion magic, wielded by a formidable sorcerer at the very least, one capable of concealing their aura entirely. Furrowing his brow, Gao Wei began to reflect on his interactions with Timilu. Throughout their time together, he had sensed no malice from her. She seemed to regard him as an older brother. Yet, this did not quell the fury brewing within him, for this was deception, a betrayal of trust and sentiment. Chapter 63, You will undoubtedly become a formidable sorceress. Brother Gao Wei, what troubles you? Cynthia, feeling somewhat anxious, tugged at Gao Wei's sleeve. Noticing the unease etched upon his face, concerned, she scrutinized him closely. Gao Wei managed a feeble smile and gently shook his head. I am fine. As for the matter of studying at Anzu Magic Academy, I suggest you discuss it with Madam Anna. He had already comprehended deep within that Timilu was not as simple as she appeared. At this moment, pondering further was futile. Any inquiries could be addressed directly upon returning to the Anzu Magic Academy. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and a few of them cast curious glances upon hearing the mention of the Anzu Magic Academy. Indeed, it was a genuine institution of magic. They lived in the quaint town of Jiadali, where encounters with the illustrious magicians were rare throughout their lifetimes. Yet, here was this young man claiming he would take Xinxia to study at the Magic Academy. Could he possibly be of noble lineage? They instinctively cast their gazes towards Gao Wei, who donned a silver-gray coat that exuded an air of sophistication, his demeanor far removed from that of someone hailing from such a humble locale. One patron felt an uncanny familiarity with Gao Wei, though he could not immediately recall where he had encountered him before. As if struck by a revelation, he seemed to grasp Gao Wei's identity. Could this be the son that Yate had sold years ago? Recently, both old Yate and Anna had come into a sudden windfall. Much to the envy of many, whispers circulated that a remarkably powerful warrior had bestowed upon them a bounty of gold coins, and the hunters who witnessed that night's events recounted them vividly. Consequently, no one dared to covet their fortune. Even the local barons turned a blind eye to the matter. In the tavern, hushed murmurs filled the air, as they refrained from speaking too loudly. Gao Wei's name, even in such a small town, was known by nearly everyone. The newly ascended sword saint of the continent, who had severed the horns of a red dragon with a single stroke. Although old Yate never uttered a word about Gao Wei, whenever he heard someone praise him, he would generously offer them a mug of ale, his expression of joy surpassing even his own achievements. In due time, once news of Gao Wei's victory over Leyte reached this place, his renown would undoubtedly reach its zenith. Observing Gao Wei's indifference to their gossip, the patrons grew bolder in their discussions. After all, he was a sword saint, and so young. Such a claim could be boasted about for a lifetime. It appeared that one must forge connections with friends from other towns. Mother, Cynthia softly called Anna's name, emotions of reluctance surging in her eyes. Her mother had always been kind to her, from a young age, and seemed to have poured all the love she owed Gao Wei into her. Even while living on the fringes of poverty, gaunt and emaciated, Anna would starve herself rather than let Cynthia go hungry. A pang of sorrow welled up within Anna. She gently caressed Cynthia's face. My dear, you have grown. I can no longer protect you forever. Your brother is a capable and remarkable individual. Learn magic from him, and you will then have the freedom to choose your own path. There remained an unspoken sentiment. Once Cynthia mastered magic, she would no longer be an ordinary person. And whatever life awaited her, she could choose it for herself, unlike Anna, who struggled to survive in this rundown and harsh town. I will strive to do my best. Mother, you must take care of yourself too. Cynthia's tears finally overflowed, streaming down her cheeks. Though somewhat sentimental, Gao did not disrupt the atmosphere. The journey of learning magic was a protracted one. By the time Cynthia succeeded, Anna would likely have aged considerably. Yates stood at a distance, having just received news that Gao had appeared in Jayadali. A stirring within him urged the desire to approach and speak with his son. However, reflecting on his shortcomings as a father, he maintained his distance. With the news spreading, many would learn that Gao was his son, serving as a form of protection for Gao in a way. After all, how could a lofty sword saint truly disregard the opinions of others? Nate pondered this until he saw Gao and Cynthia leaving the city, at which point he let out a long sigh. My child, there is little I can do for you. I can only hope for your well-being. Cynthia, gazing at the imposing griffin, hesitated to approach. The creature, akin to a small mountain, had now crouched down, its wings lowered as if sensing her trepidation. It endeavored to appear harmless. What is the matter? Do not fear. This griffin is quite docile and poses no threat to you. With that, he took Cynthia's small hand and placed it on the griffin's back. Its warmth enveloped her, reminiscent of a cozy room warmed by a fireplace. Observing the griffin's lack of resistance emboldened Cynthia. This was a griffin. She had only heard vivid descriptions of such creatures from the patrons while working in the tavern. To her astonishment, she found herself in close proximity to this majestic beast. In that moment, she felt as if her life had reached fulfillment. Even dying at that instant would not matter. Suddenly, the scenery shifted. And in the blink of an eye, she found herself cradled in Gao's arms atop the griffin. Gao soon mounted the griffin as well, and as it spread its wings, a few downy feathers floated down. Cynthia, once you become a magician, what do you wish to do? Despite being filled with thoughts of Timaru, Gao sought to ease Cynthia's tension by initiating conversation. It was natural for the young girl to feel anxious on her first departure from home. Upon reflection, many aspects of his first encounter with Timaru had been amiss. How audacious of her to follow him alone, deliberately drawing his attention to her presence. If it were Cynthia, she would never have dared to do such a thing. I suppose I don't have any particularly specific aspirations. However, one thing is certain, if I can become a great magician, I wish to join an adventurer's party and become a renowned mage. I want my mother and my late father to feel proud of me, just like you, Brother Gao. Cynthia's response left Gao in contemplative silence. You will, indeed. You shall become a formidable magician. Chapter 64. The difficult aunt and the manageable younger sister. Upon returning to Anzu Magic Academy, Gao first took Cynthia for the magician's assessment. She barely managed to illuminate the crystal ball halfway. Her talent was neither exceptional nor abysmal. With diligent study, reaching around the 6th level should pose no problem. After arranging Cynthia's enrollment, Gao took a deep breath. It was time to confront the matters at hand. And he found himself contemplating what tone to adopt when speaking with Timaru. He once endured a period of considerable hardship. After meeting his mentor, Du Lu, he had interactions with several individuals and even briefly became a member of a small team. However, those individuals were solely interested in his mentor, Du Lu, devising various means each day to extract information about him from Gao. This incessant curiosity became a source of great annoyance for Gao. He abhorred this feeling, for Gao had once sincerely regarded them as friends. Subsequently, Gao ceased to mention anything concerning Du Lu and finally formed a team with Angelica and the others. As they gradually opened their hearts, he slowly began to share his own experiences with them. Yet, before he could reveal anything about Du Lu, the two had already confessed their feelings to him. Had Gao not been preoccupied with thoughts of Megana at that time, he might have truly embarked on a romantic relationship with one of them. Perhaps by now, they would even be married with a child. This was also the reason he refrained from discussing his strength and interactions with Megana. She had never held disdain for his humble beginnings, leading him to subconsciously believe that she would surely recognize him. However, it seemed he had forgotten that time not only fosters personal growth but also brings about significant changes in individuals. The Megana of today was no longer the kind-hearted and gentle person she once was. Thus, when he learned that Timala had deceived him, Gao felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. This emotion echoed the turmoil he experienced from those who had initially approached him, leaving him deeply unsettled. He detested the approach of those whose intentions were shrouded in mystery. The time spent with Timala felt so genuine. Could it all have been an act? A self-deprecating smile crossed Gao's face. Was he perhaps too easily deceived? Accompanied by Xinxia, he arrived at Timalu's dormitory and knocked on the door. The sound of clear footsteps echoed from within. The lock turned, and with a creak, The door swung open. "Galway Gidge, you're back," exclaimed Machima. Her voice tinged with surprise, for it had been some time since she last saw him. After finally escaping the cathedral, she found herself engrossed in the study of magic, though she preferred to dabble in matters related to alchemy. Soon, Machima noticed the timid Xinxia standing behind Galway. "Galway Gidge, who is this lovely younger sister?" "This is my sister, Xinxia." Upon hearing Galway's introduction, the bashful Xinxia managed to greet her properly. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Machima's face flushed instantly. Though she possessed a hint of cunning and a touch of guile, being directly addressed in such a manner caught her off guard. "How can you call me sister-in-law? We are not even married yet." Galway cleared his throat. "Xinxia, this is the niece of one of my teammates. You may simply call her Machima." "Oh." Machima Jie. Although the form of address had shifted, Machima quickly regained her composure. After all, Xinxia was Galway's half-sister. Why was there such a disparity between her and Timolu? If only Timolu would address her as sister-in-law, their relationship would have been vastly closer. Ah. The formidable eldest sister-in-law and the easily manageable younger sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law is somewhat infatuated with her brother. This is a condition that must be treated. By the way, where is Timolu? Upon mentioning Timolu, Galway's tone grew colder. "Timolu Mei? I have no idea. She left a few days ago. And I don't know where she went. The magic professor has asked me several times. I am at a loss for how to explain it, if not for Dean Gandalf's warning not to offend the three of them. Timolu's inexplicable absences over the past few days might have led to her expulsion from Anzu Magic Academy. Not sure where she went?" Galway furrowed his brow. Could it be that Timolu anticipated my return and left in advance? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. He sought to clarify matters with Timolu, yet she abruptly vanished. As if she had never existed. Galway fell silent for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further on the issue. Should Timolu fail to return, he would simply regard it as a misplaced investment of familial affection. If she were to return, however, he would demand a sufficiently reasonable explanation before contemplating whether to forgive her deceit. Meanwhile, Xinxia blinked in confusion. The name Timolu, mentioned multiple times, had registered in her mind. Timolu. She felt an odd blend of familiarity and strangeness. After a moment's reflection, a wave of discomfort washed over her, prompting her to abandon her thoughts. Esteemed lord of winds, snow, and mountains, our magnificent king. Timola transformed once more into her draconic form. Her scales gleaming white in the sunlight as she unfurled her colossal wings, casting a grand shadow upon the ground, proclaiming her status as Dragon Queen. Before her knelt a vast assembly of dragons, all sincerely submitting to Timola. As the newly appointed White Dragon Queen, despite the doubts cast upon some of her decisions, her strength had never been questioned. She had personally vanquished and slain the previous Dragon King to ascend to her current position. That epic battle had been witnessed by many dragons, a 3-day clash where dragon claws and dragon tongue magic blossomed like endless flowers in the sky. With Timolu's return, they now possessed a steadfast leader, alleviating their concerns regarding the Green Dragon's threats. The current Green Dragon King, significantly older than Timolu, harbored ambitions not only for territory, but also aimed at Timolu herself. He had boasted that upon defeating Timolu, he would demand her to bear him a child. The White Dragon scoffed at this notion. None believed Timolu could falter, for she was the illustrious White Dragon Queen. Those foolish and cunning green lizards dared to invade their territory. It was time for those reptiles to learn who the true sovereign of ice and snow was. Timolu's deep voice resonated with unparalleled clarity, her heart brimming with rage upon her return. How dare that accursed green lizard disturb her time with her brother? It had been far too long since she had savored the heart of a Dragon King. These green lizards were toxic through and through. She wondered whether they would be palatable. Chapter 65. If you flee now, you might still have time. My king. The envoy from the Thorn King's court has arrived. The news of Gao Wei's victory over Light had spread, which should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, upon hearing the official's words, Sadin felt no joy whatsoever. While Nox would not attack now, it did not mean the matter was resolved. What he must now confront is the wrath of the Illuminated Church and the Thorn Court. The Polaris royal family is still awaiting his response. Let him in. Sadman sighed deeply within himself. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. No amount of evasion will prove fruitful. Although he urged his daughter to seek her own life, he secretly harbored his own desires. He harbored the hope that Migana might reconcile with Gao Wei, thus allowing the Kingdom of Black Moon to regain its former tranquility. Of course, he could not express this sentiment openly. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Migana had not succeeded. Esteemed King of Black Moon, I am Belong, the envoy of the Thorn Court. The envoy uttered these words of respect, yet his disdainful expression and tone betrayed a lack of genuine reverence for the king. What is it that you wish to discuss? Saderman was acutely aware that the other party harbored ill intentions, and at this moment, he found no desire to conceal his emotions. He has already offended the Polaris royal family, as the saying goes. One is not afraid of bites when there are many lice. After all, it cannot be worse than when Nox declared war, can it? At least he still sits upon the throne at this moment. By the command of our Thorn Queen, I have come to demand a person from you. This individual, under the illustrious name of the great high-dimensional Sword Saint, claims to be a student of the Nameless Knight. Such an affront to the Sword Saint is something our king, as a dear friend of the high-dimensional, cannot forgive. Sodman furrowed his brow. The Nameless Knight hails from our kingdom, and now you assert he is affiliated with the Sword Saint of High Dimension? What evidence do you possess? In truth, Sodman already had an answer in his heart. That suddenly appearing Nameless Knight had effortlessly defeated 2 level 8 Wolf General. The most formidable warrior of the Black Moon Kingdom is none other than the captain of the Royal Knights, and this mysterious Nameless Knight, who has never revealed his true form to the public, possesses the strength and motive that only someone of high dimension could have to assist the Black Moon Kingdom. However, the fact that these words were spoken by an envoy of the Thorn Court made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As for Norland, if handing him over could quell the other's fury, Sodman would be more than willing to comply. Unfortunately, it is evident that such a thing is utterly impossible. Since it cannot be done, he has even less reason to surrender a level 6 warrior into their hands. This warrior is one who stands shoulder to shoulder with his Royal Knights captain, Sagma, and represents one of his few elite forces. It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge this. When our Iron Cavalry tramples your royal city, the one who has offended the high-dimensional Sword Saint will ultimately meet his demise, declared the envoy with remarkable bravado, drawing strength from Angelica. Angelica is currently seeking any excuse to instigate a dispute between the two nations, aiming to boldly ignite a war. Sademan's face darkened. Regardless, he is the esteemed king of the Black Moon, even if the national strength of the Black Moon Kingdom is somewhat inferior to that of the Thorn Court. It does not permit a mere messenger to prance before him. Yet, he still suppressed the murderous intent brewing within him. To slay an envoy would leave a poor impression on other nations, and he did not wish to so easily provide Angelica with an excuse for war. If you have come solely to deliver this message, then I kindly ask you to take your leave. Observing the envoy's fearless demeanor, he had reason to suspect that if the man were armed with a long sword at his waist, he would surely draw it without hesitation and declare, "My sword is not without merit." Piblin felt a pang of regret. His provocation seemed rather clumsy, failing to incite the other's wrath. Otherwise, his wife and children would undoubtedly be secure from want. He arrived here with a resolute determination to face death. However, Sadman did not grant him his wish. Yet, the message of provocation and the looming threat of war had already been conveyed, thus fulfilling his mission. He exhibited no intention of bowing in farewell. Instead, he merely flicked his sleeves and strode towards the door. As he walked, he cast a provocative glance at the fully armed warriors stationed on either side of the carpet, as if he were certain they would not dare to act against him. Recently, Norland had been living quite comfortably. With the combat experience imparted by High Dimension, his advancement had become considerably easier. What would typically require decades to achieve the next stage, he had managed to accomplish far sooner, thanks to the knowledge left behind by High Dimension. However, he had begun to sense something amiss. The tales of High Dimension severing the dragon horn and triumphing over the continent's mightiest sword saint, Le, had reached him, with just a fleeting mention. He quickly recognized the discrepancies. High Dimension was the very knight he had displaced, and according to Sagmo, the Royal Knights had made such significant strides largely due to High Dimension's contributions. Without the experience shared by High Dimension, their progress would not have been so rapid. Previously, he had believed that this second-tier knight had merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. It was only after High Dimension performed such astonishing feats that he realized the magnitude of the blunder he had committed. He actually drove away a sword saint. Nolan felt incredulous. Such an occurrence would be hard to believe if recounted to others, wouldn't he? He fervently pursued the enigmatic knight, yearning to take him as his master. Ultimately, he was informed that he indeed encountered the unnamed knight, yet regrettably, he inadvertently drove him away. He suddenly felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Had he truly offended the higher dimension? With the power possessed by the higher dimension, eliminating him would merely be a matter of wielding a sword. There was no need for the higher dimension to intervene personally. Those factions eager to curry favor with the higher dimension would likely be eager to deliver him to its presence upon learning of his predicament. How infuriating. Nolan silently cursed within. Surely, he could not be blamed for such a situation. He acknowledged that impersonating a nameless knight's student was somewhat despicable. However, what about you, Galway? Are you not even going to defend yourself before departing? Had you voiced your concerns earlier, even with tenfold courage, I would never have dared to engage in such actions. Now, I have truly placed myself in a perilous situation. Sir Nolan, you are aware of Galway's predicament, are you not? Just as Nolan was caught in a mental struggle, the voice of Captain Sagmo snapped him back to reality. What is it? He feigns ignorance with a hint of mockery. It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge the truth. After all, it would not be a formidable task for Galway to seek out your troubles. Nevertheless, I am inclined to believe that Galway has never truly regarded you with any significance. The tone of Sagmo is laced with derision. He meticulously documented the growth of the knights in his logs for Sadan. One can only fear that the King of the Black Moon has never even glanced at them. Had he taken the time to review them earlier, how could he possibly overlook Galway's innate talent and strength? Even if Galway is not a supreme swordmaster, does not the brilliance he has displayed speak volumes? Why, then, do his words seem to have fallen upon deaf ears? He silently lamented the lost opportunity. The Black Moon Kingdom once had the potential to evolve into a true empire. Observing that Norland remained uncommunicative, he inquired once more, "Are you truly not considering fleeing? Perhaps it is not too late." Chapter 66. It is merely a misunderstanding. Flee? I have committed no wrongdoing. At this moment, Nolan stubbornly maintained his stance. Sagmo merely smiled, for it bore no consequence to him. As the commander of the Knights of the Black Moon Kingdom, he had received numerous favors from the King of Black Moon. As a knight, he would fight for the Black Moon Kingdom until his last breath. Yet, if it were possible, he still hoped to avoid a confrontation with Galway, regardless of the circumstances. Galway had provided considerable assistance to him and the other members of the Knight's Order. Faced with Galway, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. This was not due to his identity as a sword saint, but rather because he was Galway. Nevertheless, he needed to visit the throne room first. To recount to Sadan the times Galway had aided the royal knights, he did not wish for Galway to be perpetually misunderstood. After all, Galway had already contributed significantly to the Kingdom of the Black Moon, had he not? Upon returning from Inzu, Morgana promptly sought out her father, seated upon the throne. She bore good news to share with Sadman. The Kingdom of the Black Moon would no longer engage in conflict with Nox. Thus, the kingdom could revert to its former glory. She had learned of Galway's deeds from several magic apprentices and had heard en route that Galway had triumphed over light. Indeed, Galway was willing to extend his aid for her sake, even though he was no longer part of the kingdom. Perhaps he still harbored a flicker of affection for her? If Galway were willing to return, she would be prepared to pay any price. Approaching the throne, Sagmo knelt on one knee, and Morgana could discern that both their faces bore a distinct pallor. In Sadman's hands lay a mound of knightly logs, the words inscribed upon them piercing his heart like steel blades. Since Galway had assisted the royal knights in enhancing their strength, Sagmo had repeatedly suggested that Galway be accorded better treatment. He extolled the capabilities of Galway in his journal, believing that it was somewhat beneath such talent to serve as a mere guardian knight. However, he harbored concerns that if he were to speak directly to Sadman, the latter might perceive the captain of the knights as being self-serving, thinking that his support for Galway stemmed merely from personal camaraderie. Yet, should Sadan take a moment to glance at the captain's writings and subsequently verify the enhancements in the strength of the royal knights, he would undoubtedly recognize Galway's worth. Alas, regret is a commodity that is not available in this world. Father? Captain Sagmo? Mikana's utterance shattered the somewhat eerie atmosphere that had pervaded the scene. Upon seeing Mikana return, Sadman's previously sullen countenance finally softened a bit. A flicker of anticipation arose within him. Perhaps this time, Morgana would return with favorable news? She must have encountered Galway by now. Your Highness. Sagmo stood up and performed a bow, signifying his greeting to Morgana. He instinctively cast a few glances at the increasingly enchanting princess before him. This must have been the reason why Galway had remained in the Black Moon Kingdom. If only the girl with twin ponytails could truly be with Galway. Alas, Morgana, you have endured much along this journey. Have you encountered Galway? With a lingering hope, the King of the Black Moon spoke with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, he felt his heart race, fearing that he might hear some distressing news from Morgana. Well, she had not seen him. However, it seemed that Highway had ventured to the Nox Empire to challenge the Sword Saint of Light on their behalf. Throughout his journey, he had heard whispers of Highway's victories. Surely, this was good news. Yet, Morgana's words shattered the flicker of hope that had ignited in Sadman's heart. Highway had indeed traveled to the Nox Empire and triumphed over the Sword Saint. But it was evident that his intentions were not aligned with the interests of the Black Moon Kingdom. This situation was entirely different from the previous Wolfman invasion. Nox sought to invade the southern continent, thus the Thorny Crown and the Black Moon Crown, two neighboring kingdoms, would inevitably receive declarations of war. Since Megana had not encountered Highway, it indicated that his journey had nothing to do with the Black Moon Kingdom. Most likely, it was for the Thorny Crown. As Angelica had openly declared Highway to be her dear friend, it was obvious who he had gone to support. Was the fate of the Black Moon Kingdom destined to collapse, unavoidable? Noticing Sadman's lack of joy upon hearing the news, Megana felt a wave of confusion. Meanwhile, Captain Sagmo seized the moment to speak. Your Highness, you are correct. We need not engage in battle with Nox. However, it is possible that we may soon find ourselves at odds with the Polaris Empire and the Thorny Crown. Megana's eyes widened in disbelief at the prospect of such an occurrence. How could this be? Even if Highway was willing to confront Nox for her sake, it did not imply that the Polaris Empire and the Church of Light would simply allow them to escape unscathed. But why the Thorny Crown? Your Highness, you may not be aware, but perhaps Highway did not venture to Nox for us, but rather for the Thorny Crown. Queen Angelica of the Thorny Crown has been Highway's friend for a long time. They once formed a renowned adventurers party known as the Thorny Squad. Given Nox's aggressive nature, it would not merely declare war on our kingdom. It was certain that the Thorny Crown had also received a declaration. With this realization, he fell silent. Even a fool would understand what had transpired. It was indeed a great pity. How could this happen? Megana felt as if all her strength had drained away. So, Highway did not act for her? It was for the Thorny Crown, for Angelica. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. The last glimmer of hope within her dissipating entirely. Yes, a new knight could easily replace Highway, and she was no longer the person she once was. If only she had spoken a few words for Highway, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. Perhaps, this too could be a favorable outcome? As long as her father went to apologize to the Polaris Empire, and she married into their ranks, it could avert conflict, right? And what about Angelica? What should be done? Just as she began to feel a sense of revival, Megana was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness. Sadman remained silent. Sagmo let out a barely perceptible sigh. This winter seemed particularly cold. Once the ice and snow melted, the spring festival would arrive. What would become of the Black Moon Kingdom in the future? Chapter 67. If we could win over Highway, offering 2 daughters would not be a burden. Even the priests who worship the god of light must celebrate the spring festival. This is the only blessing left to them by the long-lost Earth Mother, Gaia. Ali Bode walked slowly across the soft carpet, preparing to attend a banquet at the Polaris Royal Castle. During this time in previous years, his beloved little niece would tug at his arm, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to eat this and that." Now, with Machima at Highway's side, he felt a tinge of loneliness. He only hoped that Highway would be fruitful. If a child were to come soon, he could indulge in the joys of being an elder. The thought of a soft, cherubic child calling him uncle melted his heart. As he contemplated, he finally arrived at the grand hall of the Polaris Royal Gathering. The intense illumination was crafted using the most advanced magical construction systems. A remarkably large dining table was occupied by 5 individuals, all of whom were current members of the Polaris royal family. The opulent tablecloth was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies that tantalized the senses with just a glance. Naturally, seated at the head of the table was His Majesty Emperor Zeluk. Beside him, an empty chair evidently reserved for Alobode. His wife was seated centrally, with one of their sons and 2 daughters positioned behind her. Upon noticing Alobode's arrival, Prince Caesar rose to his feet. "Uncle Alobode, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed. As the sole prince of the empire, Caesar needed Alobode's endorsement to inherit the throne. Thus, his demeanor was excessively flattering, sweetly addressing him as uncle. Furthermore, marrying Alobode's niece, Machima, would solidify his position, yet regrettably, Miss Machima seemed absent this year. Coupled with the earlier rumors of him marrying a princess from the inconsequential Black Moon Kingdom, Caesar's mood was not particularly uplifting. He found himself more enamored with Machima than with the unfamiliar Megana. Alobode nodded and took a seat beside Zeluk, exuding an air of calm confidence. As he settled into his seat, the maid, who had been waiting patiently beside him, filled his transparent glass with a thick, sweet liquor. "Bishop Alibode, as per your earlier intentions, shall we continue to exert pressure on the Black Moon Kingdom? This includes making Megana a concubine?" Zeluk inquired, keenly observing Alobode's expression. Alibode originally intended for Megana to marry Caesar, though he did not specify whether she would be a principal wife or a concubine. As the emperor of the Polaris Empire, having his son wed a concubine was certainly acceptable. However, he harbored a stronger hope that his son would marry Machima once they were to have offspring. The matter of power would pose no issue. Yet, all of this hinged upon Alibod's approval. Should Alibod refuse, Zeluk's aspirations would be rendered futile. The notion of Migana marrying into the Polaris Empire was merely a tactic. What truly mattered was that the so-called king had dared to desecrate our revered god of light. As a devotee of the divine, even if the benevolent god of light would not take offense, we could not simply turn a blind eye, could we? You are indeed correct, Zeluk replied with an awkward smile, lifting the glass from the table to take a sip. He pondered the true meaning behind Alibod's words. Alibod, with narrowed eyes, had one primary objective: to compel Sadman, the king of the Black Moon, to kneel before the statue of the god of light in repentance. The act of marrying Migana was merely a convenient gesture, serving to eliminate the final threat to his niece, Machima. He has recently observed that Gao Wei indeed has no interactions with Migana. Consequently, he is pondering whether he should still consider marrying Migana. Given that Gao Wei no longer holds any affection for Migana, her potential marriage seems to lose its significance. In fact, if it were to leave a thorn in Gao Wei's heart, it might prove to be more detrimental than beneficial. He is acutely aware of the ulterior motives harbored by the royal families of the Polaris Empire. Their intentions are merely to keep their niece, Machima, close in order to solidify their own power, attempting to subdue divine authority beneath imperial rule. Alas, no matter the efforts they undertake, their endeavors are fated to be futile. As long as the faith of this empire remains devoted to the god of light, the influence of the Holy See will eternally overshadow the royal families of the Polaris Empire. Caesar, do you wish to marry Migana? Oh, I mean no offense. During the spring festival, you may express everything that you wish to say. Upon hearing Alibod's inquiry, he promptly shook his head with firm resolve. He had no desire to wed a princess from a diminutive kingdom, in comparison to the princess of such a small realm. It was evident that Machima was far more appealing. Observing the calm demeanor of Alibod, he seemingly mustered the courage at last. Uncle Alibod, the truth is, I have always harbored feelings for Miss Machima. I wish to marry her. Beside him, Zeluk was drenched in cold sweat. Although Zeluk had long been aware of his son's affection for Machima, he never anticipated that his son would vocalize such sentiments. Even if the archbishop urged him to speak, would he truly have the gall to do so? Alibod, however, displayed no noticeable change in expression. He calmly forked a piece of steak and placed it into his mouth. After savoring it slowly, he finally responded, I am aware of your feelings for Machima. So does that imply your consent? Hold on, let me finish. While I subjectively agree to your union with Machima, have you ever heard of a person named Gao Wei? Caesar, somewhat puzzled, replied honestly, of course. I have heard of him. He is the youngest and most formidable sword saint currently in service, an exceptionally powerful individual. Caesar's words were heartfelt. He genuinely admired Gao Wei, who, despite being of a similar age, had achieved such greatness. Well, it's good that you have heard of him. Tell me, if we could persuade Gao Wei to join our side, how much would you be willing to sacrifice? Any price is acceptable, as long as Gao Wei is willing to join the Polaris Empire. The first to become restless was Emperor Zeluk. As an emperor, he naturally kept a keen eye on the movements of the sword saints, who were considered strategic assets. He would be willing to offer anything to secure Gao Wei's allegiance to the Polaris Empire, whether it be his daughter's hand in marriage, gold coins, or even vast territories. I am pleased to see your awareness. Since you recognize Gao Wei's prowess, you must also understand certain matters. Currently, my niece Machima remains by Gao Wei's side for the benefit of our Polaris Empire. If she could win his affection, I trust you understand the implications? Alibod's words utterly drained Caesar of his strength. He sat motionless in his chair, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. As the prince of the Polaris Empire, he held the confidence to rival anyone, including Machima. Yet, in the presence of the higher dimensions, he was acutely aware of his utter lack of opportunity. Even his father, who had initially supported him, would unequivocally disapprove. He must be eager to marry off his daughter, binding Gao Wei to him completely. Chapter 68. Then, Happy New Year. As a universally celebrated festival across the continent, the Spring Festival is a gift from the Great Mother Earth. On this day, she blesses the crops of the entire land, helping the common folk who cultivate grain to reap a bountiful harvest. However, for reasons unknown, one day the Great Mother Earth, Gaia, suddenly vanished, and since then, people have not received her blessings. The good news is that the Spring Festival has endured, and every year on this day, people continue to celebrate. Today, the Anzu Magic Academy is adorned with colorful decorations. People have tied beautiful fabric flowers to the tall trees, creating a sight reminiscent of a bashful maiden. The magic apprentices, donning tall hats, unusually refrain from practicing magic today. Some have set up stalls to roast meat, while others prepare fresh fruit juices in cups readied beforehand for everyone to enjoy. Everything during the Spring Festival is entirely free, and even the frugal Dean Gandalf is willing to grant the children an unforgettable celebration today. Galway, try this, said Machima, eagerly presenting a freshly grilled steak from a timid junior. Galway instinctively glanced at the bashful junior, who smiled shyly in return, as if to say that honoring his elder brother was no big deal. Alas, Machima had never regarded Galway as an elder brother. Thus, this unfortunate junior was destined to return empty-handed. Galway accepted the offering and took a bite, instantly savoring the rich, juicy meat. The succulent juices burst forth on his palate, the meat perfectly grilled and enhanced by a subtle honey-like sweet and sour seasoning, leaving Galway utterly satisfied. Meanwhile, Xianxia was experiencing such a grand celebration for the first time, her curiosity leading her to explore every corner. At the stalls of roasted delicacies, the senior students were more than willing to offer freshly grilled food to such an adorable girl. The festivities continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. After a long day, the apprentices neatly stacked wood in the center of the square. A senior mage skilled in fire magic chanted incantations, and with her gestures, a beautiful red flame leaped like a slick serpent into the pile of wood. With a whoosh, the flames erupted. Everyone gathered around the massive bonfire, beginning to dance. Students who had long harbored feelings for one another publicly confessed, eliciting a chorus of applause and jeers. Galway, I really like you. Would you consider going out with me? Galway was taken aback. He had distanced himself from the crowd, yet a beautiful senior approached him. This senior, with her voluptuous figure, could not possibly see her toes from her vantage point. Her striking red waves cascaded down, with a charming beauty mark adorning her fiery red lips. She resembled a ripe peach, tempting to the eye. Was her name Dreamlisa? Galway had some recollection of this beautiful senior, often mentioned in conversations among students, especially in comparison to the likes of Timaru and Machima. Many juniors stood at a distance, lamenting their lack of charm compared to their elder brother. As the elder brother of two beautiful maidens, it seemed only natural that a stunning senior would be enamored with him. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that Dreamlisa's father was the renowned Sword Saint Mondo. If he were to become the son-in-law of the Sword Saint, the path ahead would undoubtedly be illuminated with promise. The juniors gazed at Galway with anticipation, eager to see if he would acquiesce to the senior's request. After all, it was Dreamlisa, surely any rational mind would agree. Apologies, senior, but I currently have no interest in romantic endeavors. For me, the pursuit of knowledge in the boundless realm of magic is of paramount importance. As you can see, I do not possess a talent as extraordinary as yours. If you were to devote your gifts more to magic, I believe you would achieve remarkable success. Dreamlisa was left speechless. Although she had interacted with Galway frequently, using various magical inquiries as a pretext to approach him, he had always maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, which only fueled her competitive spirit. It was as if she thought, with my level of beauty, I should easily capture your heart. Yet, on this festive day, she had anticipated a smooth victory, only to be met with an unrelenting refusal. Not only was Dreamlisa stunned, but so were the onlookers. Indeed, their elder brother was remarkable. Even a beauty like Dreamlisa could remain unfazed by him. He was truly an exemplar for their generation. Feeling somewhat dejected, Dreamlisa stepped away from Galway, unable to fathom that her looks and background had failed to win over a man. Although she acknowledged Galway's impressive background, her father Mondo had spoken highly of him, recounting tales of how Galway severed a dragon's horns with a single strike and defeated the continent's mightiest sword saint, Light. Previously, she had dismissed such stories, but after learning of his accomplishments, her admiration for strength had sparked newfound affection towards him. Moreover, Galway was undeniably handsome, was he not? Once Dreamlisa had retreated to drown her sorrows in drink, a brave junior approached Galway. Galway, why haven't I seen Timaru today at the celebration? Upon hearing Timaru's name, Galway's expression remained neutral, yet a trace of sorrow flickered within. She has returned to her hometown. I see. What a pity, the junior replied, his disappointment evident, as he was a staunch supporter of Timaru. As the crowd began to disperse, many who admired Machima gravitated towards her. sensing the impending attention. Machima swiftly moved closer to Gao Wei, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. Please, don't confess your feelings to me. I already have someone I like. Machima's words shattered the hearts of many juniors and seniors alike. You have someone you like? They observe every day. Who else could it be? Surely it cannot be the elder brother-in-law. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. They are indeed siblings. I have heard that. Like Timilu, they are half-siblings sharing the same mother. It is unclear who spread this information, but it seems to be the origin of the title bestowed upon Gao Wei as the esteemed brother-in-law. With a resigned shake of his head, Gao Wei rose to his feet and said, Everyone, feel free to enjoy yourselves. A new year has dawned upon us. I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 69. Timilu merely desires to be a good wife and mother despite the formidable presence of the green dragons. Timilu successfully led the dragon horde of the dragon nest to repel their relentless assaults time and again. This fierce conflict claimed the lives of numerous dragons, with at least 10 perishing in a single battle. During one such clash, Timilu inflicted a grievous wound upon the Green Dragon King, blinding him in one eye, which temporarily ushered in a fragile peace. Yet, the green dragons, soaring daily along the snowy mountain's edge, evidently harbored no intentions of relinquishing their ambitions, patiently awaiting an opportunity to seize control of the dragon nest. O revered lord of the marsh and jungle, our great king. A venerable green dragon lay prostrate before the Green Dragon King. Despite losing an eye in the last battle, the king's outspread wings retained an imposing aura. Although the losses sustained by their kin were considerable, none dared entertain dissenting thoughts. The might of the White Dragon King was a well-known terror. The mere casting of a dragon language spell could shatter a dragon's defenses. It was hard to believe this was a dragon yet to reach the age of 50. It was no wonder that the previously formidable White Dragon King had been usurped. Some dragons speculated that even the Red Dragon King from the Flame Mountain might struggle against one of such caliber. A sense of admiration for their own king began to swell among many green dragons. How audacious to wish for such a fierce matriarch to become a consort. Truly, it was like the old immortal hanging himself, courting death. The Green Dragon King, possessing considerable strength to ascend to kingship, found himself somewhat overshadowed by Timilu. My king, I believe the Toxic Marsh is quite expansive. Perhaps we should temporarily set aside our plans to conquer the snowy mountains. The intensity of recent battles has been overwhelming for many of our kin, proposed a middle-aged dragon. This was, in fact, a rather tactful suggestion. The recent relentless skirmishes, coupled with a lack of progress, had led a number of green dragons to abandon their ranks. After all, they were a powerful breed, even without forming large groups. They could thrive independently. Although he had been addressed respectfully as the Lord of the Marsh and Jungle, in truth, he was regarded as inconsequential, a mere green lizard issuing commands. With one eye now lost, he might as well be called the One-Eyed Lizard. The Green Dragon King remained silent, contemplating his own growing reluctance. His intentions had never been to invade Timilu's territory. Rather, he was being squeezed for resources by the neighboring Red Dragons. The Red Dragons residing near the volcanic ranges had recently become increasingly active. It was rumored that a red dragon had ventured near the dragon nest and was subsequently attacked by a human who severed its horns. This dragon happened to be the offspring of the Lord of Volcanoes and Lava, inciting the Red Dragon King's wrath, as he vowed to locate the human who had injured his child. However, it seemed the Red Dragon King was merely venting his frustrations. He did not truly invest time in seeking out that individual, but instead launched a vigorous assault on their marshy territory, significantly constricting their living space. The Green Dragon King perceived that, compared to the ferocious Red Dragon King, the newly ascended White Dragon King would be a more pliable adversary. However, to his dismay, he found both sides to be formidable opponents, leaving him at a loss as to where to turn. One dragon remarked that their territory, which was once expansive, had diminished considerably due to the encroachment of the Red Dragons, transforming vast stretches of marshland into volcanoes, resulting in a loss of nearly a quarter of their domain. As the Green Dragon King, could he simply swallow his pride? My king, I have a splendid idea, spoke a green dragon at an opportune moment amid Kaijin's silence. What idea? While the strength of the White Dragon King remained formidable, I believe that if we were to unite with the Red Dragons in a combined assault, we could swiftly overcome our opponent. The Green Dragon King, Kaijin, slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Could dragons truly be so treacherous? He pondered whether beneath that dragon hide lurked a cunning human. Many dragons displayed expressions of confusion. Was this truly reasonable? They were clearly oppressed by the Red Dragon, which left them no choice but to seek trouble with the White Dragon. Now, after being bested, the White Dragon is contemplating an alliance with the Red Dragon? This is utterly absurd, to the extent that many dragons feel as though they have been thoroughly burned. Yet, the red dragon has claimed a significant portion of our lands. If an alliance is truly necessary, why not unite with the white dragon to combat the red dragon instead? A voice of apparent wisdom spoke up. Kaijin furrowed his brow. He is absolutely right. Perhaps uniting with the white dragon is indeed the most prudent course of action. The previous claims that the white dragon has insulted the honor of the dragon clan and allowed the human race to encroach upon their territory were merely excuses. They are utterly indifferent. Let us first contact the White Dragon King. Kaijin remains relatively rational, despite having sustained an injury to one eye from Timmy Lu during their previous battle. He is still willing to set aside past grievances and cooperate with her if she agrees to join him against the Red Dragons. Once they have driven away those wretched Red Dragons, perhaps they could even expand their territory. And it would not be amiss to acquire a few young Red Dragons as potential mates. Timmy Lu feels somewhat aggrieved. She reclines on her throne, her enormous tail swaying gently. Recent battles have left her fatigued, leading her to long for the days spent beside Gao Wei. Gao Wei is a remarkably competent elder brother, as well as a captivating male. In his presence, she can carefree embrace her role as a young girl, yet here she is revered as the White Dragon King, compelled to lead every battle to inspire her kin as fighting spirit. She has often pondered how wonderful it would be if Gao Wei were a dragon as well. Given his formidable strength as a human, he would undoubtedly be a renowned dragon if transformed. She could snuggle close to him, lay a few eggs, and nurture them to maturity. Alas, such musings remain but dreams. Even if she genuinely wished to unite with Gao Wei in the future, numerous challenges would still lie ahead. Firstly, she has yet to devise a plausible explanation for her recent disappearance. Secondly, if Gao Wei were to uncover her true identity, would he still accept her? The thought terrifies her, as she dreads hearing an answer from him that would leave her disheartened. If he were to reject her, she might find herself heartbroken beyond measure. My king, a green dragon claims to bring news from the Green Dragon King Kaidin and is currently outside. How shall we proceed? Chapter 70. The truth beckons that Green Lizard dares to send a messenger? Surely, it must be a plea for peace. The losses endured by both the Green and White Dragons in recent skirmishes have been considerable, and Timmy Lu suspects that the opposing side is seeking reconciliation. If peace can be achieved, it would be splendid. Were it not for the need to protect Ghidorah, she would prefer not to remain here. If they can present satisfactory terms, she might be inclined to grant them mercy. Let them enter. Timmy Lu languidly reclines in her grand golden throne until the green dragon is escorted in by several white dragons, esteemed sovereign of snow and mountains. I am Kakan of the Green Dragon Clan, having been a member for 2.5 years. Timmy Lu, displaying impatience, gestures dismissively with her claw. One of the white dragons, comprehending the cue, promptly interjects, "Get to the point." Kakan retracts his neck, beginning to regret his decision to undertake this perilous task. He finds himself in a precarious position. What if the opposing side decides to eliminate him on a whim? He cautiously lifted his head and was immediately struck by the breathtaking beauty of Timmy Lu. Kakan swore that she was the most exquisite little female dragon he had ever encountered in his life. Was she truly this formidable? She had already ascended to the throne of the White Dragon King and had even blinded one of the Green Dragon King's eyes. He dared not ponder further and quickly spoke. I come bearing the goodwill of our king. In truth, we have no intention of invading your homeland. It is merely that the brutal red dragon has seized our territory, depriving us of the land upon which we depend for survival. Thus, we are compelled to migrate to distant lands, only to encounter your group of white dragons. As Katsuin spoke, he cautiously observed Timuru's expression. Timuru's countenance darkened. So, this band of green lizards came seeking trouble because they were driven away, fearing they could not contend with the red dragon? Was this merely an attempt to pick on the weak? An unnameable fury surged within Timuru. Did they truly disregard the lordship of the winds, snow, and mountains? Now that they realized they could not prevail against the white dragons, they sought an alliance with her to confront the red dragon? How audacious! Not only did Timuru's expression darken, but several white dragons also appeared displeased. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense. The green dragon named Katsuin was utterly inept at diplomacy. His blatant words showed a complete lack of respect for the white dragons. Return and inform your king that our noble white dragons are no soft targets. If you wish to fight, then let the battle continue, having commenced. There is no reason to cease. If your dragon king is unconvinced, he may come seek me. And I shall demonstrate with my sharp claws that we white dragons are the true might. Katsuin fled in disgrace, the sounds of mocking laughter from the white dragons echoing behind him as he departed the lair of the great dragons. Yet he dared not retaliate. He must hasten to convey this news back home. Meanwhile, Gao Wei had been diligently studying magic, making remarkable progress. Perhaps it was due to the overlap between martial and magical skills, but Gao Wei felt his pace of learning magic was quite commendable. In this short span of time, he had already mastered and could adeptly wield most intermediate-level spells. He smacked his lips, contemplating the prospect of embarking on a new adventure. Perhaps this time, he might assume the role of a powerful mage. Previously, while teaming up with Angelica and the others, he had always charged into battle as a warrior, leading the charge. He wondered what it would be like to stay behind like a mage, casting spells from a safe distance. He gazed tenderly at Cynthia, who had only recently embarked on her journey as an apprentice mage. Her attempts at casting spells were still somewhat clumsy. In comparison to Timilu, she indeed lacked considerable talent. He subconsciously contemplated this thought, yet quickly shook his head. Timiru was undoubtedly a being of at least divine sorceress caliber. Otherwise, she could not have evaded his perception. However, the fleeting sense of danger he experienced at that time did not linger in his mind. Had it been significant, he would have discerned long ago that Timiru was not his sister. In the days of her absence, he had been pondering the reasons behind Timiru's desire to draw near to him. He pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion. If Timila truly harbored intentions towards him, then why did she refrain from taking any action? She even seemed to have deliberately awaited him in his own abode. Although Gao Wei had initially contemplated vanquishing the dragon, he had never considered the notion of returning home. Particularly when he encountered Cynthia on the street, it felt entirely fortuitous. The more he ruminated, the more he found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. After a while, he sensed a dull ache in his head and decided to cease his contemplation. If Timilu were to return, she would presumably provide him with an explanation, wouldn't she? Unbeknownst to Gao Wei, the resentment he harbored towards Timilu for deceiving him had considerably diminished. After all, during her time by his side, Timilu had not engaged in any malevolent actions. Moreover, he had genuinely felt a familial warmth emanating from her presence. Many things can be disguised. Yet it is in matters of this nature that true authenticity is most difficult to feign. He trusts his instincts. Have you heard? It seems that a fierce battle among dragons has erupted in the dragon's nest. Several apprentice wizards nearby were engaged in conversation about the latest gossip. The dragon's nest is precisely the domain inhabited by a multitude of white dragons. Upon hearing this, Gao Wei felt a surge of interest. Primarily, the dragon's nest is in close proximity to Chidori, and if a battle truly unfolds, it could potentially impact his homeland. It is rumored that two dragon kings are contending for territory, while the adventurers in the dragon's nest merely observe from a distance, witnessing numerous dragons soaring through the sky. They dared not approach the battlefield of dragons too closely, for a single misstep could lead to death. This was no jest. A civil war among the dragonkin. If only I could witness such a magnificent spectacle up close, I would find contentment even in death. Yet, I feel that this is not the most significant aspect. Given the occurrence of a dragon war, there would undoubtedly be a considerable number of dragon corpses. If we could acquire even a single dragon carcass, we would truly be fortunate. The student who spoke these words displayed a glimmer of envy in his eyes. After all, studying magic is an endeavor that demands a substantial expenditure of gold. The value of a dragon's corpse is immeasurable. Securing one could potentially support his studies to the realm of the arcane master, provided he possesses sufficient talent. Meanwhile, Gao Wei furrowed his brow. He seemed to have recalled something. It occurred to him that he had been trapped in a misconception, initially believing that Timilu was a deity of magic. However, if Timilu were indeed a divine being, it would seem rather lacking in life experience. Chapter 71. Machima felt confident in her victory. For the heart of a maiden surpassed all else. Could it be a transformed dragon? Gao Wei pondered, yet found this answer even more absurd. For a dragon to take on human form was no trivial feat. It necessitated a considerable level of magical aptitude to acquire transformation spells. For instance, one might become a renowned named dragon or an ancient one. Many hybrid creatures possessing dragon lineage came into being through such means. Timilu appeared rather naive, her demeanor entirely befitting that of a girl around 15 years of age. Otherwise, Gao Wei would not have genuinely regarded her as a sister. Indeed, the notion of Timilu being a divine being seemed far more plausible. After much contemplation, Gao Wei arrived at his conclusion. Brother Gao Wei, Michima's voice broke through his thoughts. Today, she donned a voluminous apprentice wizard's robe, but alas, her delicate feet were clad in white sheepskin boots, which failed to captivate the gaze of gentlemen who favored bare feet. Gao Wei had a deep appreciation for Michima's calves and dainty feet, which were, perhaps, her most enchanting attributes. With her hands clasped behind her back and a playful glint in her eyes, she appeared to harbor some secret, What is it, dear Machima? Gao Wei smiled gently, observing the charming girl's mischievous demeanor, evoking memories of his days alongside Eli Bode, fighting side by side. In those times, Eli Bode would always exclaim after battles, lamenting that he would perish without more drink. Here, for you. Machima produced a lovely pair of hand-knit gloves from behind her, as if performing a magic trick. The gloves, crafted entirely from yarn, were white, adorned with a clumsy little lamb embroidered upon them. Since winter has arrived, and I noticed Brother Gao Wei lacked his own gloves, I took the liberty of knitting these for you. I hope you will like them. Though spring was imminent, the air remained quite chilly. A warm sensation enveloped Gao Wei, akin to basking in a magnificent sun. After living in this world for 20 years, it was the first time a girl had gifted him something she had crafted with her own hands. Although the gloves appeared somewhat unattractive, they fit his hands perfectly, reminding him of how Machima had always held his hand with a playful expression. Was it truly to make him gloves? Brother Gao Wei, why are you crying? The delight in Machima's heart turned to panic upon noticing the dampness at the corners of Gao Wei's eyes. Did she truly create such an ugly pair of gloves that it moved him to tears? Gao Wei wiped his tears away. It's nothing. I truly adore these gloves. And the little lamb design as well. Not even the illustrious Doiafis or Angelica had ever bestowed upon him such a heartfelt gift. Perhaps the gloves held little monetary value, but Machima's sentiment was priceless. The echo of green trembled slightly, as if a chill ran through the hilt of his sword. Machima's face flushed. In truth, she longed to clarify that the design was not of a little lamb, but rather two dragons. Machima had pondered the design for quite some time, believing only dragons could adequately represent the formidable Gao Wei. Yet, she had been splendidly misunderstood. Now, it seemed unnecessary to explain. Nevertheless, she hoped Gao Wei would indeed appreciate them. Machima sensed some of Gao Wei's emotions, feeling that his gaze towards her had softened. Perhaps this signified progress in her pursuit? Although Machima was not entirely certain, she distinctly recalled her mother's words. When a girl encounters a boy she fancies, she should bravely pursue him. In their youthful innocence, they often become easily moved by the smallest gestures. If he lacks familial affection, one should offer him lovingly prepared meals and hand-knitted garments. However, if he is enamored with gold or power, one must carefully consider whether she can accept a man who does not hold her in high regard, for her future position would naturally attract such men. It is essential to learn the art of discernment. Suddenly, she remembered her mother's words. I wanted to give the boy I liked many things, but he rejected them all. His response was that he desired nothing but an abundance of love. Thus, I resolved to spend my life with him. Unfortunately, both my mother and father passed away at a young age, yet they left behind a fertile ground of love for Machima to grow and mature. With the care of Uncle Eli Bode, she increasingly yearned for that parental affection. Upon meeting Gao Wei, she became convinced that he was what she had longed for. Although Gao Wei currently regarded her merely as a sister, surrounded by the accomplished likes of Doiafis and Angelica, Machima felt no sense of defeat. She was determined to capture Gao Wei's heart with an overwhelming amount of love, akin to how her mother had won her father's love. At the very least, this was a promising beginning, was it not? Angelica decided to initiate a war against the Black Moon Kingdom. She was fully aware of the grievances Gao Wei suffered at their hands, and her previous deliberate leak of information to the Wolfmen was a calculated move to incite conflict. Regrettably, the Wolfmen seemed somewhat lackluster, and with the Holy See intervening, the Black Moon Kingdom managed to persevere. If that was the case, she would take matters into her own hands and send the Black Moon Kingdom to its demise. Your Majesty, I believe we should not hastily declare war on the Black Moon Kingdom. The loyal knight pondered for a long while, fully aware that her words could be seen as overstepping and might provoke the Queen's ire. Yet, as her most devoted knight, she felt compelled to express her thoughts. Indeed, upon hearing the knight's words, Angelica immediately furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Angelica's voice was frosty. Your Majesty, please allow me to speak. The knight knelt before her. The Thorn Courtyard was founded by Mr. Gao Wei and yourself. It is the fruit of your joint labor. For Mr. Gao Wei, the subjects of the Thorn Courtyard are also his people. Waging a war devoid of benefit would not serve the kingdom's advancement. I believe Mr. Gao Wei would not wish to see you, Your Majesty, risk the lives of so many soldiers who admire you for such a trivial matter. Furthermore, with the current unfavorable stance of the Polaris Empire and the Holy See towards the Black Moon Kingdom, I suggest we wait patiently for their decision before making a judgment. Why not consult Mr. Gao Wei's opinion directly? Chapter 72, A Humiliating Path to Atonement. Angelica remained silent for a moment. She was not devoid of intelligence. Deep down, She understood that a kingdom like the Thorned Courtyard would not reap any substantial benefits from a war against the Black Moon Kingdom. Moreover, like the Black Moon Kingdom, they were surrounded by numerous beast tribes, with wolfmen and dog-headed men coveting their lands. As a monarchy with centralized power, she lacked the assistance of nobles to fend off these outsiders. While her loyal guard could indeed defeat the current Black Moon Kingdom, what would happen afterward? Would she suddenly rally the militia to resist an invasion? The knight's words rang true. This was a kingdom she had built alongside Gao Wei. She had resolutely decided to become the queen of the Thorned Courtyard to provide him with a final home. But could Gao Wei's grievances at the hands of the Black Moon Kingdom be dismissed so easily? Angelica felt a bitter resentment welling within her. Had it not been for that meddlesome drunkard, who had miscommunicated information, the Black Moon Kingdom would likely have already fallen. In their previous adventures, the drunken priest had always been a source of trouble, and it seemed nothing had changed. She had even heard he sent a niece along with Gao Wei, treating him as if he were a caretaker. I understand now. I shall write a letter to the Holy See and ascertain their stance. Angelica finally relented. While the idea of exacting revenge on Gao Wei's behalf was satisfying, the thought of the soldiers fighting for such reasons would surely leave them disheartened. In their eyes, the Great Queen was leading them toward a brighter future, and any decision she made would prioritize the welfare of the people. She had never let emotions cloud her judgment, which was why her reputation in the Thorned Courtyard remained high. The loyal knight silently exhaled in relief. Indeed, Mr. Gao Wei's counsel had proven wise. He had once told her, I cannot remain in the Thorned Courtyard forever. Angelica is a splendid queen, and I trust she will manage well. However, she may not always make the right decisions. If she makes choices that do not prioritize her people, regardless of the reason, I hope you can dissuade her. If that fails, simply inquire about my opinion. I trust she will come to understand. Now, his words had indeed come to fruition. Angelica was indeed a commendable queen, and many of her decisions were made with her subjects in mind. Yet, upon encountering Gao Wei, she seemed to have forgotten the existence of her people. Fortunately, Mr. Gao Wei's guidance was there to steer her back. Watching as Angelica began writing to the Holy See, the knight sighed softly. There was a sense that this version of Angelica was incomplete. Perhaps, if Gao Wei were to remain by her side, it could awaken her full potential. At that moment, the Thorned Courtyard might become the Fourth Empire. She thought this to herself, fully aware of the immense challenges and near impossibility of keeping Gao Wei in the Thorned Courtyard. Today, the cathedral was unusually crowded. The faithful and the priests stood around the statue of the goddess in the Grand Plaza, leaving a passageway leading directly to the entrance. Many were peering in, even more than during the spring festival. The reason was simple. Today, a king would kneel in prayer, seeking forgiveness from the God of Light. The God of Light undeniably existed. She even bestowed divine revelations. However, interpreting these revelations was the purview of the saintess and the archbishop. What the God of Light had said could only be validated through the archbishop's words. Nevertheless, as long as the God of Light did not exhibit any overt signs of discontent, it was presumed she tacitly approved all that the archbishop declared. Eli Bode stood directly beneath the statue of the goddess, holding aloft the staff representing papal authority, clad in a voluminous and imposing archbishop's robe. His red hair was meticulously groomed, and he exuded an air of solemnity and divinity. Recently, he has interpreted numerous oracles from the God of Light. Typically, the God of Light urges him to expand the Light Church and hopes to increase the number of followers, with little else in the way of directives. However, Eli Bode has performed admirably. Compared to when he first assumed his position, the number of those who revere the God of Light has significantly surged. Under such auspicious circumstances, the God of Light tends to overlook Eli Bode's actions. As the familiar chimes of the cathedral echoed, sad man, clad in white garments, emerged before the crowd, flanked by several ecclesiastical guards. The golden-haired sad man was restrained by shackles, the heavy iron chains scraping against the ground with a resounding clank. Many stood in disbelief, pondering what heinous act could provoke such a level of punishment. Surely, he must have slain hundreds of thousands. Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the onlookers, unaware of the true circumstances. Yet, those privy to the details shook their heads, deeming Sadman's fate as justly deserved. Brought before the statue, Sadman was met with a stern command from the Light Church: kneel. Almost instinctively, he sank to the ground. Eli Bode, who had been holding his scepter aloft, slowly lowered it upon witnessing Sadman's arrival. He cast a glance at the Bishop Kubok, who stood beside him. This clever yet avaricious bishop immediately stepped forward. Now, I shall proclaim the transgressions of the Dark Moon King. The first allegation was that he, disregarding the doctrines of the benevolent God of Light, deceived numerous devout followers into waging a war purely for his own selfish desires, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of sacred believers. As soon as the first accusation was uttered, many of the faithful were filled with tears of rage. Damn it, no wonder their hands and feet are shackled. It had been heard that the strength of a legion from the Church of Light had been considerably diminished after a fierce battle, and the bishop commanding the legion had been dismissed and exiled. Many soldiers within those legions were their own kin, particularly the elderly believers, who had lost children in the conflict, were consumed with a desire to confront Sadman immediately. Sadman's expression was one of deep anguish. He anticipated that his arrival would inevitably lead to this outcome. However, he did not foresee that Elibode would prove to be even more ruthless than he had imagined. Although the reasons behind Megana's sudden betrothal to the Polaris Empire remain unclear, the current circumstances seem to have worsened due to this unexpected turn of events. After all, if Megana were to marry Caesar, the royal family of Polaris might at least exercise some restraint out of respect for her, wouldn't they? Chapter 73, Machima. Anise yet more like a daughter, he sincerely wished for her happiness. Yet, from the moment he set foot on this land, that small flicker of hope had long since transformed into fleeting stars scattered across the sky. As Kubo meticulously enumerated his transgressions, Sadman felt as though the darkest day of his life had finally arrived. In fact, by the end, he could scarcely recall what Kubo had said. He could only recall the waves that rose higher and higher, drowning him, as if he were indeed a most heinous sinner, deserving immediate judgment. Aelbode slightly opened his eyes, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle his crimson hair. He observed Sadman, stripped of all dignity, kneeling on the ground like a lost dog. No longer the exalted king of the Black Moon, he was merely a sinner awaiting his fate. This trial persisted throughout the afternoon, until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Aelbode slowly raised his staff. The fervent devotees, who had been clamoring, fell silent upon sensing that Aelbode had something to convey. The God of Light is compassionate. The sinner has received the punishment he deserves. Though Sadan is beyond redemption, he has already paid the price for his recklessness. While many valiant warriors have perished defending the Blackstone Fortress, the innocent civilians inhabiting the lands of the Black Moon Kingdom are blameless. Tears welled in Aelbode's eyes as he spoke. The sorrow of the Archbishop seemed to resonate with every devout believer. Indeed, this is their Archbishop. The compassionate God of Light would not allow any ordinary person to be ensnared in the quagmire of war. Although many of their kin have perished in this conflict, enough civilians have survived. Would that not suffice? Many began to clasp their hands in prayer, praising the merciful and loving God of Light, extolling her doctrines of compassion and peace. Sadman remained on the ground for quite some time, gradually regaining his composure. If Aelbode had articulated his thoughts from the outset, he would have been spared such anguish and would not have been treated as a notorious criminal by these devout followers. Is this not the essence of Aelbode's power? Moreover, he ought to bear the consequences of his own folly. Had he been able to discern the situation earlier, once the news of his repentance here today spreads, it will undoubtedly cause significant upheaval in his reign. There were already numerous followers of the God of Light within the Black Moon Kingdom, and with the timely intervention of the Church of Light, it is inevitable that there will be an increase in the number of devotees in the future. These individuals will influence many others, fundamentally undermining his authority. The drawbacks are manifold, yet Sadman finds himself with no alternative. Should he choose not to attend, it would not merely be a question of his rule being shaken. He shall confront the wrath of the Polaris Empire directly. At that time, the Black Moon Kingdom is destined to face defeat, becoming a mere fragment of the Polaris Empire's dominion. Presently, this appears to be the most favorable outcome. After presiding over the trial of Sadman, Alabad is now disseminating the teachings of the God of Light within the cathedral. Devout followers sit faithfully on the pews, absorbing the Archbishop's profound insights. As he closes the sacred text of salvation, the priests begin to orderly usher the congregation out. Following the trial of Sadman, Alabad envisions a future replete with an abundance of adherents to the God of Light. As the Archbishop, his sacred duty is to propagate the doctrine of the God of Light, enlightening more commoners about the deity's magnificence. This time, he willingly extends his assistance to Galway, not only to honor the bond between them, but also in acknowledgement of the support Galway once offered him during their tenure in the Thorn Squad. He is not an ungrateful person. Furthermore, his intention is to propagate the doctrines of the Light God. Kubo believed himself to be sufficiently astute, thinking he had outsmarted Bishop Ruff. In reality, Ruff, as a bishop prone to ambition and recklessness, had long since placed Kubo on his blacklist. Over the years, he had accomplished many feats and had proven himself to be a capable subordinate. Without just cause, it would be inappropriate for him, even as an archbishop, to take action against Ruff lightly, as it would tarnish his own prestige. Kubo is also a source of some vexation. This avaricious yet somewhat perceptive bishop harbors considerable ambition. He deliberately sent Kubo this time, intending for him to embezzle and seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. However, due to a twist of fate, another was disposed of instead. This also served as a warning to Kubo, ensuring he would remain compliant for a while. The departure of High Dimensional from the Black Moon Kingdom was indeed unexpected. Yet he remained within his grasp. Securing the position of the archbishops is no simple feat. While he is indeed a formidable priest, a priest is ultimately a supportive unit. Compared to mages and martial warriors, one must engage in greater mental acuity to establish a foothold. I wonder how Machima is faring now, Eli Bode murmured softly, his eyes brimming with affection. He has no offspring. Machima is his niece, yet she resembles his daughter more closely. He sincerely wishes for Machima to find happiness. The Green Dragon King, Kaijin, feels an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Ever since he acquired the title of Green Dragon King several years ago, he has never before experienced such disgrace. Being belittled by the Red Dragon King could be somewhat excusable. After all, the Red Dragon King is inherently powerful, and the Red Dragon clan is known for their superior combat prowess. It is only natural that a poison user like himself would struggle against a fire wielder. However, to be humiliated by a mere young white dragon is utterly intolerable. She is but a little female dragon who has yet to reach 50 years of age. What right does she have to assert herself in his presence? Furthermore, she disregarded his plea for alliance, leaving him at a loss for how to preserve the dignity of such a prominent dragon king. He took several deep breaths, his scorching exhalations surging forth from his nostrils, creating a billowing cascade of white vapor. Katsuin trembled. He brought back this news with considerable determination. If he were to be torn to shreds by the wrathful Green Dragon King, there would be no place left for his tears. Observing that the Green Dragon King Kaijin remained silent for an extended period, he timidly ventured, "My lord, I have a suggestion." Kaijin, still preoccupied with the embarrassment he had endured, shot a piercing glare at Kakin, as if to convey that should his words lack significance, he would be devoured whole in the next moment. "I believe, since the White Dragons are so ungrateful, might we consider allying with other dragon clans? Of course, I don't merely mean the Red Dragons, but other dragon factions as well. Though the White Dragon King is formidable, if we could unite with other dragon tribes, perhaps we could secure victory in this conflict?" Chapter 74. Dragons belong with dragons. Mingling with humans is not permissible. Kakin spoke cautiously, shielding his eyes with his claws, daring only to catch glimpses of the Green Dragon King Kaijin from the corners of his vision. As he uttered these words, he deliberately mentioned other dragon species, such as the black and blue dragons. However, the habitats of the black and blue dragons are situated far from here, separated by vast deserts and extensive barren mountain ranges. Transforming such locations into dragon habitats would entail exorbitant costs, often proving to be a futile endeavor. The black dragons are notorious for their cunning and selfishness, while the blue dragons tend to regard others with disdain. It was as if he was hinting that we could ally with the red dragons to take down the white dragons. Kaijin did not respond immediately. He appeared to be contemplating the feasibility of Kakin's proposal. Forming an alliance with the red dragons is indeed a perilous venture, as they are exceedingly greedy, especially the current Red Dragon King, who is insatiably avaricious. It is precisely because of their formidable strength and boundless greed that Kaijin first considered an alliance with the white dragons rather than the red ones. Presently, the Green Dragon tribe finds itself in a rather precarious situation. Without the assistance of the white dragons, overcoming the red dragons solely with the strength of the green dragons is an impossibility. Yet, even if an alliance with the red dragons were to materialize, would the green dragons truly secure sufficient territory to ensure their safety? Even if the red dragons agreed to ally with them, once the white dragons are vanquished, would the red dragons refrain from consuming them as well? It seems they are trapped in an inescapable dead end, where every choice leads to a disastrous outcome. If they do nothing, the green dragons will ultimately be consumed by both the white and red dragons. With a roar, Kaijin threw back his head, releasing a penetrating dragon's cry that echoed far and wide, as if venting the tumult of emotions within him, bearing the weight of his tribe's future. Kaijin felt an overwhelming headache. Could it be that he would have to ally with the diminutive and feeble human race? Kakin, I appreciate your efforts along this journey. Kaijin's voice was somber. He was not yet prepared to make a decision. Kakin felt a sense of relief, for he had merely spoken offhandedly. And the future of the green dragons was not something a mere green dragon like himself should be troubled by. This was fundamentally an issue for the Green Dragon King. Speaking of which, the recent inexplicable incursions by the Red Dragons into the Green Dragon's territory may indeed be connected to humans, as they suggested. If they could find the human who severed the Red Dragon's horns, perhaps all their problems would be resolved. In the lair of the Great Dragons, atop a snow-capped mountain, Timilu had just finished her breakfast, which consisted of a roasted Griffin King, perfectly crisped on the outside, yet tender within. Several loyal white dragons stood vigil by Timilu's side, observing their queen as she completed her meal. Recently, prey had become increasingly challenging to find. It took considerable effort to hunt down this level 6 Griffin King. Adult dragons require substantial quantities of food, and lower-tier sustenance provides only limited energy. They must hunt creatures of sufficiently high rank to satiate their voracious appetites. Following the recent battles with the Green Dragons, the once dormant white dragons began to entertain thoughts of expanding their territory. After all, only with an expansive territory could their hunting grounds be ample enough to capture more magical beasts. When the old White Dragon King was still alive, they frequently raided human settlements. Though human flesh was hardly delectable, it was plentiful, and occasionally they could feast upon a mage or a martial warrior, which was even more delightful. Since Timilu assumed the throne, humans have been entirely removed from their diet, leaving many dragons feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, out of respect for Timilu, they dared not voice their discontent. "My queen, have you had your fill?" inquired an elder white dragon, whose massive form towered over the surrounding white dragons. Timilu frowned slightly. Maintaining her dragon form necessitated a greater intake of food. A single griffin was barely sufficient to satiate her hunger. In human form, it would be far more convenient, as she could easily feel full with a mere snack. Just barely, Timilu responded somewhat casually. "My queen, with the incursion of the Green Dragons and the overhunting of magical beasts by our kin in recent years, food has become increasingly scarce. We no longer have enough sustenance to sustain our tribe. Shall we consider targeting those pesky rodents?" He did not finish his sentence, for the old white dragon had already perceived the displeasure etched upon Timiru's countenance. "I have warned you before, do not entertain thoughts of humans again. This time, we have slain numerous green dragons. Is their flesh not sufficient for our kin?" The greatest bounty from the encounter with the green dragons was arguably their carcasses. The old white dragon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Consequently, he resolved to approach Timiru from a different perspective. As one of the elder dragons in their clan, although his renown and strength paled in comparison to Timiru's, he still felt capable of offering counsel to their queen. Ultimately, however, the decision rested solely with Timiru. "You are already formidable enough. As our queen, should you not consider selecting a suitable mate to bear offspring?" Observing Timiru's unyielding demeanor, the old white dragon boldly suggested that she unite with a male dragon and produce 1 or 2 eggs. When the time came for her to worry about the sustenance of her progeny, perhaps she would grasp the significance of nourishment, and thus, any lingering compassion for those human vermin would dissipate. He pondered deeply, causing Timiru to fall into contemplation. Indeed, she was considering laying an egg. However, such a feat was evidently beyond her solitary capability. Naturally, Timiru had her thoughts on suitable candidates for a father. Thus, she asked rather thoughtlessly, "You make a valid point. Do you believe it is possible for humans and dragons to produce powerful offspring?" The old white dragon was taken aback. In fact, not only he, but all the other white dragons were equally bewildered. Although the notion of pairing the still youthful Timiru with a mate was somewhat absurd, they had not anticipated that her words would be even more outrageous. What did she mean by the possibility of producing formidable progeny with humans? Offspring born from such humble and feeble beings as humans would likely not even match half the purity of a dragon. Given Timiru's tone, was it possible she harbored affection for a human? This was utterly shocking. The majestic dragon race considering a union with such lowly creatures was simply unfathomable. Timiru, youthful and powerful, was the object of desire for countless male white dragons. Yet, their dreamlike figure seemed to have taken a liking to a certain human. For heaven's sake, shouldn't dragons pair with dragons? Humans and dragons were an impossibility, but they dared not voice their thoughts. Any hint of dissent against Timiru's wishes could spell the end of their good days. Chapter 75. The imperial prince bore no qualities that would endear him to Machima. "My king, do you fancy humans?" A young and vigorous white dragon stepped forward, one of Timiru's staunch supporters and admirers. The male dragons had initially believed that since Timiru was still quite young, her exceptional combat prowess was somewhat daunting, but they thought that once she laid her egg, things would improve significantly. Countless white dragons were eager to prove themselves, all wishing to become the queen's consort. However, upon learning that their queen actually preferred humans over dragons. Many hearts of those who adored Timoru shattered. This was more painful than death itself. Losing to a fellow dragon could be somewhat comforting, as they could tell themselves that perhaps the queen had a particular type she favored. But to be bested by a human? They could scarcely fathom how to articulate such a defeat. My preferences are none of your concern. My ascendance to the throne of the White Dragons has always relied on my sharp claws and magic. If you have any objections to my decisions, feel free to challenge me with your own claws. Timoru's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it plunged the aspiring White Dragons into despair. Were anyone capable of defeating Timoru? She would not be the White Dragon King. These male dragons, even when grouped together, stood no chance against her. Since the queen has chosen, we have little to say. An elder White Dragon suddenly spoke, as if he had come to a realization. Elder, you. The younger White Dragons were visibly distressed. How could they agree to such a thing? But the elder rebuked them sharply. Whatever decision our king makes, we must unwaveringly support it. Hearing this, Timoru nodded eagerly, affirming that these little Karami, must all heed her wishes. The choice of her mate was entirely hers to make. Just as the young White Dragons felt disheartened and prepared to depart, the old White Dragon followed them out. Once they were at a distance where Timoru could not hear, he suddenly called out, "Stop. Elder, do you have something to say?" The young White Dragon's hearts were already broken. The monarch they had revered had developed affections for someone who was not even a dragon. This left them in despair, for they could never hope to rival Timoru. Whatever decision she made was beyond their interference. What else could they do but sulk in the corners of their hearts? I know what you are all thinking. Yet rules are rules. The dignity of the king must not be infringed upon. If you truly wish to win Timoru's favor, prove yourselves with your claws and magic, rather than wallowing here like discarded wives. It is a disgrace to our dragon kin. A young White Dragon exclaimed, "Don't we wish for that? But no one can defeat the king." The old dragon smiled mysteriously, revealing his sharp fangs. "That is precisely why I say you dragons are still too young. Though our king may have developed feelings for a certain human, how could a lowly human ever compare to our noble dragon race? According to our ancestral customs, you can challenge that human, can't you? We need not seek him out. We simply wait for Timoru to bring him back, and then you may initiate your challenge. Among us dragons, is it not the norm to battle for a mate?" The young White Dragons had initially looked gloomy, but upon hearing the elder's explanation, they suddenly saw the light. Indeed, they could challenge the human whom the queen had chosen. A mere human, unless they reached the level of a sword saint, was hardly worthy of their attention. Even if the opponent truly was a sword saint, they could exhaust his fighting spirit, leveraging their ability to fly to secure victory. Truly, the wisdom of a dragon who had lived for over 1,000 years was astute. The young male White Dragons regarded the elder with newfound respect, as though a destitute prince had encountered Zhuge Liang. Caesar had been groomed as an heir since birth. As a member of the Polaris Empire's royal family, he had been steeped in noble education from a young age. He possesses remarkable talent in both martial and magical arts, having achieved the rank of a level 4 warrior and a level 4 mage at the tender age of 23, making him a true master of both disciplines. Coupled with an extraordinary and powerful lineage, he has encountered an abundance of exquisite noble women professing their affections for him throughout his life. However, Kaiser has turned down all advances. As a member of the imperial family of the Polaris Empire, he finds himself unable to choose his own partner. His future bride will be determined directly by his father, Zelik. During a ceremony of morning prayer to the god of light, he encountered Machima for the first time. On that day, she donned a pale white priestly robe, the soft fabric complementing her stunning red hair exquisitely. The delicate veil, gently swayed by the breeze, revealed a breathtaking profile that Kaiser would never forget. Her neck, as pure as freshly fallen snow, resembled that of an imperious swan, while her petite feet exuded an aura of sanctity and inviolability. In an instant, he felt himself enamored. From that day forth, his heart was filled with the image of Machima. Thoughts of her accompanied him while walking, dining, and even in slumber. The noble Machima loomed over him like a haunting specter, yet she was miserly, never gracing his dreams. It was the first time he conveyed his innermost feelings to his father. "Father, I am enamored with that beautiful girl with crimson hair. I wish to be with her eternally and have her as my queen." His words were met with a prolonged silence from his father. As Zelik seemed to age decades in an instant, his back slightly hunched. After a long pause, he spoke with heartfelt gravity. "My child, you have chosen a father who cannot assist you with your chosen one. You may love anyone other than her, and I will find a way to support you. But her, she is exceptional. You must move her with your genuine love and win her hand in marriage. If that day ever comes, I shall no longer worry about your future." Zilug's ignited a deeper resolve within Caesar, prompting him to orchestrate chance encounters and draw closer to Machima. Initially, she treated him as a friend, yet when he began to reveal his true feelings, her gaze turned frosty, as if he had committed some unforgivable sin. Mr. Caesar, there is nothing remarkable about you that warrants my affection. All that you possess is the honor inherited from your forebears. Do you have any exceptional qualities? Perhaps in swordsmanship, potent magical abilities, or extraordinary alchemical talent? These were Machima's words of rejection, forever etched in his memory. Chapter 76. Is our goddess here? Yet he did not relent. He diligently honed his swordsmanship and immersed himself in the study of magic, aspiring to meet the standards Machima would admire. He yearned to stand before her, openly professing his love, and earn her approval. It was only after Elabad spoke that he comprehended the harsh truth. In the face of true monstrosity, his so-called genius was utterly insignificant. A sword saint in his early 20s. Caesar felt the world around him dim into shades of gray. What did this signify? Was that individual named Galway learning martial energy from the womb? He meticulously perused through historical tomes, yet failed to unearth a presence more terrifying than that of Galway within the vast annals of history. The existence of Galway loomed over him like a colossal mountain, nearly crushing him under its weight. To attain the status of a sword saint is to transcend any earthly power. A sword saint is virtually invincible. Even if an overwhelming number of warriors could deplete the saint's fighting spirit, the sword saint is not a fool to remain stationary and engage in battle with your legion. Should he choose to depart, it would be a formidable challenge to restrain him. The consensus remains that only a sword saint can vanquish another sword saint. Presently, Galway stands not only as the youngest sword saint, but also as the most formidable. The previously acknowledged strongest sword saint, Light, was defeated by Galway, leaving him despondent. His father had once fervently supported his pursuit of Machima. However, since Ziraluk became aware of Archbishop Alabod's attempts to woo Galway, his attitude shifted dramatically. He now deemed Machima's union with Galway as inevitable and even encouraged his two younger sisters to test their charms, curious if Galway might take a liking to them. His typically proud sisters did not refuse, their cheeks tinged with a youthful blush. From that moment, he understood clearly that in order to pursue Machima, he could only rely on himself and could no longer depend on anyone else. After putting in some effort, he arrived at the Anzu Magic Academy. The towering iron gates of the academy stood before him. Spring had arrived, and through the iron bars, one could see a variety of neatly trimmed flowers and plants within. The small fountain had thawed and resumed its operation, while the child who had been frozen for several months began to stir once more. Your Highness Caesar. The knight stationed at the entrance greeted Caesar with a bow at the very first glance. He may not recognize the majority of individuals, yet he is familiar with the royal family of the Polaris Empire. Indeed, he responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and waved his hand at the dozens of servants behind him. The gatekeeper, wary of offending Caesar, dared not inquire about his intentions. He could only promptly inform Dean Gandalf of the happenings here. Dozens of servants held vibrant red roses, a spectacle he had meticulously prepared. Upon entering the magical academy, these servants began distributing the roses to the apprentices, each recipient also receiving a gold coin from Caesar as a token of gratitude. As they handed out the flowers, the servants proclaimed, "Today, His Highness Caesar will confess his feelings to a young lady. After his heartfelt declaration, you shall present the roses." The apprentices immediately understood. To gain favor with the royal family of the Polaris Empire and earn a gold coin merely for holding a bouquet was hardly a burden. Consequently, they all readily agreed. Galway, who had been resting on the lawn, was stirred awake by a magical apprentice. "Senior Galway, the royal representatives of the Polaris Empire have arrived." Galway did not even lift his eyelids, savoring the rare warmth of the spring sun. "So what if they have come? It has nothing to do with me." He had grown accustomed to the nobles' ostentatious arrivals, as if they wished the entire world to be aware of their presence. "Not so. It certainly concerns you. The servants have entered, distributing gold coins to everyone. You simply need to hold a bouquet. Senior Galway, this bouquet and gold coin are for you." Before Galway could fully comprehend, the enthusiastic apprentice had already thrust the flowers and coin into his hands. Sitting up, he stared blankly at the rose and coin, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Was he being invited to serve as a mere prop? Surely he had no lines to deliver. At that moment, Machima approached him. "Brother Galway, are these roses for me?" She had been quietly reading behind a tree, overhearing their conversation. Yet she feigned innocence, for every playful probe revealed her true feelings. Do you like them? Then they are yours." Galway, not overthinking it, found the act of gifting roses to be quite normal. In his homeland, declarations of love were made with unassuming purple wildflowers. Thus this bouquet held no special significance for him. Machima, however, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she eagerly accepted the bouquet from Gao Wei. The radiant roses blooming in her heart. She sensed some deep emotion within her unfurling in tandem with the flowers, regardless of Gao Wei's indifference to the rose's meaning. Machima felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Indeed, ever since her bothersome aunt had left the academy, everything had begun to unfold smoothly. Her younger sister was much more compliant, believing whatever she was told, even having been coaxed into calling her sister-in-law several times. Just as Machima reveled in her thoughts, an exclamation from outside pierced the air. His Highness Caesar has arrived. The crowd surged forth, with Caesar at the forefront, cradling an enormous bouquet of roses as he approached Machima and Gao Wei. His attire had been meticulously arranged, every detail flawless. In his earnestness, he emanated a unique melancholic charm. Upon seeing Machima already holding a bouquet, his heartbeat quickened. Did this mean she had accepted him? Machima furrowed her brow. The moment she laid eyes on Caesar, an unsettling premonition washed over her. What on earth is Caesar thinking, especially in front of Gao Wei? Indeed, as she dreaded, Caesar knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Miss Machima, I truly adore you. Will you marry me?" According to the script, the next moment should have seen the supporting cast presenting flowers. However, when the magical apprentices realized that Caesar was confessing to Machima, many of them flung their flowers to the ground. What? Our goddess is being pursued. Despite this, a considerable number of individuals dutifully approached, holding their roses for a gold coin. The apprentices, clutching their brilliant red roses, created a sea of crimson that resembled a flowing river. Although Machima had faced confessions before, she had seldom witnessed such a spectacle. The nobles had often gone to great lengths to win her favor, only to be met with her unyielding rejections. She conceded that today's display was rather impressive, yet it mattered little to her. The mere fact that Caesar was the protagonist rendered her utterly uninterested. Unless it were Gao Wei confessing, she would not be inclined to accept. It was unnecessary for him to prepare flowers or anything elaborate. A simple declaration of his affection would be sufficient to stir her heart. Even if he remained silent, she would not mind expressing her own feelings. "I'm sorry, Mr. Caesar, but I believe I have made my feelings quite clear. I do not harbor any affection for you. I did not like you before, do not like you now, and will not like you in the future." Though Machima's lips appeared warm and soft, her words sliced through Caesar's hopes like the biting cold of winter, shattering his last remnants of anticipation into countless drifting snowflakes. The sorrow in his eyes was as dense as unyielding ink, and as he attempted to step closer to Machima, he found his feet rooted to the ground, immovable. He clenched his fists, his gaze turning exceedingly somber. "Why is it? Why do I harbor such deep affection for you, yet you remain unwilling to reciprocate my feelings? Is it that I am not good enough? I possess a commendable status and position, and my appearance is rather handsome, is it not? Or do you believe I lack the requisite diligence? I have been striving diligently to grow stronger, yet, does not the pursuit of strength require time? Why are you reluctant to grant me a chance?" His voice trembled with tears, as if he were not merely confessing his unrequited love, but rather a betrayed lover gazing into the incredulous eyes of the one he cherished. Even many of the surrounding magic apprentices displayed expressions of sympathy. Although they stand as lofty figures among ordinary people, even those who have achieved academic success remain merely part of the middle class, enjoying a relatively comfortable life yet still falling short compared to the birthright of a Caesar from Rome. Witnessing that even a member of the Polaris royal family, like Caesar, experiences unrequited love, they find themselves suddenly enlightened. It appears that those with wealth and power also yearn for unattainable ideals. I said I don't like him. And that, no plethora of reasons required. I could enumerate countless justifications, trust me, but you wouldn't wish to hear them, for they would only bring you sorrow, Machima remarked, casting her gaze toward the distracted Gao Wei, who was engrossed in enjoying a snack. It seemed she hoped to discern some other emotion on Gao Wei's face, yet, regrettably, disappointment awaited her. Although the handmade gloves she gifted to Gao Wei warmed his heart, such warmth fell woefully short. Gao Wei had already constructed a formidable wall within his heart, a barrier that thwarted any attempts to penetrate his inner sanctum. Unless Gao Wei were to personally bestow upon her a key, Machima would likely spend her life wandering outside that door. Is it because of Gao Wei? Caesar exerted his last ounce of strength to utter Gao Wei's name. Gao Wei, who had been savoring the moment, was abruptly taken aback. "I'm merely enjoying a snack. How did I become involved?" Machima's delicate face flushed, a rosy hue blooming from her ears and spreading across her cheeks like a blossoming rose. Speaking her feelings in front of Gao Wei left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was hard to imagine such an emotion manifesting so conspicuously on the face of a saint from the Church of Light. Now it was Michima's turn to muster her courage. She spoke to Gao Wei with deliberate clarity, as if striving to pour forth all the emotions she held within. Indeed, I like Gao Wei. I cherish everything about him. I wish to be with him. Gao Wei was taken aback. What does this mean? Is she suggesting a 3-year commitment? No way. Yet, he soon grasped the crux of the matter. It must be that Michima was eager to escape the clutches of an infatuated admirer, and thus she invoked the persona of an older brother as a shield. He did not mind too much. If he could assist Michima, whom he regarded as a sister, he was willing to oblige. After expressing her feelings, Michima bravely directed her gaze at Gao Wei, only to find his expression unchanged. This left her bewildered. Had Gao Wei already discerned her affections, or did he simply not care about her feelings? The atmosphere became strangely tense, shattering the hearts of many aspiring mages present. What have they just heard? High dimension? Surely, one cannot simply terminate such a condition like one might dispose of a mere inconvenience. The hearts of most magical apprentices lay shattered, yet there were still a few intelligent individuals who entertained notions akin to those of high dimension. It is presumed that Michima disdained the prince of the Polaris royal family, thus employing high dimension as a shield, is it not? Upon hearing high dimension's name, many began to harbor suspicions. High dimension is renowned as the Sword Saint. Yet how is it that this high dimension, studying magic at the Anzu Academy, appears anything but the formidable Sword Saint he is reputed to be? Many believed it to be a mere coincidence of names. The only entity capable of instilling a sense of inferiority in the great prince of Polaris, aside from the illustrious Sword Saint High Dimension, remained a mystery to them. Thus, they continued to study magic alongside a Sword Saint? Numerous minds began to feel overwhelmed, some surrendering to confusion. A being of such unparalleled prowess, the mightiest Sword Saint on the continent, still seeking to traverse the realm of magic. Are you even human? Do you admire High Dimension for his strength, or for the man himself? High Dimension, the mightiest Sword Saint, undoubtedly attracts the affections of many young women. Even if he were inclined to be with you, how could you be certain that his heart would belong solely to you? I am different. Should you choose to be with me, I would gladly vow before the God of benevolence that in this lifetime, I shall have but one woman and one wife alone. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed High Dimension's gaze. Perhaps it is precisely because he possesses powers unknown to ordinary mortals and wields influence that countless others must revere, that he is particularly attuned to such genuine emotions. Once one has attained certain heights, the pursuit of loftier ideals becomes inevitable. Chapter 78. Yet, the thoughts of High Dimension remain an enigma. He has encountered an abundance of insincere individuals, which has fostered a sense of wariness towards others within him. Unbeknownst to him, he is also transformed into someone less than genuine. Thus, the trial of concealing his identity ensued. While he professes affection for Megana, it is indeed true, however. His fondness lies with the Megana of years gone by, rather than the present-day Megana, the radiant memory of his white moonlight. Even if it were to manifest in the present, remains unconquerable. His feelings for Michima resemble those of a brother towards his sister. Firmly convinced that he harbors no other sentiments for her, Gao Wei is certain of this. I admire Gao Wei not merely for his status, but for the multitude of admirable qualities he possesses. I confess that my initial feelings were not entirely pure. However, there is one thing I can affirm. Even if Gao Wei were to no longer be the Sword Saint, stripped of his formidable might, my affection would remain unchanged. Upon hearing Michima's words, Gao Wei fell into contemplation. It was not that he was inherently suspicious. Rather, even if Michima's claims were true, he could not relinquish the entirety of his Sword Saint prowess to validate them. I cannot believe it. The despair in Caesar's eyes gradually morphed into hysteria. Michima wished to articulate further, yet at that moment, Gao Wei rose to his feet. This prince. Gao Wei's sudden voice rendered the atmosphere momentarily still. Is the principal finally ready to speak? After all, while Caesar might not recognize that the one standing beside Michima is Gao Wei, the magic apprentices are well aware. Gao Wei has been listening all along. Caesar cast a glance at Gao Wei, and upon witnessing his unexpected interjection, felt a surge of displeasure. Already agitated by Michima's words, he was further incensed by the audacity of this upstart to intrude upon their conversation. Pursuing a lady should be conducted with gentility. Even rejection is a commonplace occurrence. If Michima truly does not harbor feelings for you, perhaps you might consider directing your affections towards another? Surely, there are other women in this world besides Michima. Are there not? Who are you? My affair with the Saintess Michima is none of your concern. In an effort to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum before Machima, he suppressed the fury that threatened to erupt. Gao Wei remained silent for a brief moment. You have spent an eternity discussing matters concerning me. Yet you remain oblivious to my identity? This is absurd to the point of ridiculousness. I am the Gao Wei you speak of. His tone was remarkably calm, showing no signs of anger at being publicly scrutinized. For him, being the subject of discussion was a commonplace occurrence. Caesar was taken aback. The man standing before him, with black hair and eyes, is indeed his lifelong rival? So not only had he played the fool, but he had done so in front of his adversary? He suddenly felt utterly humiliated. Since his birth into the Polaris royal family, he had never experienced such embarrassment. He instinctively glanced at the surrounding crowd, noting that the apprentices of magic displayed no signs of astonishment. It was as if the events unfolding here were entirely within their expectations. You. Caesar stumbled a few steps, rendered speechless for a considerable time. It felt as though he had been abruptly awakened from a dream, cold sweat saturating his back. Had anyone else stood before him, even in the presence of Machima, he would have found ways to respond once she departed. Yet, the individual before him loomed like a towering mountain, a relentless nightmare he would never be able to conquer throughout his lifetime. He was engulfed in despair. Fleeing the Anzu Magic Academy in a frenzy, pushing past the bewildered apprentices who had yet to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. The thronging crowd was forcefully parted by his presence. Machima, however, paid no heed to the departing Caesar. After all, the disturbance he had caused was of little concern to her. This was not her first encounter with such turmoil. Yet, one matter weighed heavily on her mind, the feelings of Gao Wei. Gao Wei. Machima glanced at Gao Wei, elated that he had spoken up for her moments ago. But now, his expression revealed no discernible emotion, leaving her in a state of confusion. She yearned to delve into his heart, to uncover his true thoughts. How she wished she possessed the ability to read minds. Machima. Should you encounter someone unpleasant who persists in bothering you, feel free to use me as a shield. Gao Wei smiled, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events. Oh. Machima replied, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of disappointment. She still failed to grasp how Gao Wei regarded her. Within the dragon's nest, the patrolling white dragon sensed something amiss. Recently, although the green dragons had become noticeably more subdued, the presence of red dragons in their territory was increasingly apparent. This was decidedly troubling news. The previous attempt by the green dragons to ally with the white dragons had been rebuffed, and should the green and red dragons unite, it would spell disaster for the white dragons. The green dragons were formidable in their own right, despite Timolou's earlier victory over their king, Kaijin, and the loss of one of his eyes. However, if two dragon kings were to join forces, no matter how skilled their own king might be, he would surely be outmatched. My king, this is the information recently uncovered during patrols. We should take it seriously, a white dragon reported to Timoulou, cautiously observing her reaction. Timoulou frowned, having considered the possibility of the green dragons resorting to desperate measures after their rejection. However, she had not anticipated that they would ally with the red dragons, which was certainly unfavorable for the white dragons. Understood. Increase the patrols to ensure the safety of our territory, Timoulou responded. The dragon clans existed independently, and alliances between different dragon species were exceedingly rare. Even with her confidence in her own strength, Timoulou knew that facing an assault from two dragon clans would jeopardize the security of the dragon's nest. My king, should we not seek external assistance? The elder white dragon suggested, positing that if the green dragons could ally with the red, then the white dragons could forge alliances with other dragon clans, be they black dragons or blue dragons. Chapter 79. It is time for honesty. She no longer wished to deceive Gao Wei. Forming alliances with other dragon clans might indeed be a viable option for the white dragons. However, even this endeavor was fraught with challenges. The three largest dragon clans near the dragon's nest were the white dragons, green dragons, and red dragons. The remainder consisted of solitary dragons or family units, which, while numerous, lacked a leader, making their unification exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the larger clans, like the black or blue dragons, were situated too far away. The adage distant waters cannot quench present thirst aptly applied here. Timoulou did contemplate one potential ally, Gao Wei. His prowess was undeniable, with his strength and capabilities. Even a dragon king might find him a challenging opponent. As the white dragon queen, Timoulou felt the weight of Gao Wei's power. If he chose to intervene, the green dragon king would stand no chance against him. Yet, Gao Wei was human, and despite his formidable abilities, he might not gain the acceptance of the dragon clans. Most pressing was the fact that she had yet to disclose her identity to him. What would his perception of her be if he learned of her true nature? Timolu dared not dwell on such thoughts, fearing that the revelation of her dragon heritage would drive him away. This peculiar anxiety was unfamiliar to her, an unsettling sensation akin to a constrictor snake tightening around her heart. My king? The elder white dragon, Andre, sensed Timolu's prolonged silence and grew anxious. Should their queen remain too proud to consider unity with other dragon clans, the dragon's nest might well face extinction. Having lived among the dragon kin for over a millennium, Andre held deep affections for his clan. The dragon's nest was his homeland, where his parents were laid to rest and where his progeny thrived. The older he grew, the more he pondered such matters. Even if Timolu expressed a desire to abandon the dragon's nest, Andre, as an elder dragon, would never forsake his homeland. What is it? Andre. Timolu, roused from her reverie, regarded the elder dragon with curiosity. My king, have you given thought to what I previously mentioned? Timolu remained silent for a moment before replying. Forming alliances with other dragon clans might be a worthwhile strategy. But even the nearest Black Dragon clan is over 1,000 kilometers away. The Black Dragons are powerful and prosperous, with a significant population in their territory. They have no obligation to support us, do they? Whether the green or red dragons, or even we, the white dragons, emerge victorious, it bears little consequence for them. Numerous human towns lie between us. From the Black Dragon's perspective, what incentive do they have to traverse such distance to assist us? What could we possibly offer to entice them to participate in this conflict? While her thoughts were idealistic, the reality was starkly different. The social dynamics among dragon clans mirrored those among humans, might often dictated authority. The emotional bonds among dragons were often more tenuous than those among humans, who might assist one another due to kinship, in addition to self-interest. The white dragons shared no significant connection with the black dragons. They were merely of the same species. The black dragons need not concern themselves with the affairs of the dragon's nest. The elder white dragon Andre fell silent. Having previously fixated solely on urging their queen to unite with other clans, inadvertently overlooking these critical factors. Now, with Timolu's insights, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his once enthusiastic spirit, dimming the light in his eyes. Indeed, why would other dragon clans involve themselves in the tribulations of the dragon's nest? Was it truly impossible for the white dragons to secure victory in this battle? Andre was unwilling to surrender. He could not accept defeat so readily. My king, is there truly no alternative? His tone was laden with despondency. However, Timolu offered a mysterious smile, assuring him that there was no need for concern. I vow to you and all the members of the White Dragon clan that we shall triumph in this battle, and we may even expand our territory. Her words radiated confidence, instilling in Andre a sense of belief in her capabilities. Could it be that the king truly possessed the means to achieve victory? Since Timolu ascended to the throne, although the White Dragons had faced numerous restrictions, the strength of Timolu had significantly curtailed their infighting. Unity is the cornerstone of a thriving clan. Perhaps their monarch truly could accomplish this? Andre believed wholeheartedly, affirming, Your Majesty, I and the members of the White Dragon clan trust that you will lead us through this adversity. Indeed. However, before I summon reinforcements, I must temporarily depart from the dragon's nest. During my absence, I hope you will guide our kin in fending off attacks from other dragon clans. Andre nodded resolutely. This calamity, potent enough to obliterate the White Dragon clan, prompted Timolu's immediate thoughts to turn to Galway. Galway was both benevolent and formidable. As long as she could fight alongside her elder brother, Timolu felt emboldened, unafraid of any challenge. The mere presence of Galway by her side would replenish her courage. As Timolu transformed back into her human form, her crimson eyes shimmered with longing and anticipation for Galway, though she had not been apart from him for long. Each day felt like an eternity. She wondered how her elder brother was faring. He must have returned to the Anzu Magic Academy by now. Was he anxious about her absence? Timolu pondered this, her gaze softening. Yet, soon, a wave of concern swept over her, rendering her restless. Upon returning to the Anzu Magic Academy, how would she explain her sudden departure to Galway? In his eyes, she was still his half-sister. She held no regrets about masquerading as Anna's daughter, for it was not her first time undertaking such a ruse. Without this deception, she would never have encountered Galway. Yet, she felt a tinge of remorse. She could deceive countless individuals without a shred of guilt. However, facing Galway made this deception a heavy psychological burden. She was unwilling to mislead him, but if she did not deceive him, how could they have met? She sighed, as if finally resolving a deep-seated dilemma. Regardless of the outcome, She must return to the Anzu Magic Academy and confess. She no longer wished to deceive Gao Wei about anything. Chapter 80. It seems that nothing has changed, yet everything has, even if Gao Wei chose to depart after learning the truth. Timilu would confront that reality with acceptance, however difficult it might be. A child who deceives must bear the consequences of their actions, after all. At that moment, she resolved to cling to Gao Wei, to become his true family. Her elder brother, so kind and gentle, would surely not abandon a forlorn Timilu. Having spent time with Gao Wei, she had come to understand him somewhat. He was a person easily softened by compassion. However, upon reflection, she felt a pang of guilt. Was it not rather despicable to exploit Gao Wei's kindness? In this tumult of emotions, Timilu quietly departed from the dragon's nest, soaring towards the Anzu Magic Academy. It had been some time since Timilu left the Anzu Magic Academy, standing before the towering iron gates once more. The normally brave and unflinching Timilu experienced a moment of hesitation. As a dragon, she possessed a keen sense of smell. Behind the door lay a very familiar scent, one that brought her peace. It belonged to Gao Wei. He had returned. Gao Wei seemed to possess an extraordinary magic. Simply being near him filled her with a sense of security. Before encountering Gao Wei, Timilu had never imagined that any being could evoke such feelings within her. Dragons typically raise their young in a free-range manner, receiving care only during infancy and early childhood from their mothers. Fathers, after their role in nurturing, would often vanish. Timilu had never heard her mother speak of her father, and once she had gained the ability to survive independently, even her mother departed. It appeared that such was the nature of dragons. Only by leaving their parents' embrace could they thrive. Her parents were powerful dragons, formidable enough that merely uttering their names would send shivers down the spines of other dragons. It was said they were ancient dragons of renown. Yet, Timilu remained unaware of her father's identity. Having prepared herself to confess everything to Gao Wei during her journey, she found her resolve dissipating like a receding tide as she stood at the threshold. Miss Timilu, a knight stationed at the entrance, recognized her. Timilu's name had become well known within the Anzu Magic Academy. How could he possibly not recognize her? Still lost in thought, Timilu was suddenly jolted awake. Upon seeing the kind-faced knight, she inquired, "Is there something you need from me, Mr. Jack?" The exceptionally courteous demeanor of Timilu left the gatekeeper, Jack, feeling somewhat flattered. Timilu was indeed a magical prodigy, lauded even by Dean Gandalf himself. The fact that such a distinguished figure could remember his name was truly gratifying. It was no surprise that she was the sister of Mr. Highway. Her manners were impeccable. "You haven't been at the Magic Academy for a while, have you? I haven't seen you in some time." Although Jack's primary duty was to guard the gate, he often stood by the iron door, observing the students as they practiced their magic. Timilu had consistently been the most talked about topic among the apprentices. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of her learning magic alongside her mentors from a distance. He was aware that Timilu had departed for a while due to some unknown reason, and now she had unexpectedly returned. Out of curiosity, he inquired, "Well, I had to leave the academy for a period due to certain matters." He wondered if conversing with this knight could momentarily divert his attention. It was rare for Timilu to engage in casual chatter with him. "Oh, I see," he replied. "By the way, the first thing Sir Gao Wei did upon his return was to ask if I had seen you. I assume you left abruptly due to pressing matters, perhaps even without the chance to inform Sir Gao Wei." Timilu smiled lightly. Indeed, it was a matter of great importance. She had previously refrained from discussing it with Gao Wei and now felt apprehensive about revealing it. Primarily, her fear stemmed from the possibility that Gao Wei might abandon her upon discovering the truth. "However, it is rather unfortunate that you missed the Spring Festival celebration. It is quite an extravagant affair. Someone of your stature, Miss Timilu, would undoubtedly be very much admired. Had you been present, perhaps many admirers would have confessed their feelings to you." Jack seemed to have suddenly opened up. Timilu was indifferent to who might confess to her. Although she did not harbor a dislike for humans, she could not claim to be particularly fond of them. Her interest in humanity was rooted in the connections she had formed with the Gachuan family during her youth. Otherwise, she likely would have regarded these little mice with disdain. Just like other dragons, your brother, Sir Gao Wei, is also quite popular. You must know Dream Lisa, right? On the day of the Spring Festival, she confessed her feelings to him. Dream Lisa is a remarkably beautiful girl, gifted and with a sword saint for a father. Until then, I had firmly believed that no man could ever turn down her advances, until Sir Gao Wei personally rejected Miss Dream Lisa's confession. It was then that I understood why Gao Wei possessed such exceptional prowess at his age. While it certainly relates to his innate talent, I believe it is also due to his unwavering dedication to enhancing his own strength. Jack's face was filled with admiration. Gao Wei was undoubtedly the person he respected the most, especially upon learning that he was the youngest sword saint on the continent. Remarkably, Gao Wei did not carry the air of a sword saint. When Jack first met him, he warmly gifted him a few silver coins. Those were coins from a sword saint. If only he had known, he would have saved them, to boast to friends about how they were given to him by Gao Wei during future tavern visits. Timalu's expression shifted upon hearing that a beautiful girl had confessed to Gao Wei. Her heart raced. A wave of indescribable discomfort surged within her, and upon learning that Gao Wei had rejected the other's advances, she exhaled deeply in relief. Thankfully, Gao Wei had not acquiesced. Otherwise, Timalu dared not dwell on the thought, fearing it would drive her mad, perhaps even compel her to act out inappropriately. She could not fathom the idea of someone seizing Gao Wei from her side. Jack recounted Gao Wei's famous words when he rejected Dream Lisa. "I have no time for any romantic games." Timalu couldn't help but chuckle at that. It was indeed characteristic of her brother Gao Wei. However, her smile soon faltered as she caught sight of Gao Wei standing in the courtyard behind the iron gate. Gazing at her from afar, his eyes remained as gentle as ever, as if nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Chapter 81. Let us put an end to this tiresome family game. With a heart laden with trepidation, each step toward Gao Wei felt exceedingly heavy. Upon reaching him, he still had not uttered a word. Timalu's heart began to race. An odd premonition arose within her, as if Gao Wei were already aware of her affairs. Brother Gao Wei. It seemed he understood that remaining silent was futile. Thus, Timalu cautiously spoke up. Timalu, it has been a few days since I last saw you. Where have you been?" Gao Wei's tone was entirely natural, devoid of any flaw. I went home for a bit." Timalu struggled for a long time but ultimately surrendered. She no longer wished to deceive Gao Wei about anything. "Oh, so you returned to Ghidorah. But why didn't I see you when I went back to Ghidorah to pick up Xinxia?" Gao Wei squinted, a flash of danger flickering in his gaze. He harbors a profound aversion to being deceived by others, and now the other party seems intent on persisting in their deceit. A profound sense of disappointment welled up within him. If Timalu continued to falter, the last vestige of concern he held in his heart would inevitably dissipate. Gao Wei believed that he had been quite benevolent towards Timalu. He genuinely regards Timaru as his sister, aspiring to provide her with a better life and the opportunity to learn magic, enabling her to alter her own destiny. She need not marry a hunter or a nobleman. The mere thought that the Timaru before him is not only not his sister, but also a remarkably powerful sorceress who can effortlessly evade his perception without revealing any flaws, makes Gao Wei feel like a jester. Particularly now, having attained the level of a sword saint, he can perceive that initial intense sense of danger with greater clarity. He sensed that Timalu was concealing an extraordinary secret. However, one thing was certain, Timalu harbored no malice, despite possessing immense power within her. This was the primary reason why Gao Wei maintained his composure while conversing with her. Timalu glanced around, ensuring that no one was observing them. They were positioned in a relatively secluded corner of the Anzu Magic Academy, sheltered by several sizable trees that effectively obscured them from the gaze of passing magic apprentices. "Gao Wei, I have something of great importance to confess to you. I am uncertain whether you will still accept me after learning this, but regardless, you will always be my most cherished Gao Wei," she declared. Gao Wei was taken aback. Had she ventured out only to finally come to a realization? If she were to clarify things now, he could very well choose to act as if nothing had transpired. "In truth, I am not your sister." Timalu summoned her courage to utter this statement, yet Gao Wei did not appear surprised. It was evident that Timalu understood he was already aware. Gritting her teeth, too delicate, white horns sprouted from her smooth forehead, and a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from her back. A powerful draconic aura enveloped the entire Magic Academy. The students, still oblivious to the unfolding events, exchanged bewildered glances, but soon the draconic spell Cognitive Disruption activated, rendering them completely oblivious to Timalu's imposing presence. "I am a dragon, hailing from the Dragon's Nest, and my full name is Timalu Tofik Edris. In my early years, I was cared for by an ancestor of the Gatter family, which is why I prefer to conceal my identity and observe human society. I encountered you by chance and found you to be an intriguing individual, which is why I wish to remain by your side. I swear I harbor no animosity towards you." Timalu delivered her words without pause, then, as if fearing that Gao Wei would despise her for her horns and wings, she gradually retracted them, transforming back into the initially demure and endearing Timalu. Gao Wei stood in silence, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. So, his sister was a dragon of royal lineage. Judging by the draconic aura Timalu had emitted moments ago, her magical power was virtually limitless, Even the mightiest sorcerers would be unworthy of her attention. Moreover, due to the innate advantages of dragons, their spellcasting speed surpassed that of sorcerers. Confronted directly by Timilu, a sorcerer would stand little chance of victory. For a long while, he remained silent, at a loss for words. He hoped that Timilu would confide in him completely, primarily because he had preconceived notions that she was a divine being, unaware of the reasons that brought her to his side. Now that Timilu had indeed been candid, he pondered how to communicate with his sister. A dragon once saved by their ancestors, now serving as an observer in human society? Brother Galway, I admit I deceived you, but my feelings for you are entirely genuine. Can you refrain from harboring disdain for me? Noticing that Galway remained silent for quite a while, Timilu feared that he was utterly disappointed in her. His expression betrayed no shock, not even when witnessing her unleash an extensive dragon language spell. It was apparent he had discerned everything. The thought that Galway might come to dislike her filled Timilu with a sense of unjust grievance. Timiru's self-reproach softened his heart. Although she was indeed a dragon, the Timilu who stayed by Galway's side had done nothing but exist as a normal sister. It seemed there was no valid reason for him to be angry. He is merely a human. Why should he harbor anger towards a dragon? However, did Timilu not mention her fascination with observing the activities of humanity? Does this mean he has become her subject of observation? A dragon that has navigated human society for many years must surely possess a remarkable skill in manipulating human emotions. At this moment, could her expression not be a deception directed at herself? A multitude of questions swirled within Galway's mind. He unconsciously took a step back, which evoked a profound sense of despair and pallor in Timilu's eyes. Galway retreated half a step as well, prompting the question, even someone as formidable as his brother could fear the identity of a white dragon? How she wished she were not a dragon. Once this thought arose from the depths of her heart, it spread within her like a contagion. She yearned to reach out, yet was met with Galway's icy detachment. Thus, this esteemed dragon lady, I am grateful for your candor. Since you are not my sister, let us conclude this tedious charade of familial bonds. His tone was laden with unfamiliarity. Indeed, he despised being deceived by others above all else. He held nothing back towards Timilu. Chapter 82. Madam, your strategies must be effective. Is this a tedious family game? Timilu's eyes suddenly became vacant. She completed her final performance like a marionette. As her emotions crumbled, the pressure of the dragon began to intensify uncontrollably. The cognitive disorder magic was still in effect, causing some nearby apprentices to exhibit expressions of distress. Galway furrowed his brow. What was Timilu doing? Was she merely completing her last act? Her performance was indeed remarkably convincing. However, it would be unfortunate if this led to harm for others within the magical academy. After all, his true sister, Cynthia, was still present. As an elder brother, he felt an unwavering duty to protect his sister. Miss Dragon, might I request you to conclude your performance? Should you continue to emit your draconic aura, I shall be compelled to take action. Galway's tone was chillingly sincere. He had no genuine intention to resort to violence, merely hoping that Timilu could better manage her emotions. However, Galway's words acted as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. In despair, Timilu suppressed all her feelings. The fierce aura that once surrounded her vanished without a trace, plunging her into an extraordinarily peculiar state. It was as if she could effortlessly harness all her latent power. Yet, she was no longer herself. With a lingering gaze, she looked deeply at Galway, as if she wished to etch his image into her heart forever. Then, without uttering a single word, she disappeared from sight, as if her earlier presence had merely been an illusion. After Timilu's departure, Galway felt an immediate emptiness within him. Sometimes, an abundance of emotions is evidently not a blessing. He resembled an awkward child, incapable of articulating his emotions properly. In truth, he had not intended to express himself in such a manner initially. However, Timilu had just mentioned her role as an observer of human society. This revelation filled him with despair. If this were merely a game orchestrated by the Dragon Lady, would not all his efforts be rendered a monumental farce? He had undeniably invested a significant amount of emotion in Timilu. Initially, when she claimed to be from the Dragon High Dimension, he felt no anger. Yet, she went on to mention her frequent presence in human society, serving as a long-time observer of humankind. Did she not witness his frailty during his weakest moments? When he was sold, did she not perceive it as well? There seemed to be no necessity for her to interfere in his life. Did he then have the right to intrude upon hers? Was this not rather absurd? Had his newfound strength truly captured the attention of this formidable dragon? How amusing. It appeared he was indeed easily swayed by the whims of a woman. Galway could not recall how he returned to his room. He only remembered that when he lay on the bed, it felt as though every ounce of his strength had been drained away. In his eyes, the intricate patterns of the ceiling were reflected, and within them seemed to linger the shadow of Timmy Lu. Gao Wei, what troubles you? Mishima could distinctly sense that Gao Wei's emotions were amiss. Moments ago at the Magic Academy, an intense surge of magical energy had erupted, a terrifying wave that had compelled the divine blessings upon her to manifest, assisting her in warding off the threat. Someone had cast a widespread cognitive disruption spell over the entire academy, followed by an overwhelming pressure that loomed ominously. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Mishima felt her heart racing unnaturally fast. Instinctively, she had rushed to Gao Wei's room, anxious to ascertain his safety. Upon finding him unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Gao Wei's current demeanor was clearly unsettling. Thus, she took the initiative to inquire about the cause of his distress. I am fine, merely fatigued. I lack the energy to engage with you at the moment. He needs to thoroughly digest his current emotions and find a way to rejuvenate himself. After all, it was merely a deception, wasn't it? Anyway, Timmy was never truly his sister. His real sister, Cynthia, remained steadfastly by his side. Very well then, Brother Gao Wei. Please do share anything that weighs on your mind. No matter the time, I shall unwaveringly stand by your side. Mishima cautiously closed the door, recalling her mother's teachings that a man should be granted time to process his emotions alone. This gesture is more valuable than any consolation. However, before departing, she must utter words that would warm a man's heart. In her pursuit of winning over Gao Wei, she has exhausted every strategy at her disposal. Oh, dear mother, I fervently hope your guidance proves beneficial. In the conference room of the Anzamo Sorcery Court, several 9th-level wizards convened for a meeting. Although they appeared to be 9th-level wizards, in truth, they had achieved a demigod status, merely awaiting the right opportunity to ascend to the divine realm. Such an opportunity has eluded countless 9th-level wizards, as it may never present itself. On this seemingly ordinary afternoon, they were cheerfully deliberating matters concerning the Magic Academy when suddenly, they were engulfed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying magical energy, followed by the activation of a widespread cognitive disruption spell. As a being of divine caliber, Gandalf was the first to perceive the disturbance. He swiftly raised his staff and cast a clarity spell, ensuring that everyone could maintain their rationality amidst the chaos of the cognitive magic. It was truly horrifying, fortunately. They were situated at a considerable distance from the source of the magical disturbance, and given the extensive area of effect rather than a singular target, even he might have struggled to resist had the circumstances been different. He had always been aware of the terrifying nature of draconic magic, but this was beyond comprehension. The mere thought that he, a mere mage, had almost fallen prey to brainwashing was enough to leave Gandalf feeling utterly humiliated. However, this notion was swiftly interrupted as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from a dragon of royal caliber. It was undoubtedly magic unleashed by a dragon of legendary status, and there was a significant likelihood that it was a dragon king. Contemplating this, he found some solace. After all, he was merely an amateur in the realm of magic. It was entirely reasonable that he could not contend with the magic of a dragon king. It was akin to having a casual interest in fitness, when suddenly someone descends from the heavens, claiming to teach you boxing, and after a brief introduction, insists on pairing you with an equally matched opponent. Then, before him appeared an individual who introduced himself as Tyro. Indeed, it must be Timmy Lu. He contemplated deeply within himself. From the very first glance at Timmy Lu, he had etched her magical resonance into his memory. Now, as Timmy Lu unleashed her expansive spell, it resonated almost identically with her unique magical signature. Dear Dean, do you possess some knowledge regarding this? The other esteemed instructors exhibited a sense of urgency. Old Deng, if you know anything, please divulge it quickly. What does it mean to be a riddle master at this moment? Gandalf sighed softly. I do possess certain insights, yet I would advise you to remain uninformed. After all, this matter intertwines with a dragon king and the continent's mightiest sword saint, as well as the holy maiden of the Luminary Church. We are merely scholars of magic. Isn't inquiring into such matters akin to courting death? Wouldn't it be more prudent to focus on mastering magic? Chapter 83. So, is Timila seeking his assistance? Brother Gao Wei, I have mastered a new earth magic and wish to demonstrate it to you. An exuberant Cynthia approached Gao Wei, who was lost in thought upon the lawn. After spending some time indoors, he had ventured out to bask in the sunlight, seeking a moment of relaxation. Upon seeing his sister, Cynthia, he was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "All right." Cynthia clumsily recited her incantation, her magical aptitude being rather ordinary, which rendered her unable to replicate the almost instantaneous casting of Timulu. As she completed her spell, A small earthen wall emerged before Gao Wei. This was one of the defensive earth spells commonly utilized by mages. For a novice, Cynthia's attempt was commendable, reflecting on Timolou's initial conjuration of an earth wall. He recalled how it had been as formidable as a city wall, tall and broad enough to astonish even her mentor. Despite the fact that Timolou had indeed deceived him, Gao Wei found himself inexplicably drawn to thoughts of her. He shook his head, forcing himself to refrain from dwelling on anything related to Timolou. Yet, the more he tried, the more memories of Timolou surfaced in his mind, nearly becoming his inner demons. When Timolou was by his side, she was so obedient that Gao Wei had almost completely accepted her presence. It was Timolou who provided the opportunity for him to change. He had finally resolved to watch Timolou grow into adulthood, witnessing her gradually alter her fate. It was also Timolou who had extinguished his desire to slay dragons. Gao Wei, brother? Noticing Gao Wei's distraction, Xinxia's eyes flickered with curiosity. Is there something troubling you? I am fine. Xinxia had become an exceptionally skilled mage. Soon, he would be addressing her as Miss Mage. Gao Wei's jesting made Xinxia blush. However, the next moment, her words jolted him to attention. Brother, after learning magic, I seem to have faint recollections of certain things, specifically what you mentioned last time about Sister Timolou. Xinxia spoke cautiously, observing the tremor in Gao Wei's gaze without interrupting her flow. Although my time studying magic has been brief, I believe I have been under the influence of cognitive impairment magic for quite some time. Now, as I delve into magic, I can feel the moments spent with Sister Timolou slowly resurfacing. Today, I sensed Sister Timolou's presence and the magical fluctuations. Did Sister Timolou visit today? Have you seen her? Gao Wei? Xinxia's inquiry was met with a prolonged silence from Gao Wei. After a while, he finally replied, Yes, I saw her today. Xinxia's expression fell slightly. Although she had not fully recalled all memories of Sister Timolou, her subconscious felt that Timolou must be a good person. She has done many things to protect me, such as aiding Mother Anna in fending off the ill-intentioned Baron Simon, who once sought to make us all his women. Several times, he sent people to create trouble. Yet each time they mysteriously vanished. I believe that must be the work of Sister Timolou. She must be an exceedingly powerful mage, having sacrificed much to safeguard our little family. Gao Wei furrowed his brow. Were there such past events? It made sense. Since Timolou had chosen to remain as an observer in human society and stay close to Anna and Xinxia, she must have aimed to ensure their safety. After all, during the time, Timolou was indeed a part of Anna and Xinxia's family. Wasn't protection a natural obligation? Having safeguarded his mother and sister, Gao Wei ought to be grateful to Timolou. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, questioning whether he had been overly harsh on Timolou or excessively wary. If she truly harbored ill intentions, even the mightiest swordmaster might fall prey to a dragon king in his dreams. After all, he had previously held no suspicions towards Timolou. Though he remained unaware of the reasons behind her absence, he had come to understand her somewhat, wondering if she had encountered some troubles. Despite her not being his biological sister, he felt immense gratitude for the day she chose to stay with his family. In truth, Timolou had indeed done some good. Anna had once struggled to find suitable employment, but with a touch of clever persuasion, Timolou had convinced the tavern owner to hire Anna as a barmaid. Several times, she had thwarted the advances of those with improper intentions towards Anna and Cynthia. However, these deeds remained unknown to Cynthia and Gao Wei. Well, I was aware of everything. Gao Wei acknowledged this, already feeling that his actions today had been somewhat excessive. Even if Timolou were truly an observer of humanity, she had not committed any wrongdoing, had she? Feeling weary, he resolved to take a break from Anzu Magic Academy for a while and advised Cynthia to diligently study magic under Sister Michima during his absence. A hint of reluctance flickered in Cynthia's eyes. She was uncertain about Gao Wei's intentions but vowed to avoid causing him any trouble. Gao Wei decided to take a stroll outside the Magic Academy. However, before leaving, he felt it necessary to inform the headmaster, Gandalf. Upon seeing Gao Wei, Gandalf was not surprised. Mr. Gao Wei, welcome. Please take a seat. Gao Wei slowly shook his head. Headmaster Gandalf, I have come to request a leave of absence for a period of time, and I hope for your approval. I understand. Given the dragon horde conflict at the Dragon's Nest, you must be intending to assist your sister Timolou, correct? Gandalf had never held such admiration for anyone. Gao Wei, at a tender age, had achieved the status of swordmaster and forged a commendable relationship with the powerful Dragon King. Gao Wei was somewhat taken aback. He had merely sought a respite, so why was Timolou suddenly brought into the conversation? Reflecting on it, he soon realized that today, Timalo had unleashed a considerable amount of magic and dragon might within the academy, and as the god of magic, Gandalf would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, what did the dragon horde conflict entail? Suddenly, he recalled a recent topic of fervent discussion among the apprentices. It seemed there was indeed such a matter. At that time, Galway had not paid much attention to it. He furrowed his brow. Timalo was at least of the Dragon King caliber, which implied that this impending dragon conflict was intricately linked to her. Could it be that Timalo sought him not only to unveil the complete truth, but also to solicit his assistance? Chapter 84. Nox has contacted us. With this thought, Galway instantly recognized that he could not remain indifferent to Timalo's plight. This was a war among dragons, a confrontation between dragon kings. Throughout the annals of the continent's history, dragon battles invariably concluded only when one side was utterly vanquished. The direct struggle for territory among dragons was not uncommon. Much like humans, when resources in their domain began to dwindle or their population became excessive, the original territory could no longer sustain their existence, leading to war. Upon reflection, the tranquility of his homeland, Kadoli, was undoubtedly due to Timalo's considerable efforts. The white dragons of the Dragon's Nest were notably unique. They allowed humans to enter their domain to collect dung and shed scales, a privilege unthinkable in the territories of other dragon clans. Were it not for the decree of the Dragon King Timalo, how could these dragons permit the entry of such insignificant creatures as humans into their realm? Should Timalo be defeated, not only could she perish, but the peace of his homeland might also be shattered. This was a scenario Galway was determined to avoid. It was as though he sought a pretext to justify his resolve. In truth, it was not merely an excuse. He genuinely wished to aid Timalo. Nothing more. Until Galway gestured to Gandalf and took his leave, Gandalf did not utter another word. He is indeed feeling a sense of trepidation. Since ascending to the status of a god of law, he has encountered other sword saints across the continent. Yet, it is only the formidable prowess of Galway that instills a profound sense of apprehension in him, especially following his own elevation to sword saint. Previously, he harbored the belief that should Galway wish to take his life, he might possess a modicum of resistance. Now, he harbors no doubts. If Galway were to desire his demise, he would likely be unable to escape. Shortly after Galway departed from the Magic Academy, the Anzu Magic Academy was graced by the arrival of a distinguished guest. A lavish, grand carriage accompanied by a cadre of heavily armed guards, each wielding a gleaming axe that glimmered ominously. They stood in neat formation on either side of the carriage until Sika descended from it. Knight Jack, stationed at the entrance, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although he was clad in commendable iron armor and wielded a sword of decent quality, the mere presence of the royal guards before him rendered him breathless. A single glance from them made Jack feel as though his very thoughts were laid bare. He had no doubt that should he entertain any inappropriate notions, these formidable sentinels, armed with their massive axes, would swiftly cleave him in two. This intimidation stemmed solely from the banner fluttering atop the carriage, the emblem of Nox, as the most aggressive empire across the continent. The sight of the soaring eagle was sufficient to instill terror in the hearts of the majority. The opulence of this carriage clearly indicated that it belonged to a person of great importance within Nox. Jack found himself perplexed as to why such a distinguished figure would suddenly appear in this place. He was merely a laborer earning dozens of silver coins each month, and to expect him to exert himself was somewhat of an overestimation. While lost in his thoughts, he contemplated giving his thigh a pat and uttering, "Move, you dead leg." At that moment, however, Sika approached him. The brown-haired maiden before him appeared to shimmer under the sunlight, her fair skin exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a swan raising its head high. Her oval face was flawless. To be fortunate enough to wake up beside such a beauty would render even death worthwhile. Jack widened his eyes, but gradually diverted his gaze. He felt that looking at Sika again would be a desecration of her beauty. Was it not said that the Nox Empire was filled with man-eating monsters? Yet, it seemed that even a beauty born in Nox could still be a true beauty. Jack had stood guard here for countless years and had encountered many beautiful women. Few could rival Sika. Only Timalo, Machima, and perhaps Dream Lisa could compare. "Hello, is this the Anzu Magic Academy?" Sika inquired politely. Jack found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered somewhat ineffectively, "Why yes, esteemed miss, this is indeed the Anzu Academy of Magic." Despite the intimidating presence of her guards, he admonished himself not to appear so feeble. Jack encouraged himself inwardly. "Oh, if I wish to enroll in the academy, what is the process?" The gentle tone of Sika's voice was reminiscent of a spring breeze, and as she spoke, Jack felt as though his heart blossomed with a field of flowers. Do you see that building? You must go there for aptitude testing. It requires a fee of 10 gold coins. Jack instinctively pointed towards the room designated for testing magical talent. Thank you very much. By the way, may I ask you one more question? You may. Mr. Galway Jatton, is he also at this magic academy? Initially taken aback by the beautiful girl's attention, Jack regained his composure upon hearing Galway's name. Ah, so he is a friend of Mr. Galway. That makes sense. Mr. Galway is the youngest and most formidable sword saint on the continent. It is no surprise he has such acquaintances. The girl who descended from the luxurious carriage clearly belonged to the Knox royal family. Yes, there is only one person as powerful as Mr. Galway. However, it seems you have arrived at an inopportune time, for Mr. Galway has just left the academy today. Upon hearing that Galway had departed from the Anzu Academy of Magic, Sika furrowed her brow, though she concealed any sign of distress. After all, it was certain that Galway would return. She would simply wait for him here. It was rumored that Galway had 2 younger sisters also studying magic here. Galway's prowess was already remarkable. His presence at the academy was merely to accompany his sisters and alleviate his own boredom. Sika's enchanting figure drew the attention of many magic apprentices. The arrival of a beauty of Timi Lu's caliber at their academy elicited excited murmurs among them. They imagined that a girl as lovely as her would surely cry for a long time if struck, which was an amusing thought. However, their musings were abruptly halted. Following her, a dozen fully armed guards emanated a chilling presence, their mere gaze instilling a profound sense of dread within the apprentices. Their armor bore the distinctive insignia of an eagle and an axe, the mark of Knox. Has Knox made an appearance? An absurd thought stirred within many. Perhaps it is time to flee. Chapter 85. This woman is rather troublesome. The wizard, engrossed in a tome of magic at the desk, did not lift his gaze, yet sensed the presence of someone entering. He casually turned a page of the book. Subsequently, a gleaming axe clattered onto the table, embedding itself firmly into the sturdy wooden surface. He hurriedly adjusted his glasses and lifted his gaze, only to behold a fearsome visage concealed beneath the helmet. His soul nearly fled in terror. Esteemed sir, do you wish to assess my magical aptitude? Noble sorcerers wield unparalleled destructive power on the battlefield. Yet when confronted in close quarters by warriors, their fate often leans towards demise. For lowly mages such as himself, means of self-preservation are exceedingly limited, engendering a profound fear of close encounters. The warriors of Knox are seasoned fighters, and standing before him is none other than a guardian of Sika, truly among the elite of the elite. I am not here to be evaluated. It is our esteemed Prince Sika who seeks the assessment. He sheathed his axe. Having refrained from unleashing his fighting spirit moments ago, his intention was merely to intimidate, as he perceived a certain disregard towards their esteemed prince from the other party. Glancing at the noble and enchanting visage of Sika, the sorcerer couldn't help but swallow hard. A beauty indeed, an extraordinary one at that. This was a magical crystal ball. Upon contact, it would reveal one's aptitude for magic, albeit for a fee of 10 gold coins. A guard swiftly produced a pouch from his waist, tossing it onto the table, where the coins clinked merrily. The pouch contained more than 10 coins. You may select 10 yourself, he was told. The sorcerer felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially thought he had encountered a wealthy patron, only to realize he was expected to choose his own. Nonetheless, he dutifully selected 10 gold coins and respectfully presented the magical crystal ball to Sika. A soft glow emanated from the orb, indicating that Sika's aptitude was commendable, illuminating nearly 4/5 of the sphere. Your talent is impressive. Here are your enrollment documents, which I have already prepared for you. Next, you simply need to visit the tutor's office to choose your instructor. He swiftly completed the enrollment procedures for Sika, efficiently handling everything as if he were merely sending off an esteemed guest. He recognized the intricate patterns on the armor of the individuals before him. They belonged to Knox. The mere mention of the Knox name was a matter beyond the reach of a mere second-tier mage like himself. Gandalf felt a slight headache as he held Sika's application in his hands. The arrival of Sika, the princess of the Knox Empire, to study magic in Anzu's domain struck him as quite extraordinary. Even if the magical prowess of the Knox Empire did not match that of Anzu, it was certainly not lacking. If this princess so desired, the numerous magic deities of Knox would undoubtedly rush to serve her. Thus, her long journey here, was it an expression of some political aspiration? Should he inform the royal family of Anzu about this? Just as Gandalf was lost in thought, Sika gently inquired, Director Gandalf, Is there an issue with my application? Theoretically, there were no problems. The Anzu Magic Academy welcomed anyone with a thirst for knowledge in the arcane arts. However, he had a minor query that he hoped Sika could clarify. Please, go ahead. If I am not mistaken, you are the daughter of His Majesty the Lionheart King, Princess Sika. Your nation's magical accomplishments are equally commendable. Why then? Have you traveled such a distance to seek knowledge and magic here? I assure you, my focus is solely on teaching magic. Devoid of any political entanglements, do you comprehend my meaning? Gandalf endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Despite being a deity of magic, he understood the need to show respect to the Princess of Nox. Well, aside from my pursuit of magical knowledge, I do have other reasons for my visit. Though I assure you they are not politically motivated, Sika replied, her brow furrowed slightly. If it is not too much trouble, could you please be more direct? I am here because of Galway, she eventually admitted, raising her hands in a gesture of openness. Galway and I are friends, and since he is studying magic here, I believe the Anzu Magic Academy must possess extraordinary qualities. Thus, I wish to immerse myself in the learning atmosphere here. Gandalf's previously troubled expression transformed into one of tranquility, realizing her visit was indeed for Galway. It all made sense now. With so many influential figures intrigued by the continent's foremost swordsman, the arrival of a princess from the Nox Empire seemed rather inconsequential. Oh, I see. Welcome to the Anzu Magic Academy. He promptly stamped her enrollment application. He would later follow the proper procedures to inform the royal family about her arrival. And the rest would be no concern of his as the director. As long as Sika harbored no political intentions, accepting her would pose no issue. From their brief exchange, Gandalf discerned that Sika had come for Galway, likely hoping to leverage her beauty to win his favor. Who would he wish to befriend the most formidable swordsman in the land? If he had a suitable heir to draw closer to Galway, he would have wished for him to become his grandson-in-law. After some inquiries, Sika located Galway's residence, an exclusive student dormitory accessible only to those with gold coins. Ordinary students were relegated to shared accommodations provided freely by the school. She knocked on Galway's door, initially not intending to do so, as she had heard he was temporarily away from the academy. However, she distinctly heard a voice from within, piquing her curiosity. The door was opened by Machima, who appeared disheveled in a white nightgown. Through the doorway, Sika caught a glimpse of Cynthia nestled in the blankets. Is this not Galway's room? She instinctively asked. Yes, this is Galway's room, and you are? Machima, still groggy, was irritated to be disturbed during her rare opportunity for a nap. I am Sika, Galway's future partner. Sika's declaration jolted Machima awake, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what? Sika, the princess of the Nox Empire? Machima did not readily accept Sika's claim to be Galway's partner. Such tactics of asserting dominance were typically employed by her, not the other way around. Oh, I see. You must be here shamelessly pursuing Galway because he defeated your Uncle Light, right? Machima's words were unrelenting. She would not extend kindness to anyone attempting to encroach upon her Galway, not even a princess of Nox. She was a possessive child, unwilling to share Galway with anyone. If sharing were unavoidable, she would demand the lioness share, insisting on being the first to partake. Sika's complexion paled momentarily. And who are you then? What are you doing in Galway's room? She retorted coldly. Machima smirked disdainfully, as if mocking Sika's audacity. Isn't it obvious? My mere presence here speaks volumes compared to your self-proclaimed title as Galway's partner. Sika stood slightly taller, while Machima puffed her chest out to appear more formidable. In the face of great evil, it felt as though she was at a disadvantage. Sika's expression shifted slightly. Really? Are you not just a little mouse sneaking into the house while the master is away? Before Machima could retort, Cynthia, who had just awakened, rubbed her eyes and asked, Sister Machima, who is this beautiful lady? Is she here to see Galway? Sika instinctively glanced at Cynthia, noting her resemblance to Galway, particularly in their shared dark hair and eyes. It seemed she had found her sister-in-law. He cast a few more glances at Machima, who appeared to be devoid of any traits characteristic of the Godorian race. She could not possibly be the sister-in-law he had yet to meet. The evidence was clear. She was a wayward little kitten. Upon returning to her clan, Timaru felt a sense of desolation. She had lost all interest in reverting to her human form and merely lay upon her throne. Her wings drooped helplessly at her sides, and her eyes were devoid of luster, as though she had endured a tremendous blow. Having lived for 50 years as a dragon, she had weathered her fair share of storms. The departure of her mother and father had not crushed her resilient spirit, for she understood that such losses were inherent to the nature of dragons. She had demonstrated her strength with her sharp claws and fangs, ascending to become the youngest and most formidable White Dragon King. Amidst the human realm, she relished observing the intricacies of human existence, until she encountered Gao Wei. Her world had been steeped in shades of gray. The arrival of Gao Wei was akin to a brushstroke, gradually infusing her life with vibrant hues. Timaru felt an overwhelming joy, for her heart had never before experienced such a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, it seemed that her brother Gao Wei could not fathom that his sister was a dragon. Was it simply a matter of the disparity between humans and dragons? How she wished that Gao Wei were a dragon as well. Timaru took a deep breath. My king. The old white dragon, Andrew, noticed the troubled expression on Timaru's face. He immediately contemplated the issue of support. Observing the queen's demeanor, could it be that the plea for assistance had faltered? Such a revelation would indeed be catastrophic news. The mere thought of the White Dragon clan facing such a demise plunged his spirits into despair. I am fine, Timaru said, mustering a semblance of resolve. Fragments of the high-dimensional discourse regarding the wounded dragon occasionally surfaced in her mind. Lady Dragon, let us bring this tiresome familial game to an end. Timaru shook her head, asserting, no, that is not the case. He had no intention of treating the high dimension as mere child's play. The support I have arranged is sufficient. There is no need for concern. Have there been any significant movements from the green and red dragons recently? Timaru began to inquire about the status of her kin. Her current state is quite peculiar, as if her body no longer belonged to her, rendering her actions somewhat indifferent. So far, there has been no significant action, however. Patrolling dragons have observed an increasing number of their kin gathering, suggesting that an attack against us may soon commence. Before Andrew could finish speaking, a dragon suddenly flew in. Your Majesty, the green and red dragons have launched an assault against us. A heavy feeling settled in Timaru's heart. Has the inevitable finally arrived? No, even in the face of death, she must protect the dragon's nest and safeguard Ghidorah. She would not allow anyone to desecrate the homeland of her elder brother in the high dimension. The dragon's nest had never witnessed such a spectacular sight. Nearly 500 pure-blood dragons soared through the sky. Even those in Ghidorah, standing at a distance, could gaze upwards and behold hundreds of dragons confronting one another in the air. The white, green, and red dragons were distinctly separated. Leading them was a one-eyed green dragon and an exceptionally large red dragon. The red dragon's eyes resembled grand clocks, her crimson claws glistening, and her scales undulated with each breath. In the intervals of the scales' movement, wisps of flame spilled forth, emitting a milky mist. The weather here was incredibly cold, a condition the red dragons despised. Yet, it mattered little, for this place would soon transform into a paradise for the red dragons, as their king would reshape it to her liking. Little hatchling, have you weaned yet? The red dragon laughed heartily, as a dragon brimming with feminine allure. She could not help but chuckle at Timaru's youthful form. How could a dragon, seemingly not yet a century old, become the leader of the white dragons? The very thought of this, combined with the fact that she had even maimed the nearby useless green lizard, was simply too amusing. Dear lady, do you believe that indulging in the company of several male dragons has granted you feminine charm? How many male dragons have partaken of your milk? Timaru's merciless retort elicited laughter from the white dragon group. The red dragon's face flushed instantly, though her complexion was already red, adorned with crimson scales. The implication stung her pride. It must be said, the personal life of this red dragon queen was hardly exemplary. Yet, when such words came from Timaru, a dragon of striking beauty, their impact was profoundly significant. Among dragons, comparisons breed the greatest insecurities. As a female dragon, Timaru's allure undoubtedly surpassed that of the red dragon queen, who would choose a nearly matronly dragon over a blossoming young hatchling. Chapter 87. A White Dragon King. Not yet a century old, dares to challenge the renowned red dragon queen. I am Aurelia Frederick, mistress of volcanoes and lava. Challenger, state your name. The red dragon queen spread her massive wings, casting shadows over the land, her imposing figure resembling a second blazing red sun in the sky. As the red dragon queen, her size exceeded that of an ordinary adult red dragon by nearly double. With a mighty roar, she unleashed a torrent of red flames from her sharp fangs, the intense heat creating ripples in the surrounding air. The clash of heat and cold melded into swirling white mist. Though Timaru had yet to reach maturity, her transformed dragon form was not insignificant. It was smaller than Aurelia's, yet still formidable. Ignoring Aurelia's taunts, Timaru's cold eyes reflected the surging blood within her. She possessed red eyes, yet they were devoid of color. It was the fiery blood coursing through her veins that tinted them. She spread her snow-white wings wide, her form a streak of white light. With a swift motion, Timoru surged toward Aurelia's face. As the White Dragon Queen, she would not allow anyone to challenge her dignity. Not even the Red Dragon Queen Aurelia. Boom. The proud Aurelia was taken aback by the audacity of this young dragon to face her directly, igniting her fighting spirit. She summoned her strength, flapping her crimson wings, transforming into a streak of red light. The two streaks collided in midair, creating a thunderous sound that astonished the watching dragons. Was this the caliber of a Dragon King-level battle? Even as fellow dragons, they could barely discern the movements of Timoru and Aurelia as they clashed. Timoru's claws struck Aurelia's thickest scales with no adornment, producing a resonant clang. In that instant, Timoru understood that this Red Dragon Queen was not merely a name without substance. The impact caused her claws to throb painfully, the resilient scales rebounding with force, leaving her claws trembling. If it were that green lizard, it would not have dared to face her blow head-on. Timoru's claws ached, and Aurelia felt the sting as well. She had just experienced a forceful impact against her chest, where her scales were among the toughest on her body. Yet, after merely one collision, discernible scratches marred her resilient armor. Having reached her current stature, she had indeed clashed with numerous Dragon King-level beings. Aside from a few ancient dragons, Timoru's level was only the second she had encountered. This brought to mind her fierce struggle against the previous Red Dragon Queen for the throne. Today's battle would surely be no less challenging and perhaps even more brutal. Burning with resolve, Aurelia felt the powerful thrum of her enormous heart. Gathering her strength, she charged toward Timoru with fierce determination. Facing an opponent of equal caliber, one must show utmost respect by unleashing their full power. The sharp claws flashed, and Timoru's dragon eyes widened. She could hardly perceive Aurelia's full-speed approach. A palpable sense of danger surged through her, the innate instincts of dragons warning her that enduring this strike could lead to severe injury, possibly even shattering her horn. Thinking of the possibility of losing her horn in this battle, she executed an unusual maneuver in midair, narrowly evading Aurelia's rush. Seizing the opportunity, Timoru flipped over and pinned Aurelia beneath her, without a hint of courtesy, her sharp dragon teeth sinking into Aurelia's wing. Aurealia's anguished cry echoed, her roar resonating like a stone cast into a lake, rippling outward. Many residents of Ghidorah looked up, instinctively turning toward the source of the furious roar. However, from a distance, they could only discern two blurred figures engaged in combat amidst a sky teeming with dragons. Is this the War of the Dragon Clans? Many individuals instinctively paused their actions, while a few keen-eyed veteran hunters were able to discern clearer images. Their eyes remained fixed, paralyzed by the unparalleled power of the Dragon Kin. Crimson blood dripped from Aurelia's wings, the dragon's lifeblood flowing hotly and emitting a sizzle. Despite being caught off guard by Timoru, the experienced Aurelia swiftly retaliated, her formidable reflexes enabling her to respond almost instantaneously. Seizing the moment while Timoru had her wing in her jaws, Aurelia extended her fangs, aiming to bite at Timoru's wing in turn. The two dragons clashed fiercely, unleashing their primal combat instincts in a savage display of fury. Aurelia's dragon fangs were not to be underestimated. Although Timoru possessed considerable defensive capabilities, she was nonetheless pierced through her wing by the sharp teeth. A blazing fury ignited within her eyes, yet she let out no roar. Only an unfathomable resolve surged from within. She could not afford to lose. She must protect the dragon's lair, safeguard Ghidorah. For this place is the homeland of her elder brother, the High Dimension. As a sister, she had to defend everything. In the distance, the Green Dragon King stood in stunned silence. He had previously engaged in battle with Timoru and had experienced her combat prowess firsthand. Her close-quarters fighting ability was beyond his capability to contend with. He had heard tales of the terrifying close-range combat skills of the Red Dragon Queen Aurelia, and he never believed Timoru could truly prevail. Yet, as he witnessed the clash between Timoru and Aurelia, he comprehended the magnitude of his earlier fortune. Merely being blinded in one eye was an immense stroke of luck. If Timoru were to unleash her full power, even he would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Could it be that this formidable Timoru is merely a dragon under a century old? A sense of dread welled up within him. Ever since he ascended to the throne as the Green Dragon King, he had lingered upon his seat for far too long. With countless green dragons venerating him, there exists a disparity even among dragon kings. Following the initial shock, a flicker of relief and uncertainty emerged in his heart. The formidable prowess of Timoru implied that both her mother and father must be exceedingly powerful dragons, potentially ancient WRMS of legendary status. Given ample time for Timoru's development, Auriel would stand no chance against her. A whisper of doubt stirred within his heart. Although the Dragon clan had long since attained independence, would the fall of Timilu here today invite trouble in the future? He began to feel a sense of fear. It is hardly unusual for the younger to challenge the elder, is it? Chapter 87. The elder brother will surely protect his younger sister, even if she is a dragon. His feelings will remain unchanged. The battle between the White Dragon King and the Red Dragon King raged on for an entire day and night. The other dragons, demonstrating remarkable camaraderie, refrained from participating in this conflict, well aware that this was a clash between kings. In such circumstances, without a command from their king, they had no choice but to observe from the sidelines. The Green Dragon King chose not to intervene. He deemed this confrontation sacred and felt it inappropriate to intrude. Primarily, he lacked the confidence that he could emerge unscathed from such a formidable battle. Having already lost one eye, he feared that if he were to become embroiled in this conflict, he might lose the other as well, leading to his complete retirement. In that eventuality, should a more powerful dragon come seeking him, he feared he would not even have the opportunity to flee. He was indifferent to verbal alliances, after all. It was not his concern whether his companions lived or perished. The two figures collided once more before instantaneously separating. At this moment, Timuru's body was devoid of any intact scales, and Aurelia proved to be an exceptionally formidable opponent. Since ascending to the status of the White Dragon King, she had never encountered such a challenging adversary. Even the former White Dragon King had not possessed such formidable strength. Her heavy breaths were labored. Yet her injuries did not diminish her fighting spirit. Rather, they ignited her ferocity, her large eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe for reaping lives. For the first time, Aurelia felt fear in the presence of her kin. She was frightened. This little white dragon fought as if it had nothing to lose, showing no concern for its own well-being. As long as it could inflict injury in return, it acted without hesitation. Did it not fear death? Amidst the chaos, Aurelia had broken half of her dragon horn, a consequence of Timuru's claws. Blood gushed from the fractured horn, crimson liquid trickling down her red cheeks, producing a sizzling sound. In comparison to the shattered horn, Aurelia's wings were in a more pitiful state. They were nearly tattered, with the tips visibly torn, resembling a dilapidated kite. Green Lizard, are you truly going to go back on your word? As if awakening from a dream, Aurelia finally remembered Kajin, who had been silently lurking nearby. This cunning green lizard had been watching the battle without any intention of intervening. What happened to the promised alliance to take down the White Dragon King together? Instead, she was the only one exerting herself, while that wretched green lizard merely observed, showing no inclination to assist. This ignited a blaze of fury within her. If not for Timuru being so close, she would have relished the opportunity to tear that insufferable green lizard to shreds. Kajin's expression was far from pleasant. And now Aurelia finally recalled his presence. He instinctively took a half-step back, not wishing to be embroiled in the fierce battle between the two terrifying dragonesses. He took a step back, eliciting unfriendly glances from the Crimson Dragons. Indeed, they were not kings, thus could not partake in this battle. Yet, what was the Green Dragon King doing on the sidelines? Is it customary for allies to behave in such a manner? Kajin's expression darkened considerably. If he did not act now, he feared that the irate red dragons would soon turn their fury upon him, seeking to scatter his ashes. Timuru flew a bit farther away, still maintaining her defiant combat stance. She had been keeping a wary eye on the cunning Green Dragon King, and although the latter had not joined the fray, she felt a slight relief. For the moment, she could still claim the upper hand, but should Kajin enter the battle, her advantage would likely dissipate. In her prime, she would have dismissed Kajin without a second thought. However, she was now gravely injured. Regardless, a single strike could still spell her doom, leaving Kajin as the one reluctantly thrust into the fray. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take action. No matter the potential consequences of eliminating Timuru, he understood that inaction would likely lead to his own demise. Kajin's melee prowess paled in comparison to that of Timuru and Aurelia. He began to conjure magical elements with remarkable intelligence, and in an instant, a sphere of green radiance appeared within his formidable jaws. The dragon's tongue of magic, the emerald venom. Green dragons are exceptionally skilled in the art of toxins, possessing formidable draconic magic that is capable of overwhelming even the most resilient of their kin. What more could one expect from the likes of a Green Dragon King? A sense of impending doom surged within Timuru. She had to devise a means to evade Kajin's impending strike, for a direct hit could very well lead to her demise. Meanwhile, Erline remained watchful, and upon witnessing Kajin's decisive action, she understood the moment had arrived. She transformed into a streak of light, engaging Timoru in combat once more. Preventing her from dodging Kaijin's spell, the white dragons, who had been observing the conflict, let out anguished roars upon seeing their king besieged by the treacherous Kin. The elder white dragon, Andre, bellowed in fury. These wretched lizards dare to overwhelm our king with sheer numbers. Fellow Kin, rise up. We cannot allow our king to be assaulted. The white dragons rallied in response. Previously, they had been cautious, wary of the other factions, but if Timoru were to fall, they would lose their haven and be left as homeless creatures. This land was their birthplace, and they would not permit such a fate to befall them. Chaos erupted among the dragon ranks as countless white, red, and green dragons clashed in the skies, unleashing a dazzling array of draconic magic. Ice, venom, flames. A spectacular display of sorcery illuminated the heavens. Despite the white dragon's fervent spirit under Timoru's leadership, they were vastly outnumbered by their crimson and emerald adversaries. Soon, the white dragons found themselves at a disadvantage, with many sustaining grievous injuries or even perishing, their bodies plummeting to the earth with a dull thud. Timoru could scarcely attend to these losses, as Erlene's relentless pursuit left her unable to evade the oncoming draconic magic. This madwoman, Erlene, tenaciously entangled her, showing no inclination to allow Timoru to escape the impending spell. Inescapably, the deep green magic surged towards her, and Timoru could only watch in despair as the magic approached. She closed her eyes in hopelessness. Was this her end? Forgive me, Brother Galway, for I could not safeguard what you hold dear. Timoru thought herself a worthless sister, an inadequate female. Surely, someone like her had no right to remain by Galway's side. Such despair clouded her mind. In the blink of an eye, a familiar emerald sword beam arrived on the battlefield. Kaijin had not even begun to comprehend the unfolding events before he felt a chilling sensation on his back. His wings severed. He sensed an immediate loss of something critically vital. By the time he realized what had transpired, Galway stood calmly not far away, wielding the radiant echo of green. Excruciating pain surged forth as his wings were cleaved in two. Kaijin's anguished scream echoed through the skies, momentarily halting the tumult of dragonkind. Chapter 89. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, a single stroke cleaves the mountains. With his wings shattered, Kaijin began to plummet. However, a green dragon swiftly caught their king before he could fall too far. Such a level of sword energy had effortlessly severed Kaijin's wings, a gaping wound oozing crimson blood. Many dragons gazed upon Galway, holding the echo of green, with expressions of terror. Though Galway stood tall among humans, he appeared diminutive when compared to dragons. Yet, this small figure radiated an unfathomable power. Erlene's scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Galway. In her perception, humans had always been frail and easily vanquished. Even those of divine caliber posed little threat to dragons, whose scales boasted remarkable magical resistance. Moreover, dragons were adept in magic themselves. Only a coordinated assault by several powerful sorcerers could pose a serious threat. Although the Sword Saint was formidable, a solitary Sword Saint could hardly be a match for her kin. Yet, she had never encountered a human capable of severing a dragon king's wings with a mere sword strike. Galway merely floated in the air, his aura swirling around him, instilling a sense of imminent death in Erlene. It was as if the green, eerie sword in his grasp was not merely a blade, but rather a scythe wielded by the harbinger of death. However, she quickly regained composure, regardless of his strength. He was but a lone human amidst a throng of over 1,000 dragons, including the white ones. How could such a diminutive figure dare to confront them? Especially after injuring a dragon king. You insolent little rodent. This is the sacred territory of the great dragon race. How dare you appear here? She exclaimed, opening her fearsome maw as a torrent of crimson flames coalesced and surged toward Galway. Erlene's flames exceeded 3,000 degrees, capable of melting even the rarest metals with ease. The colossal inferno surged toward Galway like an immense net, but he remained unperturbed, slowly raising the echo of green. The echo trembled as Galway's immense aura surged into it. A formidable barrier of energy manifested before him, and the moment the flames made contact, they emitted crackling sounds. Endless shield. This was the defensive technique imparted to Galway by Professor Duru. The stronger the wielder's aura, the more formidable the defense. It could repel all elemental magic attacks and even resist sound waves and mental assaults. Though the ferocious dragon flames appeared boundless, they failed to even singe the shield forged from Galway's aura. To the other dragons, it seemed as though Galway had been engulfed by the flames. Minutes passed in fiery torment, and many dragons widened their eyes, thinking the human must surely be doomed. Such flames would be insurmountable, even for a sword saint. Yet, As the flames dissipated, golden aura shone brightly. Gao Wei floated there like a deity, unscathed, having not retreated an inch. The grievously injured Kai Jin gazed with one wary eye, mouth agape in disbelief. Could this truly be human? Surely he must be a transformed ancient dragon of immense caliber. Kajin certainly does not believe that humanity possesses such exaggerated strength. When Timalu discerned the arrival of the higher dimensional being, she felt as though her heart had shattered. She had erected towering walls within herself to shield against all negative emotions. Yet these once impregnable fortifications were instantaneously breached by the presence of the higher dimensional entity. Emotions surged forth, akin to a torrential flood breaching its dam. The higher dimensional brother had arrived. Even without uttering a word, he had come. A warm wave of emotion enveloped her, instantly alleviating her previous feelings of injustice. Her heart raced, even faster than during the earlier battle. And she yearned to transform into a corporeal form and leap into his embrace. You despicable human, I grant you the privilege to reveal your name and intentions. Aurelia had not held back earlier, unleashing a torrent of flames that harnessed nearly 2/3 of her power. This was the lethal final blow she had intended for Timalu. To her astonishment, it was effortlessly absorbed by the higher dimensional being. After a prolonged battle, coupled with the absorption of her dragon flame, Aurelia felt ready to engage in a proper dialogue. Perhaps he had merely passed through by chance, harboring no true malice. I am High Dimension, Gachuan. I have come here solely to slay dragons. With that succinct declaration, he lifted his long sword once more. A simple yet elegant sword aura was released, creating an afterimage. If anyone could discern his movements, they would realize he had executed 3 consecutive strikes in an incredibly brief span. High Dimension sensed Aurelia's formidable power. Against a dragon of such caliber, he dared not hold back in the slightest. He must eliminate his adversary with utmost haste. Otherwise, should the multitude of dragons surge forth, even his overwhelming strength would be futile against them. The essence of his high-dimensional fighting spirit is indeed substantial, and its recovery rate is remarkable. Yet, with such a plethora of dragons, if his energy were to be depleted, no matter how exquisite his swordsmanship, he would inevitably succumb to death. A sharp blade of energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at Aurelia's face. She could perceive a distinct void where the energy passed, as if the very air had been cleaved asunder. Alarm bells rang in Aurelia's mind. The instincts of the dragonkind warned her of the imminent peril, even at her peak. She would not withstand such an assault. Reacting almost instinctively, she executed a somersault in midair, the lethal energy grazing her back. For the first time, Aurelia felt the chilling proximity of death. A frigid sensation enveloped her as a significant portion of the flesh and scales behind her was caught by the high-dimensional energy. Several red dragons behind her were caught unawares, severed in half by the onslaught. These 3 waves of energy continued their trajectory, slicing through several red dragons before finally cleaving half of the distant mountain range that housed the dragon's lair. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Had she been struck directly, would she not have been turned into a roasted dragon steak? Piercing through 4 or 5 red dragons and severing half a mountain. Why not just rend the continent asunder? Her trepidation towards the high-dimensional being grew exponentially. Though uncertain how many times he could unleash such destructive energy, the nonchalance with which he wielded it suggested he showed no signs of fatigue. A radiant aura of golden energy enveloped his form. Chapter 90. Timalu unleashes the dreaded dragon strategy. The effect is extraordinary. Dragons, perched atop the food chain across the continent, had never witnessed such a display. A dragon's scales possess formidable defensive capabilities. Currently, the most powerful defensive gear among humans is crafted from a blend of dragon scales. Yet here was Gao Wei, who, with merely 3 strikes, had felled 4 or 5 red dragons, sowing seeds of doubt among many dragons regarding their own existence. In this moment, Aurelia felt all fighting spirit evaporate. Her eyes darted around before she let forth a furious roar. Retreat. We must leave at once. Ignoring her injuries, she began rallying the remaining red dragons to vacate the battlefield. The sudden emergence of such a formidable sword saint, intent on dragon slaughter, instilled in Aurelia a desire to flee. After witnessing Gao Wei's earlier strike that decimated many of her kin, remaining here would surely lead to their annihilation at his hands. The sheer might of Gao Wei left her in awe. She even doubted whether she and the entire assembly of red dragons could vanquish him. Even if they could, the cost would be devastating. Her conspicuous size among the red dragons made her a prime target. If that human were to become reckless and attempt to kill her, escape would be impossible. Aurelia had resolved that Gao Wei was indeed unhinged. If he were sane, would he dare confront so many dragons? Coupled with his terrifying strength, Her resolve to remain here diminished further. Let the green and white dragons deal with the aftermath. Noticing Aurelia's hasty retreat, Kaijin swiftly signaled the nearby green dragons. The two green dragons supporting him promptly understood, releasing a resounding roar that initiated the exodus of the green dragons from the dragon's lair. The once densely packed sky, filled with over 1,000 dragons, suddenly saw more than half vanish. Only the vigilant white dragons remained. The elder white dragon, Andrew, stood solemnly before the severely injured Timmy Lu, flanked by several young and robust white dragons who valiantly suppressed their fear. This was the dragon's lair, the ancestral home of the white dragons. Unlike the green and red dragons, they could not simply flee. Gao Wei's demeanor remained unchanged, as if the earth-shattering strike he had just executed was not his doing. My king, I shall hold off this human. You must escape at once. You are the king of our white dragon clan. You cannot perish here. The combat prowess Gao Wei had displayed since his arrival was sufficient to instill trepidation in any white dragon. Just moments ago, he had felled 4 or 5 red dragons with a single stroke. Even with their hardened scales, the white dragons could only hope to match the red dragons in strength. Andrew's words were laden with the acceptance of his impending fate. His heart was engulfed in despair, having just endured an assault from 2 dragon hordes. He now found himself targeted by a formidable human foe. Was the annihilation of the White Dragon clan truly fated? Must the White Dragons face their demise today? Suddenly, he was violently struck from behind, causing Andrew to stagger, unprepared for the impact. Timaru, battered and bruised, was propelled forward, soaring towards the higher dimensions amidst the incredulous gazes of her fellow White Dragons. The Queen. A chorus of lamentation erupted from the White Dragons, astonished by their monarch's willingness to confront death. Did she truly intend to defend her territory in such a grievous state? Your courage, I command. Just as the remaining white dragons were poised to follow, Timaru abruptly transformed into her human form and leapt directly into the embrace of the higher being. Clad in tattered garments, her resplendent figure plunged into the arms of the higher entity before the astonished eyes of the White Dragon clan. What? The white dragons were left in utter bewilderment. How could their queen have suddenly thrown herself into the arms of a human? Was this a ploy of enchanting allure? They abruptly halted in midair, and then the sound of Timalu's sobbing reached their ears. Brother Gao Wei, you have finally arrived. I am so frightened. I fear I may never see you again. As she wept, Timalu clung tightly to Gao Wei's robust arm. His body radiated warmth. The embrace she had longed for through countless days and nights. Gao Wei's heart softened. He cautiously wrapped his arms around Timalu, his gaze drawn to the grotesque wounds marring her body, evoking a profound sense of sorrow within him. Her shoulders, face, and thighs bore deep gashes that exposed bone. Such grievous injuries would have likely marked the end of a beautiful life for any human. Yet, the resilience of the dragon race is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Timalu's wounds had ceased to bleed, and even some of the smaller lacerations had begun to scab over. The speed of her recovery was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Timalu, are you all right? Gao Wei's voice softened completely. He felt a twinge of guilt, reproaching himself for not arriving sooner. Had he come earlier, Timalu might not have suffered such grave injuries. Yet, amidst his remorse, he also felt a sense of relief. He was grateful he had arrived in time. If he had not come, if Timalu had perished in battle, he would never forgive himself. Timalu had long since become an integral part of his family, an inseparable fragment of his life. He spoke as he handed Timalu a vial of green potion, which she consumed without a moment's hesitation. I am fine, Timalu affirmed, nestling against Gao Wei like a small kitten, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The tension that had gripped her body and mind melted away in that instant. Her elder brother Gao Wei had arrived. There was no place in this world that could offer her greater safety than in his embrace. The white dragons nearby observed the peculiar scene, rendered almost immobile in astonishment. It seemed that their queen was familiar with this human. If they were not acquainted, he would not have gone out of his way to offer his assistance, would he? Although Gao Wei had initially spoken of slaying dragons upon his arrival, he had only attacked the red and green dragons, leaving the white dragons unharmed. He can be regarded as the savior of the White Dragon clan. The dragons transformed into human forms and approached Gao Wei and Timaru. The elder, leading them, nodded at Gao Wei. Although he harbored a certain disdain for humanity, he was nonetheless willing to show respect to a powerful human. Could such a fleeting species indeed give rise to such formidable beings? After years of existence, the ancient white dragon, Andrew, felt his understanding profoundly altered. However, He refrained from uttering any words that might be deemed inappropriate. The serene manner in which Timaru nestled in Gao Wei's embrace spoke volumes. He seems to have grasped something. The reason the queen has perpetually maintained such a tolerant attitude towards humanity. Could it be that it is because of the man before him? He scrutinized Gao Wei from head to toe. The Dragon Clan holds strong individuals in high esteem, and Gao Wei's prowess is sufficient to earn the recognition of any dragon. The idea of such a person becoming the consort of the queen seems not entirely objectionable. Of course, it would be even more advantageous if Gao Wei could transform into a dragon. In that case, they could potentially possess a formidable male dragon as their king. Merely contemplating this prospect filled Andrew with immense satisfaction. Would those damned red and green dragons still dare to covet their interests? Chapter 91. My king, I propose to you.